Severely injured and suffering from amnesia, I found myself living as a son-in-law for 3 years, looked down upon by everyone. Although my wife is a renowned singer, breathtakingly beautiful, she has never treated me kindly. Today, as my memories resurface, everything is destined to be reshuffled. Chapter 001. 3 years of humiliation. Am I still alive? Yishaoran opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain in his head, his gaze clouded with confusion. Am I still just a despised son-in-law? It did not take long for Yishaoran to regain his composure, grappling with disbelief. Who would have thought he would be reborn on Earth, granted another chance at life? His wife, a stunning celebrity, had never once allowed him to touch her in their 3 years of marriage. Throughout this time, he had been the object of scorn from all around him. As Yishaoran sifted through his memories, he overheard a conversation from the living room. "Zifan, the car you drove over is a Ferrari, isn't it? It must be worth millions," said his mother-in-law, Feng Ro. "It's just for fun, not worth much," Wu Zifan chuckled. "Annie, where is Ying Air's husband? I haven't seen him. That useless fellow? He's holed up in his room. Don't mention him, it just makes me angry," she scoffed. "I will eventually kick him out and have him divorce Ying Air. Actually, Annie, you and Zifan are a perfect match. I will surely help you arrange that," Wu Zifan replied with a smile. Feng Ro laughed. "Well, money is a trivial matter, but I've long been disappointed in that useless son-in-law. I will certainly find a way to have him divorced, so that Zifan can become my son-in-law. Thank you so much, Annie. Rest assured, once I'm marrying Air, I will treat you well," Wu Zifan said, beaming, his heart racing with anticipation. After leaving, Yishaoran found himself at a nearby music CF. He needed to sort through his memories just before his death. A flash of sword light had entered his body, along with his master's last words that he could not recall. Upon entering the CAF, named Yuan Qi, he ordered a glass of plain water. The ambience was quite delightful. An hour passed, yet he still could not recover the crucial memories from before his demise. Listening to the piano playing inside, Yishaoran, who once cherished music, reminisced about the time spent playing the flute and piano with the celestial maiden. Just then, a woman in a blue dress approached him. "Yishaoran, is that really you?" At first, he was puzzled, but soon recognized her as Li Bingbing, his university girlfriend. "Long time no see," he nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze then fell upon another woman beside her, whose beauty and grace surpassed that of Li Bingbing. "Yishaoran, I heard you became a son-in-law. How lacking in ambition. How embarrassing," Li Bingbing remarked. "Not too bad," Yishaoran replied softly. "You truly are a pathetic loser," she said, her words laced with mockery, perhaps her intent from the start. Yishaoran merely glanced at her. Choosing silence engaging with such a woman was futile. He understood why Li Bingbing acted this way back in university. He had always outperformed her, and her jealousy was palpable. "Is he the one who placed second in the Jiangxing University piano competition?" The beautiful woman beside Li Bingbing inquired. "Yes, but he didn't create an original piece. He plagiarized someone else's work," Li Bingbing stated. "That was my original composition, not plagiarism," Yishaoran interjected. "Huh, still claiming it was original? Why was your ranking annulled then?" Li Bingbing retorted with a sneer. "Believe what you wish, the truth will prevail." "You are quite insufferable," Yishaoran replied. During their university days, he did indeed place second, but he had been falsely accused and stripped of his ranking, with the competition organizers awarding it to someone else. "You," Li Bingbing glared at him in anger. "Yishaoran, right? What do you think of this piano piece?" Lin Siyu asked, her confidence evident as she sought to defend Li Bingbing's honor. "Quite good," Yishaoran responded softly. "Quite good. Can you even comprehend this piece?" Lin Siyu asked, her expression shifting to annoyance. With his limited ability, how could he possibly understand? Li Bingbing interjected, unable to hold back her derision. "I do understand," Yishaoran stated. "Then tell me, what did you perceive?" Lin Siyu pressed. "Why should I tell you? Even if I did, you wouldn't comprehend," he replied. "Yishaoran, you really do have a talent for pretending," Li Bingbing scoffed, her disdain evident. "Don't understand? This piece is called The Bloom of Spring, brimming with youthful vitality, akin to flowers bursting forth with charm. It embodies profound emotional depth, having won second place in the Jiangxing Music Association Composition Award a year ago and later included in textbooks." Lin Siyu responded, her pride shining through. "What of it?" Yishaoran replied with an unperturbed expression. "Even if you composed it, the essence of the piece reveals that your understanding is merely superficial. You have not imbued it with a soul, hence you do not truly comprehend it." "Heh, Yishaoran, what weight does mere words carry? Can you create a piece of such caliber?" "Please, spare us the jest," Li Bingbing retorted with a cold smile. You claim I lack understanding? This composition is my own. I possess a deeper insight into it than anyone else. By what right do you critique me? Lin Siyu countered, visibly agitated. To say you do not comprehend is to state a fact. Yi Shaoran maintained his calm demeanor. If you possess the skill, play a piece better than mine otherwise. Refrain from making baseless claims, all right? Lin Siyu snapped, her frustration mounting. Yi Shaoran smiled lightly and rose to his feet. Lin Siyu's voice followed. What, are you leaving? Can you no longer maintain your facade? No, I do not intend to leave. Then what is your purpose? I merely wish to play a piece. Chapter 002. My wife does not need your gifts, heh? Continue pretending. Li Bingbing scoffed softly. Excuse me, may I perform a piece? With Yi Shaoran's voice. The piano music abruptly ceased. The beautiful pianist glared at Yi Shaoran, displeased. This piano is worth over 300,000. It is not for just anyone to touch. Thank you. And interrupting someone else's work is quite impolite. Oh, I see. My apologies for the disturbance, Yi Shaoran replied. Let him play a piece. At that moment, Lin Siyu walked over. You are. The pianist, upon seeing Lin Siyu, momentarily froze before her excitement surged. She had just spotted her idol, the youngest and quite renowned composer in Jiangxing, Lin Siyu. All right, she nodded, conceding. Had you already decided to reject him and let him leave smoothly? What a pity. I'm granting you this opportunity. Lin Siyu glanced at Yi Shaoran, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Why do you always assume the worst of others? Do you believe everyone thinks like you? Yi Shaoran retorted. I must admit, your acting is quite impressive. As I mentioned, I am giving you this chance. Come, prove yourself to me. Yi Shaoran smiled softly, remaining silent as he approached and took a seat. At that moment, the cessation of music drew the attention of many patrons in the CAF, each filled with curiosity. With Lin Siyu's presence, the intrigue intensified. Yi Shaoran closed his eyes, searching for inspiration. It had been many years since he had played the piano, and during his time in the spirit realm, he had primarily practiced the guqin. You're putting on quite the act. Let us see what you can really do, Li Bingbing muttered under her breath. Heh, this kid is rather amusing. Showing off in front of Lin Siyu. I suspect he hopes to earn a chance to showcase his talent to her. After all, how many would desire a recommendation from Lin Siyu? Just one word from her could save countless efforts. Ding. Yi Shaoran gently tapped the keys. Indeed, it was a fine piano with exquisite sound. Ding ding ding, he continued to lightly strike the keys, testing each note, seeking the right feeling. This is truly laughable. With such limited skill, he dares to pretend. He is far worse than during his university days. Li Bingbing burst into laughter. Lin Siyu watched Yi Shaoran, shaking her head in disappointment. She had hoped he possessed some talent, but his movements revealed numerous flaws. Even in searching for the piano's tone, his keystrokes were far too casual. So he is merely a pretender. Lin Siyu turned away, ready to leave, too disinterested even to hurl insults at Yi Shaoran. Yet at that moment, the music flowed seamlessly from the piano, each note strikingly precise, every volume finely controlled. In mere seconds, something extraordinary emerged. With his eyes shut, Yi Shaoran reminisced about the days spent with the celestial music maiden, recalling their love born from music, the beauty of those moments, and the subsequent heart-wrenching separation. In just a brief moment, he composed a piece. The melody evoked an enchanting love story, resonating with everyone present. Within a minute, those who had previously smirked closed their eyes, as if transported back to their first love. Lin Siyu turned around, incredulous, gazing at Yi Shaoran, who remained oblivious with closed eyes. This piece she had never heard before, yet it was undeniably exceptional. Setting aside her professional critique, it surpassed her own composition. The blooming of spring. As time passed, she noticed Yi Shaoran's movements becoming increasingly refined, his music exuding greater emotional depth. Just as Yi Shaoran had stated, it had the power to affect her mood, transitioning from initial hopefulness to profound sorrow. Yi Shaoran himself was entranced, pouring his emotions into the piano. As the piece progressed, a complex sentiment emerged. He was in love with the celestial maiden, but now reincarnated as someone else's son-in-law in this city. This emotional turmoil manifested, stirring the hearts of the listeners. Eventually, a sense of resolution followed, enveloping everyone in its embrace. As the performance concluded, many in the CAF scrambled to record the moment. Yet it was too late. Yi Shaoran had already made his way to the door. Those eager to capture his image could only photograph his departing silhouette. Lin Siyu chuckled to herself, realizing this man was truly a master. A true connoisseur of music breathes life into every composition. Yi Shaoran's voice resonated in the CAF, directed at Lin Siyu, and with that, his figure vanished completely. Lin Siyu turned and hurried after him, feeling a sense of urgency. If she did not catch up, she would regret it. at least wanting to know the name of the piece and inquire further. However, upon reaching outside, there was no trace of Yi Xiaoran. Disappointment clouded her face. Li Bingbing stood in stunned disbelief, overwhelmed with jealousy. He must have stolen it from somewhere. No, this piece is undoubtedly original. He composed it just moments ago. Lin Xiyu shook her head. Though incredulous, she could not deny it. Admiration welled up within her, a deep yearning to reach such heights. Only at that level could one truly be called a musical master. John, find this young man for me. In the CAF, a man in his 50s, visibly excited, spoke up. Mr. Smith, are you also interested in this piece? Indeed. While the piece began somewhat awkwardly, it evolved into something flawless. Just as he claimed. He infused it with soul. I wish to converse with him. Yinhai Park, the largest and most renowned park in Jiangxing's Longwan district, has been in existence since the Qing dynasty. Towering trees and countless flowers flourish here. The atmosphere is saturated with spiritual energy, making it the ideal place for Yi Xiaoran to cultivate his abilities. Standing amidst a sea of flowers, he closed his eyes, attempting to draw energy into his body for cultivation. Within 3 hours, a cyclone formed in his dantian, marking his entry into the first stage of qi refinement. Yi Xiaoran felt elated, pleased with such rapid progress. It had taken him 3 years to reach this stage previously, yet now, merely 3 hours sufficed. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of bittersweetness. Reflecting on his former status as a heavenly king and a master at the late Golden Core stage in the spirit realm, starting anew brought a wave of nostalgia. The park bustled with visitors, and in the sweltering June heat, many pointed and whispered as they observed Yi Xiaoran standing there, much like one would regard a fool. Upon concluding his practice, Yi Xiaoran returned to the villa, expecting his wife Jiang Ying to be home from work. Little did he know, in the hours following his departure from the CAF, the Jiangxing music scene exploded on Weibo and other platforms. Mysterious musical maestro makes an appearance, divine melody revealed. Lin Xiyu enchanted, offering a hefty reward to find the mysterious individual. When Yi Xiaoran returned, his wife Jiang Ying had also arrived, sitting beside Wu Zifan, both engaged in lively conversation. Zifan, can you guess who that musical maestro is? That piece, if accompanied by lyrics, would surely be a masterpiece. Jiang Ying asked in the living room. Listen, here is the recording from the live performance. Jiang Ying replied, playing the piano piece. Only someone of great stature in the music industry could compose such a piece, and an international one at that, Wu Zifan remarked. If only I knew who it was. I would definitely want to make his acquaintance. Jiang Ying sighed in frustration. It was me. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran spoke softly, nonchalantly. You? Jiang Ying looked at him, puzzled and surprised. Yes, it was me. I played that piece. Yi Xiaoran nodded affirmatively. Haha. In the next moment, Wu Zifan burst into laughter. Are you joking with me? Such a divine melody was played by a useless person like you? It's quite amusing. Yi Xiaoran frowned. Indeed, it was rather comical. But if he wished to show off, he could have chosen a less foolish approach. Wu Zifan snorted derisively. Zifan, ignore him. He simply enjoys deluding himself and uttering unrealistic remarks. At that moment, Feng Rou approached, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaoran before refilling Wu Zifan's glass. Thank you, Auntie. Wu Zifan replied with a smile. As the son-in-law of the Zhang family, he felt naturally pleased when Feng Rou spoke to him. Yi Xiaoran remained silent. After all, he couldn't very well quarrel with his mother-in-law. Inger, this is a gift I brought back from abroad for you. Wu Zifan caught a glimpse of Yi Xiaoran from the corner of his eye, filled with provocation and disdain, before retrieving a present from his bag. Jiang Ying curiously opened it, and was soon taken aback. This is a new piece by Master Smith. Wu Zifan chuckled with satisfaction. Indeed, due to my father's connections, I obtained authorization for Mr. Smith's work. Inger, with this song, you'll surely achieve great fame. Inger, I hope you can accept it. It's a token of my sincerity. I'm sorry, my wife does not need your gift, Yi Xiaoran interjected, cutting off Wu Zifan's words. How dare he exchange glances with his wife in front of him, as if he were invisible. Chapter 003. Cousin? What does it have to do with you? Wu Zifan cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaoran. You pathetic wretch. Do you even understand what this means for Inga? This can truly make her famous. Renowned throughout Jiang City and beyond. I don't need it. Please leave. This is my home, Yi Xiaoran replied indifferently. Haha. Wu Zifan's expression darkened as he forced out a cold laugh. You, a man living off others, dare to call this your home? Inger hasn't kicked me out. Who do you think you are to do so? Just a worthless fool. I'll make you leave. Yi Xiaoran's voice turned cold, his gaze icy, causing Wu Zifan to be momentarily intimidated. He felt humiliated to be frightened by a useless person. Grabbing Yi Xiaoran's collar, he spat. What are you? You pathetic loser. How dare you glare at me like that? With that, He swung his hand towards Yi Xiaoran. Jiang Ying was stunned by the sudden turn of events, clearly not expecting Wu Zifan to act out violently. However, Yi Xiaoran reacted with even greater swiftness, seizing Wu Zifan's wrist. Wu Zifan struggled to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. "Let go of me, or I'll make you regret it," Wu Zifan shouted angrily. "Make me regret it?" Yi Xiaoran's patience reached its limit. With a sudden surge of strength, Wu Zifan's wrist was dislocated. "What are you to threaten my life? Do you think you can continuously insult me?" Yi Xiaoran's brow furrowed in anger. If they were in the spirit realm, Wu Zifan would have been dealt with long ago. "Ah, you worthless scoundrel, you dislocated my wrist." Wu Zifan screamed, his face contorted in pain. "Yi Xiaoran, you have such a cruel heart." Quickly apologized to Zifan. Feng Rou rushed to support Wu Zifan. Concern etched on her face as she glared at Yi Xiaoran, as if Wu Zifan were her son-in-law and Yi Xiaoran the outsider. "Apologize?" Yi Xiaoran's expression darkened. Wu Zifan had repeatedly insulted him and had just attacked him. Why was nobody listening to Feng Rou's words? Was it so natural for him to be bullied? "Yi Xiaoran, you're good for nothing. Even if you boast, it's still disappointing. Yes, Wu Zifan was my ex-boyfriend. But now we are merely friends. Is it necessary for you to be so petty and vengeful?" Jiang Ying, too, looked angrily at Yi Xiaoran. "Are you blaming me? He insulted me first and struck first as well. Is it my fault? Do you all think I am some kind of pushover, just waiting to be bullied?" "Inger, I am your husband," Yi Xiaoran said, feeling a deep chill and rising anger within him. Jiang Ying was taken aback. Yi Xiaoran's words struck a chord within her. Indeed, she had looked down on him in her heart, and over the 3 years, that feeling had only deepened. In truth, Wu Zifan was at fault initially. Jiang Ying was also quite surprised that Yi Xiaoran would say something like that today. Though disappointed after 3 years of marriage, she still held a glimmer of hope for Yi Xiaoran. "Mom, please take Zifan to the hospital." After a moment's pause, Jiang Ying addressed Feng Rou. "You worthless scoundrel. I won't let you off easily," Wu Zifan said hastily as he rushed out with Feng Rou. "If you truly wish to change, I hope you can do so thoroughly and promptly. Otherwise, when I lose all hope in you, we will divorce within a month if I do not see any changes." Jiang Ying said. "All right," Yi Xiaoran nodded. "If you trust me, I can help you reach the pinnacle of the music industry." Though Yi Xiaoran was sincere to Jiang Ying, it sounded like another empty boast. "Yi Xiaoran, I ask you not to make grand claims anymore. The change I desire is for you to stop being cowardly and act like a man. That's enough. I'm tired." With that, Jiang Ying entered the room. It was evident that she harbored a glimmer of hope, but mostly she felt disappointment. That night, as usual, Yi Xiaoran slept on the floor. After her shower, Jiang Ying, with her porcelain-like shoulders, graceful figure, and flowing hair, was indeed a beauty and a singer. Although not very famous, she was still a star. Lying beside her, any man would find it hard to resist. Yet Yi Xiaoran had long reached a state of tranquility. In mere seconds, his heart became as calm as water. Jiang Ying was truly a wonderful girl, yet too ambitious, always striving to make her mark in the music industry. However, her family background was merely average. Although Jiang Ying was a capable singer, it was difficult to rise in the entertainment circle without certain connections. Moreover, Jiang Ying was a principled person who would never resort to underhanded tactics. Upon waking the next morning, Jiang Ying had already left without him noticing. On the table lay a note that read, "Come find me after work. I have a job for you. Don't let anyone look down on you again." Reading the note, Yi Xiaoran fell into silence. Nevertheless, he had made up his mind. He could not let Jiang Ying down. "You worthless scoundrel. You had such audacity yesterday and even dared to strike someone? Do you realize that if I hadn't pleaded with the hospital, Zifan could have had someone ruin you?" Soon, Feng Rou approached with a very unfriendly attitude. "I'm not afraid," Yi Xiaoran replied before walking out. "Humph, you're just a stubborn rock in a cesspool. How could my daughter possibly fall for a coward like you?" Feng Rou coldly scoffed at Yi Xiaoran's back. Yi Xiaoran heard her words and paused, wanting to explode in anger but ultimately deciding against it. After leaving, he made his way to Yinhai Park. The morning air was refreshing, rich with vitality, perfect for cultivation. By afternoon, noticing the time, he got up to head to Jiang Ying's company. "Are you there yet?" As he arrived at the company building, he received a call from Jiang Ying. "I'm here. I'm in the underground parking lot, D03. Come find me." "Okay." After hanging up, Yi Xiaoran made his way to the underground parking lot. Jiang Ying drove a red Mazda. Although she was a contracted singer, her income was not substantial. "I've arranged a meeting with a boss to introduce you to a good job. When we get there, keep quiet," Jiang Ying instructed as they got into the car. Yi Xiaoran wanted to say that he only sought money, which was merely a number, and that there were countless ways to earn it. However, he didn't want to dampen Jiang Ying's spirits, so he nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the car stopped at a themed hotel. Remember my words. Speak little, preferably nothing at all, Jiang Ying reiterated as they exited the vehicle. After Yi Xiaoran nodded once more, the two entered the elevator. Inger, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, said a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a luxury watch as they reached the hotel. Thank you, Mr. Huang, you are too kind. Jiang Ying smiled. They soon settled into a cozy booth for two. Yi Xiaoran attempted to sit beside Jiang Ying, but she gently stopped him, saying, you can stand. With a resigned sigh, Yi Xiaoran stood to the side. Inger, this is your cousin, the one seeking a job, right? Huang Xingxiong glanced at Yi Xiaoran. Cousin? Yi Xiaoran was taken aback. Jiang Ying claimed him as her cousin? Was she too embarrassed to reveal he was her husband? Yes, he is my cousin. I hope Mr. Huang can arrange a job for him, preferably something easy with a higher salary, Jiang Ying stated. That is not difficult. I can place him in the public relations department with a monthly salary of 10,000. How does that sound? Huang Xingxiong replied. That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Jiang Ying nodded. Inger, I'm a fan of yours. There's a cocktail party tomorrow night. Why not join me? Huang Xingxiong suggested with a smile. I have other commitments. Jiang Ying politely declined. Huang Xingxiong's expression faltered. You can't spare me this small favor? I arranged a job for your cousin without hesitation. Jiang Ying then relented. All right, I will accompany Mr. Huang. Let us finalize this, and afterward, we can have dinner before heading over, Huang Xingxiong said with a grin. Though his gaze revealed an underlying desire, Yi Xiaoran discerned his ulterior motives immediately. Your cousin, is it? You can leave now. Do you think you look good standing there? Huang Xingxiong remarked disdainfully at Yi Xiaoran. I am. Xiaoran, just go ahead. I'll be back later. Yi Xiaoran was about to assert his identity as Jiang Ying's husband, but was interrupted by her, who communicated through her eyes for him to remain silent. I don't need this job. Let us go home. Yi Xiaoran looked at Jiang Ying. Don't need it? Xiaoran, do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for this job? Jiang Ying retorted angrily. Could you not be so ungrateful? Young man, your cousin is right. Our company is not an easy place to enter, even for those with a bachelor's degree. Young people should be pragmatic and seize opportunities. If not for your cousin, you wouldn't even qualify to meet me, Huang Xingxiong chimed in. I am not her cousin. I am her husband. Yi Xiaoran could no longer hold back and stated. In the next moment, Jiang Ying's expression shifted. Huang Xingxiong paused before looking at Jiang Ying. So he is your husband? I knew you were married. But I didn't expect your husband to be so incompetent. Inger, why not divorce him and be with me instead? Yi Xiaoran felt a surge of anger. Was this man flirting with his wife in front of him? You indulge in wine and women. Yet you are the one who is truly inept, Yi Xiaoran replied coldly. You, get lost. We wouldn't even hire you for cleaning toilets. Huang Xingxiong's face turned green with rage, having struck a nerve, as he indeed had issues in that regard. Yi Xiaoran, I told you not to speak. Jiang Ying complained. Let us go home. Yi Xiaoran stepped forward, taking hold of Jiang Ying's arm. You infuriate me. You achieve nothing and only create trouble. Jiang Ying said angrily, realizing their situation was futile, then turned to Huang Xingxiong. Mr. Huang, I'm sorry, but I must leave. Not a problem. Remember to come tomorrow night. There will be many other celebrities, Huang Xingxiong smiled. I will definitely come, Jiang Ying nodded. Once in the car, Yi Xiaoran couldn't help but ask, are you really going tomorrow? Jiang Ying furrowed her brow. What's wrong? I can tell he has ulterior motives towards you. Yi Xiaoran said. Yi Xiaoran. Jiang Ying was irritated again. Mr. Huang has a good reputation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have approached him. And this is not solely for your sake. I understand how it feels to have other men invite me to events. It can bruise your pride. However, your disparagement of others shows pettiness, Yi Xiaoran stated. A woman, especially a beautiful one, must remain cautious. You think I want to go? If it weren't for your matter, I wouldn't have agreed. Since I've made a commitment, I must honor it. Besides, it might be a stroke of luck. I heard Lin Xiyu will also attend. If I could get her to help me compose a song, that would be wonderful, Jiang Ying replied. Lin Xiyu? Yi Xiaoran paused. Her skills are adequate, but she still has room for improvement. Jiang Ying, nearly pressing the accelerator to the floor in frustration, glared at Yi Xiaoran. Yi Xiaoran, I've realized you have quite the talent for boasting. Lin Xiyu is a renowned beauty and music creator in Jiangxing, and you claim she is lacking? Don't tell me you know more about music than her? Oh. Yi Xiaoran chose not to respond further. In his view, she indeed had shortcomings. I'll say this again. One must be pragmatic and not boast without understanding. Otherwise, I will lose respect for you, Jiang Ying stated tersely. Understood. Yi Xiaoran replied softly. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He answered calmly. This is Lin Xiyu. Came the voice on the other end. Lin Xiyu? What can I do for you? Yi Xiaoran asked. I'd like to invite you for a drink. Are you free? Lin Xiyu asked eagerly. Sorry, I'm not available, Yi Xiaoran replied before hanging up. Don't tell me that was really Lin Xiyu, Jiang Ying's voice chimed in. Yi Xiaoran nodded. Yes, she invited me for a drink, but I declined. Yi Xiaoran. Enough with the boasting. Jiang Ying exclaimed. I was speaking the truth. Enough, let us hurry home. Jiang Ying thought it implausible that someone like Lin Xiyu would invite Yi Xiaoran out for drinks. Yi Xiaoran felt helpless. He was merely stating facts, yet Jiang Ying didn't believe him. Are all masters so aloof? Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Lin Xiyu stared blankly at her phone. Yi Xiaoran's number was one she acquired from Li Bingbing. She had assumed that with her beauty and fame, he would eagerly meet her, but Yi Xiaoran's indifference made her question her allure. In an opulent club, Huang Xingxiong extinguished a cigarette. Xiaohua, are the arrangements for tomorrow night complete? Yes, Mr. Huang. Everything is set to ensure you enjoy the company of beautiful women, Liao Xiaohua replied with a sly grin. Here's 100,000. Enjoy yourself, Huang Xingxiong said. Thank you, Mr. Huang. But why are you so fixated on a small star who is married? You wouldn't understand. There's a thrill in pursuing another man's woman. Besides, I've desired a pure woman like Jiang Ying for quite some time, Huang Xingxiong said, his visage growing increasingly lewd. As the car stopped outside the apartment complex, Jiang Ying and Yi Xiaoran ascended the stairs together. Jiang Nantian, why don't you just die? Spending 200,000 on this worthless painting? Upon entering, they heard Feng Rou's scolding. Jiang Ying's father had returned. He was an antique enthusiast who often splurged on purchases. Feng Rou, stop yelling. This is an authentic piece worth at least 500,000, Jiang Nantian defended. You always say that. How many times has it been true? Feng Rou retorted. Dad, you should be more careful. 200,000 is no small sum. What if you get swindled? Jiang Ying interjected. Jiang Ying entered the room, visibly displeased. It must be true, if you don't understand. It's better not to speak carelessly, she remarked. Jiang Nantian's expression was equally grim. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran approached, glanced at the painting, and declared, This painting is indeed a forgery. Enough. What do you know about antiques? Jiang Nantian retorted, his disdain unmistakable. You pathetic fool. Do you even understand calligraphy and paintings? Feng Rou shot a sharp look at Yi Xiaoran. Mom, spare him a few words, Jiang Ying interjected. Are you defending him? I said your father is foolish for buying such things, but I never claimed the painting was definitely fake. He immediately declared it a fake. Is he not making a fool of your father? Feng Rou continued. Yi Xiaoran, honestly, I already told you on the way here not to boast. I know your capabilities well enough, Feng Rou said, turning her gaze to him. This painting is undeniably fake, Yi Xiaoran insisted again, his demeanor earnest. All right, if you insist, then tell us, what exactly is fake about it? Jiang Nantian asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Well, just enough. Go back to your room. Do you really think you're an antique master? Jiang Ying said, unwilling to let Yi Xiaoran continue. I'll leave after I finish, Yi Xiaoran began. The seal alone reveals its forgery. It lacks authenticity. The knife marks have faded, and it possesses no aura of antiquity. After stating this, he turned and walked toward the inner room. Just a few steps in, he heard Jiang Nantian's mocking voice, truly pretentious, speaking as if he knows. I say, why bother with him? He.s. just a useless fool. Ignore his nonsense, Feng Rou remarked dismissively. Dad, Mom, please refrain from speaking so harshly. He is still your son-in-law. Jiang Ying pleaded. I refuse to have such a pathetic son-in-law. Let us find a day to expedite the divorce, Feng Rou responded curtly. I've already given him a month. We won't be divorcing for now. Besides, I have my own issues to reflect on during this month, Jiang Ying stated before also retreating into the room. Yi Xiaoran felt a pang of bitterness. His family did not believe in him and held him in contempt. What's wrong? Feeling stifled? Jiang Ying returned to the room and said, to earn others' respect, it's not about pretending to understand. Instead, you must earnestly strive to better yourself. Understood, was all Yi Xiaoran could muster, nodding in agreement. Wait for me downstairs after work tomorrow. We'll attend the gala together. Oh, Yi Xiaoran nodded. Didn't you say you didn't want me appearing in public with you? I'm taking you out to broaden your horizons, Jiang Ying shot back. Besides, didn't you mention Huang Xingxiong has ill intentions towards me? It's perfect for you to accompany me. But I warn you, speak less and refrain from boasting. I've noticed your recent pretentiousness. If anyone asks what you do, simply say you're a freelancer. Yi Xiaoran nodded. Chapter 005. Underappreciated. Jiang Ying arrived at work early. Yi Xiaoran, upon waking, found himself again at the receiving end of Feng Rou's sharp tongue, so he decided to retreat to Yinhai Park. The park was refreshing, and Yi Xiaoran sat cross-legged, practicing the Liuha Kaiyang Gong, a technique passed down by his master, Lin Beicheng, one of the top methods in the spiritual realm. Lost in thought about his brutally slain master, Yi Ran resolved that one day, he would exact vengeance in the spiritual realm. As spiritual energy gathered around him, within an hour, he reached the second level of Qi refinement. He was astonished by such rapid progress. Even with prior knowledge, he never expected to advance so swiftly. Suddenly, Yi Ran noticed a strand of sword energy within his dantian, faint but unmistakable. Could it be that broken sword? He recalled how, in the spiritual realm, he was besieged due to his master inadvertently acquiring the broken sword during an ancient relic exploration. He attempted to engage that sword energy. In an instant, his complexion turned pale, and he spat blood. Such dominance. Yi Ran was taken aback, yet excitement surged within him. The Tian Dao sword classic encapsulated the myriad paths of the world, focusing solely on the sword path, transcending all. It contained a rare cultivation method. He promptly began his training and soon discovered that after refining the spiritual energy, he had acquired a new sharpness. Yi Ran felt the immense power within him. Exhilarated as he continued his practice. Several hours later, his attire fluttered, his aura fierce. A surge of sword energy opened up his 3 meridians and 7 chakras, sharpening his senses and invigorating his body. The Tian Dao sword classic was indeed formidable. With just a bit of practice, he had unlocked the 3 meridians and 7 chakras, completing a crucial step in Qi refinement. In earthly terms, having the 3 meridians and 7 chakras open equated to reaching the innate master realm, capable of harming with a mere leaf or blossom. At 5 in the evening, Yi Ran hailed a taxi and arrived at Jiang Ying's company. He intended to call her, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he decided to enter the building. "Hello, is Jiang Ying still in the office?" He inquired softly at the reception. "Are you looking for Jiang Jia? Which fan are you?" The receptionist initially smiled, but her demeanor turned cold upon seeing Yi Ran's attire. "I'm not her fan. I'm her husband," Yi Ran replied. "You're her husband? Just you?" The receptionist was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "So you're Jiang Jie's husband," she nearly said useless husband, but held her tongue. "Yes, I am Jiang Ying's husband. Please let me know if she is still in," Yi Ran asked again. "She is. You can go find Jiang Jie yourself. She is in the reception room on the 6th floor." "Thank you." Yi Ran nodded and proceeded to the elevator. "Inger, you know my feelings for you all these years, Z-Fan. Please don't say such things anymore. I'm already married, Inger. He is just a useless fool. How can he be worthy of you? Divorce him and be with me. I promise you can become a superstar. Isn't that your lifelong dream? Z-Fan." "Let me think about it." Yi Ran reached the reception room door, unable to listen any longer, feeling increasingly frustrated. Just as he was about to push the door open, a woman approached and called out, "Who are you, sneaking around?" Yi Ran turned to see a woman. Around 25, clad in a white shirt, a fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels, a quintessential professional. "I'm Jiang Ying's husband. I'm here to see her," he replied. "Jiang Ying's husband?" Yu Yili reacted similarly to the receptionist, a mix of surprise and disdain. "Yi Ran, who allowed you to come to the company?" At that moment, Jiang Ying emerged, her expression darkening upon seeing him. "Jiang Ying, this is your husband? Quite impressive. Let us take a photo to share in the company group for everyone to see," Yu Yili suggested with a smirk, dripping with sarcasm. "Huh. So this is Jiang Ying's husband? Come on, everyone, take a look. He looks decent, but that air of poverty." Jiang Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling utterly humiliated, she snapped at Yi Ran. "How many times have I told you not to come to the company? You're embarrassing me." Yi Ran forced a smile. "You asked me to find you. I meant to have you look for me, not to come to the company. If you're not embarrassed, I am." Jiang Ying retorted. "Am I really that embarrassing to you? Then I'll leave." Yi Ran felt a pang of hurt. "How can you even show your face here? Do you know the impact this has on Inger? You're truly more of a hindrance than a help." At that moment, Wu Zifan scoffed disdainfully. "Shut your mouth." Yi Ran immediately shot a glare at Wu Zifan, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over him once again. "Yi Ran, what is your attitude? Don't think that just because I've been a bit nicer to you these past couple of days, you can become complacent. Leave the company at once," Jiang Ying said with irritation. "Fine, I shall take my leave," Yi Ran replied before turning to depart. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, all of them casting cold, mocking glances. "What a useless man. I'm truly enlightened today," one remarked. "I can't fathom why Jiang Ying would choose such a worthless person. Wu Gongzi and Jiang Ying are clearly a match made in heaven," another chimed in. Yi Ran listened, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Even if he confronted them, it would only serve to embarrass Jiang Ying further. Disappointment filled him, for Jiang Ying still looked down upon him. In her eyes, His presence in the company was nothing short of a disgrace. Inger, let us attend the gala together. Rest assured, with me by your side. No one will dare to harm you, Wu Zifan said gently after Yi Xiaoran left. Yes, thank you, Zifan, Jiang Ying replied gratefully. Sister Ying, now that's a real man. Wu Gongzi is your true knight in shining armor. Indeed, indeed, others quickly echoed, revealing Wu Zifan's popularity among them. Only Yu Yali maintained her composure. Her expression somewhat sour, for she harbored feelings for Wu Zifan and viewed Jiang Ying as her rival in the company. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Xiaoran? Just as Yi Xiaoran reached the underground parking lot, he received a call from an unfamiliar voice, clearly from a foreigner. This is Yi Xiaoran. May I ask who is calling? He inquired. Good day, Mr. Yi. I am John, Mr. Smith's assistant. There is a music gala tonight, and Mr. Smith would like to invite you to join us. May I know if you are available? Is it the gala at Yunhai Hotel? Yi Xiaoran asked, already aware that Jiang Ying intended to attend the gala there. Despite Jiang Ying's cold demeanor, he thought about the possibility of her facing harassment and decided he would go, even if it meant quietly protecting her from the shadows. Yes, it is indeed at Yunhai Hotel. Very well, I shall be there. Excellent. I will send you the electronic invitation, and we look forward to your presence, Mr. Yi. After the call ended, Yi Xiaoran received a multimedia message containing the invitation with a QR code. He had heard Jiang Ying mention Smith several times, an internationally renowned music composer with immense fame, known for his elusive works. The reason for the invitation became clear to Yi Xiaoran. He must have been heard playing at the coffee shop. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Yunhai Hotel, cars were lined up, including Ferraris, Porsches, and BMWs. Just as a taxi was about to stop, a Ferrari cut in Wu Zifan's vehicle. How laughable. Can you believe someone actually took a taxi to this gala? Wu Zifan scoffed, and upon recognizing Yi Xiaoran's face, he laughed derisively. So you're here too? How shameless can you be? Do you want Jiang Ying to be embarrassed because of you? Zifan, please refrain from such remarks, Jiang Ying said, her expression darkening. Though she had been furious at work, Wu Zifan's words stung her now, as Yi Xiaoran was still her husband. I apologize, I couldn't help myself. But I do speak the truth, Wu Zifan replied. Xiaoran, you should leave. With Zifan here, there is no need for you, Jiang Ying said, looking at Yi Xiaoran. Wu Zifan's heart swelled with joy at her words, while Yi Xiaoran felt a deep discomfort. Yi Xiaoran had initially wanted to assert, I am your husband. I can protect you, but decided against it. He realized that even if he said it now, it would be futile. It would be better to prove himself through actions. I can enter on my own, he finally stated. Enter? Don't make me laugh. Do you think this gala is a marketplace where anyone can stroll in? Wu Zifan retorted with a smirk. What if I can? Yi Xiaoran countered. If you can, I shall call you grandfather. Wu Zifan scoffed. Very well. I hope you will keep your word, Yi Xiaoran said with a huff. Zifan, please wait for me ahead. I will join you shortly, Jiang Ying said softly, glancing at Wu Zifan. All right, he nodded. Inger, hurry and send him away. If others see him, it will be quite embarrassing. After saying this, Wu Zifan shot another disdainful look at Yi Xiaoran before walking ahead. I apologize for my behavior at the company. Yi Xiaoran was taken aback when Jiang Ying unexpectedly apologized to him. It's all right, he replied with a gentle smile. After all, I brought you trouble. That is not what I meant. I meant what you heard. I shouldn't have said that. After all, I am still your wife. Regardless of what happens in the future, it was wrong of me to say that, Jiang Ying admitted, her expression tinged with shame. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran felt considerably better. Thank you, he replied, sensing that Jiang Ying still cared for his feelings. All right, you should go back now, Jiang Ying said after a moment. Actually, I was invited to the gala. I just thought I would accompany you. I hope you don't mind, Yi Xiaoran smiled. You're not joking, are you? Jiang Ying asked, scrutinizing his confident demeanor. I assure you, it's no jest, Yi Xiaoran affirmed. Xiaoran, you must understand that if you cannot get in, Wu Zifan will undoubtedly mock you. I will definitely gain entry. Very well, let us proceed together. Agreed. At the gala, speak little, after all. Yu Yali has already spread her tales, so I'm indifferent now. I just hope you can stand your ground. Yu Yali is your rival, correct? Indeed. Her mother is the vice president of the company and constantly undermines me. When you went to the company today, she seized the opportunity to attack. Understood. Yi Xiaoran gazed at Jiang Ying, his eyes sparkling like the night sky. At that moment, he chose not to say much. He took Jiang Ying's hand, and she instinctively tried to pull away. I am your husband, he said firmly. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Ying allowed Yi Xiaoran to hold her hand as they walked towards the entrance. What a little waste, Wu Zifan observed, his eyes flashing with resentment. Yi Xiaoran, how brazen can you be? Do you even think you can get in? After Yi Xiaoran walked in, Wu Zifan remarked sarcastically. Scan this for me. Yusharan ignored Wu Zifan and instead pulled out his phone to reveal the invitation. The staff nodded politely and began to scan it. As the confirmation sound chimed, their demeanor shifted to one of increasing respect. Welcome, esteemed guest. In that moment, not only was Wu Zifan taken aback, but Jiang Ying also looked on with curiosity, wondering how Yusharan had procured the invitation. She began to believe him. There truly was someone who had invited him to the gala. Could it possibly be Lin Shiyu? Wu Gongzi, I'm in. Are you going to call me grandfather now? Yusharan turned to Wu Zifan, letting out a cold huff. Wu Zifan felt as though he had been slapped harshly. With his pride on the line, he could only say, fine, you're in now, but remember, don't embarrass her. Jiang Ying stood by, noting that Wu Zifan was tempering his words, not wanting to lose face in front of her. The gala was held on the 8th floor, and as they ascended in the elevator, many guests had already arrived. Women donned alluring dresses, most in formal attire, while men exuded charm and sophistication, many being celebrities from Jiang City. Jiang Ying, you really brought your useless husband along. Don't you see the kind of occasion this is? As Jiang Ying and Yusharan stepped into the crowd, Yuyali, clad in a red gown and holding a wine glass, approached them, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yuyali, this gathering is not hosted by you. Why should it concern you who I bring along? Jiang Ying coldly scoffed. It may not concern me, but do not forget that you represent the company. Bringing such lowly individuals here tarnishes our reputation. Yuyali retorted with a dismissive scoff. At that moment, Wu Zifan interjected with a smile. Yali, one cannot speak in such a manner. Although he may lack capabilities, it is merely a gathering for food and drink. No one will pay him any mind. Yusharan, we shall mingle with Inger. You find yourself a place to eat and drink at your leisure. Do not hesitate. Wu Zifan then turned his gaze to Yusharan. I Jiang Ying, today Lin Shiyu is present, and even Mr. Smith has arrived. Many wish to meet them. Surely you do not wish to squander this opportunity? Jiang Ying was about to speak when Wu Zifan interrupted her. Well then, let us proceed. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ying nodded, evidently tempted by the prospect. Sharan, the buffet is over there. Go ahead, and I will join you once I am finished. Jiang Ying expressed with a hint of apology. It's fine, you go ahead. Yusharan was unfazed by the situation. He accompanied her primarily to ensure Jiang Ying's safety. Otherwise, he would not waste his time attending such a tedious gathering. Zifan, why are you taking Jiang Ying along when you were supposed to be with me? Yali's displeasure was evident as she glared at Jiang Ying with resentment. Yali, Inger is my good friend. I had arranged to meet Mr. Smith today and intended to bring both of you along, Wu Zifan replied. Yali's expression became agitated. Zifan, what is so special about Jiang Ying? She is already married. Do you still harbor feelings for her? Do you actually fancy a worn-out shoe or a useless one? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying's face turned pale with anger. Yali, watch your words. Yusharan, feeling uncomfortable, stepped forward and slapped Yali across the face. Mind your tongue. Yali was momentarily stunned before her face twisted with resentment and rage. You worthless fool dare to strike me. Jiang Ying, is this your man? He actually had the audacity to hit me. I will ensure he pays for this. Yali screamed. Yusharan, you have some nerve to hit someone here. Wu Zifan chimed in, his tone rising. Sharan, can you not remain composed? You've stirred up trouble again. Jiang Ying shot a reproachful glance at Yusharan. I am quite composed. She deserved to be hit. Yusharan replied coldly. Security, seize him and give him a good beating. Yali, brimming with anger, shouted towards the nearby security personnel. Zifan, let it go. I will apologize to her. Jiang Ying pleaded on Yusharan's behalf. Wu Zifan responded. Inger, this puts me in a difficult position. This Yusharan has shown himself to be a brute, lacking any sense of decorum, and you still plead for him? Such a worthless man would be better off dead. I do not require your intercession, Yusharan replied in a low tone. Indeed, if he had to rely on his woman to plead for him after striking someone, he would no longer be Yusharan. Yusharan, cease your insolence. If you continue to speak, I will no longer concern myself with you. Jiang Ying's temper flared. Inger, you should not be concerned with him. What use is such a man, who only brings you trouble? Wu Zifan scoffed. Look, that is Jiang Ying's husband. How pathetic. Indeed. It was puzzling why Jiang Ying would choose such a worthless husband and bring him to such an occasion. That worthless man even dared to strike Yali. Given her temperament, she would certainly not let this slide. The situation became quite amusing. Yali had feelings for Wu Zifan. While Wu Zifan was infatuated with the married Jiang Ying, such a useless man, Jiang Ying would inevitably divorce him. It was no wonder Wu Zifan held such thoughts. However, truth be told, Wu Zifan and Jiang Ying were genuinely suited for one another at this moment. A crowd gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama, leaving Jiang Ying feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Yali, what will it take for this to be resolved? Jiang Ying asked with a tense expression. Resolved? How about you slap me in return? Yu Yali coldly replied, then suddenly raised her hand and struck Jiang Ying across the face. There, now it's settled. Yu Jiang covered her face, her anger palpable. This is all your fault, Yi Xiaoran. Do not follow me any longer. Jiang Ying shouted tearfully before running off. Useless. Wu Zifan shot a cold glare at Yi Xiaoran before pursuing her. Zifan, wait for me. Yu Yali also chased after them. Yi Xiaoran stood frozen in place, guilt washing over him for Jiang Ying. Though she had shouted at him, it was a natural reaction. He bore her no ill will. Moreover, Jiang Ying had suffered an insult that was no less than his own. As a man, how could he dwell on such matters? After a moment, Yi Xiaoran decided to follow, albeit at a distance. Soon, he saw Jiang Ying and Wu Zifan enter a private room, presumably to meet with someone. However, they soon emerged, both wearing disappointed expressions. Inger, do not worry. I will speak with my father to set up a new song for you with Mr. Smith, Wu Zifan assured confidently. Clearly, they had gone to see Smith. Thank you, Jiang Ying replied softly, though her voice was barely audible, yet Yi Xiaoran heard her clearly. Lin Shiyu is also here, chatting with several music creators. We should join them, Wu Zifan suggested. All right, Zifan, thank you once again, Jiang Ying expressed her gratitude. Zifan, I will accompany you. Yu Yali chimed in. Yali, you need not follow. Didn't your mother seek you for something? Wu Zifan remarked with some annoyance. No, I wish to go. Yu Yali insisted, then turned to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, I did not realize you could act so well, playing the delicate woman before Zifan, attempting to leverage him for connections. You are truly despicable. I can assure you, even though your husband is worthless, he is still better than you, for you do not uphold your marital duties. You and Zifan exchanging glances. What do you think your husband feels? You are merely placing a green hat upon him. I have not. Jiang Ying hastily defended herself, deeply provoked by Yu Yali's words. Yali, that is enough. Do you wish for me to loathe you? Wu Zifan interjected sternly. Zifan, I genuinely like you. You and Jiang Ying are not meant to be. She is a married woman. Cannot you consider me instead? Yu Yali gazed intently at Wu Zifan. Wu Zifan scoffed. That spineless fool is unworthy of Inger. She will surely divorce him. I will not be divorcing Xiaoran anytime soon, Jiang Ying stated, her expression unexpectedly serious. Wu Zifan followed Jiang Ying, and at that moment, Yi Xiaoran's phone rang. Mr. Yi, have you arrived? Mr. Smith is awaiting you. I have arrived. All right, I will come to fetch you. Where are you? No need. I will come directly. After hanging up, Yi Xiaoran made his way to the private room, determined to do something for Jiang Ying. Who are you? Upon entering the room, he found 3 individuals inside, 2 men and 1 woman, the latter appearing to be around 50 years of age. I am Yi Xiaoran. Yi Xiaoran responded to the inquiry from the middle-aged foreign man on his left. Ah, it is Mr. Yi. Welcome, welcome. I am John. The middle-aged man stood up, exuding warmth. Mr. Yi, please have a seat. The cultured man in the center smiled at Yi Xiaoran. I am Smith. Yi Xiaoran returned the smile lightly, taking a seat across from Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, is this the musical genius you spoke of? The middle-aged woman regarded Yi Xiaoran with great curiosity. The woman, elegantly clad in a qipao, with her hair neatly styled, possessed a remarkable figure and exquisitely maintained skin, exuding an air of sophistication. Her demeanor suggested that she was a person of success. Smith chuckled softly, remarking, indeed, after listening to Mr. Ye's performance, I am filled with deep emotions. Hence, I invited Mr. Yi to make a friend. Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce you to General Manager Wang from Xingtu Investment Company, Smith continued. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wang Jingya. Here is my business card. You are quite young. I am curious as to what work has garnered Mr. Smith's esteem for you. Wang Jingya inquired with genuine curiosity. A mere casual creation, nothing of significance, Yi Xiaoran replied with a calm smile as he accepted the card. Ah, Mr. Yi. You are indeed modest, Wang Jingya remarked with a smile. Mr. Yi, I will be direct. May I purchase that piece? I am willing to offer 10 million. Smith's expression turned serious. Yi Xiaoran shook his head, causing Smith's demeanor to stiffen. John interjected, Mr. Yi, do you find 10 million insufficient? Not at all. Yi Xiaoran replied softly. I can gift you the piece. I have but one condition. What condition? Wang Jingya asked. I wish for the girl who just entered to achieve fame. Chapter 007. Why do you refuse me? As Yi Xiaoran exited, he searched for 2 minutes before spotting Jiang Ying standing amidst a cluster of 7 or 8 people, with Lin Siyu at the center, currently basking in admiration. Siyu, this is my friend Jiang Ying, Wu Zifan said softly, holding a highball glass. I have heard your song. Your voice is lovely, Lin Siyu said, looking at Jiang Ying with a gentle tone. Thank you, Jiang Ying replied with a smile. Shall we sit down for a drink? Wu Zifan suggested, also smiling. Thank you. But I have other plans, Lin Xiyu declined politely. Although she was familiar with Wu Zifan, they were not close yet. Merely acquaintances due to Wu's family's standing in the entertainment circle of Jiangqing. Miss Lin, would you assist me in composing a song? Jiang Ying summoned her courage to ask. I'm afraid I won't have time recently, Lin Xiyu declined gently. That's all right. I can wait until you are free, Jiang Ying insisted, unwilling to give up on the rare opportunity. I say, you second-rate singer, can you not see the obvious? Xiyu has already given you face by speaking to you. Do not waste our time. We must see Mr. Smith, Li Bingbing remarked brusquely. Bingbing. Lin Xiyu shot her a reproachful glance. Jiang Ying felt increasingly embarrassed. First rejected by Smith, now by Lin Xiyu, and insulted as well. Jiang Ying, do you see? Just because you have Zifan's assistance does not mean you will get your way. Ultimately, it is your lack of talent that holds you back. A second-rate star will forever remain a second-rate star, Yu Yali chimed in mockingly. I'll head back now. Jiang Ying mumbled, unable to bear the humiliation. As she turned, she bumped into Yi Shaoran. Startled, Jiang Ying quickly stepped back and, upon seeing Yi Shaoran, instinctively vented her frustration. Did I not tell you not to follow me? Whoever you are, quickly take your wife back. It is pathetic that you allow her to flirt with other men without saying a word, Yu Yali sneered. Do you wish for Lin Xiyu to help you compose a song? Yi Shaoran ignored Yu Yali and gently brushed away the tears from Jiang Ying's eyes with his finger. I don't need your concern. I am already embarrassed enough. Please, just go, Jiang Ying pleaded, nearly breaking down. I will help you. I will have Lin Xiyu compose a song for you, Yi Shaoran said earnestly. Haha, you really can put on a show. Who do you think you are? Just a useless fool. You think you can have Xiyu compose for you? Not even my standing can secure that, let alone yours. Truly ridiculous. Wu Zifan sneered derisively. His failure to impress Jiang Ying, the rejection from Smith, and now Lin Xiyu's dismissal left him humiliated. Hearing Yi Shaoran's words only fueled his anger. Jiang Ying, your husband is quite endearing. Endearing like a fool. You two truly are a match made in heaven. Yu Yali laughed. I told you. I don't need your interference. Can you stop boasting? I don't want to be laughed at anymore, Jiang Ying lamented. Trust me, Yi Shaoran said, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. With that, amidst the chorus of ridicule, Yi Shaoran approached Lin Xiyu, stating, assist Inger in composing a song. The terms are yours to set. Lin Xiyu, having noticed Yi Shaoran, asked, I invited you out. Why do you refuse me? Her words momentarily stunned Jiang Ying, who realized that Yi Shaoran and Lin Xiyu were indeed acquainted. Yi Shaoran was not boasting. Rather, she had underestimated him and failed to believe in his words. At that moment, Wu Zifan's expression soured in disbelief. How could this useless man know Lin Xiyu? I was with my wife, so I had no time. Yi Shaoran replied softly. You have a wife? Yes, my wife is Jiang Ying. Her? Lin Xiyu looked at Jiang Ying in astonishment. Indeed. Yi Shaoran replied with a calm smile. Yi Shaoran, your taste is commendable. I wondered why you would choose to be a stay-at-home husband. Turns out, she's a singer. No wonder. Li Bingbing remarked sarcastically. Is that a problem? Or does it concern you? Yi Shaoran responded indifferently. Lin Xiyu composed herself from her surprise and said, she is your wife. I can help her compose a song, though I haven't determined the conditions yet. Very well, whenever you decide. Feel free to come find me, Yi Shaoran replied, still putting on an act. Wu Zifan scoffed, then turned to Lin Xiyu. Xiyu, you aren't being deceived by this guy, are you? He is nothing but a spineless fool. Lin Xiyu shook her head. No, he is not. Miss Lin, once you have finished composing the new song, you may contact my wife directly, Yi Shaoran interjected, not wishing to prolong the conversation, as he took Jiang Ying and headed outside. Jiang Ying, in a daze, followed Yi Shaoran, realizing that she was not dreaming. Lin Xiyu had truly agreed. Yi Shaoran had not been boasting. Everything he said was genuine. Reflecting on the recent events, she recognized that she had underestimated Yi Shaoran from the very beginning. Despite any glimmers of brilliance he may have shown, she had extinguished them, harboring disbelief and mistrust. Suddenly, a group of rough-looking individuals in tank tops approached, encircling Jiang Ying and Yi Shaoran. Hello, beautiful. Care for a drink with us? They began to tease. Jiang Ying, frightened, leaned closer to Yi Shaoran. What do you want? One of the men with green hair leered. What do we want? Naturally, we are just a bit bored and looking for some fun. Hey, looks like she's a singer. We're in luck. Another thug chimed in. Shaoran. Jiang Ying looked at him in panic. Sweetheart, relying on this useless fool won't help. I could take him out with just one hand. Such a beautiful girl like you deserves better. Spend a night with me. And I assure you, you won't want this loser anymore. Bro, do you want to be kept as well? One of the thugs joked. Haha, I wouldn't mind being kept. After all, I'm quite good at my job. Get lost. Yi Shaoran stepped forward, shielding Jiang Ying behind him, and shouted angrily. Though internally, he was filled with a murderous intent, yet in this world, he could not afford to act so recklessly. You, a pathetic coward, dare to tell me to leave? With a disdainful smirk, the green-haired man was well aware of Yi Xiaoran's background. He merely regarded him as an inept son-in-law, a spineless coward, and thus felt no fear. Huh, you little brat, still dreaming of being a hero to save the damsel in distress? You should take a good look at yourself. Someone nearby chimed in. I'll say it again, leave. If you don't, you'll face the consequences. Yi Xiaoran's eyes had turned frigid. I see you're seeking death. Green hair exploded with rage, feeling humiliated by being yelled at by such a weakling. He swung a fist directly at Yi Xiaoran's face. Yi Xiaoran's gaze was icy as he retaliated instantly. For him, dealing with such feeble opponents was as simple as crushing an ant. Stop right there. At that moment, a booming voice interrupted, and Huang Xingxiong arrived with a group of people. Mr. Huang, what brings you here? Green hair immediately greeted him with respect. Su Hao, you've grown quite bold. Daring to act recklessly here? Do you not know that Miss Jiang is my friend? Huang Xingxiong approached, casting a cold glance at Su Hao. Mr. Huang, I truly didn't know she was your friend. If I had, even with 1,000 guts, I wouldn't have dared, Su Hao replied nervously. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Miss Jiang. Huang Xingxiong shot another icy look at Su Hao. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. It was my lack of discernment. Su Hao quickly bent at the waist to apologize, feigning fear and sincerity, but Yi Xiaoran could see through the act. Hurry and leave. Huang Xingxiong barked. Yes, yes. Su Hao nodded repeatedly, ready to take his leave. Just wait, you little brat. He couldn't resist throwing a cold threat at Yi Xiaoran before departing. Miss Jiang, are you all right? Huang Xingxiong politely inquired. I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Jiang Ying expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. It was a mere trifle, Huang Xingxiong smiled, but then turned his cold gaze on Yi Xiaoran. You truly are a coward. I can't fathom how Miss Jiang came to notice you. Before Yi Xiaoran could respond, Huang Xingxiong addressed Jiang Ying again. Miss Jiang, I actually came specifically to find you. Didn't we agree to meet with a few friends? Shall we go now? Jiang Ying hesitated, initially unwilling, but recalling Huang Xingxiong's earlier assistance, she felt inclined to agree. We should head back. Yi Xiaoran discerned Jiang Ying's intent to acquiesce and interjected, Mr. Huang, why should you make decisions for Miss Jiang? Huang Xingxiong's displeasure grew. We're leaving. He is not a good person. Yi Xiaoran retorted coldly, having recognized that this was a deliberate setup by Huang Xingxiong. The age-old trope of a hero saving a beauty was still effective, and foolish Jiang Ying was evidently deceived. Xiaoran, why do you say that about Mr. Huang? He saved us. Jiang Ying chimed in. Listen, you ungrateful fool. Not only do you fail to appreciate his kindness, but you also repay it with malice, Huang Xingxiong said coldly. Is that so? Yi Xiaoran replied icily. Your acting is commendable, but unfortunately, I'm not swayed by such theatrics. Let us go. He then took Jiang Ying's hand and walked out. You little brat. You've ruined everything. Huang Xingxiong's expression darkened. Yi Xiaoran, you've gone too far. Don't be so petty. Mr. Huang is a good person. Jiang Ying expressed her discontent shortly after. A good person? Yi Xiaoran chuckled bitterly. He chose not to explain further, knowing it would be futile. Chapter 008. The Despicable Woman. When Yi Xiaoran and Jiang Ying returned home, it was already past 10 in the evening. In the living room, an elder, Jiang Nantian, was warmly entertaining. Brother Wu, how long will you be staying in Jiangxing? Jiang Nantian asked softly while pouring a cup of tea. Nantian, I'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon. Time is tight, so I apologize for disturbing you so late. It's been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? Indeed, it has been 3 years in the blink of an eye. Nantian, you mentioned you bought a painting for 200,000. Could you show it to me? I was just about to mention that. It's rare for you to come, so I'd like your discerning eye to take a look. Jiang Nantian said as he went to fetch the painting. Upon his return, he spotted Yi Xiaoran, and his expression soured. Yi Xiaoran, come here, the esteemed expert is here. Let us see if my painting is real or fake. All right. Yi Xiaoran nodded and followed him. Nantian, is this your son-in-law? Wu Runxian asked, noticing Yi Xiaoran. Yes, he is, but I intend to have him divorce my daughter sooner or later. He is utterly useless, claiming my painting is a fake, Jiang Nantian replied, annoyed. Young man, do you understand art? Wu Runxian inquired with a fairly pleasant demeanor, appearing to be a cultured individual. Yi Xiaoran nodded. I understand a bit. Oh, how impressive. Are you implying you're more skilled than I am? I've studied antiques for 20 years. How old are you? Jiang Nantian shot back unkindly. All right. Why compete with the younger generation? Let me take a look, Wu Runxian interjected. He then laid the painting out, examining it with a magnifying glass for several minutes. Finally letting out a sigh that made Jiang Nantian tense up. This painting is indeed a fake. It's a remarkably close imitation, capable of deceiving the untrained eye. However, the seal is the major flaw. To an unknowledgeable person, this painting could easily be mistaken for authentic, but in truth, it's fake. The seal appears unnatural. The knife marks are absent, lacking the essence of stone and metal. Zhang Nantian was taken aback, as Wu Runxian's assessment was strikingly similar to Yi Xiaoran's. He truly bought a counterfeit painting. Jiang Ying glanced at Yi Xiaoran with curiosity. Could it be that he truly understood this field? Without a doubt. Their entire family had previously misunderstood Yi Xiaoran. While he might have seemed confused when declaring it was fake, his precise reasoning indicated he was anything but ignorant. Nantian, your son-in-law is no simpleton. He can discern that painting as a fake, nearly on par with my expertise. Wu Runxian chuckled. It seems you've misjudged him. Jiang Nantian's face darkened. He felt utterly humiliated. Dad, where's Mom? Jiang Ying asked, sensing the awkward atmosphere and changing the subject. Oh, your uncle's son-in-law seems to have been promoted and went to your uncle's house. An old friend is visiting, so I didn't go, Jiang Nantian replied. Yi Xiaoran entered the room, realizing that staying longer would only increase Jiang Nantian's discomfort. Xiaoran, I apologize on behalf of my father, Jiang Ying said as she entered the room shortly after. It's nothing, Yi Xiaoran smiled. After washing up, Yi Xiaoran still chose to sleep on the floor. Several times, Jiang Ying considered inviting him to the bed, but the words never left her lips. She understood that despite the surprises Yi Xiaoran had brought her in the past few days, the opinion she held of him over the past 3 years wouldn't change so easily. The next day, a sensation swept through the entertainment industry in Jiangqing, creating monumental waves. The internationally renowned music composer, a titan in his field, Smith, announced a collaboration with Jiangqing Star Path Company to create an album, seeking a vocal artist for the project. The doors of Star Path Company were nearly trampled as countless entertainment firms sought this opportunity, including those from other provinces and cities. However, almost all who attended failed to secure a deal. The Tianhou Entertainment Company, where Jiang Ying worked, convened an urgent meeting. General Manager Han Wen and Vice President Yu Shuang were present, underscoring the importance of the occasion. Almost all female artists from Tianhou Entertainment were in attendance, all stunning, ranging from glamorous women with voluminous curls to fresh-faced beauties. Han Wen addressed the assembly. I trust everyone understands how critical it is for us to secure this collaboration with Star Path Company. It could elevate our company to new heights, pushing out several competitors, and anyone who becomes the lead vocalist will undoubtedly achieve fame overnight. Mr. Han, many of us went for auditions this morning, but we didn't even get a chance to discuss collaboration. We didn't even see Mr. Wang's people. Indeed, General Han, Wang Jingya is truly exceptional, utterly dismissing our presence. It seems this time we have no chance. Han Wen furrowed his brow, stating, as long as Xingtou has not announced a collaboration with another company, we still have a chance. We must pursue every possible avenue to seize this opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shuang suggested, if we cannot meet Wang Jingya directly, we can approach those around her. She has a cousin named Wang Kai, who is reputed to be quite lecherous. This could be our entry point. Indeed, it seems you, General Yu, possess a keen intellect. Whoever can resolve this matter will be granted the role of lead singer. It all depends on your ability to navigate this situation, Han Wen remarked. He noted that such opportunities are exceedingly rare, and for the sake of one's career, sacrificing a little is no great matter. Would you not agree? The female singers present understood that the sacrifice in question would likely involve their own allure, perhaps even requiring intimate relations, and there was no guarantee of success. The lead singer position was contingent upon achieving success, and few were willing to undertake such a gamble. Hence, they remained silent. After a brief moment, Yu Yali stood, smiling, and turned to Jiang Ying. I believe Jiang Ying is quite suitable. She is married and must understand how to please a man. Yes, Jiang Ying is perfect. She is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and possesses experience. She should be able to handle Wang Kai effortlessly. Others nodded in agreement. I won't go. If you wish to, you may do so yourself. Jiang Ying's expression darkened upon hearing this. She had no desire to engage in such a humiliating endeavor. Moreover, Yu Yali's words were rather distasteful. Jiang Ying, I am doing this for your benefit. This is a rare opportunity, Yu Yali insisted with a feigned air of kindness. Jiang Ying, are you truly unwilling to contribute a little to the company? If so, perhaps you should consider resigning. Yu Shuang interjected, her demeanor turning serious. Jiang Ying, it does not necessarily require you to sacrifice anything. You could simply give it a try, Han Wen added. Jiang Ying remained reluctant. But the thought of losing her job was even less appealing. Thus, she finally conceded, I suppose I will give it a try. Well then, The responsibility now rests on your shoulders, Jiang Ying, Hanwen smiled. And if anyone else is interested, they may also give it a shot. All right, let us adjourn. After Hanwen departed, Yu Yali smirked. Jiang Ying, you must take this seriously. It concerns the company as well as your future. Ultimately, all men are the same. Once the lights are out, there is no difference. You, disgusting. Jiang Ying retorted angrily, storming out. Ha ha ha, that was hilarious. Yu Yali laughed heartily at Jiang Ying's departure. Yu Jia, what if she actually sleeps with Wang Kai and secures the contract? Someone queried. Yu Yali, whose mother was the vice president, was well aware that many in the company sought her favor. If she secures it, all the better. The lead singer will undoubtedly be me. I must thank Jiang Ying for that, don't you agree? Haha, indeed. Troubled? After work. Yusharan noticed the frown on Jiang Ying's face and inquired. Don't ask and don't bother me. I've told you. You cannot help, Jiang Ying snapped. Irritated by his words, Yishaoran, taken aback, refrained from further questioning. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ying made several phone calls, seeking connections and contacts, but each conversation ended in disappointment. Yishaoran soon grasped the nature of her troubles. The following morning, Jiang Ying arrived at work, visibly agitated. Yishaoran retrieved a business card from Wang Jingyao and made a call. Who is this? Wang Jingyao's voice came over the line. It's me, Yishaoran. After a few minutes, Yishaoran hung up. In truth, Xingtou had already decided to approach Jiang Ying for the lead singer role, and even without this call, they would have sought her out. However, whether or not to collaborate with Tianhou Entertainment was a separate matter. Yet, thanks to Yishaoran's call, Xingtou had decided to partner with Tianhou Entertainment. Not long after, Yishaoran noticed Jiang Ying's bag left at home. Swiftly taking it and heading out to deliver it to her. At around 9 a.m., at Tianhou Entertainment, Jiang Ying approached a stunning woman with voluminous curls. Han Han, will you accompany me? Sister Ying, I have other commitments. You go ahead. The woman, named Han Han, politely declined. This was already the fifth colleague Jiang Ying had approached. Disheartened and angry, Jiang Ying recognized that many of her once friendly colleagues had distanced themselves due to Yu Yali's influence. Ying, I'll accompany you. I know a few people over at Xingtou, Wu Zifan offered, approaching with a gentle smile. Zifan, thank you so much. Jiang Ying beamed. What is there to thank? We are good friends, Wu Zifan replied with a grin. Let us get ready and head out. Upon arriving at the office, Jiang Ying collected her belongings and descended with Wu Zifan, who drove them to Xingtou. Hello, is this Manager Su? Yes, this is Wu Zifan. I have a matter for which I need your assistance. Ying, it shouldn't be a problem, but securing the contract will require further discussion. Wu Zifan confidently stated after hanging up. Zifan, I cannot thank you enough. Jiang Ying felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, wishing Yishaoran could be as helpful. Upon arriving at the lobby, Jiang Ying was about to ask whom to find when a woman in professional attire approached. Are you Miss Jiang Ying? I am. Jiang Ying responded, a flutter of excitement in her chest. Please follow me. Following the receptionist, they took the elevator to the 12th floor, where they arrived at an office. Ms. Jiang, please have a seat. My name is Wang Jingjing. The contract is prepared. Please take a look, and if everything is satisfactory, kindly sign it, said a woman in her 30s, clad in a silk white shirt, her hair smooth and skin radiant. Jiang Ying stood there, somewhat dazed. Was it truly possible to sign the contract upon arrival? Ms. Jiang, do you have any questions? Wang Jingjing inquired, noticing Jiang Ying's hesitation. I would like to confirm, is this the contract for this project? Yes, indeed, it is the contract with your company. Ying, why are you still dawdling? Sign it quickly, Wu Zifan urged, equally surprised by the swift development. Jiang Ying felt exhilarated, realizing Wu Zifan's capabilities were indeed remarkable, and she was immensely grateful to him. As she emerged with the contract, Jiang Ying felt as if she were in a dream. Had she truly secured the contract so effortlessly? Zifan, thank you, she expressed sincerely, filled with emotion. Ying, I am equally delighted to assist you. My feelings for you have never wavered. Yishaoran is not worthy of you. Divorce him, and I will marry you, Wu Zifan boldly professed once more. Zifan, I appreciate your help, but could we refrain from discussing this topic? Jiang Ying replied softly. All right, I respect your wishes. Let me drive you back to the company, Wu Zifan smiled, sensing that their bond had grown closer through this experience. Sister Jiang, your husband has been waiting for you for quite some time. The receptionist informed her upon their return to the company lobby. Jiang Ying turned to see Shaoran seated on a nearby sofa. Shaoran, what brings you here? She asked, her spirits lifted by the successful contract. I came to bring you your bag, he replied. Thank you. If there is nothing else, you may head back, Jiang Ying said as she accepted her bag. Wait a moment, have you been to Xingtou Company? Yi Shaoran inquired. Yes, why? Jiang Ying replied, puzzled. I called a friend this morning who said he could assist you in securing the contract. Since you've already been there, you must have signed the contract, right? Yi Xiaoran remarked. Your friend? Helping me sign the contract? Jiang Ying was taken aback, her expression darkening. Heh, Yi Xiaoran, you truly have no shame. The contract has already been signed. Are you trying to curry favor with Inger after the fact? I've come to realize that you're not foolish at all. Rather, your schemes run quite deep. Let me clarify. I was the one who secured the contract for Inger, and you have no part in it. Wu Zifan looked at Yi Xiaoran with disdain. People like you are truly repulsive. Is it you who helped? Yi Xiaoran questioned. I am at a loss for words with you, Yi Xiaoran. Just when I had begun to change my opinion of you, you anger me once more. It was Zifan who accompanied me to the meeting. He has a friend at Xingta Company, which is how I successfully obtained the contract. Now you tell me this is your accomplishment? Can you expect me to believe you? Jiang Ying retorted, clearly disappointed. Yi Xiaoran found himself speechless. Realizing that regardless of his words, Jiang Ying would not be convinced. How absurd. With your capabilities, you believe you could even engage with a prominent company like Xingtu? You should take a good look in the mirror, Wu Zifan scoffed. Enough. You should head back. I still have work to do, Jiang Ying sighed, turning to leave. Yi Xiaoran, I offer you one last chance, $1 million to leave Inger. Should you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Here's my business card. Wu Zifan thrust a card into Yi Xiaoran's pocket, leaving in high spirits. Yi Xiaoran took out the card, sneered, and tore it into pieces. At Tianho Entertainment Company, in the conference room, a grim announcement was made. There is bad news. Xingtu is preparing to sign the contract. It appears Jiang Ying has made no progress at all. Perhaps we should just fire her, someone suggested. Indeed, if she contributes nothing, what use is she to the company? It seems her abilities are quite limited. Even if she had an encounter with Wang Kai, she wouldn't be able to secure this contract. As the discussion swirled within the meeting room, Jiang Ying opened the door. Apologies for my tardiness, she entered with a smile, exuding confidence as she took her seat. Jiang Ying, you really don't seem to care. Did you meet with Wang Kai last night? Yu Yali was the first to speak. I did not, Jiang Ying replied curtly. Without meeting Wang Kai or engaging with others, how can you expect any progress? A person like you should consider leaving the company sooner rather than later. You can't even handle such an important task. Yu Yali huffed. I suspect for you, sleeping with someone is the only way to achieve your goals. It's a pity I am not like you, Jiang Ying retorted coldly. Sharp-tongued, but the outcome is predetermined. You won't secure the contract, and you'll be dismissed, Yu Yali shot back. What if I do secure the contract? Jiang Ying shot a challenging glance at Yu Yali. You secure the contract? If you do, I'll serve you tea and call you Sister Ing. But if you fail, you'll be the one to leave the company, Yu Yali laughed. Anyone can make grand claims. Are you daring enough to wager? Mr. Han, I have secured the contract. I have signed it, and it's just awaiting the company's seal to take effect, Jiang Ying declared, pulling the contract from her bag and handing it to Han Wen. The attendees looked on in disbelief as Han Wen accepted the document with a hint of skepticism. Upon seeing the official seal of Xingtu, he gazed at Jiang Ying in astonishment. You really did secure it? The others gathered around, eager to inspect the contract. Unable to fathom that Jiang Ying could have accomplished such a feat among them, Yu Yali was the most incredulous. She had even contacted Wang Kai herself, but he had shown her little interest. Jiang Ying, did you print this contract yourself and forge the seal? I can't believe you would stoop to such levels. Yu Yali mocked. Even if negotiations fall through, there's no need for such foolish tactics. I suspect she's worried about being fired, which is why she resorted to this trick. Do you think we're all fools? Jiang Ying, do you take us for fools? Tell us, did you fabricate this contract? Vice President Yu Shuang shot a cold glance at Jiang Ying, skeptical of her ability to negotiate, especially since she had sought several models the previous night to assist her in discussions, but had failed to meet anyone. I do not consider you fools, nor am I an idiot. Only a fool would engage in such foolishness. The contract is legitimate. If you doubt it, feel free to call Xingtu and verify. Jiang Ying replied with a cold smile. Fine, I will call and expose you. Yu Yali huffed, dialing a number on speakerphone. Hello, Manager Wang. This is Yali. Why are you calling? Didn't you sign the contract with our company? Yu Yali's heart sank, her expression darkening as disbelief spread among the others. It's true. Yu Yali, don't forget the words you just spoke, Jiang Ying said, turning her gaze toward Yu Yali. Yu Yali's complexion soured. Jiang Ying, don't think I'm unaware of how you managed this. Zifan accompanied you this morning, didn't he? You're shameless, flirting with another man behind your husband's back. Why would Zifan help you with such a significant matter? Have you slept with him? I suspect you've indeed slept with young Master Wu. How shameless and promiscuous you are, bringing shame upon your husband. Certainly, for such a major issue, young Master Wu must have paid a hefty price, just relying on friendship, who would assist you without some repayment. This ploy is truly clever. Compared to that old man Wang Kai, young Master Wu is undoubtedly a better choice. You are slandering me. Jiang Ying seethed, her anger boiling over at their venomous words. As Yu Yali and the others continued their accusations, Han Wen raised his hand to silence them. He then turned to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, you are a true asset to our company, our lead vocalist. Mr. Han, I believe we should deliberate more carefully regarding the lead vocalist position, Yu Shuang interrupted. Indeed, we cannot act hastily in such a significant matter. However, Jiang Ying, I assure you, for your outstanding contribution, I will reward you with a bonus of 100,000. Han Wen smiled at Jiang Ying. At that moment, Jiang Ying felt a surge of discontent and anger. She had been promised that whoever secured the contract would be the lead vocalist, but now the terms had changed. Mr. Zhao, did you not state that whoever secures the contract would be the lead vocalist? Jiang Ying stated defiantly. This statement caused Han Wen's expression to stiffen, caught off guard as if he had been slapped. Jiang Ying, it is indeed commendable that you secured the contract, and you have been promised a bonus of 100,000. However, given the significance of this project, we will invest substantial resources in advertising and promotion. We must be prudent in selecting the lead vocalist. Do you understand? Yu Shuang interjected. All right, let us adjourn the meeting, Yu Yali added quickly. Jiang Ying, I truly must thank you. I never expected you would actually secure the contract, Yu Yali said with a sly smile as the company leaders departed. Despicable, Jiang Ying huffed, turning away in disdain. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can compete with me? Yu Yali laughed, watching Jiang Ying walk away. In the office of the general manager, Han Wen was visibly displeased. Yu Shuang, you are making me appear untrustworthy. Yu Shuang smiled and moved closer, sitting on Han Wen's lap while placing his hand on her leg clad in stockings. Brother Han, what qualifications does Jiang Ying possess to be the lead singer? My daughter is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Don't you think so? Han Wen's hand began to wander, his eyes gleaming with interest. Of course, she is suitable. But one must provide me with some emotional reassurance, right? What kind of reassurance do you desire, Brother Han? Naturally, it is to indulge in you. Chapter 010. The aggrieved Jiang Ying. Around 3 in the afternoon, Yu Shuang convened another meeting. I hereby announce on behalf of the company that in our collaboration with Xingta Company, Yu Ali will serve as the lead singer. Jiang Ying felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing this. Yu Zong, enough, do not speak. Your qualifications are lacking, your reputation is tarnished, and being married diminishes the company's image. However, your contributions are substantial, and you shall receive a week of paid leave to enjoy your bonus. Jiang Ying attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Yu Shuang. Everyone, please tidy up your current tasks. Some of you have work to attend to. Meeting adjourned. While Yu Shuang left, the others in the conference room remained. Sisterly, congratulations. You're on the verge of stardom. Sisterly, once you become famous, don't forget about your sisters. They all began to flatter Yu Ali. Jiang Ying, do you think securing the contract makes you the lead singer? Do you believe you can compete with me? Yu Ali mocked. Yu Ali, you despicable person, you only rely on your mother. Jiang Ying shouted in frustration, feeling utterly oppressed. So what? Do you have a mother like mine? This is society. The company has chosen me as the lead singer. If you have objections, you may resign. Yu Ali sneered. Ah! Jiang Ying yelled in frustration, tears streaming down her face as she fled outside. Haha, serves you right for trying to steal my man, shameless harlot. Yu Ali laughed heartily. Upon returning home, Jiang Ying's anger and frustration remained unabated. Everything around her seemed intolerable, and she shattered several items in her path. Inger, what happened? Did that scoundrel Yi Shaoran bully you? Feng Rou exclaimed upon entering to find the chaos, instantly suspecting Yi Shaoran. No, I just needed to vent my anger. It has nothing to do with Shaoran. Jiang Ying managed to calm down a bit. What could warrant such a furious outburst? Jiang Nantian entered and inquired. Dad, I feel so wrong. Jiang Ying recounted the events. Feng Rou and Jiang Nantian were instantly furious. This is utterly despicable. Tomorrow, I shall confront your company. A boss who speaks nonsense. Feng Rou's face turned red with anger. What good will that do? The security will just throw you out, Jiang Nantian remarked. Is it to be brushed aside? This is infuriating. Anyone would feel oppressed in such a situation. Feng Rou retorted. But what can we do? Yu Ali's mother is the vice president. I cannot contend with her. Jiang Ying's words were devoid of strength. At that moment, Yi Shaoran emerged from another room and spoke to Jiang Ying. Rest assured, aside from you, no one else can be the lead singer. Seeing Yi Shaoran, Feng Rou's anger intensified. Look at you, acting so impressive. The contract was secured with help from Z-Fan. If he said it, I might believe it. But coming from you, it just makes me want to laugh. Go to your room. You needn't involve yourself in this matter. Jiang Ying glanced at Yi Shaoran, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as she witnessed her mother's sarcastic remarks directed at him. Mom, Dad, you both should rest. I will handle this. If it comes to it, I will resign. I cannot tolerate this insult, Jiang Ying declared. All right, letting her calm down, Jiang Nantian said, pulling Fong Ro back inside. Believe it or not, I speak the truth. No one else can take the lead singer role, but you. Yi Shaoran reassured Jiang Ying as she returned to her room. Shaoran, you should really curb your tendency to boast. Rest assured, you need not perform for me. For now, I have no intention of divorcing you. Jiang Ying sighed. All right. I am tired. Let us rest early. When Yi Shaoran attempted to speak again, Jiang Ying interrupted him and lay down, occasionally stifling sobs. Yi Shaoran sensed Jiang Ying's distress and understood her deep investment in her job. She did not genuinely wish to resign. He thought to himself, do not worry. With me here, what belongs to you cannot be taken away. What I provide for you is secure. Taking out his phone, Yi Shaoran sent a message. The following morning, Jiang Ying did not go to work. When Yi Shaoran woke up, he discovered that Jiang Ying had caught a cold and was feeling downcast. Inger, do not worry. Yu Shuang will contact you soon. You will reclaim your dignity. Despite his reluctance to speak, he offered her some words of comfort. Oh, yet. Jiang Ying merely responded weakly, seemingly unconvinced or indifferent. As Yu Shuang arrived at work, she drove the company's Mercedes-Benz E-Class to Xingtu Company to discuss the collaboration further. Manager Wang, you are truly remarkable, achieving such success at a young age to be the head of the project department. Yu Shuang smiled upon seeing Wang Jingjing. Yu Zong is also quite beautiful, Wang Jingjing replied with a smile. You must be here to discuss the collaboration? I regret to inform you that our company has decided to cancel the contract. What? The contract is cancelled? Yu Shuang was taken aback. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts before inquiring, why? Because we specified in the contract that Ms. Jiang Ying would be the lead singer, the star of this project. I learned that you have changed the lead singer, and I wonder if you have thoroughly reviewed the contract. If it is not Ms. Jiang Ying, the contract will naturally be voided, Wang Jingjing explained. Yu Shuang was genuinely perplexed as to why Jiang Ying was deemed essential as the lead singer. Manager Wang. Our company has many capable individuals far surpassing Jiang Ying, and furthermore, she is a married woman, which does not benefit our promotional efforts, Yu Shuang argued. That I cannot comment on. It is a decision from higher up, Wang Jingjing stated. After leaving Xingtu, Yu Shuang sat in her car, lost in thought, wondering what to do. Should she go and beg Jiang Ying to return? Upon reaching the office, Han Wen approached her. Yu Shuang, how did the discussion go? Yu Shuang hesitated. Xingtu. They said they want to cancel the contract. What? Han Wen exclaimed in shock. Wasn't the contract already signed? You were supposed to discuss the details of the collaboration. Did you offend them with your temperament? No, it is that Xingtu insists on Jiang Ying as the lead singer. Yu Shuang clarified. Han Wen smacked his thigh in realization. I was foolish. Jiang Ying secured the contract so easily. There must be some trickery involved. This is her revenge. You've caused me great trouble. Yu Shuang, I must stress that this matter is of utmost importance to me. If you cannot resolve it, you and your daughter may leave. President Han, how can you say that? I spent the night with me. So what? Enough. Find a way to fix this. I do not want to escalate the situation. With that, Han Wen exited, leaving Yu Shuang's face flushed with a mix of emotions. Soon after, she sought out her daughter. Yu Ali, Jiang Ying, that wretched woman, undoubtedly had an affair with Wang Kai. Wang Jingjing is Wang Kai's daughter, and she must have listened to her father. Upon learning this, Yu Ali, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, I never expected Jiang Ying to go this far. At this moment, the details no longer mattered. If the contract were truly terminated, both of us would face dismissal. Yu Shuang maintained a serious demeanor. There is no other option. We must appoint Jiang Ying as the lead singer. Please call her and ask her to return to work. Reluctantly, Yu Ali dialed Jiang Ying's number. At that moment, Jiang Ying lay in bed, having just taken cold medicine. When the phone rang, she had no intention of answering it. Yi Shaoran approached. Noticing the caller ID displayed Yu Ali's name, and quickly deduced the reason for the call. Yu Ali is calling. I'll answer it for you, he said to Jiang Ying. Pressing the answer button and activating the speakerphone, Jiang Ying, still reclining on her bed, remarked, what is the point of answering? She's just going to mock me. Jiang Ying, please come to the company. We have an urgent meeting. Yu Ali's voice echoed through the phone. My wife has a cold and cannot attend. Moreover, she has decided to resign, so please refrain from calling again. Yi Shaoran interjected, abruptly ending the call. Yi Shaoran, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I was resigning? Jiang Ying sprang from her bed, glaring at him in fury. Can you refrain from making decisions for me? It's quite irritating. You know? Don't be hasty. It's not a real resignation, Yi Shaoran replied. What do you mean? Jiang Ying inquired. Normally, Yu Ali wouldn't call you. She would prefer you to rest at home. The fact that she is calling now, ostensibly to discuss a meeting, is simply a pretext to lure you back to help negotiate with Xingtu Company, Yi Xiaoran explained. Begging me? Why would they beg me? Jiang Ying questioned, perplexed. You'll find out soon enough. For now, just focus on resting. There are others who are more anxious than you, Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Just then, Jiang Ying's phone rang again, still Yuali. Yi Xiaoran smiled and said to Jiang Ying, see, it's happening again. I'll answer it, Jiang Ying said, reaching for her phone. No need to pick up. You've been provoked by them enough. You owe it to yourself to give them a taste of their own medicine, Yi Xiaoran insisted. Rejecting the call. I didn't expect you to be so devious, but is it truly about Xingtu? Didn't we already sign the contract? Why are they still reaching out to me? As Jiang Ying spoke, a text message arrived from Yuali. Take a look, Yi Xiaoran said, handing his phone to Jiang Ying. She quickly opened the message, which read, Jiang Ying, the company has decided to make you the lead singer. Hurry back. We have important matters to discuss. Jiang Ying broke into a smile and texted back, I quit. She could almost envision Yuali's furious reaction on the other end, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 011. Silly woman, not in a hurry anymore? Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Not at all. I intend to rest at home until I no longer wish to, Jiang Ying replied with a grin. Yi Xiaoran. I never realized you had such a strong sense of revenge. I've picked up your bad habits. Not really, Yi Xiaoran said. But Xiaoran, how did you know, and why are you so certain? Jiang Ying asked. Did I not mention that I have a friend at Xingtu? This morning, Yu Shuang went to Xingtu, and since you aren't the lead singer, they are facing difficulties. Xingtu is considering terminating the contract, Yi Xiaoran explained. You truly have such a friend? But compared to Zifen's friends, he must be lacking. It's likely Zifen found out and had his friend do this on purpose. Jiang Ying remarked. I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier, she added, recalling her previous words at the company. Yi Xiaoran merely smiled, saying it was no problem, but inwardly thought. Silly woman, the one supporting you from behind is me. Meanwhile, Yuali, infuriated, smashed her phone against the wall, shouting, that shameless woman. Is it just because she slept with someone else that she acts so arrogantly? What did she say? Yu Shuang inquired. She said she quit. Yuali gritted her teeth. That wretched woman is doing this on purpose. Yu Shuang scoffed. I didn't realize she was so cunning. It seems you will have to personally invite her back. Be straightforward, endure a bit of humiliation, and then we can figure out how to deal with her later. Understood, Yuali replied. Upon arriving at Jiang Ying's neighborhood, Yuali looked around disdainfully. What a wretched place for a miser, she thought. She entered the elevator and, after locating the door number, knocked. The door was opened by Fong Rou, who, upon seeing Yuali, immediately darkened her expression. What do you want? You are not welcome here. Please leave. Yuali, and used to such treatment, felt a surge of anger but forced a smile. Auntie, I'm here to see Jiang Ying. It's very important. Not welcome. Fong Rou attempted to shut the door. Enough. Let her in, Jiang Nantian interjected. Yuali entered and soon spotted Yi Xiaoran. Remembering how he had dared to hang up on her and the humiliation she had endured, she erupted. Yi Xiaoran, did you hang up on me? Indeed I did. Yi Xiaoran nodded. You worthless good-for-nothing. What right do you have to hang up on me? Yuali bellowed, raising her hand to slap him. You little vixen. How dare you strike my son-in-law? Fong Rou rushed forward, grabbing Yuali's hair. To everyone's surprise, Fong Rou, who had always looked down on Yi Xiaoran, was now defending him. Let go of me, old hag. Yuali yelled, nearly in tears from the pain. Enough. At your age, how can you act like this? Jiang Nantian said, unable to maintain his dignity. You come here to cause a scene, thinking you're someone important? Bullying my daughter, and then attempting to hit my son-in-law? Fong Rou released her grip, glaring at Yuali. And you, what a disgrace. To be beaten by a woman and not retaliate? If you're going to let women hit you, you might as well die. Fong Rou shot a disapproving glance at Yi Xiaoran. Well, what could Yi Xiaoran say? He could only remain silent. Since they were here to plead, they needed to adopt a humble attitude. Otherwise, they might as well leave. Yi Xiaoran then turned to Yuali. I'm looking for Jiang Ying. This has nothing to do with you, so kindly step aside. Yuali shouted. If that's your attitude, then you can leave. My wife will not see you. Yuali was so infuriated that she was left speechless, feeling as if a stone were lodged in her throat. An upstart son-in-law, a mere servant, dared to speak to her in such a manner. Fine. I know you're doing this on purpose. Call Jiang Ying out. I've come to apologize and ask her to return as the lead singer. Is that acceptable? Remembering her mother's instructions before leaving, Yuali swallowed her pride and spoke. Now you're getting it, Yi Xiaoran said with a smile. What are you so pleased about? This is a matter between Jiang Ying and me. It has nothing to do with you. And let me tell you, do you know how Jiang Ying secured this contract? She slept with 2 men. Do you understand? You've been cuckolded, and here you are defending your wife. Yuali exploded. Shut your mouth. Yi Shaoran snapped. He knew better than anyone why Xing Tu signed a contract with Jiang Ying, and it was all orchestrated by him. This is an affront to Jiang Ying's character, a vile slander, and an emotional outpouring of Yu Yali's pin-up resentment. It is highly likely that this disgrace has circulated within Jiang Ying's company. Such a woman is utterly malicious. At this moment, Yi Shaoran truly wishes Jiang Ying would not return to the company. Even outside of it, she could still thrive. You possess a venomous tongue, do you not? Do you dare to provoke me further? Fong Rou was on the verge of erupting, pointing angrily at Yu Yali. It was then that Jiang Ying stepped forward and said, Yu Yali, come to me with sincerity, or I shall not return to the company. Very well, what do you wish from me? I concede, Yu Yali said through gritted teeth. First, apologize to my mother, then to Shaoran, and finally to me. You must also publicly declare that you have slandered me in front of the entire company. If you can do these, I shall return. I can apologize to you and your mother, but to this worthless man, I cannot. Yu Yali replied coldly. Then there is nothing to discuss. You may leave. Jiang Ying's expression hardened, and she turned to re-enter the room. Wait, I apologize. Yu Yali, feeling cornered despite her profound reluctance and humiliation, realized that if the company dismissed her, both she and her mother would be left with nothing. For years, they had depended on Hanwen to maintain their status. I am sorry, Aunt. I am sorry, Jiang Ying. She sequentially apologized to Fong Rou and Jiang Ying before finally directing her gaze at Yi Shaoran. Nearly spitting the words out, I am sorry. Without sincerity, it does not count, Yi Shaoran said with indifference. Yu Yali was nearly driven to the brink of fury. I am sorry, she managed to utter again, suppressing her rage as much as possible. Your tone is better, but it lacks heart. Once more, Yi Shaoran remained unfazed. Yu Yali's complexion oscillated between green and red, her desire to scratch Yi Shaoran's face palpable. After several seconds, she gradually calmed her emotions and, as sincerely as she could muster, uttered another I am sorry. Jiang Ying observed this and felt an immense sense of satisfaction and relief. All right, you may return. Once Inga recovers, she will resume work. Yi Shaoran nodded. What about Xing Tu? Yu Yali's once sharp demeanor had dulled. Rest assured. Since I have promised you, there will be no issue. We shall discuss it once Inga is well, Yi Shaoran replied. Good. As Yu Yali exited, her footsteps were heavy, and upon reaching the outside, she spat out a mouthful of blood, consumed by her fury. Jiang Ying, Yi Shaoran, I will ensure your destruction. Shaoran, you certainly provoked her, Jiang Ying said with a chuckle. She brought this upon herself. This has been mild. In my opinion, you need not return at all. As the lead singer, you could directly collaborate with Xing Tu without concern. However, you must be wary of Yu Yali's potential retaliation. Yi Shaoran reassured her. But with me by your side, no one shall harm you. Look at you, boasting again. Do you fancy yourself a deity? Jiang Ying laughed lightly. Now, you should seek employment. Idleness is hardly beneficial. Jiang Ying's tone turned serious. Very well, Yi Shaoran nodded. At noon, just as they were about to eat, the doorbell rang. Fong Rou went to answer it, soon greeting with enthusiasm, Ziffin, come in. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Aunt, I heard Inger was ill, so I came to check on her, Wu Ziffin said with a smile. Nothing serious, just a slight cold, Fong Rou replied. Yi Shaoran, go eat at the coffee table and give Ziffin your seat. Fong Rou commanded, looking at Yi Shaoran. Mom, I'm not hungry, I can give it up. Jiang Ying stood up. That is not acceptable. You are the patient, Fong Rou insisted, then turned to Yi Shaoran. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Yi Shaoran remained unmoved. It was out of the question for him to relinquish his seat to Wu Ziffin. Yi Shaoran, do you possess no manners? Inger is the patient, and the elders are present. If you do not yield your seat, who will? Wu Ziffin taunted, directing his gaze at Yi Shaoran. No one invited you here. What is your purpose? Yi Shaoran replied coldly. How petty. I came to check on Inger, and also to assure her that I have secured her position as the lead singer at Xing Tu. Otherwise, the contract will be voided, Wu Ziffin said. Ziffin, it truly is you. Thank you. Jiang Ying expressed her gratitude. Inger, did Yu Shaoran say it was his arrangement? Wu Ziffin queried. Then turned to Yi Shaoran. You truly are shameless. Ziffin, that is not fair. Shaoran indeed has a friend at Xing Tu. Jiang Ying quickly defended. His friend? Who could he possibly know? I am acquainted with managers. He is likely only familiar with a lowly clerk, gathering news to curry favor, Wu Ziffin sneered. Ziffin, he is merely a coward. Why dwell on him? Sit down and eat, Fong Rou interjected. Enough. Who is your son-in-law, Yi Shaoran or Wu Ziffin? Jiang Nantian interjected, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. He turned to Wu Ziffin. What brings you here so frequently? My daughter is already married. Please refrain from harassing her. Since the last incident with the artwork, Jiang Nantian had developed a markedly better opinion of Yi Shaoran. A mother should not side with others to insult her son-in-law. Regardless of Yi Xiaoran's shortcomings, Feng Rou's behavior was inappropriate. Wu Zifan was caught off guard, his expression darkening. Dad, how could you say that? Zifan and I are merely good friends, Jiang Ying interjected. Good friends? Is there such a thing between men and women? Even if there were, he is not that type. He promised your mother 5 million as a dowry to facilitate your divorce from Xiaoran. Does that sound like friendship? Jiang Nantian retorted. Jiang Ying fell silent, realizing the truth in her father's words. And you, Yi Xiaoran, if I were you, I would have thrown him out with my fists. How can you remain indifferent while your wife is being pursued? Jiang Nantian glared at Yi Xiaoran. Yi Xiaoran contemplated it. However, if he were to fight, would Jiang Ying and Feng Rou let him off? Nevertheless, Jiang Nantian's attitude brought him great joy. Wu Zifan's face turned sour, and he declared, since Inger is fine, I shall take my leave. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Feng Rou snapped after Wu Zifan departed. I merely wanted to inform you that Xiaoran and I are married. As a mother, you should not be scheming to use another man's dowry to separate your daughter from her husband. Do you think that is right? Jiang Nantian stated firmly. I never intended to seize any dowry. Feng Rou's voice trailed off, realizing her fault. Enough. You know the truth in your heart. Let me tell you. This household is still under my authority. Without my consent, do not even think about their divorce, unless I am dead, Jiang Nantian declared, throwing down his chopsticks as he exited the room. Now, are you pleased? Feng Rou shot a discontented glance at Yi Xiaoran before storming off. Xiaoran, my father is right. I was careless. Do not worry. I will maintain my distance from Wu Zifan in the future, but he genuinely helped me this time, and I must express my gratitude. Jiang Ying said to Yi Xiaoran, what if I told you that all of this was orchestrated by me? Would you believe it? Yi Xiaoran gazed intently into Jiang Ying's eyes. How could I trust you? Zifan accompanied me. Should I believe you solely based on your word? Jiang Ying replied. Fair point. Yi Xiaoran conceded. Afterward, the two individuals enjoyed their lunch. By the afternoon, Jiang Ying insisted on going to the company, and Yi Xiaoran did not dissuade her. Arriving at Yuhai Park, Yi Xiaoran resumed his training. During this time, he received a call from Jiang Ying, who reported that everything was going smoothly. Her happiness was palpable. It was a moment of triumph. Jiang Ying also informed Yi Xiaoran that she would return home a bit late due to a social engagement. Yi Xiaoran had initially planned to visit Jiang Ying, but upon arriving home, he was intercepted by Jiang Nantian. Xiaoran, your father is giving you face today, right? Well, all right, accompany me to the antique market tonight. I lost 200,000 at that shop. Aren't you going to help me? Okay, then we are on the same front from now on. Bishui Street, renowned for its antique shops in Jiangqing, was where Yi Xiaoran accompanied Jiang Nantian to a store named Sangxianj. Jiang Nantian stormed inside, slapping a counterfeit painting onto the counter. You sold me a fake painting. Refund my money. The shopkeeper, a portly man with squinty eyes and a thick gold chain around his neck, appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this confrontation. Sir, we can eat our fill, but we must not speak thoughtlessly. When you purchased it yesterday, you confirmed it was genuine. After a night, you claim it's fake? Did you switch the painting? You're talking nonsense. This is clearly a fake. Look at the seal. There are no knife marks. It lacks the essence of antiquity. It's evidently a mold-made replica. What else could it be? Jiang Nantian was infuriated. Huh. You seem somewhat knowledgeable. It's obvious you switched the painting. Sir, please leave. If you continue to make a scene, I will call the police. Furthermore, no refunds are standard practice in this business, the portly man retorted harshly. You. Jiang Nantian felt as if a stone lodged in his throat. Yi Xiaoran, smash the shop? He shouted directly at Yi Xiaoran. Smash the shop? Just the two of you? The portly man scoffed, and at his cue, several burly men emerged from the back of the store. You. This is a black shop. Jiang Nantian roared. The antique trade often exploits those who have a superficial understanding of its intricacies, and Yi Xiaoran could empathize with Jiang Nantian's anger. He scanned the shop and finally fixed his gaze on an ink wash painting priced at 5,000, depicting shrimp. Shopkeeper, we all know this is a counterfeit. If we stand outside and declare that your shop sells fake paintings, your business will be finished in a matter of days, correct? Yi Xiaoran addressed the portly man with a calm demeanor. You dare. Be careful, or you'll end up hurt. The portly man's expression shifted instantly. He feared such threats. How about this? This painting is worthless. You give it to us, and we'll let this matter go, shall we? Yi Xiaoran smiled, and signaled Jiang Nantian to follow suit. Really? The portly man squinted. Although it was listed at 5,000, he had acquired it for merely 500. It was a copy by a descendant of Qi Baishe, and a subpar one at that. Yi Xiaoran, shut your mouth. Are you out of your mind? 200,000 for this worthless imitation? Jiang Nantian exclaimed. Curiosity piqued within him. Why did Yi Xiaoran take a liking to this painting? Was there more than met the eye? Father, you bought it last night. No one will refund you now, even if you call the police. Just take something back with you, Yi Xiaoran advised. The portly man burst into laughter. This young brother is quite reasonable. We'll gift you the painting. Hurry and leave. Don't interfere with our business. Yi Xiaoran, you spineless fool. Can't you show a bit of ambition? Jiang Nantian continued his act. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Father, consider it a learning experience. Let us go? As soon as they stepped outside, Yi Xiaoran unfolded the painting. This ink-wash shrimp painting appeared only half finished. A copy by a descendant of Qi Baishe. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the paper was rather thick. After moistening one corner with bottled water and rubbing it 3 times, it began to curl. Jiang Nantian watched with intrigue. Yi Xiaoran smiled as he peeled back a layer. Father, the shrimp are frolicking in the water. It's a genuine piece by Qi Baishe. Yi Xiaoran then smiled again. This shrimp exudes life and presents a translucent quality, with a balance of density and lightness, each shrimp exhibiting a distinct character. Could it truly be an authentic Qi Baishe? Jiang Nantian's excitement mounted. Having nearly convinced himself, he recalled his old friend's assertion that Yi Xiaoran's judgment was impeccable. 2 fools, the shopkeeper thought to himself. Watching from inside, smirking disdainfully. May I take a look at that ink-wash shrimp painting? At that moment, an elderly man approached, wearing glasses and with white hair. His curiosity was evident as he gazed at the ink painting in Yi Xiaoran's hands. Are you Professor Tang? Jiang Nantian exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer with delight. Tang Gu, the vice president of the Jiangxing Antique Association and a renowned appraiser, was someone Jiang Nantian had long admired but never had the opportunity to meet. Hello, may I have a look? Professor Tang smiled. Of course. Please, I'd like to ask Professor Wu to verify its authenticity, Jiang Nantian replied eagerly, quickly handing the painting to Professor Tang. This is indeed the legendary shrimp frolicking in water by Qi Baishe, an authentic piece. Soon after, they heard Professor Tang exclaim with astonishment. What? A genuine Qi Baishe? Is this real? It must be worth at least 10 million. With the Vice President Tang personally validating it, how could it be fake? My heavens, who has such incredible luck? Is the owner of this shop a fool? I hear he even gave it away for free. Professor Tang's arrival attracted a considerable crowd, causing excitement among antique enthusiasts. Before long, the area was bustling with people eager to catch a glimpse of the genuine Qi Baishe ink-wash painting. Meanwhile, Jiang Nantian stood in shock, utterly dazed. It's real. I've struck gold. At that moment, the shopkeeper's face turned ashen, as if he had just swallowed something bitter. He felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. A genuine Qi Baishe piece would fetch at least 10 million, potentially even more at auction. Such a treasure had slipped right through his fingers. That painting is mine. Give it back. The shopkeeper dashed outside, shouting. It's yours? Didn't you already gift it to us? Yi Xiaoran replied softly. Jiang Nantian, hearing this, grew anxious. Exactly. How can it be yours now? That is not how you conduct yourself. Nonsense. You knew this painting concealed secrets and deliberately tricked me. The shopkeeper yelled at Yi Xiaoran. Trick you? And yet you sell counterfeit paintings, and you dare accuse me of deception? Besides, if I hadn't spoken up, would you have known? Would you have sold it cheaply to someone else? Yi Xiaoran countered. Indeed, my son-in-law has a point, Jiang Nantian chimed in, now holding Yi Xiaoran in high esteem. The shopkeeper stammered, his face flushed. It doesn't matter. I regret it. That painting must be returned to me. Mr. Wang, this is where you're mistaken. As a gift, it cannot be reclaimed, Professor Tang interjected. If word spreads among your peers, your business will surely suffer. The shopkeeper, whose name was Wang Anping, now wore a face of despair, filled with resentment. Mr. Jiang, this painting is incredibly valuable. Are you looking to sell or to keep it? Professor Tang then turned to Jiang Nantian. Professor Tang, how much do you think it could sell for? Jiang Nantian asked, his excitement barely contained. Based on my estimation, if sold at auction, it would start at 30 million. If there is competition, it could soar into the hundreds of millions, Wu Runxian replied. Great, let us sell it. Jiang Nantian exclaimed joyfully. Certainly, I can introduce you to a reputable auction house, Professor Tang offered. Thank you very much, Jiang Nantian expressed his gratitude. Young friend, here is my business card. May I have the honor of becoming your friend? Tang Gu then turned to Yi Xiaoran and handed him a business card. It was evident that Yi Xiaoran possessed extraordinary insight, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and even exceeding Tang Gu's own abilities. This was Tang Gu's assessment of Yi Xiaoran. Oh, Yi Xiaoran nodded, casually accepting the card and placing it in his pocket. Does Professor Tang believe me? As he was about to leave, Yi Xiaoran addressed Tang Gu. Of course, my young friend. Feel free to speak your mind, Tang Gu replied, surprised by Yi Xiaoran. Within 3 days, you will encounter a calamity. If you can obtain a piece of spiritual jade, I can craft a jade talisman to help you avert disaster. Yisharan stated. Do you understand the concepts of fate and face reading? Tengu paused and inquired. I know a little, but my judgments are seldom incorrect. Yisharan responded. Thank you. Tengu felt a strange sense of awe. Despite Yisharan's youth, he was inscrutable, and he found himself believing much of what Yisharan had said. What kind of spiritual jade do you require? Would this suffice? Tengu asked, producing a piece of translucent white jade from his clothing. This mutton-fat jade, imbued with a century's worth of earthly spirit, while not entirely pure, is still nourishing for the body and promotes longevity, Yisharan remarked after a brief glance. Tengu was genuinely astonished. Yisharan was indeed correct, revealing his expertise. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Yi. Tengu clasped his hands in respect, addressing Yisharan with a more formal title. Very well, Yisharan nodded, biting his finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the jade. The spiritual energy activated, forming a talisman array. In no time, the jade appeared even more brilliant, enveloped in a layer of mist. Truly remarkable, Tengu thought, now convinced that this young man was no ordinary person. Having encountered many extraordinary individuals in his field, he found this not too surprising. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Tengu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhang Nantian stood by, bewildered, gazing at Yisharan. My son-in-law possesses such abilities? As they left, Zhang Nantian walked along, beaming, continuously praising Yisharan. Shaoran, do you truly understand these mystical matters? He asked. I know a bit, Yisharan replied. I never would have guessed, Shaoran. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to bully you at home. Once the painting sells, I'll buy you a car, a BMW. Zhang Nantian declared with a smile. Thank you, Dad. And hurry and work hard with Inger, so we can have a grandson soon. Meanwhile, the antique shop owner, having smashed several items in frustration, wore an expression of chilling rage. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Su-Hu. Gather some people to assist me with a task. If it succeeds, I'll give you 1 million. Brother Wong, what is the task? I'll go through fire and water for it. Came the enthusiastic response from the other end. 1 million is a great fortune. It's worth any risk. Just then, after Yisharan and Zhang Nantian reached the parking lot, as Zhang Nantian drove out in his Passat, a van suddenly rushed towards them, slamming to a halt. 7 or 8 individuals emerged, wielding steel pipes and axes. Su-Hu approached, smashing the driver's side window with a metal rod, shouting, Get out of the car. Zhang Nantian was instantly terrified, his face paling. He had never encountered such a scene before. What do you want? He asked nervously. Get out of the car. Do I need to say it twice? Su-Hu yelled. At that moment, Yisharan had already stepped out of the vehicle, holding the ink shrimp painting, saying, You're after this painting, aren't you? I'll give it to you if you let us go. Ha, you're quite perceptive. Hand it over, and I'll let you go. Su-Hu replied with a smirk. All right, Yisharan nodded and approached. Yisharan, what are you doing? Even if it means death, don't give them the painting. Call the police. Zhang Nantian urged in a panic. Old man, stop yelling, or I'll take care of your throat. Su-Hu threatened, striking the car again, sending Zhang Nantian into a state of near collapse. Hand it over, and let us leave. At that moment, Yisharan had already presented the ink shrimp painting. Upon receiving it, Su-Hu burst into laughter, exclaiming, 1 million is in the bag. Let us go. Within a minute, the 7 or 8 individuals drove off in the van. Yisharan smiled and returned to the car. Yisharan, after I had such a good impression of you, you've turned into a coward. My painting, my money. Zhang Nantian lamented, feeling as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Yisharan chuckled, Dad, the painting is right here. They only took a fake. What? Zhang Nantian was taken aback, then gazed at the painting in Yisharan's hands, his heart racing. Good son-in-law. Good son-in-law. Zhang Nantian exclaimed joyously, nearly moved to tears. Dad, we need to leave quickly. If they realize, we won't be able to escape. Right. Let us hurry. Zhang Nantian pressed the accelerator, speeding away. A little over 10 minutes later, the antique shop owner looked at the painting in his hand. His face contorted in anger. A bunch of useless fools. What good is a subpar item? In a fit of rage, he smashed several more items, and upon calming down, he nearly cried, realizing he had just destroyed several million in value. Hurry up and reincarnate. Look at what a state you're in. Upon arriving home, Fong Ro observed Zhang Nantian rushing into the house, her tone irritated. Wife, we've struck gold. We've struck gold. Zhang Nantian exclaimed excitedly. Are you out of your mind, Zhang Nantian? Fong Ro eyed him suspiciously. Come, look quickly. A painting worth tens of millions. Zhang Nantian proudly revealed the ink shrimp painting. This has been authenticated by Professor Tang. It's worth at least 30 million. and it could even fetch over $1 billion at auction. Enough. You're truly delusional. Dreaming in broad daylight, Fong Ro retorted skeptically. Forget it. I want to explain. You'll see when it's sold, Jiang Nantian replied, rushing to his room to place the painting in the specially purchased safe. Soon after, Jiang Ying returned, looking very pleased. Have you been drinking? Yi Shaoran asked, noticing the scent of alcohol. Yes, I had some drinks at a gathering. I met many celebrities tonight, Jiang Ying said. You should drink less. It's better not to drink at all. A woman out alone should exercise caution, Yi Shaoran advised. All right, I know. You're so naggy. The security is so good now. Who would dare do anything to me? Besides, they're all people from the industry. Nothing will happen, Jiang Ying replied. Yi Shaoran, are you being overly cautious? Not everyone is like you. Cooped up at home. What success can you expect? Besides, if you had any ability, wouldn't you need to work? Fong Ro interjected, glaring at Yi Shaoran. Look at the son-in-law of Jiang Ying's uncle. He is quite capable and just got promoted, earning over $1 million annually. He is treating us to dinner tomorrow. Enough with the talk. What does $1 million a year matter? Our Shaoran helped me earn at least $30 million in one night. Jiang Nantian exclaimed eagerly. Stop dreaming, Fong Ro scoffed. Mom, it's true. At least $30 million. Possibly over $1 billion, Yi Shaoran asserted. In truth, Fong Ro was a typical housewife, somewhat lacking in social insight, but her heart was not malicious. Why do you look down upon Yi Shaoran? Indeed, the former Yi Shaoran was quite ineffectual. To transform perceptions of him will require time. I see both of you, young and old, have become quite obsessed with money, haven't you? I'm off to bed now. After Fong Ro finished speaking, she returned to her room. Dad, what's going on? Jiang Ying asked with keen interest. A genuine Qi Baishe artwork, starting at $30 million, Jiang Nantian said with a smile. It was Shaoran who discovered it and had it validated by Professor Tang Gu, the vice president of the Jiangxing Antique Association. What? Jiang Ying was astonished. Could there be a mistake? Such an exorbitant antique was found by Shaoran. Indeed, today I am thoroughly satisfied. That unscrupulous businessman swindled me out of 200,000. Shaoran confronted him for a painting, and to my surprise, that businessman actually delivered it, and it turned out to be a genuine Qi Baishe. Shaoran truly is remarkable. You can't imagine how grim that businessman's face looked at that moment, Jiang Nantian remarked with a grin. Does Shaoran really possess such skill? Jiang Ying cast a surprised glance at Yi Shaoran. If true, he has accomplished something significant this time. Absolutely. I must tell you, Shaoran is truly an enigma. With such talent, no comparison can be made with your uncle's son-in-law or that incompetent manager, Jiang Nantian continued. All right, if you keep praising him, he'll be soaring to the heavens. We should return to our rooms to rest, Jiang Ying interjected. Listen, Jiang Ying, Shaoran has fully earned my approval now. You two should hurry and have a child. Don't listen to your mother, Jiang Nantian added. No way, Jiang Ying. If you listen to your father and end up with Yi Shaoran, I will disown you as my daughter. Fong Ro burst out, opening the door. Jiang Ying appeared quite embarrassed, and Yi Shaoran could only remain silent. Truth be told, the idea of having a child doesn't seem so bad to Yi Shaoran at this moment. I never would have guessed you have such a good relationship with my dad, Jiang Ying said once they were inside the room. It's all right. Perhaps he has recognized my merits, Yi Shaoran replied with a smile. How narcissistic. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes and then asked, So, what gives you such expertise in antiques? I've been fond of antiques since school, so I've read a lot. Yi Shaoran replied. You must be joking. If reading could bestow such ability, I would have done the same. All right, the truth is, I am a reincarnated powerhouse. Stop right there. You've been reading too many novels. Hurry up and wash up for bed. The next morning, Tang Gu was driving to attend a lunch gathering. At a crossroads, while the light was green, a truck suddenly collided with him, nearly wrecking the car. Tang Gu felt as though he were on the brink of death. And after the car flipped, a brilliant white light emanated from the jade on his chest, astonishingly saving his life with only minor abrasions. Tang Gu felt as if he had escaped from the jaws of death, feeling a chill as he crawled out of the wreck. To his surprise, the jade on his chest had lost its luster, reduced to a rough stone with visible cracks. Tang Gu understood that it was Yi Shaoran who had saved him. Such a debt of gratitude must be repaid. This extraordinary individual deserves to be befriended. Chapter 014. How can there be such a disparity among sons-in-law? Daughter, get ready. Your uncle is treating us to a meal today. We should all go. It was Sunday, and around 10 o'clock, Fong Ro sought out Jiang Ying. All right. Jiang Ying nodded and went to her room to get ready. Shaoran, you should change your clothes too. Your uncle is treating us to a meal, Jiang Ying said while applying her makeup. Okay, Yi Shaoran replied with a nod. You want to go too? You should stay home and clean. Fong Ro remarked disapprovingly as she saw Yi Shaoran emerge after a while. Mom, then I won't go either, Jiang Ying quickly added. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Are you seriously defending this useless man? Fong Ro snapped in frustration. Fong Ro, how can you speak like that? Regardless of the situation, Sharon is now Ingo's husband, and you ought to show him some respect, Jiang Nintian interjected. What has Sharon done to earn your favor? Why are you defending him so fervently? Fong Ro shot a glance at Jiang Nintian. I am merely stating the truth, Jiang Nintian replied. All right, fine, let's all go together, Fong Ro said, leaving the room in a huff. Sharon was reluctant to attend, but under Jiang Ying's persistent urging, he ultimately agreed to go. The Dream Hotel is a well-known establishment in Longon District, with considerable expenses. Shaoran, try to speak as little as possible. I suspect some relatives may want to criticize you. Just pretend you didn't hear them. Jiang Ying advised as they approached the hotel entrance. Understood, Shaoran nodded. Upon arriving at the hotel's private room, most of the relatives had already gathered. Jiang Ying greeted them politely, and Shaoran nodded along. However, it was evident that these relatives held Shaoran in contempt, either ignoring him entirely or responding with disdain. The large table was filled with Jiang Ying's relatives, with the main seats occupied by her maternal uncle, Fong Yinglong, and his son-in-law, Chen Haifeng, who was dressed sharply in a suit, complete with a Longin's watch. His mannerisms and speech suggested a certain air of superiority and vanity. Thank you all for coming. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, allow me to offer a toast, Chen Haifeng said, raising his glass after everyone had arrived. Ah, Haifeng, you're too polite. Congratulations on your promotion. I'll raise a glass to you as well. Please take care of me in the future, Fong Yinglong said with a smile. Indeed, congratulations. Yinglong has a fine son-in-law, young and accomplished, another relative chimed in. His annual salary must be several hundred thousand, right? What you say is true. Haifeng works for a major company, and as a sales manager, it's quite normal to earn tens of thousands a month with effort, another added. In that case, congratulations indeed. Let us drink a toast. Don't forget us, your less fortunate relatives. The crowd raised their glasses, and even the elders appeared eager to please. Fong Yinglong's family wore broad smiles, clearly pleased. Jiang Ying politely offered her congratulations while holding a drink. However, this only drew more attention from the relatives toward Jiang Ying. And inevitably, their gazes fell upon Shaoran beside her. Shaoran's ineptitude was well known among the relatives. You're Shaoran, right? Raise a glass to your brother-in-law. Perhaps he can find you a job. It's better than lounging around at home, an elder remarked, his words seemingly well-intentioned. Yes, you should learn from your brother-in-law. A grown man can't rely on Ingo to support you, living off her, another relative added. How can there be such a disparity among sons-in-law? This comment served as a catalyst, shifting the focus of conversation to Shaoran. Haifeng, why not help your brother-in-law find a job? After all, we are family, and if you can assist him, why not? Jiang Ying's aunt suggested. Her words veiled as concern but laced with ridicule toward Shaoran. Given that Jiang Ying was a star, she had always overshadowed her cousin, and her aunt was unhappy about it. Yet, her son-in-law was far superior to Shaoran, and since she had assumed Shaoran wouldn't attend, she felt compelled to belittle him now that he was present. I'm afraid that's beyond my capabilities. Our company has strict personnel management and isn't open to just anyone. Chen Haifeng feigned difficulty. Shaoran, I truly apologize. But I do have a friend looking for someone to guard the door. Would you like to take that position? Enough. Look at how proud you all are. He is merely a sales manager. Is it necessary to belittle my son-in-law like this? Jiang Nintian could no longer contain himself and stood up. If we can continue eating, let us do so. If not, we shall leave. Evidently, Jiang Nintian was supporting Shaoran. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of Jiang Ying's maternal uncle and his family turned unpleasant, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Calm down, brother-in-law. We are all family. I apologize on your behalf. Fong Yinglong said with a smile as he stood up. Very well, I shall grant you this favor. Jiang Nintian nodded in agreement. For the next half hour, the gathering devolved into mutual toasts, while it was apparent that Shaoran had been isolated. However, for him, this solitude was a welcome respite. Manager Guan, did I not inform you that we had reserved the peony private room for tonight? Why has it been allowed to be occupied by others? At that moment, a haughty voice echoed from outside the room. Hurry and expel them. The room needs to be prepared for my guests, who will arrive shortly. Mr. Ma, I sincerely apologize. Your reservation was for 11 p.m., but it is now past midnight, and we assumed you were not coming. The hotel manager's voice followed. Are there any other rooms available? They are all fully booked. Then I will take this room. Make them leave immediately. Very well. I shall speak to them. The hotel manager, left with no choice, opened the door, but before he could utter a word, Chen Haifeng stood up and interjected, Do not say anything. We will finish our meal first. Mr. Chen, I am in a difficult position. This guest is not someone we can offend. How about I cover your meal cost today, and you kindly vacate this room? The hotel manager appeared quite distressed. Chen Haifeng, upon hearing this, became displeased. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am short of money? I come to your establishment to dine, and I'm not concerned about the cost. Enough with the chatter. We can leave, but only after we finish our meal. 100,000, leave now. The man referred to as Mr. Ma tossed down a card, exuding arrogance. Chen Haifeng coldly scoffed. Such generosity. However, I reiterate, I am not in need of money. Leaving now would be a blow to my pride. Brother Ma, what is happening? Is the private room not ready? Professor Tang is about to arrive. At that moment, another individual approached, looking somewhat anxious. I arrived late, and the reserved room is gone. Now, even offering 100,000 does not suffice to have them leave. Ma Changle appeared quite displeased. Oh, let me see who would refuse 100,000? Su Donghai responded, following Ma Changle's gaze to Chen Haifeng, and then broke into laughter. Aren't you that newly promoted Chen? Director Su, what brings you here? Chen Haifeng's expression instantly shifted. Realizing he was dealing with someone from Su's company, he hurriedly urged, make them leave. Ma Changle huffed in annoyance. Su Donghai added, Young Chun, today we are hosting Professor Tang. Could you see if this room can be vacated? Of course, of course. Chen Haifeng stammered, knowing Su Donghai was his superior. He dared not utter a single refusal. Dear elders, brothers and sisters, let us conclude our gathering here. I will treat everyone another day, my apologies. Chen Haifeng addressed his relatives. Young Chun, it is only right to accommodate the leaders. We can gather another time. An elder chimed in. Director Su, please. You may take the room. We will leave. Jiang Ying's aunt smiled as she began to tidy up in preparation to depart. Still putting on an act? Ma Changle disdainfully glanced at Chen Haifeng. What a pathetic display before me. Chen Haifeng's expression soured, yet he dared not speak out, fearing he might offend Ma Changle and jeopardize his job. Observing Chen Haifeng's humiliation, Jiang Nantian, though stifling his amusement, could not entirely suppress a sense of satisfaction. Yusharan and Jiang Ying also stood up, ready to leave. He had long lost interest in this meal. Ah, is that not Jiang Ying, our pure songstress from Jiancheng? Ma Changle's attention shifted to Jiang Ying, his eyes gleaming with interest. I will give you 100,000. Will you stay and drink with us? Get lost. Jiang Ying shot back, incensed. What did he take her for? What a sham. You are nothing but a minor star, Ma Changle scoffed. Slap. Jiang Ying's anger flared visibly. But before she could respond, Yi Shaoran stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Ma Changle's face, a clear imprint left behind. Blood trickling from the corner of Ma Changle's mouth. My wife is not someone you can insult. Yi Shaoran's voice was low, laced with cold fury. Yi Shaoran, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to strike? Chen Haifeng shouted, pointing at Yi Shaoran. You pathetic fool, have you lost your senses? If our Haifeng loses his job, I will not let this go. Jiang Ying's aunt directed her ire at Yi Shaoran. Foolish son-in-law, how can you behave this way? Look at what kind of son-in-law you have brought home. All of them are useless. Shaoran, you are too reckless. How can you resort to violence? It is wrong to hit others. You should apologize. There were elders pointing fingers at Yi Shaoran, admonishing him. Jiang Nantian, filled with anger, interjected. What are you shouting about? What is wrong with Shaoran defending himself? Do not pretend to be righteous. If it were your daughter or wife in this situation, how would you react? The others fell silent, their gazes evasive. How much has this man endured over the past 3 years? You little bastard, you dare to strike me? Ma Changle glared at Yi Shaoran, seething with rage. If I do not break your hands today, I do not bear the Ma surname. With that, Ma Changle pulled out his phone, ready to make a call. Mr. Ma, I do not know him. Do as you see fit. Yi Shaoran, no one can save you. You are on your own now, Chen Haifeng sneered. Just then, a few individuals approached, and a voice rang out. Mr. Yi, what a surprise to find you here. Professor Tang, you have arrived. Ma Changle immediately turned at the sound, as did Su Donghai, both displaying utmost respect. Chen Haifeng, upon seeing the newcomer, was filled with excitement and confusion. He had never been in a position to speak to such a person, only able to observe from a distance. A sense of panic washed over him. Mr. Yi, greetings. Tang Gu stepped forward, extending his hand toward Yi Shaoran. Hello, Yi Shaoran replied courteously, shaking his hand. I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Tang Gu proclaimed with palpable emotion. At this moment, Chen Haifeng's expression darkened, and Ma Changle's countenance grew even more grim. Who was Tang Gu? The head of the Tang family in Jianqing, owner of the largest jewelry chain, Fangyi Wangxiang, and a figure of immense prestige in the antiquities realm, having employed the majority of antique appraisers in Jianqing. Both Ma Changle and Su Donghai, engaged in the jewelry business, could not afford to offend someone like Tang Gu. Ma Changle, did you just threaten Mr. Yi? Tang Gu turned to Ma Changle. There will be no further discussions regarding our collaboration. Mr. Tang. Ma Changle's face drained of color. He had invested considerable effort to arrange this meeting. Donghai, are you well acquainted with him? Tengu inquired, casting his gaze towards Su Donghai. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Donghai quickly replied, not closely acquainted. Very well, within 3 days, ensure his company is shut down, Tengu stated casually. Understood. Su Donghai nodded. Ma Changle's face had turned a deep shade of purple. And him, the newly appointed sales manager? Unworthy and devoid of humanity. Dismiss him as well. Tengu added. In the next moment, Chen Haifeng's face went pale, his body weak and trembling, unable to stand. Understood. Su Donghai nodded once more. Regarding Tengu's decision with trepidation, President Tang. I was wrong. I implore you not to dismiss me. Chen Haifeng immediately pleaded. My son-in-law has done nothing wrong. Why must you terminate his employment? Jiang Yingzhen chimed in, prompting murmurs of discontent among other relatives. If you must plead, then let it be with Mr. Yi, Tengu suggested, casting a glance at Yu Xiaoran. Chen Haifeng, who had been contemplating this moment, reluctantly turned to Yu Xiaoran, saying, Brother-in-law, please speak to President Tang on my behalf. I cannot lose this job. My entire family relies on me. Yu Xiaoran maintained his composure and replied. Do we even know each other? Chen Haifeng was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing the swift repercussions of his earlier denial of acquaintance with Yu Xiaoran. Yu Xiaoran, you are being rather unfeeling, are you not? After all, we are relatives, and Haifeng has even treated you to a meal. Surely you could utter a few words? Jiang Yingzhen huffed. Indeed, we're all family. Xiaoran, you should plead with President Tang. Other relatives echoed, seemingly oblivious to Chen Haifeng's previous demeanor. I am but a useless coward. I fear I cannot be of assistance, Yu Xiaoran stated. Chen Haifeng steeled himself, plastered a smile on his face, lifted his glass, and filled it generously, saying, Xiaoran, I was in the wrong. I apologize and will drink to my mistakes. Xiaoran, my aunt also offers her apologies. Her earlier demeanor was inappropriate, so please do not hold it against her, Chen Haifeng signaled, prompting Jiang Yingzhen to start ingratiating herself. It was evident how crucial this job was, as they were willing to sacrifice their dignity to retain it. When Yu Xiaoran remained silent, Fang Yinglong approached Fang Ro and whispered, Sister, perhaps you should speak to your son-in-law. Speak of what? Did they not look down upon my husband and mock him? Just moments ago, they reveled in his misfortune, Fang Ro coldly retorted. In truth, Fang Ro was still somewhat stunned, having not anticipated Yu Xiaoran's capabilities. She felt a sense of satisfaction, especially witnessing Jiang Ying's aunt's attempts to curry favor with Yu Xiaoran. Inger, why not have a word with Xiaoran? Fang Yinglong suggested, looking at Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying was indeed angry, but with her uncle's request, she hesitated to refuse and turned to Yu Xiaoran, saying, Xiaoran, perhaps you could let this go? Speak to President Tang on behalf of Haifeng? Very well, Yu Xiaoran acquiesced. Professor Tang, please reconsider the dismissal of Chen Haifeng. All right, Tengu nodded and smiled. Chen Haifeng finally exhaled in relief. Mr. Yi, I implore you to assist me in this matter. My company cannot afford to go under. At that moment, Ma Changle looked at Yu Xiaoran with earnestness. Earlier, I was blind to your worth. After receiving 3 slaps and apologizing to my wife, I seek your intercession. Yu Xiaoran replied, then I expect an apology. Ma Changle's face darkened with hesitation, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and slapped himself 3 times, then turned to Jiang Ying, saying, I am sorry. Very well. Just be more respectful in the future, Jiang Ying softly responded, indicating her forgiveness. Thank you. Ma Changle was overwhelmed with gratitude. Professor Tang, could you extend me another favor? Yu Xiaoran then addressed Tengu. Tengu smiled. Of course, for Mr. Yi, I shall oblige. Fang Ro, your son-in-law is quite impressive. He truly is a hidden gem, an elder remarked. Indeed, he is young and capable. If possible, please arrange a job for my underachieving son, another added. Yes, my daughter has always complained about her low salary. How wonderful it would be if she could work with President Wang. They continued to chatter enthusiastically. Yu Xiaoran could only smile in response. Jiang and Tian felt a swell of pride, beaming widely. Even Fang Ro could not help but regard Yu Xiaoran with newfound respect. Everyone, please take a seat. As relatives of Mr. Yi, you may continue your meal, Tengu said with a smile. Very well, very well. The surrounding relatives nodded in agreement. Mr. Yi, may we have a private conversation? Wang Jingya turned to Yu Xiaoran. Certainly, he replied, then turned to Jiang Ying, saying, Please wait here. I will be right back. All right, she nodded. Soon, Yu Xiaoran and Tengu departed the private room, leading to a lively atmosphere as the guests began to fawn over Jiang Ying's family, while Chen Haifeng was utterly sidelined. Not only did Chen Haifeng fail to secure Yu Xiaoran's intercession, but he also harbored resentment. Mr. Yi, you truly are miraculous. This morning, I was in a car accident. A truck lost control, and my vehicle was completely destroyed, yet I miraculously survived. Just look at this jade pendant. It is in this state now. Once in a refined room, Tengu exclaimed excitedly. Yusharan nodded. The spiritual energy within was expended to protect you, hence its current condition. Mr. Yi, could you craft another jade talisman for me? Tengu's eyes gleamed with longing, recognizing its life-saving properties. After a moment, he added, I realize I have overstepped. Witnessing you create a jade talisman with your blood yesterday must have taken a toll on your health, and such treasures are invaluable. Please, name your price. Yusharan's expression remained calm, though he had already formulated a plan. I can assist you in crafting another jade talisman. I could even make 2 or 3. But I have one condition. Professor Tang must aid me in acquiring a company. That evening, upon returning home, it was quite late. Tonight, come to bed with me. Jiang Ying said, having just bathed, her alluring figure accentuated by a sensual nightgown. All right, Yusharan smiled, lying beside her, the scent of body wash mingled with her fragrance, intoxicating him. Instinctively, he reached out to embrace her, but she recoiled. If you want me in bed, why do you still avoid me? I might as well sleep on the floor, Yusharan declared, preparing to rise. Perhaps you do not truly despise me. Rather, your heart belongs to another. When you are ready to let go, we can speak, he continued. Shaoran. Jiang Ying felt a whirlwind of emotions. For 3 years, she had been Yusharan's wife, yet had never allowed him close. Now, witnessing his remarkable abilities, her perception of him began to shift. But she still struggled to accept him. Just as he had said, her heart still harbored someone else. This realization pierced her soul, despite her unwillingness to admit it. She understood that the one occupying her heart was Wu Zifan. Yusharan seemed to know everything, and even today, he remained silent despite his immense capabilities. Enduring the label of a coward for 3 long years. For what? He could have easily walked away. Was it love for himself? Indeed, if it were not love. How could he tolerate 3 years of humiliation? Yet here she was, still cherishing feelings for another man. Was that fair to Yusharan? No. Even the thought of embracing him instinctively felt like a rejection. Come to bed. No matter what you wish to do, I will not resist. I will acquiesce to your desires. Jiang Ying bit her lip in conflict. What I desire is your genuine willingness, a deep emotional connection, not a forced compliance. Now, rest early, Yusharan said, turning off the light. Jiang Ying spent the night in restless turmoil, her mind echoing Yusharan's words. Chapter 016. The Cad. On Monday morning, under Tengu's leadership, an auction was held in Jiacheng, featuring the exquisite painting of shrimp by Qi Baishe, which Jiang and Tian possessed. The mere announcement of its authenticity sent tremors through the antique world, attracting numerous collectors from neighboring provinces. The artwork has been authenticated by a prestigious top-tier appraisal institution, confirming it as an authentic piece by Qi Baishe, a truly rare gem. However, before the auction commenced, several enigmatic individuals engaged in a half-hour discussion with Jiang Nantian. Ultimately, under Tengu's persuasion, Jiang Nantian resolved to donate the painting, symbolically receiving a prize of 1 million. The auction was subsequently announced as cancelled, leaving many disheartened. That evening, Tengu hosted them for dinner alongside numerous luminaries from the antiques world, and Jiang Nantian, beaming with delight, found himself in the limelight and was inducted into the Jiangqing Antique Association. Later that night, upon returning home, Jiang Ying and Yusharan were unusually quiet. Yusharan felt a twinge of regret for his words the previous night. I'm off to work. If possible, please pick me up tonight, Jiang Ying said after her morning routine. All right, Yusharan nodded in agreement. After Jiang Ying left for work, Yusharan returned to Yuhai Park for his practice, drawing ever closer to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. In the afternoon, Jiang Ying called to inform him that she would be home later, so he need not pick her up. Shortly after, Yusharan received a call from Lin Siyu. Are you free? Would you like to join me for dinner tonight? Certainly. Where shall we meet? I will send you the location. Good. Half an hour later, Yusharan found himself seated opposite Lin Siyu in a high-end European-style hotel. Miss Lin, what prompted your invitation? He inquired softly. Lin Siyu smiled gently. Must there always be a reason to dine together? Mr. Yi, your musical insights have inspired me profoundly. I raise a toast to you. Today, Lin Siyu appeared enchanting, with elegantly arched brows, captivating eyes, cherry-like lips, and a face as delicate as jade. Her skin luminous and fair, with a figure that exuded grace and distinction. Thank you, Yusharan replied, clinking his wine glass with hers and savoring a sip. This is my new composition, which I have been working on for over 6 months. I have fulfilled my promise to you, Lin Siyu said, presenting a music manuscript on the table. Thank you, but what are your terms? Yusharan smiled. I have yet to decide, she replied, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. When you do share with me, he encouraged. Mr. Yi, I find it puzzling why someone of your caliber would choose to be a son-in-law, enduring such challenges. Have you never considered divorce? Lin Siyu sipped her wine. Yusharan pondered before responding. One could say it is fate's design. Oh, Lin Siyu replied, sitting closely beside him, feeling a nervous energy as an invisible charm emanated from him. Mr. Yi, would you consider being my mentor? I wish to advance further in my musical endeavors. I wouldn't presume to be a teacher, but I can certainly offer some guidance. Your compositions are already quite commendable. However, they lack a certain spirit. To evolve further, one must draw from personal experience. For instance, when crafting a love song, if one has never experienced that emotion, no matter how proficient one is technically, the resulting work will still lack depth, Yusharan explained. Thank you, Lin Siyu smiled, but suddenly her complexion paled, and she appeared faint. Yusharan hurried to support her, her body naturally leaning into his embrace. Miss Lin, do you suffer from congenital heart disease? He asked softly. Yes. I didn't bring my medication, and I didn't anticipate an episode here, she murmured weakly. Do not worry, I am here, he reassured her, channeling his energy to alleviate her discomfort. Her pallor gradually receded, and she remarked, your touch is remarkable. Yet, as she pondered, her cheeks flushed with shyness. At that moment, an angry voice interrupted. Yusharan turned to see Jiang Ying and her colleagues approaching. Inger, what brings you here? He asked, bewildered by the coincidence. What brings me here? If I weren't here, would I have witnessed your little rendezvous? Jiang Ying's eyes glistened with tears. It's not as you think. Miss Lin invited me to receive this new piece she composed for me, he explained, feeling overwhelmed. Spare me the explanations, I only believe what I see. You're in her arms, and she is gentle and beautiful, while your hands. Jiang Ying's voice trembled. Yusharan, let us get a divorce. Yusharan, you truly are a scoundrel, treating our Ying Jia like this, one colleague chimed in. Lin Siyu, how could you, a renowned composer, stoop so low as to entice another's husband? One by one, Jiang Ying's colleagues hurled accusations, their words harsh and unforgiving. Lin Siyu attempted to speak, but found no opportunity. Yusharan, I never would have imagined you had such ulterior motives, managing to charm even Siyu. Impressive, Wu Zifan sneered, his heart conflicted. How could you Shaoran, of all people, win Lin Siyu's affection? Yet, this made Wu Zifan hopeful for his own pursuit of Jiang Ying. Inger, leave him. A scoundrel like him has no right to be with you, he urged, looking at Jiang Ying. Silence. Yusharan shouted. Scoundrel? What audacity! If you dare to act, do not berate me. Wu Zifan scoffed. Yusharan, I recognize I have been unkind to you these past 3 years, rarely offering you kindness. Yet, I resolve to improve as your wife. But today, I am utterly disillusioned and despairing. Therefore, let us divorce. Jiang Ying declared, turning to leave. Yusharan rushed after her, grasping her arm. Why can't you trust me? Let go of me. Jiang Ying shook off his grip, tears brimming in her eyes. How can I trust you? If I were in Wu Zifan's embrace, would you believe me? She was having a hard episode. I was merely attending to her, he explained. Attending to her? Are you a doctor now? Your skills are impressive, I must say. Would you have me believe you, especially when your hands were all over Lin Siyu? Jiang Ying retorted, her emotions flaring. Enough. Let us find a time to finalize the divorce. Watching Jiang Ying walk away, Yusharan felt a surge of despair. I'm sorry. Lin Siyu approached, her eyes filled with guilt. It's not your fault. This isn't on you, he replied, rushing after Jiang Ying, concerned for her well-being. Outside, Jiang Ying hurried to catch a taxi, her high heels misstepping on the slope, leading to an ankle twist. Inger, be careful. Wu Zifan, who had followed closely, rushed to steady her. This was his moment, as she felt vulnerable and helpless. Release my wife. At that moment, Yusharan confronted Wu Zifan, casting a cold glance his way. Are you blind? Can't you see Ingo is hurt? Wu Zifan scoffed back. Ying, I don't need your interference. Leave. Jiang Ying shot back at Yusharan, anger in her voice. Did you not hear me? Release my wife. Yusharan repeated, noting how Wu Zifan's hand was uncomfortably on Jiang Ying's waist. Scoundrel, what authority do you have to command me? Inger intends to divorce you. What business is it of yours? Wu Zifan retorted, steadfast in his stance. Yusharan firmly grasped Wu Zifan's arm, applying just enough pressure that Wu Zifan immediately felt immense pain and released Jiang Ying. Seizing the moment, Yusharan enveloped Jiang Ying in his embrace. Let go of me. Get away. Jiang Ying shouted in anger. Without hesitation, Yusharan lifted Jiang Ying. We are going home. Let go of me. Let me go. Jiang Ying struggled relentlessly but could not break free. In a fit of rage, she bit down hard on Yusharan's shoulder, her fury clouding her reason. It was only when she tasted blood that she came to her senses. She had drawn blood, yet Yusharan did not utter a sound. Are you foolish? Jiang Ying coldly remarked. If it brings you solace, what does this pain matter? Even if you stabbed me, it would be worth it, Yusharan replied. Before hailing a cab, Wu Zifan stood there, seething with indignation. Upon arriving home, Yisharan gently placed Lin Siyu on the bed and spoke. I assure you, there is nothing between Lin Siyu and me. Haven't you always thought I was a coward? A woman like Lin Siyu would never be interested in me, especially since I'm already married. Moreover, someone of her stature would certainly care about her reputation. And even if it were an affair, would it occur in public? Just a moment's thought reveals the absurdity of it all. Yisharan continued, articulating his thoughts with clarity. Jiangying listened, pondering his words, though she remained somewhat skeptical. Still doubtful? Yisharan said, as he removed Jiangying's high heels. Her feet were exquisitely delicate, the skin smooth, with a slight redness around her ankles. What are you doing? Jiangying asked, alarmed. I merely wish for you to see whether I can heal, he replied. Chapter 017. Would you like to experience my Ferrari? Yisharan said, placing his hands upon her feet and massaging them gently. Let us see if it still hurts. After a few minutes, he released her foot. Jiangying moved it, exerting pressure, and felt no pain at all. Her expression shifted as she regarded Yisharan. Your technique is truly remarkable. It's more effective than medication. Now do you believe? Lin Siyu has a congenital heart condition. My assistance was simply therapeutic, Yisharan explained. Is that true? Jiangying began to believe. Absolutely, Yisharan affirmed. However, I still require a month of foot massages from you, especially after enduring the fatigue of wearing high heels. Jiangying quipped. I could massage you for a lifetime, Yisharan chuckled. That must hurt, Jiangying said softly, glancing at the bite marks on Yisharan's shoulder. If it brings you relief, this is nothing. Even a stab would be acceptable, he replied. Still jesting, Jiangying remarked, rolling her eyes. I'll fetch some medicine to tend to your wound. As she treated his injury, Jiangying realized the depth and force of her bite. I see you often admire this car. Do you wish to purchase it? Yisharan observed as Jiangying perused an automotive magazine, lingering on the Ferrari Portofino. It costs nearly 3 million. I can't afford it, but I adore that car. Once, riding in a friend's car along the coast of Jiacheng, feeling the sea breeze and shouting into the ocean was exhilarating, she reminisced, her voice filled with longing. You will have it one day, Yisharan smiled. Unconsciously. Perhaps due to the wine, Jiangying dozed off on Yisharan's shoulder. Later that night, around 11, Tanggu called. Mr. Yi, everything has been arranged. Thank you. Professor Tang. If Ling Yu is ready, I will come tomorrow to assist you with the jade talismans. I am immensely grateful. The following afternoon, Yisharan took a taxi to Tanggu's residence, situated in the renowned Yuhai Villa district, adjacent to Yuhai Park, where the air was fresh and fragrant with birdsong. Mr. Yi, I have prepared imperial green jade, top-grade Hitian jade, and exquisite Dushan jade. Which do you find most suitable? In the 3-story villa, Tanggu produced several jade boxes, each containing precious stones. That depends on whether Professor Tang seeks longevity, disease prevention, or peace, Yisharan replied. I desire all three, Tanggu responded without hesitation, followed by an awkward smile. Very well, Yisharan nodded. Imperial green jade possesses the most spirit. I can craft it into a talisman for longevity and health, though ultimately, life and death are natural laws. The other jades I shall use for protective talismans. Thank you immensely. Tanggu expressed his profound gratitude. In a matter of minutes, Yisharan utilized his own blood as a catalyst to create all the talismans. When Tanggu received them, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Mr. Yi, these treasures are priceless. This card contains 10 million. Please accept it. Tanggu presented a bank card. Thank you. Yisharan accepted, recognizing his financial need. As the talismans he had crafted were indeed invaluable. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. This is merely a formality. Just ensure you do not find it lacking. Tanggu smiled. When Yisharan departed, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He searched for nearby Ferrari dealerships on his phone, sensing that Jiangying's admiration for the Ferrari was not merely a preference but a dream, a yearning. Thus, he resolved to purchase one, intending to surprise her. As he entered the dealership, several salespeople exchanged teasing glances, noting his humble attire. Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to look at cars? A charming young woman in professional attire approached him, exuding warmth rather than conventional beauty. Haha, this new recruit Wang Rurue is quite amusing, one salesperson chuckled. What is funny? There's no customer. It's only natural to be excited at the sight of someone, another replied. Is there a Portofino available? Yisharan inquired directly. Sir, are you genuinely here to buy a car? Wang Rurue asked, astonished. If not to purchase, what other reason could there be? Yisharan replied with a smile. I assumed you were merely browsing. Rurue laughed awkwardly. By the way, the Portofino costs 2,800,000. I asked if there is one in stock. Yisharan reiterated. There is. Excellent. Let us proceed with the payment. I intend to drive it away today. You want to pay in full? Wang Rurue was taken aback. Indeed, full payment today. Yisharan confirmed. All right. I will begin the paperwork now. Please hold onto your card while I fetch the machine to process the transaction. Wang Ruerue collected herself, recalling the wisdom of never judging based on appearances. As even a street cleaner might possess considerable wealth, you were still too young. That customer didn't even ask about the price. Likely just wanting to sit in the car. I've seen plenty of such naive individuals, pretending to be affluent while dreaming of luxury cars. A colleague remarked as Wang Ruerue walked past. There is no doubt that he intends to purchase a Portofino, and he plans to do so with full payment, prompting me to handle the formalities. Wang Ruerue remarked, moreover, he hasn't even seen the car, merely inquiring if there are any available. Could it be that he is an inconspicuous wealthy individual? If true, he seems like a pretentious rich second generation. It appears that people enjoy playing such games these days. Xiao Wang, as a newcomer, I will handle this transaction for you. Observe closely, as attention to detail is crucial. Typically, I do not extend such guidance to novices. A woman in her 40s seized Yusharan's basic information card from Wang Ruerue without her consent. Wang Ruerue felt flustered and, not daring to offend the seasoned salesperson, followed her meekly. Soon, the paperwork was completed, and the veteran salesperson led Wang Ruerue back to Yusharan. Sudongmei? Is that you? Yusharan inquired, focusing on Wang Ruerue. Good day, sir. I am Sudongmei. She responded, misunderstanding Yusharan's inquiry and smiling brightly. I was not asking you. I was inquiring about her. He pointed at Wang Ruerue. She is Wang Ruerue, a newcomer unfamiliar with the business, which is why I am attending to you, Sudongmei explained. So, the performance will count towards your record? Yusharan questioned. Yes, indeed. Sudongmei affirmed with a nod. Then I shall not proceed with the purchase, Yusharan declared, shaking his head. Not buying? Are you jesting with me? I can tell you cannot afford it. Your appearance speaks volumes. Pretending to be poor. How shamelessly absurd. Sudongmei scoffed. Wang Ruerue, could you summon your manager? Yusharan ignored Sudongmei and turned back to Wang Ruerue. Certainly, Wang Ruerue nodded. Shortly after, a man in his 50s approached with a courteous demeanor. Good day, sir. I am the sales manager. Yusharan brandished his bank card and stated, I am prepared to pay in full for the vehicle, or if you prefer, I can take out a loan, but the performance must be credited to Wang Ruerue. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. The manager replied with a smile, his gaze fixed on the diamond card in Yusharan's hand, a true emblem of status. Very well, proceed with the transaction. Yusharan nodded. Swiped the card, entered the password, and completed the transaction. Sudongmei's expression soured. You may look down on me, but do not be so shameless as to usurp another's achievements, Yusharan remarked, taking the keys and indicating for Wang Ruerue to lead him to the car. Thank you. Brother Yi, Wang Ruerue expressed her heartfelt gratitude when they were alone. It is nothing. No one else values me, but you have treated me kindly. You deserve this. He smiled. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the car was parked outside the Tianho Entertainment Company building, where Yusharan awaited Jiang Ying's departure. Well, is that a Ferrari Portofino? How stunning. As quitting time approached, others began to notice the new car. Soon, Yusharan spotted Jiang Ying emerging alongside her colleagues. Captivated by the Portofino, Jiang Ying eagerly took out her phone to capture a few photos. Look at you, Jiang Ying. You can only gaze at such a car. Yu Yali mocked. Perhaps you should consider abandoning that Mazda of yours. Would you like to experience my BMW? She added, gesturing toward her BMW 5 Series. Ingo. At that moment, Yusharan opened the car door and flashed a smile at Jiang Ying. Sharan, is this your car? Jiang Ying asked, her face a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Isn't it the car you just bought? I brought it over as soon as the paperwork was finalized. Yusharan chuckled. Turning to Yu Yali, he remarked, you may keep your BMW for yourself. My wife has no interest in it. Yu Yali was visibly irked, her face reddening in embarrassment. Yu Yali, would you like to experience my Ferrari? Jiang Ying taunted, prompting Yu Yali to turn on her heel and leave in a huff. Chapter 018. A son-in-law at home is not as reliable as a biological son. Let us go, Yusharan said, taking Jiang Ying's hand. Where did you get this car? She inquired once they were inside. I bought it for you. Do you like it? Yusharan smiled. But where did you acquire such funds? Jiang Ying was astonished. I assisted Professor Tang with some matters and received compensation, legitimately earned, not stolen or deceitfully acquired, he clarified. All right, but even if you have money, you should not spend it so extravagantly. This must have cost around 3 million, right? Jiang Ying responded. Yusharan laughed. Let us go to the seaside. I will do my utmost to help you achieve whatever you desire. You are exaggerating again, but Sharan, I still want to thank you. Jiang Ying felt a surge of emotion. At dusk, she drove the car to the beach, racing against the sea breeze and shouting in delight. Like a child relishing newfound freedom. Sharan, do you wish to know about my past with Wu Zifan? After parking, Jiang Ying strolled onto the beach. That belongs to your past. What I desire is your future, Yi Shaoran replied. You are quite the smooth talker. I've noticed your words have become increasingly unreliable. Jiang Ying playfully shot him a look. Look, it's a Ferrari. Our daughter has a Ferrari now. She will certainly stand out in the neighborhood. Upon arriving home, Fang Rou and Jiang Nantian were already downstairs, brimming with excitement and snapping selfies for social media. My daughter, you truly bring me pride. You cannot imagine how your aunt flaunts her BMW. I must drive in front of her a few times, Fang Rou remarked, glancing at Jiang Ying. Mom, what is there to compare? Jiang Ying replied. And by the way, the car isn't mine. It was purchased by Shaoran, she added. If it was bought by you, Shaoran, do not praise him too highly. I know what he is capable of. It must be from the money you earned as the lead singer, Fang Rou said. Mom, it is indeed Jiang Ying who purchased it, Yi Shaoran interjected. I knew it. How can such a spineless man afford such a fine car? Let me warn you, you should refrain from using it too much. Don't dirty it. Fang Rou said, casting an irritated glance at Yi Shaoran. Oh, he replied. Jiang Ying, why did you buy such an extravagant car? I believe you should prioritize purchasing a house. If you have children in the future, we will not have enough space in our current home. How much do you have left? I can contribute my last bonus of 1 million to help you find a place to buy, Jiang Nantian suggested. That is out of the question. That million is our retirement fund. Fang Rou immediately objected. Are you still worried that Shaoran and Inger want to take care of you? Jiang Nantian shot her a disapproving look. That is uncertain, Jiang Ying murmured. After all, a son-in-law is not as dependable as a biological son. Could you refrain from speaking so bluntly? At your age, your words often lack consideration, Jiang Nantian replied with annoyance. Mom, please do not overthink. Your comments are quite hurtful. Jiang Ying added. I speak nothing but the truth. A son-in-law is indeed a son-in-law, and he lacks the ability to support himself, relying on you for sustenance. I must advise you to be cautious, and it would be wise to draft a property agreement to safeguard your assets from this spineless man, Fang Rou insisted. Mom, Jiang Ying was at a loss for words. Daughter, I advise you to consider divorce sooner rather than later. Your marriage was a mistake from the start. Mismatched as it was. Now that you are a star, you were even less suited to each other, Fang Rou continued. Enough. You were the one who agreed initially. Claiming that Shaoran's clothing cost tens of thousands, Jiang Nantian retorted. I must have been blind. Who knew he would turn out to be such a spineless man? His attire was probably stolen, Fang Rou concluded. Fang Rou was deeply affected. Shaoran. I apologize on behalf of my mother. Upon entering the house, Jiang Ying softly remarked, My mother is like this, but she means no harm. Yu Shaoran smiled gently. It's all right. Shaoran, there's something I need to discuss with you, Jiang Ying continued after a brief pause. What is it? Yu Shaoran inquired. Jiang Ying appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet she pressed on, thanks to Wu Zifan, I was able to secure the contract smoothly. I would like to invite him for dinner, to avoid any misunderstandings. Could you join us? Sure. A bittersweet feeling washed over Yu Shaoran. Even now, Jiang Ying believed it was Wu Zifan who had assisted her, and he found himself at a loss for words. He thought to himself that Jiang Ying would eventually discover the truth, so he refrained from saying too much, as elaboration might only complicate things. In the morning, Jiang Ying donned a water blue dress that accentuated her poise. Once ready, Yu Shaoran drove her to work. Come pick me up early this afternoon. I want to take you shopping for some new outfits, Jiang Ying said as she unfastened her seatbelt. All right, Yu Shaoran nodded, feeling a surge of happiness. After watching Jiang Ying leave, he drove away, while many in the building above were whispering enviously. In the office, Yu Yali watched Jiang Ying step out of a Ferrari, consumed by envy and resentment. What is so impressive about that? No matter how capable she is, she still married a worthless husband. It seemed that companies were beginning to approach Jiang Ying, which raised questions about how she could afford such a luxury. Daughter, we need to strategize. I want to let this slide, Yu Shuang said sternly. Let her bask in her pride for now. I will find a way to deal with her, Yu Yali replied with a cold snort. By 4 p.m, Yu Shaoran arrived at the entrance of Tianho Entertainment Company to pick up Jiang Ying, and they headed to Wanda Plaza together. Shaoran, try on this suit. Upon entering a menswear store, Jiang Ying selected a suit and a shirt. Very good. Yu Shaoran nodded and took the clothes into the fitting room. This pretty boy's wife is truly stunning. Honestly, what's with so many men living off women these days? 2 female sales assistants whispered among themselves. When Yu Shaoran emerged, Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback as he appeared transformed, handsome, and exuding charm. Isn't he striking? Yu Shaoran chuckled. Madam, your taste is impeccable. This outfit is a perfect match for your husband, a sales assistant chimed in. It truly is wonderful. How much is it? Jiang Ying inquired. After the discount, it totals 3,800. All right, let us pay, Jiang Ying said, and Yu Shaoran didn't object, feeling it unnecessary to split the costs too rigidly. As they prepared to buy shoes, they passed a jewelry store where a flamboyantly dressed woman caught their eye. Her looks and figure were commendable, albeit her makeup was a bit excessive. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly. "Shuiyao, long time no see. Are you here shopping?" Jiang Ying greeted with a smile. "Yes, my husband brought me to buy some jewelry." She turned to Yi Shanran. "Is this your husband? Quite amusing. Dressed in a suit yet wearing sneakers." "We're just about to buy shoes," Jiang Ying replied. "Jiang Ying, I've heard you've married a good-for-nothing as your live-in husband. Isn't that akin to keeping him?" Qin Shuiyao continued. "No." Jiang Ying started to explain, but was cut off. "And look at you. Your situation isn't impressive either. No jewelry worth mentioning. With your conditions, why would you want to support a pretty boy? Look at this ring my husband just bought me, worth over 80,000. Later, he's getting me a jade pendant as well." Jiang Ying's expression soured upon realizing Qin Shuiyao was deliberately flaunting her wealth. "We should be going," she said, attempting to leave. "Why the rush? Come take a look. Why not have your husband buy you a piece of jewelry too?" Qin Shuiyao taunted. "Shuiyao, how could a pretty boy compare to me? Can he even afford it?" The beer belly man sneered. "How do you know I can't afford it?" Yushan interjected. "Shanran, let us not stoop to their level. Let us go," Jiang Ying urged, holding on to his arm. "No worries. I was just thinking of getting you a gift." Yushan smiled. "Haha, little one, showing off requires capital. This is Feng Yuang Xiang. The cheapest piece starts at over 10,000. Can you afford it?" The beer belly man mocked. "Your live-in husband seems to have quite the knack for acting. How much do you pay him monthly? Is it enough for him to keep up the charade?" Qin Shuiyao laughed scornfully. "Is that so?" Yi Shanran retorted coldly and stepped forward to the sales assistant. "Please bring out that jade necklace for me to see." If he wasn't mistaken, it was the very piece Qin Shuiyao had just admired. "Are you sure?" The sales assistant glanced at him, for the jade necklace was priced at 180,000. "Miss, I have my eye on this piece. If you let him touch it, I won't buy it anymore. How could someone like him, living off others, ever afford it?" Qin Shuiyao added. "Sir, perhaps you should consider other options. We have items priced over 10,000, with discounts bringing them down to just over 8,000. The sales assistant suggested, eager not to lose a sale. "I want that one," Yushan insisted resolutely. "Sir, you're making things difficult. If you could afford it, I wouldn't mind showing it to you, but you clearly can't, so why pretend?" The sales assistant replied. At that moment, Chen Haifeng, the sales manager responsible for the area, approached. "What is going on?" he asked, eyeing the sales assistant. "Manager Chen, he wants to see this 180,000 jade necklace, but I doubt he can afford it. Plus, Miss Qin here is prepared to buy it. And she mentioned she wouldn't buy it if it got touched by his poverty." Chen Haifeng chuckled. "He is actually my brother-in-law." The sales assistant was taken aback. "Manager Chen, I truly didn't know. It's fine. Although he is my brother-in-law, he is still a live-in husband, and indeed, he probably can't afford it. We must prioritize the company's business," Chen Haifeng stated. "Yushan Ran, you should know your own worth. Can you truly afford anything here? Don't embarrass yourself. Let us leave and not disrupt our business," he added, casting a disdainful glance at Yushan Ran. "Haha, what a pauper," Qin Shuiyao laughed. "Even your own relative looks down on you, and you still try to act impressive. That's quite something," the beer belly man scoffed. Jiang Ying's expression darkened as she turned to Chen Haifeng. "Chen Haifeng, how can you be so ungrateful? It was Shan and who helped you keep your job." Chen Haifeng's demeanor shifted coldly. "If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been fired. He was merely doing what was expected." "You think I can't afford it?" Yushan shot back at Chen Haifeng. "Yes, I firmly believe you cannot," Chen Haifeng replied. "That day, you humiliated me. If I don't kick you out, it would be considered gracious. What if I can afford it?" Yushan had challenged. "The ability to purchase is yours to decide. But should you find yourself unable to afford it, I expect you to kneel before all our relatives and confess your inadequacies, acknowledging yourself as a failure," Chen Haifeng remarked. "Go ahead and use your card." Yushan nonchalantly produced his bank card and tossed it onto the counter. "Huh, do you truly think a mere card will suffice? I wonder how long you intend to keep up this charade. Jiang Ying, is it possible that your pathetic husband is simply a fool?" Qin Shuiyao scoffed. "Such bravado is regrettable, as you are merely a destitute individual." Chen Haifeng snorted dismissively, not even glancing at the manager. "This card is a Citibank diamond card." However, upon seeing the card on the counter, the sales assistant's expression shifted dramatically. A card of this caliber, even devoid of funds, could allow one to overdraw by millions. She had worked here for 4 to 5 years and had only encountered such cards a mere handful of times. What? Both Chen Haifeng and the rotund man were momentarily stunned. The Citibank diamond card, limited to 100 in Jiangqing, is a symbol of status. "Go ahead and swipe it." As Chen Haifeng's complexion darkened, Yushan repeated, "Very well, The sales assistant nodded in agreement. Wait. Chen Haifeng suddenly interjected. You may leave. We are no longer interested in this purchase. No longer interested? You think you can just back out of the deal? Yusharan retorted, his cold disdain evident. Are you unable to afford it? Spare me the unnecessary chatter. We simply will not sell to you, so leave promptly. Chen Haifeng sneered. Today, whether you like it or not, this transaction will proceed. You have no say in the matter. Yusharan coldly declared before dialing Tangu's number. Hello, Professor Tang. Mr. Yi, you called. Is there something you need? Tangu's voice came through the phone. Enough chit-chat, I will purchase. Chen Haifeng's expression turned frantic. Why must it be this way? Is it truly so gratifying to demean oneself? Yusharan scoffed. Then addressed the sales assistant. Swipe the card. The sales assistant was left speechless, unable to fathom that this individual she deemed a mere pauper was acquainted with Mr. Tang. Chen Haifeng could only stand to the side, his face a portrait of anger. Yusharan was right. Why had he sought trouble when he knew of Yusharan's connection to his employer? Allow me to assist you. After swiping the card, Yusharan placed the necklace around Jiang Ying's neck. The necklace was indeed exquisite, bestowing upon Jiang Ying an air of noble elegance. You've squandered money again. Jiang Ying shot Yusharan a disapproving glance. Why must you be so obstinate? I refuse to let others look down upon you. Nor do I wish for anyone to label your husband as a failure, Yusharan replied. In that moment, he had not only struck a blow to Qin Shuiyao's pride, but also to the sales assistants and Chen Haifeng's. Darling, I want one too. Qin Shuiyao's expression soured as she clutched the arm of the rotund man. I want to buy something even more expensive. Is it not merely 180,000? What is so remarkable about that? Fine, let us purchase. I cannot abide those who think a small fortune makes them superior. We shall buy something worth 300,000. The rotund man was also eager to save face. You possess considerable wealth. Yusharan chuckled. Unfortunately, no matter how wealthy you are, you cannot procure anything here. As he spoke, Yusharan turned to the sales assistant. Please calculate the total for all the jewelry here. What? You wish to purchase everything? The sales assistant was taken aback. Yes, every piece. Yusharan affirmed with a nod. Shaoran, please reconsider. Jiang Ying shook her head at Yusharan. To buy everything? How much would that cost? Have you lost your mind? You truly can put on an act. The rotund man snorted. Miss, please calculate his total. I wish to see how he intends to settle the bill. Mr. Yi. We have reports in the back. Excluding today's sales, the total value of all the jewelry at the counter amounts to 6,800,000. The sales assistant informed. Very well, swipe the card. Yusharan once again presented the card, and shortly thereafter, a receipt printed out. This store did not possess particularly extravagant jewelry, and the truly precious items were seldom displayed here. Do you wish to purchase as well? Shall I sell you one of these? Yusharan casually inquired, glancing at Qin Shuiya and the rotund man. You are quite audacious. The rotund man retorted. Jiang Ying, what does your husband mean by this? Are we being humiliated? Qin Shuiya seethed, glaring at Jiang Ying. No, it is not humiliation, but rather a lesson for you to understand that one should not judge others by their appearances. Do you comprehend? Yusharan interjected. You. Qin Shuiyao's face flushed with rage. You little gigolo, is wealth all that matters? I see you were just asking for a beating. The rotund man, now incensed, swung a fist at Yusharan. Sharan, be careful. Jiang Ying exclaimed in alarm, rushing to warn him. Yusharan remained unfazed. Extending his hand to seize the rotund man's wrist, and with a swift motion, he twisted it painfully, eliciting a cry of agony from the man. His bone was dislocated by Yusharan's grip. Unable to even retaliate, you must admit you are indeed a failure. Yusharan scoffed before releasing the rotund man. Let us go. The rotund man, realizing further engagement would only lead to disgrace, begrudgingly took his leave with Qin Shuiya. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. Please forgive my rudeness. The sales assistant began her contrite apologies. Yusharan feigned disinterest, then turned to Jiang Ying. Inger, all these jewelry pieces are now yours. Jiang Ying felt as though she were dreaming. Yusharan had purchased everything in the store. He had just spent nearly 7 million. Yet, her heart swelled with joy, knowing Yusharan's actions were all for her sake. I am unsure of what to do. Jiang Ying confessed, feeling overwhelmed. Then simply wear a different piece each day. Yusharan smiled, addressing Chen Haifeng. Please package everything and deliver it to our residence. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Chen Haifeng replied, fearful to utter a single objection. Yusharan and Jiang Ying spent a little more time in the mall, purchasing nearly everything they desired. By 7 o'clock, they arrived at a Michelin restaurant nearby. Before long, they spotted Wu Zifan, dressed casually in white attire. Wu Zifan looked quite pleased, genuinely happy. As Jiang Ying had taken the initiative to invite him to dinner, he assumed it was due to Jiang Ying's distress over Yusharan's infidelity with Lin Xiu, prompting her to seek him for solace. Thus he felt the evening would present a favorable opportunity even going so far as to book a room. Ziffin. I'm so sorry we're late. Jiang Ying approached, offering her apologies. No worries. Wu Ziffin looked up, but upon seeing Yu Xiaoran, his demeanor changed. Why is he here? What purpose does it serve to bring this scoundrel along? Chapter 020. Who truly lacks shame? Jiang Ying quickly interjected. We misunderstood Xiaoran. He was merely treating Miss Lin for her ailment. There is nothing more to it. Treating her? Wu Ziffin scoffed. Inger, only you would believe him. A doctor? He could never be a doctor. Moreover, even if he were, is that how one practices medicine? Have him leave. I feel nauseous just looking at him. Wu Ziffin said, gesturing dismissively at Yu Xiaoran. Ziffin, I invited Xiaoran to join us for dinner. I believe there are misunderstandings between you two, Jiang Ying explained. Absolutely not. I refuse to dine with him. Wu Ziffin shook his head vehemently. Do not overestimate your importance. If you refuse, you may leave at once. Yu Xiaoran had not initially intended to act this way, but Wu Ziffin's arrogance was intolerable. Yu Xiaoran, I admit I underestimated you. Your methods are quite effective. Managing to win over Lin Siyu, and even convincing Inger of your credibility. Wu Ziffin sneered. You speak without basis. Do you have any evidence? If not, keep your mouth shut. Yu Xiaoran retorted coldly. Jiang Ying felt overwhelmed, uncertain how to respond. Young Master Wu, you are here as well. What a pleasure. At this moment, a man approached and greeted Wu Ziffin upon seeing him. Wu Ziffin smiled at Su Ziheo's arrival, saying, Manager Su, what a coincidence. Ingo, allow me to introduce you to Manager Su, whose assistance was crucial in securing the contract. He then turned to Jiang Ying, adding, unlike certain individuals who shamelessly take credit for others' achievements despite their own incompetence. Wu Ziffin cast a scornful glance at Yu Xiaoran. Manager Su? So it was your help that led to the contract signing? Yu Xiaoran inquired, looking at Su Ziheo. Su Ziheo dismissed him with a glance, stating, I merely lent a small hand. It was primarily based on Wu Gongzi's connections and considerable financial investment that we managed to finalize the contract. Oh, I see. Yu Xiaoran scoffed. Manager Su, thank you sincerely. Jiang Ying also expressed her gratitude. Inger, now you can discern who is genuine and who is not. Wu Ziffin remarked to Jiang Ying. Xiaoran indeed had a friend, but perhaps his influence was minimal, Jiang Ying commented. If it weren't for that friend, how would he have obtained the information to come here and claim credit? Wu Ziffin retorted with a snort. In truth, had I not spoken to my father and Mr. Smith, even with Manager Su's involvement, securing this contract would have been quite challenging. Wu Gongzi, that is why I specifically wanted to thank you today. Although Xiaoran's actions were indeed inappropriate, they weren't entirely unforgivable. Let's sit down and chat over a meal, Jiang Ying suggested. Mr. Yi, you should join us for dinner as well. At that moment, a somewhat unpolished Chinese phrase caught their attention. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Xiaoran smiled. It was Wang Jingya. Mr. Yi, do you know President Wang? Su Ziheo's expression immediately became awkward. At this moment, Wu Ziffin's demeanor also shifted oddly. Could Yu Xiaoran truly be acquainted with Wang Jingya? Manager Su, do you also know Mr. Yi? Wang Jingya asked Su Ziheo, who had just passed by after visiting the restroom. Who is this lady? Jiang Ying inquired curiously about the middle-aged woman. This is President Wang, Su Ziheo replied. You must be Jiang Ying. Hello, I am Wang Jingya. She greeted Jiang Ying with a smile. Hello, President Wang. Jiang Ying appeared slightly bewildered. I can reserve a private room inside. There is plenty of space. Would you like to join Mr. Yi? Wang Jingya extended the invitation. President Wang, you know Xiaoran? Jiang Ying asked. Of course, Mr. Yi didn't he mention it? Wang Jingya replied, surprised. Xiaoran, is your friend President Wang? Jiang Ying turned to Yu Xiaoran. He nodded affirmatively. President Wang, are you aware of the contract situation? Jiang Ying smartly inquired. Wang Jingya smiled, of course. Selecting you as the lead vocalist was part of our agreement with Mr. Yi. If Tianhou Entertainment hadn't chosen you, we wouldn't have collaborated with them. At that moment, Jiang Ying glanced at Wu Ziftin, who felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. It was a public humiliation. Ingo, I had no idea about this situation either. I was just as surprised by how smoothly it all unfolded. It seems it was prearranged, Wu Ziftin hastily explained. As the owner of Xingtu, Wang Jingya possessed keen observational and analytical skills. She quickly turned her gaze to Su Ziheo, clarify the situation. If you fail to do so, pack your things and leave. Su Ziheo immediately panicked, exclaiming, President Wang, I will explain. Recently, Wu Zifin called me to assist with the project contract. I inquired at the company, unsure if it would work out. Then, Miss Jiang came over and directly signed the contract, which surprised me. Yesterday, Wu Zifin transferred me 100,000, instructing me to come here to collaborate with him. I did not expect you to be dining here as well, President Wang. Su Ziheo's words left Wu Zifin looking as pale as a corpse. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Mortified, Wu Zifan dared not meet Jiang Ying's gaze and rose to leave. Wu Gongzi, who lacks shame now. Yusharan mocked. Humph. Wu Zifan snorted. You may have won this round, but do not rejoice too soon. Time is on my side. With that, he strode away. I misjudged you. Jiang Ying remarked to Yusharan. I was so skeptical of you, even defending Wu Zifan against you. Why do you continue to assist me? It's simple. Because you are my wife, Yusharan replied with a smile. Come now, you two lovebirds, save the flirting for later. Let's head inside for a drink. Wang Jingya suggested with a chuckle. Sounds good, Yusharan nodded. Suzaheo felt anxious, fearing he might be dismissed. Yusharan, you worthless fool. I admit I underestimated you. Just wait. Even if I cannot win Jiang Ying's heart, I will possess her body, and you will wear the green hat. Wu Zifan stormed off to the parking lot, kicking his car in a fit of rage. Dinner continued until nearly 9 o'clock, filled with lively conversation. Sharan, the album release event is the day after tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Jiang Ying expressed on their way home. It's all right. You can do this. Believe in yourself, Yusharan encouraged her. But the lead song is genuinely challenging. I fear I won't perform well. Jiang Ying's face showed concern. Besides, we've tried numerous pianists, and none have delivered satisfactory results. You know, the melody for the lead song is the one that mysterious person played at the CAF. Yusharan chuckled, recalling how he had mentioned that piece was played by him, yet Jiang Ying seemed to have forgotten, perhaps not taking it to heart at the time. That is the Angel Blue. What a beautiful necklace. Jiang Ying remarked while watching a variety show on television featuring an exquisite diamond necklace. Her eyes reflected longing and desire. If you wear it, you would look stunning, Yusharan said. But that's just a dream. I could never afford such a thing. Jiang Ying replied. After dropping Jiang Ying off at her company the next morning, Yusharan returned to Yuhai Park for his training routine, which led him to break through to the third level of qi refining, leaving him feeling invigorated. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, and a fragment of memory resurfaced. This memory revealed his true identity, the Yi family of Jianan. The mystery surrounding Yusharan's identity was finally unveiled. He was the third young master of the Yi family, who had been persecuted by treacherous relatives 3 years ago, leaving him on the brink of death, only to be saved by Jiang Ying. Little did he expect such a background. Since I have been reborn, I gladly accept all of this, Yusharan murmured to himself. He was still himself. The person from the spirit realm, and also the person he was now. In the afternoon, Jiang Ying sent a message via WeChat, saying she would attend a dinner event that evening and would return home late. After a bit more training, Yusharan called Tengu. Later, around 6 o'clock at Tengu's villa, he brewed a fine cup of cloud mist tea. After taking a delicate sip, Yusharan acknowledged its quality. Mr. Yi, you must have something on your mind for calling me, Tengu inquired softly. Indeed, Yusharan nodded. I seek the Angel Blue. Angel Blue? Tengu's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Help me acquire it tonight, and I owe you a favor, Yusharan stated, adding. I can cure your father's illness and extend his life by another decade. During his previous visit to the Tang family, Yusharan had learned that Tengu's father was suffering from cancer. What? Tengu was taken aback. His father was already in the late stages of lung cancer, with a life expectancy of merely a month. The prospect of healing the cancer and extending his father's life by 10 years was beyond anything that could be purchased with money. Life is priceless. If you can accomplish this, then tonight, I will spare no effort to secure the Angel Blue, Tengu responded with excitement. I can treat him right away. Yusharan gently placed his teacup down and softly spoke. It's cured. Professor Tang, please assist me with the filming again. Excellent, Tengu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In the room on the third floor of the villa, dedicated medical personnel accompanied the elderly Tang, equipped with advanced medical instruments. Although Yusharan was capable of saving him from late-stage lung cancer, it required a significant cost, which was the reason he had hesitated before. 9 silver needles pierced his fingers, blood coagulating but not falling, as he skillfully manipulated the needles, 7 deep and 2 shallow, arranged in a 9-palace formation. He then pushed his palms together, channeling spiritual energy from vital acupuncture points directly into the formation. The silver needles vibrated continuously, and gradually, a dark liquid began to seep up around them. Half an hour later, Yusharan was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. The 9 palaces life-defying needle technique was an arduous endeavor, nearly depleting half of his spiritual energy and affecting his vitality. As he withdrew the needles, they emerged dark and encased in a viscous liquid, releasing a foul odor. Yet, the elderly gentleman's condition had significantly improved, and the medical instruments indicated a gradual return to normalcy. The medical staff was astonished. Was there truly such a remarkable person in the world? The illness is cured. But to extend his life by another decade, we will require some rare medicinal herbs, and I will need at least 7 days to perform the treatment again. Yusharan stated. Doctor, what do you think? Tengu asked, his heart racing. Mr. Tang, the elder's condition is indeed improved. The gentleman you found is truly extraordinary. The attending physician remarked, still in disbelief. Haha, splendid. Tengu replied, turning to Yi Xiaoran. Mr. Yi, at 9 o'clock tonight. I will ensure the Angel Blue is captured. Very well, I shall await Professor Tang's good news. Yi Xiaoran nodded, then added. Could the 7-string guqin in the living room be gifted to me? You mean the 100 birds chasing the phoenix guqin? If Mr. Yi desires it, it shall be yours. Tengu affirmed. Thank you. Yi Xiaoran replied, please have it delivered to the Vienna concert hall tomorrow. At 9:30 that evening, the headlines across television, Weibo, and various websites reported the same astonishing news. The Angel Blue had been purchased by a mysterious individual for 80 million. Shortly thereafter, it was rumored that the mysterious buyer was surnamed Yi. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoran had arrived at the restaurant where Jiang Ying was dining, preparing to take her home. 80 million for the Angel Blue. Who could possibly be so wealthy? If only that person would propose to me while presenting the Angel Blue, I would certainly accept. Dream on. 80 million? Get real. Someone scoffed. Oh, how I wish my husband were that rich. Wearing the Angel Blue would be such bliss. Yi Xiaoran stood just outside the private room, overhearing their conversation as the meal was yet to conclude. Sister Ying, just imagine if you were on stage at tomorrow's press conference, adorned with the Angel Blue. How envious everyone would be. Such things are mere fantasies. I wouldn't waste my time dreaming, Jiang Ying replied. At least you have some self-awareness, Yu Yali remarked coolly. 80 million worth of jewelry? You could never afford that. Relying on you is impossible, and even more so on your useless husband. If I can't afford it, can you? Jiang Ying retorted coldly. At least I possess genuine items, while you wear a fake jade necklace bought from a roadside stall, Yu Yali said, revealing a vibrant jade pendant from under her clothing. This was purchased from Fengyi Wangxiang for 180,000. Jealous? Show off all you want, if you can get your husband to buy you the Angel Blue. Then maybe you can brag about your 180,000 jade necklace, Yu Yali huffed, though jealousy flickered within her. Inger, have you finished eating? If so, we should head home. Yi Xiaoran entered at that moment. Almost done. We were just about to leave. Jiang Ying nodded in agreement. You spineless worm, always trailing behind. Yu Yali shot a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaoran. My worthiness seems irrelevant to you, Yi Xiaoran replied, smiling at Yu Yali. Your jade pendant has faded. You might want to wash it before wearing it again. The others in the room turned their gaze, confirming that indeed. A hint of green had stained Yu Yali's white blouse. Sisterly, did you get swindled out of 7 or 8,000 for that jade pendant? Someone commented, causing Yu Yali to feel embarrassed. Even those with little knowledge could see that the pendant had lost its color, indicating it was dyed. That is not true. The color on my clothing came from dyeing during laundry, Yu Yali quickly explained, casting a resentful glance at Yi Xiaoran. You shouldn't speak so carelessly if you don't understand jade. Yi Xiaoran chuckled lightly. I never claimed it was fake. I merely pointed out that it is faded. Look, there is green on your neck. Yu Yali hastily checked, discovering indeed some green on her fingers. It was unmistakably the jade pendant fading. Be careful. Yu Yali, I've heard that such dyes can pose significant health risks when they come into contact with skin. Jiang Ying couldn't help but laugh, then stood up to walk beside Yi Xiaoran. Let us go. As they reached the door, Yi Xiaoran turned back to Yu Yali. Tomorrow, you will witness something remarkable. With that, he and Jiang Ying stepped outside. Crazy, Yu Yali muttered coldly, perplexed about what he meant. Xiaoran, what did you mean by that? Jiang Ying inquired once they were in the car. You'll find out tomorrow, Yi Xiaoran smiled enigmatically. Such mystery. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes playfully. I hope you can make it to the press conference tomorrow. I will definitely be there. I want to cheer you on, Yi Xiaoran assured her with a smile. As night fell, the day that would stir the entertainment circle of Jiang City finally arrived. The launch event for the album 3 Lives, 3 Worlds was held at the Vienna Concert Hall, attracting industry insiders and numerous artists from beyond Jiang City. Major media outlets, particularly music-themed radio stations, prepared for live broadcasts. This was not merely a music release, it was a grand event intended to serve as a platform for extensive commercial promotion. In the morning, Yi Xiaoran escorted Jiang Ying to the Vienna Concert Hall. She changed into a custom-tailored gown, pure as snow, her fair skin perfectly complementing the attire, resembling a celestial being. Jiang Ying felt a mix of excitement and nerves. She had always dreamed of standing on such a grand stage, and today, that dream was finally coming to fruition. As the opening music played and the host began the introduction, it was finally her turn to take the stage. Step by step, accompanied by special effects. She truly appeared as if gliding through the clouds like a fairy. The spotlight enveloped her, and in that moment, she was the star. Amid countless gazes, she ascended the stage, beaming a radiant smile and bowing gracefully to the audience, who erupted in applause. With a beaming smile, the host stood beside Jiang Ying, remarking, Miss Jiang truly embodies the beauty of a fairy. Her voice must be as ethereal as the heavens. Everyone knows that the title track of this album is 3 Lives, Three worlds, and today, we have invited a mysterious guest to accompany Miss Jiang on stage, the host announced, inviting the guest to appear. As the host's voice faded, Jiang Ying looked bewildered. A mysterious guest? Accompaniment? At that moment, a figure emerged amidst the dazzling lights, approaching step by step. Carrying a 7-string guqin and holding an exquisite jade box, Yu Sharon stepped onto the stage, smiling at the puzzled Jiang Ying. Today, you will be the happiest woman here. Sharon, is it really you? Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. Yi Shaoran's face was adorned with makeup, prepared for his role as the accompaniment to the lead singer. Embodying the character of a Prince Charming, this was to create an enchanting atmosphere for the lead singer's song and to produce a visually captivating music video. It's me. Yu Shaoran smiled gently. Look what I've brought for you. He then delicately opened the jade box, and at that moment, the camera and lights focused intently on them. A frosty blue light blossomed forth, and as the jade box opened, Jiang Ying's gaze froze, filled with disbelief. Shaoran, is this the sky blue? Jiang Ying's voice trembled slightly. Let me put it on for you. Yu Shaoran chuckled softly as he stepped forward, removed Jiang Ying's original jade necklace, and gallantly placed the sky blue piece around her neck. At that instant, the ethereal Jiang Ying appeared even more noble and elegant. Heavens, this is truly sky blue. Someone exclaimed from the audience. It really is sky blue. Who is this mysterious guest? Could this enigmatic figure be seeking to pursue Jiang Ying? Such an extravagant gift. She must be deeply touched. At that moment, countless individuals were left in shock, and many beautiful women looked on enviously. Jiang Ying's colleagues were equally astonished, gasping in admiration. Yu Yali, however, scoffed disdainfully. What a frivolous woman. Even married, she accepts such a precious gift. It seems she truly intends to stray. On stage, Jiang Ying was moved to tears, her tears flowing uncontrollably, her eyes radiating happiness. Thank you. Jiang Ying gazed at Yu Shaoran, overwhelmed with indescribable emotion. For 3 years, because of me, you have faced ridicule and disdain. From this day forth, you are my woman. I shall make you the happiest woman. With me around, no one can mock or look down upon you. Yu Shaoran looked at Jiang Ying tenderly. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Ying leaped into Yu Shaoran's embrace. You rascal, you're such a rascal. Why do you make me feel so touched? Why are you so kind to me? I feel I have let you down these 3 years. Ha ha, it truly is as I said, a frivolous woman. Accepting such an expensive gift and immediately throwing herself into someone's arms. Yu Yali sneered from her seat. Sisterly, any woman would find it hard to resist. Yu Shaoran is a weakling compared to this mysterious prince. It's simply incomparable. If I were in her shoes, I would do the same. Indeed, although Jiang Ying is married, who could withstand such pursuit? 8 million. Who knows how many women envy Jiang Ying now? Take more photos and videos to post online. I'll treat you all to a grand feast, Yu Yali mocked. At this moment, Yu Shaoran picked up the qin, a traditional Chinese instrument, and smiled at Jiang Ying. Shall we begin? Let us not keep everyone waiting for too long. Shaoran, are you really going to accompany me? Jiang Ying inquired. Of course. Yu Shaoran replied with a smile. I brought my qin, didn't I? All right, Jiang Ying nodded, choosing to trust Yu Shaoran, despite a lingering apprehension. In her eyes, Yu Shaoran did not seem to understand music, let alone accompaniment. Could he truly handle such an important performance? However, today, Yu Shaoran had given her such a tremendous surprise that she felt compelled to trust him. Yu Shaoran settled down to the side, his hands gliding gently over the strings, his eyes brimming with confidence as he produced rippling melodies. He was tuning the qin, which resonated beautifully, the low notes like a tranquil pool in a secluded valley, serene and clear, while the high notes rang out like a chorus of beasts, harmonious and vibrant. The tone was profound, the echoes distant. Let us begin. Yi Shaoran nodded at Jiang Ying, and in that instant, his expression was as calm as still water, his eyes shimmering like the starry sky. 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds was indeed the perfect interpretation of his piece. As the first note resonated, Yi Shaoran quickly fell into the rhythm, mastering the initial tones with an indescribable sense of rhythm. Jiang Ying felt an overwhelming surprise. This level of skill was undoubtedly that of a master. Yu Shaoran truly understood music. Moreover, his playing was exquisite. Jiang Ying felt as if she were experiencing the first time she had ever heard this piece. Though one was on the piano and the other on the 7-string qin, the rhythms were strikingly similar. And it seemed that the qin could express the essence of the piece even more profoundly. I always felt something was amiss. It turns out it needed to be played on the 7-string qin. This will be a perfect performance. Smith from the VIP section sighed in awe. It must be him. His music can indeed sound even more beautiful. Jiang Ying is truly fortunate. Why did I ever look down on him? Lin Siyu whispered, filled with envy and unexplainable emotions. As the music spread, the emotions of the audience were ignited, and an excited Jiang Ying was swept up in a marvelous realm. Accompanying the music, she picked up the microphone. You and I met beneath the 3 lifetimes tree, love flowing through heaven and earth. With the ethereal sound of the chin-chin. Jiang Ying's voice was warm and lingering, calming the hearts of all who listened, transporting them to the misty scene beneath the 3 lifetimes tree, dreamlike, picturesque, as if they were there in person. Listening to the rain, hearing the cicadas, watching the flowers fall as autumn arrives, my longing grows in an instant. If love is too long, I will accompany you. How far is this journey? How long is this eternity? Hand in hand until the end of time. The exquisite melodies of the chin-chin blended seamlessly with her heavenly voice, culminating in a perfect harmony. By the end of the song, Jiang Ying was in tears. Completely moved by Yisharan's music, immersed in its depths, elevating her performance to new heights beyond any rehearsal. The audience was entirely enraptured, unable to recover even after the last note faded. If only I were the one singing on stage. Lin Siyu thought dreamily, her feelings intensifying. This was no mere accompaniment. It was a fusion of song and music, the ultimate interpretation of this piece. Smith expressed genuine admiration. Even Yu Yali found herself lost in the melodies, reluctantly admitting that this was the most beautiful song she had ever heard. Consequently, her envy of Jiang Ying deepened. Jiang Ying slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Yi Shaoran beside her, feeling joy and complexity within her heart. Yi Shaoran was indeed remarkable, and yet, she had looked down on him for 3 years. His ability to play this piece so perfectly was no accident at that moment. She recalled Yi Shaoran's words. That day at the performance, it was indeed he who had played this piece. For the past few days, at least a dozen piano masters had failed to play it flawlessly, yet Yi Shaoran had succeeded. Furthermore, he had given her the feeling of hearing this piece for the first time, unmistakably from the same person. The next moment, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yi Shaoran smiled, rose, and put away the chin-chin before turning to Jiang Ying. Now, the stage is yours. Jiang Ying nodded, her eyes moist once more. Today, she felt immeasurably moved, experiencing profound happiness. The lead song had achieved an unexpected effect. Upon concluding, not only were those present enchanted, but viewers watching from home and various livestream platforms were also in a frenzy. This song spread like wildfire in the music industry, and Jiang Ying rose to fame following this performance. Moreover, a heated topic emerged, with countless netizens speculating about the identity of the mysterious man with the 7-string chin-chin. Of course, there were also those who disparaged Jiang Ying, labeling her as a married woman seducing a mysterious man. Jiang Ying continued to sing, and the atmosphere in the concert hall had been entirely invigorated. Lightsticks waved in rhythm with the song, and at that moment, countless individuals had already become Jiang Ying's fans. Mr. Yi, your romantic nature must surely bring happiness to your wife, does it not? In the VIP room, Wang Jingya let out a light laugh. 3 years have passed, and I owe her so much. This is what I ought to do. Yisharan smiled in return, proclaiming, moreover, I have vowed to elevate her to the pinnacle of the music industry. We are merely at the outset. Chapter 023. Yi Senshao. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Jiang Ying was inundated with interviews from various media outlets and later attended a promotional gala. That evening, as Yi Shaoran lay on the floor, a somewhat inebriated Jiang Ying asked, so, tell me, where did you acquire the angel blue? It was a gift from Professor Tang. Yi Shaoran replied, I suspected as much. Even if you're wealthy, you cannot possibly afford such a lavish item worth 80 million. You should return it tomorrow. It is far too precious, Jiang Ying insisted. There's no need. I have already gifted it to you. Keep it, Yi Shaoran stated. You look truly beautiful wearing it. After a brief pause, Jiang Ying inquired, is the floor hard? It's bearable, Yi Shaoran instinctively replied. Immediately regretting his words, he laughed and added, my dear. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Sleep. Jiang Ying turned her back, exasperated. This man, after mustering the courage to express her feelings, he hadn't even understood her? She had hoped to take a step forward tonight, yet he claimed he hadn't heard her? The next day, upon arriving at the office, Jiang Ying noticed her boss, Han Wen, in high spirits. During the morning meeting, he showered her with praise, as the press conference had yielded excellent results. That very morning, Han Wen received numerous calls from companies interested in purchasing copyrights or signing endorsement deals. He promptly announced Jiang Ying's promotion, elevating her to a position just below that of vice president. Meanwhile, her colleagues regarded her with peculiar glances. Jiang Ying, you were quite the sensation yesterday. To gain fame, you certainly have no shame. I must say, your reputation as a flirt is not unfounded, Yu Yali remarked mockingly after the meeting. What do you mean by that? Jiang Ying's expression darkened. What do I mean? Who was that mysterious benefactor yesterday? Your sugar daddy, perhaps? You seem so innocent, yet you have clearly been compromised. I can only imagine how brazen you must be in bed, Yu Yali sneered. You're talking nonsense. He is Yu Shaoran, my husband, Jiang Ying retorted. wishing she could slap Yu Yali. Yu Xiaoran, that useless husband of yours? Yu Yali scoffed. Don't kid me. A man like him could never afford the angel blue. Indeed, Jiang Ying, how can you lie so blatantly? It's perfectly acceptable to admit it. After all, in this industry, who is without their secrets? Another woman chimed in. You are utterly slandering me. Jiang Ying's face flushed with anger. Just wait and see, your good days are numbered, Yu Yali scoffed, leading her entourage out. As she reached the door, she turned back, adding, Oh, and I must thank you. I am now involved with Zifan. A woman like you, so promiscuous, certainly does not deserve him. And your husband, poor thing, repeatedly wearing the green hat. He truly is pathetic. Ha ha. With a crash, Jiang Ying shattered a vase in the meeting room, shouting, Get out. The entire day, Jiang Ying's mood remained abysmal. At the Yunlong Club, in an opulent room, Yu Yali sipped red wine, plotting, tomorrow, at a gala, I will find the opportunity to slip a drug into Jiang Ying's drink. Then we shall see your prowess, Mr. Huang. Huang Xinxiang laughed lewdly. That is assured, Jiang Ying, that wench still pretends to be virtuous. This time, I will make her aware of my might. Yu Yali chuckled. Jiang Ying hasn't been touched yet. Mr. Huang, you are in for a treat. Huang Xinxiang was taken aback. She has been married for 3 years, and hasn't he been touched? Indeed, I suspect her husband, Yu Xiaoran, is truly a waste. A man who possesses such a beauty yet has not made a move must either have issues or be utterly incompetent, Huang Xinxiang jested. Do not forget to record a video, Mr. Huang. You seek a night of passion, while I desire Jiang Ying's ruin, Yu Yali said with a sinister expression. That evening, at the company entrance, Jiang Ying took the passenger seat. What's wrong? You look rather gloomy, Yu Xiaoran observed. It's Yu Yali. She infuriated me. Jiang Ying replied angrily, recounting the events at the office. Should I assist you in getting her expelled from the company? Yu Xiaoran offered. I would love for her to be dismissed, but her mother is the vice president. Do you think that's feasible? Now, let us hurry. Drive me home. I need a good bath and a restful sleep, Jiang Ying instructed. Understood. Yu Xiaoran nodded and started the car. Upon returning home, as he watched the beauty emerge from her bath, Yu Xiaoran could only admire her from afar. After a brief moment lying on the bed, Jiang Ying's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she immediately hung up, but the phone continued to ring. Why aren't you answering? Whose call is it? Yu Xiaoran inquired. It's Wu Zifan. I no longer wish to have any dealings with him, Jiang Ying stated. Answer it. Let us see what he wants, Yu Xiaoran encouraged. Reluctantly, Jiang Ying picked up the phone. Wu Zifan, we are not meant to be. Please do not contact me again, all right? Wu Zifan, how dare you? After a short conversation, Jiang Ying's expression soured, and she hung up. What happened? Yu Xiaoran asked. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. He said if I don't accompany him, he will ruin my reputation and even find someone to incapacitate you. Jiang Ying hesitated. Then he is truly courting death, Yu Xiaoran replied, his voice low. He knows people from the underworld. He could genuinely carry it out. Jiang Ying expressed her worries. Let us rest. With me around, no one can harm you. The next morning, after dropping Jiang Ying off at work, Yu Xiaoran retrieved an old mobile phone long unused, extracted the SIM card, located a number within, and dialed it. Who is this? A puzzled voice answered. It's me. Yu Xiaoran. You are Sanxiao? Indeed. Let us meet somewhere. At 11 o'clock that noon, at the Yuhai Hotel. Brother, is it really you? Where have you been for these 3 years? Bai Qi exclaimed, astonished and excited. I lost my memory, but I have just regained it, Yu Xiaoran replied. Brother, it was my fault 3 years ago. I failed to protect you, Bai Qi lamented. You did your utmost. Those who sought to end my life were beyond your control. Yu Xiaoran stated solemnly. Brother, do you know? In these 3 years, your elder brother, Yi Xiaoshang, has entered rehab, and your second brother, Yi Xiaofeng, was forced to send Chu Yunyan abroad after coercing her. The Yi family has been searching for you all this time, Bai Qi reported eagerly. How amusing. Yu Xiaoran replied coldly. But I, Yu Xiaoran, am not someone they can summon at will. They pressured me into coming to Jiacheng. And now they wish to summon me back? Do they consider me a mere dog, to be commanded at their whim? Yu Xiaoran's gaze hardened. You are aware of Wu Zifan, correct? I know him. He has a wealthy second-generation heir, Bai Qi nodded. Keep a close watch on him. He intends to target me and my wife. Inform me the moment you discover anything, Yu Xiaoran commanded. He has certainly overstepped. He dares to covet my brother. Bai Qi remarked coldly. Wait, brother, you're married? Bai Qi looked at Yu Xiaoran in disbelief. Yu Xiaoran paused for a moment before sighing. Yes. My wife is my savior. But that is enough. I desire a peaceful life, free from excessive troubles. Do you understand? Understood, Bai Qi nodded. Brother, when you have time, let me meet my sister-in-law. I'll make up for the gifts, Bai Qi said with a smile. All right, Yu Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Her name is Jiang Ying. She is a singer, and you should be familiar with her. Ensure that she is protected discreetly. I do not wish for her to come to any harm. Understood. Bai Qi replied earnestly. Bai Qi had been Yu Xiaoran's friend since childhood, and they had both been sent to Jiang City 3 years ago. While Yu Xiaoran was in university, Bai Qi was already implementing Yu Xiaoran's plans. After a lengthy conversation, Yu Xiaoran felt gratified by Bai Qi's progress over the past 3 years. As Bai Qi was leaving, he handed Yu Xiaoran a bank card, which Yu Xiaoran did not refuse, as it rightfully belonged to him. Yu Xiaoran arrived early at Jiang Ying's company in the afternoon, waiting for her to finish work. After a considerable time, he still had not seen her emerge, and when he tried to call, there was no signal. Just as unease began to settle in, he received a call from Bai Qi. Brother, something has happened to my sister-in-law. Chapter 024, Devious Schemes in a Luxurious Hotel in Jiang City, Mr. Huang. Jiang Ying has already lost consciousness. Take your time to enjoy, Yu Yali coldly informed Huang Xinxiang as she led him into her room. Haha, I truly must thank you. Rest assured, after I have my fun, I will send you the photos. Your goal will be achieved. Huang Xinxiang grinned broadly. I won't disturb your delightful time, Mr. Huang, Yu Yali said, exiting the room. Huang Xinxiang quickly swallowed a pill. Soon, the effect surged through him, igniting an almost explosive excitement. He had long desired to have Jiang Ying, but opportunities had eluded him, especially after his previous plans were thwarted by Yu Xiaoran. He never imagined that this time, Yu Yali would bring Jiang Ying along and secretly drug her, practically delivering her to him. At this moment, Jiang Ying lay unconscious, her face flushed, eyes tightly shut, her long lashes fluttering gently, an enchanting sight. Dressed in a stylish gown, her figure was exquisite, particularly her long legs clad in stockings, which made Huang Xinxiang almost unbearable with anticipation. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoran had arrived at the hotel. The cocktail party in the lobby had not yet concluded. He happened to spot Yu Yali as she emerged. What are you doing here, you useless wretch? Do you enjoy being cuckolded? Yu Yali mocked as she approached Yu Xiaoran. Get lost. Yu Xiaoran's fury ignited as he slapped Yu Yali across the face, leaving her momentarily stunned. You coward. Just wait and see the videos of Jiang Ying's debauchery in bed. Yu Yali shouted angrily as Yu Xiaoran stormed away. In a rush to save Jiang Ying, Yu Xiaoran moved swiftly, oblivious to Yu Yali's taunts. Who are you? A bodyguard at the room's entrance finally noticed Yu Xiaoran charging forward. Get out. Yu Xiaoran was filled with rage, delivering a powerful kick. You bastard. The bodyguard yelled as he retaliated, but in an instant, he was sent crashing against the wall, as if struck by a ghost. Boom. Just then, Yu Xiaoran kicked open the door, startling Huang Xinxiang inside. Who the hell are you? Looking for death? Huang Xinxiang shouted without even glancing. You coward. Yu Xiaoran replied, his voice cold as ice. He lunged forward, delivering a kick that caught Huang Xinxiang off guard, sending him flying as if hit by a tank, crashing through the bathroom glass. You little brat, just wait. If I don't ruin you today, I want to bear the Huang name. Huang Xinxiang roared. Yet Yu Xiaoran did not relent, advancing step by step, landing a powerful kick to Huang Xinxiang's groin, eliciting a terrible cry. He knew he was finished. Previously he could rely on drugs, but now even that was futile. You brat, just wait. I will make you pay. Huang Xinxiang bellowed. At that moment, Bai Qi arrived, accompanied by several others. Huge brother, your timing is perfect. Huang Xinxiang exclaimed, spotting someone beside Bai Qi. I'll offer you 100,000, no, 50,000. Huge brother, help me take care of him. Brother Bai, him? Zhao Hu asked Bai Qi, clearly inquiring about Yu Xiaoran's identity and whether he was fair game. Smack. Bai Qi promptly slapped Zhao Hu, stating, this is my brother, understand? Understood. Zhao Hu acknowledged, though he dared not show any displeasure. Meanwhile, Huang Xinxiang's face paled. Yu Xiaoran was not merely a son-in-law, a coward, but someone whom even Bai Qi called brother. Huang Xinxiang realized he had run into a formidable opponent, one that could easily threaten his life. Brother, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? Bai Qi asked Yu Xiaoran. Kill him if possible. If not, let him wish he were dead. Yu Xiaoran declared as he picked up Jiang Ying, leaving the room with those words. Zhao Hu and his group exchanged glances, sensing the chilling aura emanating from Yu Xiaoran. A fearsome individual indeed. No wonder Bai Qi called him brother. Strike, Bai Qi ordered before leaving as well. Huang Xinxiang's face was filled with dread. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Spare you? Blame yourself for offending the wrong people. Zhao Hu coldly scoffed, picking up a chair and hurling it at Huang Xinxiang. Upon returning home, Yu Xiaoran managed to neutralize the drug's effects on Jiang Ying. In the hotel, as she lay unconscious, she had felt fear creeping in. In her semi-conscious state, despair and terror washed over her. Even at home, the internal turmoil and humiliation caused her tears to flow uncontrollably. Yu Xiaoran, deeply pained, comforted her. It's all right. It's over now. Xiaoran, if you hadn't saved me today, I truly wouldn't know how I would have survived. Jiang Ying sobbed, her voice trembling. Yusharan continued to reassure her, grateful that he had sought Bai Qi, who had acted swiftly. However, Yusharan's gaze became somewhat distant. Jiang Ying's attire was disheveled, and her stockings accentuated her beauty. Stop looking. You men are all the same. Jiang Ying snapped at him, noticing his gaze. Even though the drug's effects had worn off, she still felt weak, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, I won't look. Yusharan turned away. Minutes passed in silence. The sound of rustling fabric breaking the stillness. Shaoran, come here. After a few moments, Jiang Ying's voice, laced with embarrassment, broke through. Yusharan turned to see Jiang Ying attempting to rise, her legs dangling off the bed, unable to move. He quickly rushed over to help, but as he reached out, he inadvertently brushed against her soft form, causing him to hesitate. What are you doing? Get away. Jiang Ying's face flushed crimson, her anger flaring as memories of the hotel flooded back. In her fury, she disregarded Yusharan's feelings, seemingly forgetting that he was her savior. I'm sorry. Yusharan quickly released her. Jiang Ying teetered and fell back onto the bed. Hearing his apology, she began to regain her composure. Jiang Ying pondered, after all, Yusharan was her husband. What harm was there in a glance or a touch? Her intense reaction stemmed from either fear or an innate resistance to being touched by Yusharan. Jiang Ying experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Yet the discomfort in her lower abdomen compelled her to glance at Yusharan and softly request, come here, assist me. I need to use the restroom. All right. Yusharan promptly approached her, muttering to himself that she should have mentioned her need earlier. He cautiously supported Jiang Ying's arm while gently wrapping his other arm around her waist, guiding her to the restroom. Jiang Ying's waist was remarkably firm and devoid of any excess flesh, a testament to her regular yoga practice. Her cheeks flushed crimson, an unfamiliar sensation stirring within her, leaving her flustered. However, feeling utterly weak, she found herself facing yet another dilemma once in the restroom. Could you help me again? She had no choice but to seek Yusharan's assistance once more. He understood her predicament and proceeded with utmost care. Upon exiting, Jiang Ying's face was so flushed it seemed she could almost drip water. We must exercise caution moving forward, Yusharan said as he helped her back to the bed. I never intended for this to happen. I had no idea who had drugged my drink. I never expected Huang Xinxiang to be such a duplicitous person. He will face the consequences of his actions, Yusharan assured her. Chapter 025. You are fired at Tianhou Entertainment. Yuyali had arrived early, eagerly awaiting the morning meeting. She was brimming with excitement. For today she intended to ruin Jiang Ying's reputation and usurp her position. Where's Jiang Ying? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Hanwen inquired. Perplexed. Perhaps she is entangled with some boss in bed, Yuyali retorted with a sardonic tone. Yuyali, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Ying's reputation is of utmost importance to the company, Hanwen admonished, furrowing his brow. I am not speaking in jest. I witnessed her enter a room last night, and she never came out. Is it not obvious she spent the night in a hotel with another man? Yuyali declared. How else could she afford a Ferrari? Clearly, she has been seducing her bosses, and not just one. Do not speak without evidence, Hanwen replied sternly. How can I be fabricating? What I say is the truth, and soon I will have proof. Yuyali smiled subtly, exuding confidence. The meeting room buzzed with speculation. Is there really evidence? Jiang Ying has just gained fame, and now she is allegedly involved in scandal? If paparazzi were to catch wind of this, the repercussions would be disastrous. She seems so innocent, but now she is seducing her bosses to enrich herself. I even saw Huang Zong book a room last night. It appears Jiang Ying was indeed with him. What a promiscuous woman. And what of her husband? How many times has he been cheated on? In the meeting room. Those aligned with Yuyali resumed their chatter. Just then, Jiang Ying entered the meeting room, apologizing. I'm sorry, I wasn't feeling well. Which is why I'm late. Let us discuss the details of our next event. Unwell? You seem quite comfortable, perhaps too comfortable. Did you even shower? You reek of seduction, Yuyali mocked, deliberately pinching her nose. Yuyali, what do you mean by that? Jiang Ying's anger flared. Yuyali sneered. What do you think I mean? Which boss were you serving last night? Was it not enough for you to serve him all night? You had to continue in the morning too. It seems your husband is quite the ineffectual man, unable to satisfy you. How amusing. Silence. Jiang Ying's face contorted with rage. For years, she had maintained her integrity, never allowing even Yusharan to touch her. Yuyali's words were nothing short of slander, an affront to her character. Yuyali laughed derisively. What's the matter? You can engage in debauchery but cannot face the consequences? It's understandable. With your lack of fame, your materialism, and your desire for notoriety, it's only natural that you would cheat on your husband. But as the lead singer of 3 lives, 3 worlds, your indiscretions will lead to immense negative repercussions. Frankly, you are unfit to be the lead singer or the ambassador for this project. Yuyali, you are slandering me. Do you have any evidence? If not, I suggest you be quiet. Jiang Ying seethed, wishing to tear Yu Yali apart. Do you think I am a fool, Jiang Ying? You believe I would defame you without evidence? If you seek proof, I shall provide it, Yu Yali replied, her laughter echoing as she produced her phone, revealing images of Jiang Ying lying on a hotel bed, deliberately capturing a man's body in part. Behold, is this not Jiang Ying, this harlot, who cheats on her husband? With such disgraceful character, how can she be the lead singer and ambassador for this project? Yu Yali displayed the images to the assembled crowd. Gasps filled the room as murmurs erupted. Is this real? How shameless. You. Jiang Ying was on the verge of vomiting blood from fury. Outside, Yu Xiaoran's gaze was icy as he kicked open the meeting room door, striding in. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. So it is you, the ineffectual husband. Have you discovered your wife's infidelity? How does it feel to be betrayed? Yu Yali jeered. Laughter erupted in the meeting room. Yu Xiaoran approached Jiang Ying, handing her a document. You may now terminate them. Let them leave. Yu Yali laughed mockingly. You are not only ineffectual, but also delusional. You think you can fire me? Han Wen was taken aback, never expecting the acquisition contract to be in Yi Xiaoran's possession. Xiaoran, what is this? Jiang Ying asked, confusion evident in her voice. Just take a look, Yu Xiaoran responded. Jiang Ying opened the document, and astonishment washed over her face. It was indeed a contract for the acquisition of Tianhou Entertainment, making her the owner of the company. Yu Yali, Yu Shuang, take note. I am now the owner of this company, and you are both fired. Get out. Despite her shock, the contract was legitimate, complete with the company seal and Han Wen's signature. Jiang Ying was eager to unleash her pent-up frustration. She tossed the contract at Yu Yali's face. Yu Yali, in disbelief, scoffed, Jiang Ying, do you truly expect me to believe this? With Han Wen present. Your words are but empty. She speaks the truth. She is now the owner of Tianhou Entertainment, Han Wen affirmed, standing. He realized that the Tang family had acquired the company and gifted it to Jiang Ying. Contemplating the Angel's Blue event, he surmised that the mysterious benefactor at the press conference was indeed a member of the Tang family, with Jiang Ying being their lover. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Jiang Ying's husband truly was ineffectual. Meanwhile, Yu Yali and Yu Shuang stood in stunned silence. Jiang Ying was the owner of the company? Yu Yali hastily examined the contract, confirming its authenticity. Han Wen. Yu Yali looked at him, her expression filled with despair. Indeed, the company has been acquired by a major player, and from now on, I serve only as vice president. Jiang Ying is the owner, Han Wen stated. Do you believe it now? Leave the premises, Jiang Ying commanded, fixing her gaze on Yu Yali. What are you so pleased about? It must be that mysterious benefactor who bought it for you, right? After all, they have given you 80 million for that Angel Blue. What does a mere company matter? Yu Yali coldly regarded Jiang Ying, saying, you are indeed ruthless. I cannot compete with a woman like you. Get out. Jiang Ying nearly shouted, brimming with anger. What are you so proud of? Even if you leave this company, others will still want us. Just you wait. I will expose all your disgraceful deeds. Yu Yali gritted her teeth, seething with fury. At that moment, several individuals entered the conference room, one of whom was being carried in on a stretcher, none other than Huang Xingxiong. Yi Xiaoran smirked inwardly. Bai Qi had arranged things quite swiftly. Huang Xingxiong looked severely beaten, his face disfigured, and his limbs bound in plaster. Mr. Huang, what brings you here? What happened to you? Yu Yali gasped, then approached him, whispering, Mr. Huang, did you overindulge last night? How did you get so injured? Where's the video? Get lost. This state I'm in is all you're doing, Huang Xingxiong replied icily. After that, he addressed the room. Everyone, I'm here to recount the events. Yu Yali drugged Jiang Ying at last night's banquet. Everything was orchestrated by Yu Yali, and Miss Jiang is entirely innocent. You're talking nonsense. Yu Yali's expression shifted drastically, never expecting Huang Xingxiong to say such things. Yu Yali, you truly are a malicious woman, Jiang Ying stated coldly. Jiang Ying, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. You seduced Mr. Huang, and your other lover, that mysterious person, found out. He attacked Mr. Huang, and then coerced him to slander me. I admit, I cannot compete with you, Yu Yali retorted coldly, competing with a woman who steals from others. You possess quite the talent for slander, but now, can you leave? Jiang Ying pointed towards the door, her tone frigid. Shall I call security to escort you out? You are ruthless. We shall see, Yu Yali said, her face twisted in anger as she exited, followed closely by Yu Shuang. You spineless fool. Did that boss give you a lot of money to keep an eye on Jiang Ying? I wondered why you remained indifferent while your woman was being unfaithful. It turns out you are merely someone else's dog, Yu Yali remarked as she reached the door, throwing a parting shot at Yu Xiaoran. Chapter 026. Do not embarrass yourself. Yingjie, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Yu Yali to be such a person. Yingjie, please overlook our earlier words as mere nonsense. After Yu Yali left, the The women who had followed her suddenly sought to curry favor with Jiang Ying. From now on, anyone who gossips in the company will be directly dismissed. Everyone, leave now, Jiang Ying said coldly. She was quite surprised. Why had Huang Xingxiong come here to say such things? Was he being threatened? And who was the one threatening him? Furthermore, who had acquired this company? Why was Yi Shaoran the one bringing the contract? You can leave now. At that moment, Yi Shaoran cast a cold glance at Huang Xingxiong. Mr. Yi, I will leave, but could you kindly ask that person to refrain from hitting me again? Please spare me, Huang Xingxiong pleaded pitifully. That person? Jiang Ying pondered, her thoughts racing. Remembering Yi Shaoran's purchase of the Ferrari and that angel blue, she questioned where such wealth originated. Was it from that person? Reflecting on Yu Ali's earlier words only intensified her confusion. Could it be that Yi Shaoran was indeed placed beside her by some mysterious figure? Otherwise, why had he not dared to approach her for 3 years? Was it possible that when that individual needed her, Yi Shaoran would deliver her to his bed? Jiang Ying suddenly shivered, realizing she was spiraling into wild thoughts. Can you explain this contract to me? With only Yi Shaoran and Jiang Ying remaining in the conference room, Jiang Ying inquired. I arranged it for you, Yi Shaoran responded. Just as you helped me become the lead singer behind the scenes? Could we perhaps discuss such matters beforehand in the future? Jiang Ying said, somewhat irritated. I merely wished to surprise you, Yi Shaoran chuckled. But do you know what it feels like to be left in the dark, bewildered? Jiang Ying replied. And please, refrain from seeking out Professor Tang without cause. It is not wise to owe favors. Jiang Ying picked up the contract. Return it. I will continue working here. I will succeed through my own efforts, without your assistance. All right. Yi Shaoran sighed in exasperation. You infuriate me, Jiang Ying. Outside, Yu Shuang wore a grim expression, lamenting that after sleeping with Han Wen, she ended up in such a predicament. Mom, I'm now with Ziffen. Ziffen has also been hurt by Jiang Ying. We should take the opportunity to deal with her. We can just work at Ziffen's company, Yu Ali seethed. In the following days, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Jiang Ying thrived at the company. However, upon returning home each day, Yi Shaoran sensed Jiang Ying's aloofness. Finding a moment, Jiang Ying returned the angel blue to Tanggu. Yi Shaoran felt increasingly uneasy, uncertain of Jiang Ying's thoughts. She even refused to let him drive her to work, opting instead for her old Mazda, seemingly reluctant to ride in the Ferrari. Feng Rou, a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing, had been quite busy, coming home late and rarely encountering Yi Shaoran. One day, Yi Shaoran received a call from Tanggu. Professor Tang, is this about the follow-up treatment? Yi Shaoran asked. He hadn't forgotten his promise to help Tanggu's father extend his life by 10 years, and his recovery was nearing completion. Mr. Yi, my father is currently in good health, so there is no rush. However, I have a friend who needs your assistance, Tanggu said, seemingly apprehensive about Yi Shaoran's response. What is it? Yi Shaoran inquired. The son of an old friend of mine was in a car accident, and the hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Tanggu explained. All right, aside from the previous commitment, this will be the last time, Yi Shaoran agreed. He shared some rapport with Tanggu, but their relationship predominantly revolved around mutual benefit. Presently, he no longer required Tanggu's assistance. The funds he had obtained from Bai Qi were substantial. Thank you so much. Tanggu's voice was strained, tinged with regret. Seeking out Yi Shaoran in the future would not be so easy. At the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing, how's my son? Yonan inquired anxiously. The woman, clad in a qipao, wore a jade pendant around her neck. Discerning eyes would recognize it as imperial green, a gem of the finest quality. Madam Yo, your son's condition is quite grave. Several bones in his legs are shattered, and one has punctured a lung, causing chest bleeding. Although we have temporarily stabilized him, he must undergo surgery immediately, or he will not survive the night. The speaker was Feng Rou, dressed in a white coat, the attending physician for the night. Then we must rush him to surgery, Yunan exclaimed urgently. However, his injuries are too severe, and our medical equipment is limited. Our director recommends transferring him to a hospital in Kyoto or Magic City. Ideally, you should charter a helicopter, Feng Rou stated, her expression unchanging. While the accident victim's life had been preserved for now, there was a chance of recovery, yet the hospital was unwilling to take risks. Furthermore, the patient's family held considerable power. Should he die on the operating table, it would create significant trouble, and no one wished to bear that responsibility. Transfer? Kyoto? Magic City? He'd die before we even arrive. In a helicopter? Do you think helicopters can just fly at will? Yaonan said, realizing Feng Rou's excuses and her expression soured. If my son's condition deteriorates due to your delays, will you take responsibility? Feng Rou felt quite vexed. A supervisor who had been on duty had merely glanced at the patient's condition before claiming to go to the restroom. And now she was left to shoulder the decision-making burden. Fong Ro could only force a smile as she said, Ms. Yao, please do not be agitated. It is possible to remain in this hospital without transferring. Our director has already informed the dean, who should be arriving shortly. Moreover, I have heard that the esteemed Dr. Hua has been summoned. Yes, Dr. Hua. How could I forget? My son is saved. A glimmer of hope and excitement instantly illuminated Yonan's face. Suddenly, from the emergency bed, Li Jie was seized by a violent fit of coughing, followed by a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, causing the pulse monitor to emit a distressing alarm. This is grave. There is internal bleeding in the chest cavity. If surgery is not performed promptly, he could die at any moment. Fong Ro was the first to cry out. Quick, perform the surgery. Save my son. Yao Nan's previously hopeful expression darkened once again. I am not the lead surgeon at this hospital. I cannot perform this operation. Fong Ro's face reflected her distress. Even if you cannot, you must. Yao Nan replied resolutely. Regardless of your surgical skills, we must attempt to save him. Without intervention, my son could perish at any moment. Yao Nan, the person I invited has arrived. At that moment, Tangu entered with Yi Xiao Ran. Him? Yao Nan looked at Yi Xiao Ran with skepticism, as he appeared quite youthful and seemingly inexperienced for such a critical role. Internal bleeding has triggered the patient's cough, which has intensified the injury to the lung. I will perform the surgery. It must be arranged immediately, Yi Xiao Ran stated calmly. Yi Xiao Ran, what are you doing here? Fong Ro was quick to notice him. Mom, I am here to perform surgery on the patient, Yi Xiao Ran replied, acknowledging Fong Ro's presence at the hospital, though he had not anticipated her being on duty that night. You are here to perform surgery? Yi Xiao Ran, do you not grasp the seriousness? You are not a doctor. Leave at once, and do not cause a commotion. Fong Ro retorted sharply. I can do this, Yi Xiao Ran insisted. Enough of this nonsense. Do not embarrass yourself. Leave immediately. Fong Ro showed no mercy. Yi Xiao Ran's expression gradually soured. Being scolded in public was far more humiliating than in the privacy of home. Ms. Fong, your son-in-law is exceptionally skilled. I assure you he can handle this. Please do not obstruct him, Tangu interjected. Tang, can he truly do it? Yao Nan inquired. Of course. I told you before. Do you still doubt me? If you do not believe, we can leave right now. Tangu's irritation was evident as he sensed Yao Nan's skepticism. Tang, please do not be upset. Yao Nan quickly replied. Fong Ro, step aside and allow your son-in-law to operate. Yi Xiao Ran, you are determined to prove yourself, aren't you? Fine, if anything goes wrong, no one will take responsibility. You lack a medical license. If you harm the patient, I will ensure you pay dearly, which will conveniently facilitate my daughter's divorce from you. Fong Ro warned scornfully. Chapter 027. The question of life and death. Everyone, please exit. Yi Xiao Ran instructed after assessing the patient's injuries. This rib has penetrated the lung. Surgery is essential. Yao Nan was reluctant to leave, but Tangu urged him out. Ms. Yao, what has happened to your son is unrelated to our hospital or me. Outside, Fong Ro maintained her composure. Ms. Fong, do you have such little faith in your son-in-law? Tangu remarked. Trust him? I know his capabilities all too well. He would hesitate to butcher a chicken. How could he possibly operate on a human? Fong Ro retorted. He might have some minor talents in antiques, but Tang, I believe you have been deceived. By the way, did you give him any money? Fong Ro's expression made it clear to Tangu that should he admit to financial assistance, she would certainly confront Yi Xiao Ran. The situation was truly humiliating for Yi Xiao Ran. Inside the VIP emergency ward, a complete set of medical equipment was on standby, ready for immediate use. Yi Xiao Ran donned surgical gloves and swiftly took up the scalpel, cutting with remarkable precision, as if he were a seasoned surgeon. Blood gushed forth. But with a blood transfusion prepared, there was no cause for alarm. Yi Xiao Ran quickly cleared the accumulated blood from the chest cavity and removed the bone fragment from the lung. Though it seemed straightforward, there were numerous critical details to monitor. A slight miscalculation could result in the patient's demise. Once Yi Xiao Ran sutured the wound, he retrieved the prepared silver needles from the ward. His expression turned grave. Despite the surgery progressing smoothly, it remained uncertain whether Li Jie would survive without the needles. Yi Xiao Ran took a moment to gather himself, channeling his energy into the silver needles, creating a series of afterimages as he inserted 18 needles into Li Jie's vital acupuncture points. With these 18 silver needles, he could help Li Jie through this perilous period. In a short time, the various monitors began to show signs of improvement in Li Jie's condition, with even his complexion appearing considerably better. Why is everyone outside? Was it not stated that the patient's situation was critical? Just then, 3 figures approached, one of whom was Dean Wang Jianan, accompanied by the esteemed Dr. Hua. A nurse in the specialized ward responded, someone is performing surgery inside. Who is operating? Is it Fong Ro? Wang Jianan's expression shifted, filled with alarm. This is madness. She lacks the capability to perform such a surgery. It is neither Dr. Fong nor anyone from our hospital. It is a young man invited by Ms. Yao, a nurse clarified. What is going on? If something goes awry, who will take responsibility? Wang Jianan's demeanor darkened. Li Huayuan's expression also soured as he urged, we must hurry inside. I hope it is not too late. Dean Wang, Dr. Hua. I entrust my son's life to you. Yao Nan, have you lost your mind? You let a completely inexperienced young man operate on our son? Li Huaisong shouted upon entering. Yao Nan began to respond, but was interrupted by another voice. Who has the audacity to perform surgery without authorization? If a fatality occurs, who will assume responsibility? A middle-aged man advanced, his presence commanding. Director Chun, you have arrived at a most opportune time. Fong Ro's expression darkened. Chen Yua had come at a critical moment. Who is it? Chen Yua demanded as he surveyed the room. Director, it is him. A nurse pointed towards Yi Xiaoran. Simultaneously, Li Huaisong, Dean Wang Jinan, and Dr. Hua turned their gazes towards Yi Xiaoran. So young? Who gave you the audacity? Chen Yua accused, his tone brimming with arrogance. Li Huaisong bellowed. If anything happens to my son, I will hold you accountable. Do you possess a medical license? How dare you operate in our hospital? Wang Jianan scoffed. Dean, he is Dr. Fong's son-in-law, a nurse interjected. Wang Jianan turned to Fong Ro. Did you arrange this? Fong Ro quickly responded. Dean, this is not my responsibility. I have tried to stop him. He may be my son-in-law, but I have never acknowledged him. If anything goes wrong, we should call the authorities. Whether he goes to prison or pays for his actions, it is not my concern. Yi Xiaoran could only smile bitterly. His mother-in-law truly held him in disdain. Professor Tang, I have done what I needed to do. The patient is no longer in danger. I will take my leave now. Yi Xiaoran felt no desire to linger further. Very well, Tengu nodded. No, you cannot leave. Wang Jianan immediately blocked Yi Xiaoran's path. Dean, whatever happens, I will take responsibility, Tengu declared firmly, asserting that it was he who had invited Yi Xiaoran. Yi Xiaoran felt a surge of indignation as he faced such disdain. He regretted being involved in this situation. Fine, since you are Fong Ro's son-in-law, you need not worry about fleeing, Wang Jianan retorted coldly. He was willing to grant Tengu some leeway, for Tengu had made substantial donations to the hospital. You useless waste, you infuriate me. I am embarrassed to be associated with you. Fong Ro glared at Yi Xiaoran in frustration. Yi Xiaoran, weary of the exchanges, chose to walk away. What is this? Acupuncture? Amidst the chaotic scene, Chen Yua was the first to reach Li Jia, urgently insisting on removing the needles. Li Huaisong's expression darkened as he hurriedly urged the dean and the esteemed Dr. Hua to examine the situation. Very well, Chen Yua replied, promptly extracting the 18 silver needles. The events unfolded at an alarming pace, leaving no one with the chance to intervene. As Yi Xiaoran stepped out, he couldn't help but scoff before departing. Tengu, visibly distressed, lamented the loss of Yi Xiaoran's assistance, which he had painstakingly secured. Now, not only had they insulted Yi Xiaoran, but they had also removed his silver needles. Beep, beep, beep. Mere seconds after the needles were withdrawn, the medical equipment began to alarm, particularly as the pulse weakened. In that instant, both Yunan and Li Huaisong's faces shifted dramatically. My son. Yanan rushed forward, worry etched across her face. It's all that fool's fault for meddling without understanding. He must not be spared, Chen Yua bellowed. If anything happens to my son, I will ensure he pays with his life. Li Huaisong's eyes were filled with rage. Huaisong, you've misunderstood Yi Xiaoran. It was indeed Mr. Yi who saved our son just now. Yanan cried, tears streaming down her face. Enough. I haven't even begun to hold you accountable. You were duped and gave that charlatan a significant sum, didn't you? Li Huaisong retorted angrily. You've squandered money that jeopardized my son's life. Dr. Hua, please examine my son immediately. Li Huaisong implored. I'll pay any amount. Rest assured. With Dr. Hua here, he will surely be saved. It's all that Yi Xiaoran's fault. He is toying with young Master Li's life, Chen Yua added, fanning the flames. At that moment, Hua Shirong approached the bedside, assessing Li Jie before stating, the surgery was remarkably successful. It shouldn't have been, yet it was. The operation is one aspect. But the crucial factor lies in those 18 silver needles, the famed questioning needles, indeed worthy of their reputation. Without them, even a successful surgery would not have saved young Master Li. Now that the needles have been removed, so too has his chance of survival. Despite my medical skills, I find myself helpless. Questioning needles. An ancient, lost art of the immortals? Wang Jianan exclaimed with excitement. Though I lack proficiency, my decades of studying acupuncture and ancient medicine allow me to discern its significance, Hua Shirong remarked seriously. That young man earlier indeed possessed remarkable skills. You have all misunderstood him. Li Huaisong's countenance shifted instantly. Fong Rou appeared incredulous, questioning whether Yi Shaoran truly possessed such abilities. Yao Nan, in a fit of rage. Blame them all, it's your fault. My son was fine until you meddled. Li Huaisong, it is you who has harmed our son, particularly for Chen Yuhua. Emotions were tumultuous, his face a mask of distress. I went through great lengths to invite Mr. Yi, only for you to drive him away. You'll have to figure this out yourselves. I am leaving, Tangu huffed, storming off. Wang Jianan shot a cold glance at Chen Yuhua. Why did you remove the needles? Chen Yuhua's face turned a shade of deep red, struggling to respond. It was Mr. Li's instruction to remove them. It's not my fault. Isn't it you who insisted it was a mess? That's why I allowed you to remove them, Li Huaisong snorted. I believe we should invite him back. If we delay further, young Master Li's life is at stake. I can stabilize the situation temporarily, but it won't last long, Hua Shirong declared. Dr. Fong, she is your son-in-law. You should invite him back. Li Huaisong urged Fong Rou. I want to go. You all can go, Fong Rou retorted, recalling the earlier conversation, feeling humiliated to seek out Yi Shaoran again. Yao Nan, asked Tang Gu to summon him once more. Li Huaisong instructed. Yao Nan promptly dialed Tang Gu's number. Brother Tang, could you please ask Mr. Yi to return? He left because of your antics. And you all were responsible for the needle removal. If you wish to invite him, do it yourselves, Tang Gu replied before hanging up. Whoever can bring Mr. Yi back, I shall offer 1 million, Li Huaisong declared anxiously, raising a finger. Really? Fong Rou's interest piqued at the prospect of 1 million. Indeed, Dr. Fong, he is your son-in-law. It is most fitting for you to invite him back, Li Huaisong insisted. As long as he comes, I will give you 1 million. If he saves my son, I will pay him another 1 million as a consultation fee. Very well, I will seek him out, but I expect my 1 million too, Fong Rou replied. Her heart racing with excitement. Determined to save her son, she dialed Yi Shaoran's number. Meanwhile, Yi Shaoran, having left, noticed the incoming call from Fong Rou but silenced his phone, continuing to drive. Not answering my call. Yi Shaoran, you certainly have the audacity. After several attempts, Fong Rou's frustration grew as her calls went unanswered. Dr. Fong, please hurry back and find him, Li Huaisong urged. I'm going back now. That good-for-nothing dares to ignore my calls. He'll regret it. Rest assured, I will bring him back. He won't dare refuse, Fong Rou asserted. Dr. Hua, how long can my son hold on? Li Huaisong inquired once more. At the latest, until noon tomorrow. After that, danger may arise at any moment, Hua Shirong warned. Dr. Fong, I implore you. Li Huaisong grasped Fong Rou's hands, his own trembling. Why are you out so late? Driving your luxury car to flirt with girls? Upon returning home, Yi Shaoran found Jiang Ying chatting on WeChat in the living room. I just went to the hospital. Are you worried I'm out chasing after girls? Yi Shaoran chuckled. Why do I sense a hint of jealousy? Don't overthink it. I was merely asking, Jiang Ying replied, standing up. There's a class reunion tomorrow night. And everyone is bringing their partners. You need to arrange your schedule. All right, Yi Shaoran nodded. What has been bothering you these days? Yi Shaoran probed. Nothing much. Jiang Ying replied, heading to her room. Yi Shaoran, slightly puzzled, entered his own room to take a shower and prepare for rest. Yi Shaoran, come out. A few minutes later, as he was still showering, he heard Fong Rou's voice. Ignoring her, he continued with his shower. Knock, knock, knock. Are you pretending not to hear? Come out quickly. Ignoring my calls is unacceptable. Mom, what is it? Jiang Ying rose to open the door. Where's Yi Shaoran? Tell him to come out immediately. Fong Rou demanded. He's in the shower. What's the matter? Jiang Ying asked in confusion. He went to the hospital to show off, and now there's a problem. He needs to come with me to the hospital, Fong Rou insisted. Hearing this, Jiang Ying realized that Yi Shaoran had indeed gone to the hospital and was not deceiving her. Yi Shaoran, hurry up, Jiang Ying called towards the bathroom. After a minute, Yi Shaoran emerged, dressed. Yi Shaoran, how dare you ignore my calls? Are you trying to get my daughter to divorce you? Fong Rou glared at him, her anger palpable. My phone was on silent. I didn't hear it, Yi Shaoran explained, sitting on the sofa. Look at this attitude. Fong Rou snapped, her irritation boiling over. Shaoran, how can you speak like that? Stand up and talk to your mother. Jiang Ying chimed in, displeased. What is going on, Mom? Yi Shaoran asked, feeling cornered as he stood up. What is happening? You showed off with surgery, and now the patient's condition has worsened. You need to come back with me. Fong Rou exclaimed. Wasn't he at them who removed the needles? What does that have to do with me? Yi Shaoran remarked. I find you quite capable now, even daring to retort against me. When I ask you to return, you should comply without unnecessary chatter. Fong Rou responded irritably. Shaoran, hurry and accompany your mother. Jiang Ying added. I won't go. Yi Shaoran decisively refused. Jiang Ying was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a firm rejection. What? Do you expect me to beg you? Fang Rou's expression tightened as she declared, don't misunderstand. I am your mother. Yi Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So now she claims to be a mother? Even if she had come to invite him back, she hadn't spoken the truth. Why should he demean himself? If she had shown enough sincerity, considering Jiang Ying's relationship, he might have returned. It would be pointless for me to go. I lack a medical license and the capability, Yi Xiaoran stated. Your audacity has truly grown. If you refuse to go, just wait for your divorce from Jiang Ying, Fang Rou snapped, then angrily seated herself on the sofa outside, deeming it impossible to plead with Yi Xiaoran. What is going on? Jiang Ying inquired, turning to Yi Xiaoran. He recounted the events at the hospital to Jiang Ying in a general sense. So you're angry with Mom? She may have erred, but your reaction seems excessively petty. Do you expect her to apologize? Be good. Listen to me. I will apologize on her behalf. Please return with her. Jiang Ying gently grasped Yi Xiaoran's arm, her tone softening. Starting tomorrow, continue to drive me to and from work. Knowing of Yi Xiaoran's miraculous healing abilities, she believed in his capacity to treat and save lives. For your sake, I will go. Yi Xiaoran finally relented after a moment's contemplation, nodding slightly. That's more like it, Jiang Ying smiled. I haven't seen you smile in several days. Yi Xiaoran instinctively responded, truly beautiful. All right, enough of the flattery. Let's go, Jiang Ying teased, then exited. I thought you were rather impressive. You could have refused to accompany me, Fang Rou remarked, her tone irritable. Mother, please say less, Jiang Ying interjected. What is it? Just a little skill, and he acts all high and mighty. If he were more capable, would I have to endure his whims daily? Fang Rou scoffed. Hurry. Come with me. I can go, but once at the hospital, you must heed my instructions, Yi Xiaoran asserted. Fine, as if you have the right to dictate. I won't ask you for anything. Just go to the hospital, Fang Rou huffed. She understood the stakes. If she did not persuade Yi Xiaoran, she would suffer a significant loss, 2 million. Yi Xiaoran, understand this. Once at the hospital, you must exert yourself to the utmost, Fang Rou instructed as they drove, arriving swiftly at Jiangxing First People's Hospital. I can't stand people like you, always pretending. Why are you back? If you're so capable, why return? At the hospital, Chen Yua scowled at Yi Xiaoran. Could you kindly keep your mouth shut? Yi Xiaoran retorted coldly. Wasn't it your needles that just pricked? You boast of great skill. Why not return the favor? If you're incapable, come plead with me. Perhaps then I might assist. Chen Yua's face flushed crimson, speechless for a moment before finally exclaiming. Are you really that petty? I merely criticized you. Yi Xiaoran smirked. Indeed, I am seeking revenge. What will you do about it? Come. Display your esteemed skills and prove yourself. Chen Yua was left speechless, his face resembling a ripe tomato, filled with frustration. Brother Yi, I implore you to intervene once more. Li Huaisong, red-faced and awkward, addressed Yi Xiaoran. As a young man with little knowledge, I fear that my actions may endanger your son's life. I cannot bear that responsibility. Yi Xiaoran replied indifferently. You. Li Huaisong's expression darkened. Then he turned to Hua Shirong. Dr. Hua, do you have any solutions? I will pay any amount. Clearly, Li Huaisong could not afford to lose face by continuing to plead with Yi Xiaoran. Hua Shirong shook his head. I have already stated that I lack the means. This mystical medical technique is beyond my understanding. Given Mr. Ye's remarkable skills, how could I dare to perform before him? Li Huaisong's expression soured further. He looked back at Yi Xiaoran, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled with his next words. Mr. Yi, I was in the wrong. I apologize. Please save my son. Li Huaisong nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. You were wrong? I hardly sensed that, Yi Xiaoran replied coldly. I only came at Professor Tang's request. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Why should I assist you after your remarks? That would be quite demeaning. Fang Rou remained silent, concerned that her words might further irritate Yi Xiaoran and drive him away. Yi Xiaoran was currently focused on preserving his dignity and reclaiming his self-respect. And she felt somewhat vindicated after enduring reprimands herself. I apologize. I was in error. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. Li Huaisong's tone became much more sincere. Yi Xiaoran replied. I will assist, but only if Chen Yuhua and Wang Jianan come to plead with me. Impossible. As the director of First People's Hospital, I would beg you. Wang Jianan's face darkened, turning to Fang Rou. I see you may not wish to continue working at the hospital. Your son-in-law is insufferably arrogant. Yi Xiaoran, speak respectfully. The limits of your arrogance are boundless. Fang Rou glared at him. Yi Xiaoran shook his head. Today, unless they plead with me, I will not act. Then prepare to see my daughter divorced. Fang Rou retorted. Even if we were to divorce, my decision would remain unchanged. Either plead with me, or let the patient wait for death. Yi Xiaoran's stance was resolute. Some matters could be compromised, but not this. At home, he tolerated Fang Rou's domineering nature as much as possible, but in public, he would not endure such treatment from others, even if it meant facing Fong Ro's pressure. Director Wang, if you cannot manage this, then you can forget about your position. At this moment, Li Huaisong snorted derisively. Wang Jianan's expression darkened. He knew Li Huaisong possessed the power to carry through with his threats. He could only glare bitterly at Yi Xiaoran, saying, I, Wang Jianan, plead for Mr. Ye's assistance. What are you waiting for? Go plead with Mr. Yi. Li Huaisong shot a cold glance at Chen Yuhua. Chen Yuhua could only suppress his anger and said to Yi Xiaoran, I, Chen Yuhua, beseech Mr. Yi for your assistance. Yi Xiaoran remarked. Incompetence comes with the acceptance of one's limitations, understood? Fong Ro thought. This has indeed offended both the director and the chief. How will he manage the hospital in the future? Mr. Yi, please act swiftly. I will pay whatever it takes. Li Huaisong reiterated. Whatever it takes. Do you have the means to part with your entire fortune? Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Li Huaisong's face soured, caught in a moment of indecision. I will assist solely because of a favor owed to Professor Tang. I will not accept a single penny, so spare me your insipid offers. Yi Xiaoran stated indifferently. Yes, then please act quickly. Li Huaisong felt an immense weight of frustration but could only bear it. His son's life was at stake. Mr. Yi, I beg you, please save my son. Yonan cried out. Since I am here, I shall indeed render aid, Yi Xiaoran declared, moving to the bedside. Coincidentally locking eyes with Hua Shirong, who wore an expression of anticipation and excitement, eager to witness the legendary technique of the questioning life needle. You will never learn this, nor will you comprehend it. Yi Xiaoran spoke softly, then swiftly moved, his shadow flickering as he deftly inserted 18 needles, a marvel to behold. While Li Jia's vital signs gradually improved, Hua Shirong's expression was one of bitterness. Though he was revered as a divine doctor, he found himself utterly perplexed. I am leaving. Yi Xiaoran turned and walked outside. At this moment, Li Huaisong did not utter a word of thanks. Instead, his displeasure deepened. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Now that his son was safe, he felt no need to restrain himself. Yet, he still dared not unleash his fury at this moment. Ugh, what a disgrace. Only after Yi Xiaoran had departed did Chen Yuhua let out a derisive snort. What a performance, merely a trivial trick. Wang Jianan also scoffed. At this juncture, Fong Ro approached Li Huaisong with a smile and said, Mr. Li, when will you transfer the 20 million to me? Li Huaisong smiled faintly. Did you not hear your son-in-law say he doesn't want any money? Why would he give it to you? Fong Ro's face quickly stiffened. Mr. Li, how can you go back on your word? You said it yourself. Fong Ro, do you still have the audacity to demand money? Look at how arrogant your son-in-law has become. I suggest you take a good rest. The hospital might reconsider your position. You should leave now, Wang Jianan said irritably. Fong Ro's expression darkened to the utmost. Yi Xiaoran, it's all your fault. You've driven me to the brink. She seethed inwardly. Still not leaving? Do you want me to dismiss you right now? Wang Jianan coldly added. I'm going. Fong Ro could only leave in frustration, attributing all her grievances to Yi Xiaoran. Have you sorted it out? Upon arriving home, Jiang Ying asked Yi Xiaoran. Just a few needle insertions. It's not difficult, Yi Xiaoran replied. Well done, Yi Xiaoran. If you can treat headaches and colds like this, we won't need to visit the hospital anymore, Jiang Ying chuckled. For minor ailments, there is no need for needles. Massage will suffice, Yi Xiaoran remarked. You're dreaming, Jiang Ying retorted, recalling the delightful sensation of Yi Xiaoran's massage last time, feeling a rush of shyness. Yi Xiaoran, come out here. At that moment, Fong Ro's furious voice echoed. Did you upset Mom again? Jiang Ying immediately inquired. Not at all. Yi Xiaoran was equally puzzled and recounted the events at the hospital. Why must you be so obstinate? Jiang Ying sighed. Just go out there and don't argue back. All right, she said softly, moving to open the door. Mom, what is wrong? What's outside? Jiang Ying asked. What is wrong? Asked this useless fool. He offended both our director and the head of the hospital today, leaving me at home waiting for an inquiry, and I might just get fired because of him. Fong Ro exclaimed in anger. This good-for-nothing thinks he has something special just because he has a few skills. Who does he think he is? Hurry up and find a date for a divorce. Let him leave. Mom, calm down. Fong Ro comforted, then turned to Yi Xiaoran, saying, apologize to your mother. I did nothing wrong. To Jiang Ying's surprise, Yi Xiaoran did not apologize. He truly felt he had done nothing wrong. Fong Ro constantly threatened to make Jiang Ying divorce him, which irked Yi Xiaoran greatly. Simply yielding would not resolve the issues. Look, daughter, look at his attitude. Fong Ro was furious. Yi Xiaoran, let me tell you, you are merely a live-in son-in-law. Do you know your own worth? For 3 years, you've enjoyed free meals at our home, and now you think you can act like this? Mom, you should say less. I'm aware of everything. Xiaoran is just trying to stand his ground. You cannot place all the blame on him just because he works in the hospital, Jiang Ying said. Is it not his fault, or is it mine? Daughter, What has come over you? Have you truly fallen for this good-for-nothing? Now you're defending him? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Fong Ro replied angrily. Regardless, I will not divorce him, Jiang Ying whispered. Fine, 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 you both are so bold now. Aren't you? You don't recognize me as your mother anymore. Fong Ro was exasperated. Enough. Stop acting like a tyrant. It's late. Go to bed. Shouting so loudly, what if the neighbors hear? Jiang Nantian stepped in, pulling Fong Ro back into the house. I know you're feeling upset, but she is still our mother. Can you just let it go a little? Once inside, Jiang Ying said. Fine. Chapter 30. Are you talking to me? The next afternoon, Yu Sharon picked up Jiang Ying. In the car, Jiang Ying instructed, most of my classmates have achieved success. Comparisons are inevitable. If they ask what you do, just say you deal in antiques. All right, Yu Sharon nodded. Moreover, Wu Zifan will also be there, and he is bound to target you, if you can endure. Just bear with it. We'll eat and return quickly, Jiang Ying added. This time, Yu Shaoran remained silent, focusing on the road ahead. The gathering of Jiang Ying's classmates was arranged at the Zuanshan Grand Hotel, a private club renowned for its high-end clientele in Jiaqing. Soon, a Ferrari came to a halt. The parking lot was not crowded, as it was an exclusive area for the hotel. Yet even the least expensive cars were worth over $1 million, with numerous limited-edition supercars in sight. The reception staff were all beautiful women, elegantly attired in shirts, skirts, and black stockings, each exuding a remarkable charm. Ah, Jiang the Star, you finally arrived. Please, come in. At that moment, a man dressed in a blue casual outfit approached with long strides. His clothing was evidently from an international luxury brand, costing at least several $100,000. Wu Hao. Upon seeing him, Liu smiled faintly. Wu Hao, noticing Yu Sharon accompanying her, expressed his discontent, saying, Jiang Ying, your driver lacks manners, doesn't he? Jiang Ying's expression turned awkward as she replied, he is not my driver. He is my husband, Yu Sharan. Your husband? Wu Hao's expression froze. Is your husband dressed like this? Even my driver is better dressed. I heard you married a live-in son-in-law, but this is rather unimpressive. Isn't it? Yu Shaoran was dressed casually, not donning the formal attire he had purchased earlier. Jiang Ying's displeasure was evident. Wu Hao, it's just a meal. Must you scrutinize his attire? Wu Hao retorted, I'm concerned he might disrupt everyone's dining experience. Jiang the Star, it's not just me saying this. You've earned quite a bit. Even if you married a good-for-nothing, you should at least dress him better. Mind your own business, if you're not welcoming. I'll leave with my wife. I can't tell if this is a class reunion or a competition, Yu Sharon said coolly, his tone sharp. My husband is correct. If this is the case, we will leave. Jiang Ying echoed. All right. I want to say another word. Let us just go inside. Shingu is here too. Wu Hao urged. Li Tianchen is here? Jiang Ying asked in surprise. He is not one of our classmates. What is he doing here? Wu Zifan invited him. Although he is not a classmate, it's quite an honor for us that he is here. We might need his assistance in the future, Wu Hao said, clearly admiring Li Tianchen. After a short walk, they arrived at the door of a private room. Wu Hao said, this is the VIP room. Even billionaires might struggle to book one. We're here thanks to Chingu's standing. As he spoke, he cast a condescending glance at Yu Shaoran, evidently signaling that without his good fortune of marrying Jiang Ying, he would never have the privilege to dine here, no matter how hard he tried. Yu Shaoran simply observed him, unimpressed. Once inside the lavishly decorated room, Wu Hao glanced at Yu Shaoran, but was left disappointed. Yu Shaoran remained unperturbed, showing no signs of surprise. In the private room, there were about a dozen people, all dressed elegantly and engaged in lively conversation. At that moment, nearly everyone was gathered around a man in a blue outfit, who spoke with poise and grace. Even Wu Zifan showed respect towards this man. Yu Yali was also present, dressed in a stunning gown, leaning against the man in blue as she sweetly remarked, Chenggu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Seeing you today, you truly are as charming as they say, utterly captivating. Jiang Ying noticed this and immediately displayed a look of disdain. Chenggu, your charm with women is remarkable. Miss Yu seems to be smitten at first sight, someone teased. They continued to jest, noting that Yu Yali was a singer and thus had some fame in Jiang City. Fortunately, Miss Yu was merely joking, and she is brought by Zifan, so let us not take it too seriously, Li Yuchen quickly added. Chenggu, look. Jiang Ying has arrived. Someone exclaimed, prompting Li Yuchen to gaze at Jiang Ying. Our star has graced us. Her song 3 Lives, 3 Worlds has transported us back to the era of first love. Li Yuchen adjusted his attire, holding a fine wine glass filled with premium red wine, and offered Jiang Ying a charming smile, instantly transforming into a suave, cultured gentleman. Inger, it's been a while. You look as beautiful as ever, he said. Hello. Jiang Ying replied politely, though her demeanor towards Li Yuchen was somewhat aloof. And who might this be? Li Yuchen inquired, noticing Yu Shaoran. Chenggu. This is Jiang Ying's husband, a stay-at-home son-in-law, a good-for-nothing living off her, Yu Yali interjected. Li Yuchen chuckled. Inger, it must be your parents' insistence, right? Even if you were to marry a stay-at-home husband, it shouldn't be someone as pathetic as him. Look at him. He simply diminishes your stature. What kind of husband I choose is none of your business, Jiang Ying retorted sharply. Immediately, someone chimed in, Jiang Ying, how can you speak so? Qin Gu is just concerned for you. If it weren't for your relationship with Ziften, Qin Gu wouldn't he have let you go. Indeed. It's perplexing why you would choose such a good-for-nothing, another added. Li Yuchen waved his hand, signaling them to cease the mockery, and turned to Yi Shaoran. May I ask where you work? Are you speaking to me? Yi Shaoran replied calmly. Yes, I am, Li Yuchen continued. Do not be nervous. In such a high-end venue. Had it not been for Jiang Ying, you'd probably never have a chance to enter. Oh, well? I should inform you that I am unemployed and simply drive my wife to and from work every day, Yi Shaoran replied with nonchalance. Ah. So you truly are living off her, one of the men beside Li Yuchen remarked sarcastically. What kind of luck do you have to marry a star? Must be the result of your ancestors' virtue. You're just here to mooch off Jiang Ying, right? Even if you're mooching. You don't have to dress like a beggar, they mocked. Li Yuchen maintained a faint smile, taking a sip of his wine, eager to see how Yi Shaoran would respond. It was a considerable act of kindness to allow someone of Yi Shaoran's status into this room. Shaoran, let us go. Jiang Ying had wanted to leave the moment she spotted Yu Yali, and with the added hostility towards Yi Shaoran, she was even more disinclined to stay. Li Yuchen's gaze sharpened momentarily, then he smiled again. Friends, guests are guests, we must be courteous. After all, he is Jiang Ying's husband. Even if he is living off her, we should still give Jiang Ying some face, don't you all agree? Wu Hao immediately nodded in agreement. What Qin Gu says is true, he is magnanimous, far beyond our reach. The others quickly chimed in, showering flattery on Li Yuchen, feeling buoyant from their praise. Li Yuchen declared, since everyone feels this way, let us refrain from further ridicule. Today, I shall treat you all, please eat and drink to your heart's content. Yi Shaoran stood quietly beside Jiang Ying, observing the crowd. You pathetic good-for-nothing, how dare you show your face here, Yu Yali sneered as she passed by him. Could you keep your foul odor away from me? Yi Shaoran replied coolly. Chapter 31. With me here, he cannot harm you. What a show-off. I'm telling you. Your good days are numbered. You think you can compete with me? You'll regret it, Yu Yali scoffed, raising her glass and moving away to toast with other wealthy airs. Meanwhile, Wu Zifan shot a cold glance at Yi Shaoran. Jiang Demingxing. You seem to be the center of many rumors lately. Are they true or false? During the meal, someone posed a question to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying slammed her chopsticks on the table. Wu Hao, watch your mouth. Why get so worked up? I was just asking. Besides, even if it were true, what is the big deal? Every star has some rumors. But I suggest you look into Qin Gu. He is more reliable, Wu Hao chuckled. His words completely disregarded Yi Shaoran, filtering him out entirely. Oh, is that so? Yu Yali chimed in with a mocking tone. Jiang Demingxing has a boss who gifted her an $80 million angel blue and even gave her the entire Tianhou entertainment. Be cautious with your words. Her husband is that mysterious person's dog, she added. Oh, is that true? Li Yuchen's expression shifted. Inger, while I may not be as affluent, I know many influential people. Before Li Yuchen could finish, Jiang Ying stood up, splashing her drink in his face. What do you take me for? Vile woman. If you don't know your place, how dare you splash me? Li Yuchen's countenance darkened. Jiang Ying, stop pretending to be innocent. I'm giving you face by calling you Jiang Demingxing. Let us be honest. Aren't you just a woman who climbed the social ladder through your body? How dare you speak rudely to Qin Gu? Someone shouted. Dong, you're talking nonsense. Jiang Ying fumed. At that moment, Yi Shaoran had already stepped forward. Yi Shaoran. Come back, Jiang Ying called, realizing he was about to confront them. These people were not to be trifled with. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of them. Yi Shaoran replied, turning back. I told you to come back. Will fighting solve anything? If you act this way, I want to take you out again, Jiang Ying warned. Fine. Yi Shaoran had no choice but to comply. Aha. Not afraid? How amusing. You're just a man under a woman's thumb. Come on, hit me. Dong mocked. You're living off her, aren't you? You must pretend to be tough to save face, Wu Hao laughed along. You realize how worthless you are now, right? In our circle, being ridiculed is a privilege. Just because you know that old woman Wang Jingya, you think you're impressive? At that moment, Wu Zifan directed a disdainful look at Yi Shaoran. I'll take my time to make you regret this. Wu Zifan, how have you become like this? Jiang Ying looked at Wu Zifan with deep disappointment. Become like this? Jiang Ying, isn't it simply because I have feelings for you? As the saying goes, love breeds hate. Wu Zifan scoffed, saying, when I liked you, you were a treasure, but when I no longer do, what are you worth? Zifang. A woman of such fickle nature is not worthy of your affections, Yu Ali said as she walked up to Wu Zifan, speaking affectionately. Shaoran, let's leave. Jiang Ying's expression darkened. She did not wish to remain any longer. Want to leave? At this moment, Li Yuchen scoffed. You can go, but once you do, I guarantee you will be ruined by tomorrow. Xingtu will terminate your contract, and you will have nothing. Who do you think you are? Jiang Ying retorted coldly. My father is the vice president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. With just a word from me, Xingtu will find itself in trouble. Terminating your contract as a minor star would be a trivial matter. Li Yuchen sneered. I initially intended to be gentle, but you provoked my anger. Tonight, you must accompany me. You. Jiang Ying's face turned pale with rage, her body trembling. She was genuinely frightened of losing everything she currently possessed. Let us go. With me here, he cannot harm you. Yu Shaoran pulled Jiang Ying to leave. Shaoran, I cannot leave. Jiang Ying hesitated, torn and fearful. Ha ha ha, you pathetic freeloader. You truly are Navi. Who do you think you are? Li Yuchen scoffed. Look, your wife sees further and understands deeper than you. Offending me is not a path to a good ending. At that moment, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, while a server approached to serve dishes. The servers were all stunningly beautiful, with excellent figures, clad in matching uniforms and stockings. Wu Hao casually reached out, causing the server to spill soup all over him. Damn it! Wu Hao immediately exploded in anger, leaping up to slap the server. The beautiful server, though feeling aggrieved, realized that those who could enter the VIP room were either wealthy or powerful, and she could not afford to offend them, so she apologized. I'm sorry. It was not intentional. Sorry? Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? 18,000 for an international brand. Can you afford to compensate me? Wu Hao shouted. At that moment, Li Yuchen furrowed his brows in a prestigious hotel, hitting a server. Go, call your boss here, Wu Hao yelled. Wu Hao. This is a prestigious hotel. They have powerful backing. Perhaps it's best to let it go, another man cautioned. Are you really that cowardly? It's just a server. Besides, with Chingu here, what is there to fear? A nearby woman chimed in. Yes, with Chingu around. This is hardly an issue. Chingu, this little matter should not be a problem, right? Li Yuchen, feeling the admiration of those around him, was pleased and his vanity was satisfied, so he confidently declared, this is nothing. Everyone enjoy your meal. Chingu is impressive. Chingu is formidable. Chingu is amazing. The crowd cheered and praised Li Yuchen. Just as Yu Shaoran was about to persuade Jiang Ying to leave, the door swung open, and two men in suits entered the room. These men were tall and robust, exuding an air of intimidation. Who had our server? One of the men said in a deep voice. Wu Hao, seeing the man's arrogant demeanor, became even angrier. It was me. What is it to you? Come with us, the suited man said sternly, advancing to restrain Wu Hao. Wu Hao was furious. What the hell are you doing? Let go of me. Chingu. This hotel clearly does not respect you. You must demand an explanation. Wu Hao turned to Li Yuchen. Yes, Chingu, we are still eating. And they come in to restrain Wu Hao. This is utterly disrespectful. Although Li Yuchen sensed something was off, he reasoned it was just a restaurant and thought little of it. More importantly, he had already made his statement. He could not lose face. Li Yuchen declared, I am Li Yuchen. My father is Li Huaisong. Let us just let this little matter go? To avoid any surprises, Li Yuchen mentioned his father. Yi Shaoran could not help but chuckle. It turned out this Li Yuchen was indeed the son of Li Huaisong. Let it go? In Jiangcheng. Who dares to hit someone in our establishment? The suited man scoffed. It's none of your business. Don't interfere. Li Yuchen's face reddened with embarrassment. Then someone nearby arrogantly remarked, Look at you. Do you know who Chingu's father is? The vice president of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. What are you? Even if your boss comes, he must treat Chingu with respect. So what? The suited man disdainfully replied, Even if Li Huaisong himself comes, he must abide by our hotel's rules. Li Yuchen felt humiliated, his expression darkening. Your hotel is extraordinarily arrogant. Fine, I will go meet your boss. Once he knows my identity, you will regret it. Yes, let us meet your boss. How dare you disrespect Chingu? Others chimed in Li Yuchen's view, this was indeed the case. I will see who it is. What audacity. At that moment, a man strode in, followed by a group of imposing figures. Those 10 or so men all walked with their hands behind their backs, exuding a chilling aura. They were clearly not from a military background, but rather skilled fighters. Upon seeing this man, Yisharan immediately recognized him. He was Zhao Hu, one of Bai Chi's subordinates. Zhao Hu also recognized Yisharan immediately, his expression shifting. But Yisharan merely shook his head, indicating he did not know him. Are you the boss? I am Li Yuchen. You should know me. It's just a small matter. Let it go, Li Yuchen stammered, somewhat intimidated by the imposing presence. Li Yuchen, the eldest son of the Li family. Of course, I know you, Zhao Hu replied. I am not the boss here. Oh, so you are not the boss. Then stop acting like one and release my friend. And apologize to us. That way, Chingu won't pursue matters further. Exactly. You think you can act tough here? We came to eat to give you face. And you dare to touch our friend without respecting Chingu? Others echoed, their arrogance unabashed. Zhao Hu remained expressionless, merely looking at Yushaoran, seeking confirmation. Yushaoran shook his head, indicating he did not recognize the situation. I say, why are you looking at that pathetic loser? Qin Dong scoffed. Oh right. That loser has nothing to do with us. If you dislike him, you don't need to consider us. Jiang Ying grew anxious, regardless of my husband's situation. He was the one who struck him. She pointed at Wu Hao. It's fine. Yushaoran reassured Jiang Ying with a comforting look. Let us go. Pathetic loser. Thinking of running away. I see your true worth now, Yu Ali snorted. Useless. Try to leave. I assure you, you will regret it. Wu Zifan chimed in. You go outside and wait for me in the car. I will join you shortly, Yushaoran instructed Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying clutched Yushaoran's clothing. Torn between leaving and staying. Don't worry. I promise no one will harm you. Trust me, Yushaoran reiterated. Thus, Jiang Ying reluctantly walked out, still unsure. Fearing that if she didn't leave, something terrible might occur, and she would rather face death than that. After Jiang Ying exited, Zhao Hu did not stop her. Once she was gone, Zhao Hu turned to Li Yuchen and the others. I don't care who you are, if you come here to dine. You must adhere to our rules. Those who strike our servers will be dealt with according to our regulations. No one's status will matter. Li Yuchen stepped forward, once again announcing his identity as being from the esteemed Lao Su family, known for their significant standing in Longhai City. Brother, could you perhaps show me a bit of consideration? Li Yuchen furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu laughed. Show you consideration? What do you think you are? Who exactly are you? Li Yuchen was momentarily taken aback by the imposing aura of the man before him. Me? Are you familiar with Zhao Hu from Yuhai district? Zhao Hu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the name, Li Yuchen's heart sank. He never expected this individual to be Zhao Hu. While ordinary people might hesitate in the presence of his reputation, Zhao Hu was a name that evoked real fear. It was said that a formidable figure stood behind Zhao Hu, and Li Yuchen's father had warned him that Zhao Hu was among the most untouchable individuals in Jiang City. Reflecting on his earlier words, Li Yuchen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Now, do you still expect me to show you consideration? Zhao Hu chuckled lightly, his gaze unsettling Li Yuchen. In truth, I am quite a reasonable person. If one strikes another, they must face the consequences. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Indeed. Li Yuchen quickly nodded. Very well. Who was it that touched the thigh of my club staff? Who struck my attendant? Their hand is broken, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's face turned pale, his legs trembling as he collapsed to the ground like a beaten dog. Shen-ge, save me, please. Li Yuchen found himself in a difficult position. He was deeply wary of Zhao Hu. Yet, if he remained indifferent, he would inevitably lose face and authority. Thus, he steeled himself and said, Brother Hu, for my father's sake, let this matter rest. Do you think my words are merely whispers in the wind? You dare speak to me about face? Zhao Hu's anger flared. Do you also wish for me to break your hand? Li Yuchen dared not utter another word. He understood Zhao Hu's intent well enough. He could not afford to provoke him further, as it could indeed cost him dearly. Wu Hao, this is all your recklessness. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. I can no longer help you. Li Yuchen waved his hand dismissively. Break it. Zhao Hu snorted coldly. And two burly men seized Wu Hao. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the room, clean and swift. Ah! Wu Hao screamed in agony. Feeling as though he was being slaughtered like a pig. He had never endured such pain before. Yushaoran burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, you worthless fool? How dare you laugh? Wu Zifan barked at Yushaoran. You pathetic creature, laugh again. I dare you. Li Yuchen also scoffed. Due to the humiliation. Yushaoran's audacity to laugh only incensed them further. Just wait until your wife is under Chin-ge. Yu Yali shouted back. Do you all think you're so impressive? Do you believe I, Yushaoran, am someone you can bully and threaten? He snorted coldly, having restrained himself long enough. With Jiang Ying gone, he felt no need to hold back any longer. Zhao Hu, you, he, and her, attack them until they beg for mercy. He pointed at Wu Zifan, then Li Yuchen. And finally Yu Yali. Are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Yu Yali mocked. You should take a good look in the mirror. I see you are not only a coward, but also a lunatic. Are you ordering Mr. Zhao? Li Yuchen sneered. Yushaoran, you truly are a joke. Wu Zifan laughed heartily, then turned to Zhao Hu. Mr. Zhao, this fool has nothing to do with us. If you are angry, feel free to punish him. In the next moment, however, Zhao Hu gestured, and his men charged forward. Despite their formidable backgrounds, they were nothing compared to Yushaoran, the third young master of the Yi family, who was currently the most likely heir to the family fortune. Thus, he had no fear of offending them. And even with Bai Qi backing him, he remained undaunted. A strike is a strike. At that moment, Wu Zifan, Li Yuchen, and Yu Yali all turned pale as Zhao Hu truly ordered his men to beat them. I'm leaving. Just as they were overwhelmed by punches. Yushaoran calmly remarked before walking out. leaving the wealthy second-generation heirs in stunned silence. How is this possible? This coward can command Zhao Hu with a single word? Is Yusharan truly a coward? Before long, Wu Zifan and the others were left battered and bruised. Zhao Hu, you are too arrogant. Just wait. Minutes later, Li Yuchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring angrily at Zhao Hu. No matter the cost, I will not let you go. Wu Zifan echoed his sentiments, filled with humiliation from being beaten in front of so many classmates. Especially since it was due to Yisharan's mere words that they were assaulted, this level of disgrace was unbearable, and they certainly would not let Yisharan off easily. This kind of beating would only fuel their hatred. It seems they haven't had enough. Continue until they beg for mercy. Zhao Hu remained unfazed and with his command. His men surged forward once more. Minutes later, the three were pleading for mercy, their spirits broken, forced to endure the humiliation. Upon returning to the parking lot, Jiang Ying sat in the car, anxious and worried about Yisharan's safety, as well as the potential consequences for Li Yuchen's future. When she finally spotted Yisharan, she hurriedly exited the vehicle. Are you all right? She asked urgently. Why? Are you worried I might get beaten? Yisharan chuckled. Jiang Ying, exasperated, replied, What time is it? You're still laughing? How can you find humor in this? Don't worry. They wouldn't dare harm you. Let's go home, Yisharan reassured her. Once in the car, Jiang Ying still wore a worried expression. With a company as large as Xingtu, they cannot be easily threatened. Yisharan added, Trust me, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. All right. Jiang Ying nodded reluctantly, still troubled. Chapter 033. Sleep on your own floor upon arriving home. Jiang Ying felt utterly exhausted. After a shower, she lay in bed, still wearing a troubled expression, clearly worried that Li Yuchen could ruin her future. Don't fret. After all, you are the owner of Tianhou Entertainment now, and you have a contract with Xingtu. If Xingtu breaches the agreement, they will face hefty penalties, so it is unlikely. Besides, I am here. They cannot touch you. Yisharan reassured her once more. Can you tell me who the person behind you really is? Is it Professor Tang? What are his intentions? Does he have ulterior motives regarding me? Jiang Ying finally asked. Yisharan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized what had been bothering her. It's not as you think. You overthink everything. Yisharan rolled his eyes. Then tell me, how come you buy Ferraris, acquire companies, and gift an 80 million Angel Blue? Where do you get all this money? Isn't it from Tengu? If Tengu doesn't have ulterior motives, why would he spend so much? Jiang Ying stood up, her tone not at all pleasant, yet feeling relieved to have expressed her thoughts. Yisharan rubbed his temples, but patiently explained, I saved Tengu's life, earning some money in the process. As for the Angel Blue, it was a trade between us. I saved his father, and he helped me with the auction. The company acquisition was also a transaction, not as you imagine. Does someone so wealthy really need your help? Jiang Ying questioned. That night, didn't our mother ask me to go to the hospital? Yisharan smiled. Now, do you believe it? Jiang Ying had already begun to believe, but she hesitated to simply nod in agreement, fearing it would make her seem petty. This is all your fault for not explaining things clearly to me, she retorted, slightly annoyed. Indeed, it is all my fault. Please forgive me, my dear wife, Yisharan chuckled. Who permitted you to call me wife? How shameless, Jiang Ying replied. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away. How can you assure me that you can handle Li Yuchen and his cohorts? She inquired after a brief moment. I have a friend in Jiangcheng whose influence rivals that of Li Yuchen, so there is no cause for concern, Yisharan assured her. You have such a friend? Who were you before? Jiang Ying's curiosity and doubt deepened. Recently, Yisharan had been displaying extraordinary capabilities. What I was before is of little consequence. Now, I am your husband, Yisharan smiled. Humph, if you won't speak, then go sleep on the floor, Jiang Ying retorted, turning away once more. Yisharan, feeling helpless, turned off the lights and settled down. Sharan, how did you feel when I looked down upon you over these 3 years? Was it stifling? Jiang Ying's voice broke the silence after a while. Not particularly, Yisharan murmured. Now that you have capabilities, do you wish to leave? I haven't considered it yet. If I continue to be willful, will you tolerate it? I will. Humph, am I really that willful? I merely wish to carve out my own space in the entertainment industry. Daughter, today your grandmother and your second uncle's family are coming to Jiacheng specifically to see you. Please pick them up at the high-speed railway station this afternoon. The next morning, Feng Ro sought out Jiang Ying. Grandmother is coming from the countryside, however. I have too many matters to attend to today. Why not let Sharon go pick her up? Jiang Ying suggested. That's true. After all, that good-for-nothing has nothing to do at home, Feng Ro scoffed. Mother, could you refrain from speaking so harshly? Jiang Ying chided. Harsh. I've been quite kind. What else should I call him? He can't even afford a house and still lives with us. Feng Ro shot a disdainful glance at Yisharan. I tell you, if I lose my job, I will rely on you for sustenance. If you're broke, you can go beg. Mother, once my endorsement comes through, I will be able to buy a house, Jiang replied. Yi Xiaoran, listen to yourself. You are even less capable than a woman. How can you not consider yourself a good-for-nothing? Feng Rou's disdain for Yi Xiaoran grew, especially recalling how 2 million had vanished due to his words. Ingo can buy it. It's the same as if I did, Yi Xiaoran said. Living off others and speaking as if it's your right, that's all you are capable of. I'm done talking to you. Remember to pick them up this afternoon. Be courteous. If I hear anything negative, I won't spare you, Feng Rou warned coldly. Give me the keys to the Ferrari. I need it. Mother, what will Sharon drive? Jiang asked. Isn't your father's Passat still around? Feng Rou replied. I will just drive the Passat. It's all the same. Yi Xiaoran handed the keys to the Ferrari to Feng Rou. Mother is truly something. Jiang murmured softly after her departure. It's fine. After all, she is our mother, Yi Xiaoran chuckled. After Jiang left for work and Feng Rou departed, Jiang Nantian had already vanished early that morning. Ever since joining the Jiangqing Antique Association, Jiang Nantian had been exceedingly busy. Stop by, let us meet somewhere to discuss matters. Yi Xiaoran called Bai Qi. Let us meet at garden number 18, at noon. Bai Qi responded cheerfully. Yi Xiaoran paused momentarily, stirred by memories of their university days when he and Bai Qi frequently visited garden number 18, a KTV that operated 24 hours and enjoyed booming business. All right. I will see you at noon. After ending the call, Yi Xiaoran dialed Tangu, as he had yet to fulfill a promise made to him. Upon receiving Yi Xiaoran's call, Tangu was overjoyed. Mr. Yi, please come in. When Yi Xiaoran arrived, Tangu personally greeted him. Are all the medicinal materials prepared? Yi Xiaoran asked as he entered. Yes, they are ready. We can begin at any time, Tangu replied while brewing tea for Yi Xiaoran. The tea was delightful. After sipping a cup, Yi Xiaoran could sense a subtle spiritual energy, evidently derived from a place rich in ethereal essence. I'm glad you like it. I have more that has tea been opened, which you can take with you later, Tangu smiled. Though he was considerably older than Yi Xiaoran, he genuinely respected and admired him after witnessing his extraordinary abilities. After a brief rest, Yi Xiaoran proceeded to Tang Laotai's room. With spiritual medicine and needles as the medium, he meticulously administered acupuncture to Tang Laotai at the appropriate acupoints. The process was not swift, lasting over an hour. Even while Tang Laotai remained in a deep slumber, it was evident that his complexion gradually improved, showcasing the marvel of Yi Xiaoran's acupuncture techniques. In truth, this process was highly demanding and exhausting. Incredible. The vital signs have truly rejuvenated, exclaimed the attending physician in astonishment. Sir, you must be quite renowned in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, the physician remarked. Turning to Yi Xiaoran. I remain anonymous, Yi Xiaoran smiled. Sir, I have an elder. Dr. Su, focus on your duties. Do you think, Mr. You would act frivolously? Tangu interjected before the physician could finish. I must take my leave. There are other matters to attend to, Yi Xiaoran said. Bidding farewell to Tangu. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the incident at the hospital that night. Had I known, I would not have invited you. Tangu expressed regret. No problem, Yi Xiaoran reassured him. By the way, Miss Jiang gave me the angel blue. Perhaps you could take it with you, Mr. Yi? Tangu suggested. Since my wife no longer wants it, let it be, Yi Xiaoran replied. That cannot be. Mr. Yi saved my father's life. This is a tremendous favor. I cannot let you leave empty-handed. It weighs on my conscience, Tangu insisted. Let it be as it is. Yi Xiaoran did not wish to elaborate further. Mr. Yi, I have heard that Li Yuchen, that young master, is using his father's position as the vice president of the Jiangqing Chamber of Commerce to target you and Miss Jiang. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Tangu offered. Yi Xiaoran merely smiled. He is but a minor character. There is no need. With that, Yi Xiaoran departed. Now that his memories had returned and he had contacted Bai Qi, what did Li Yuchen matter? Chapter 034, Garden Number 18. Garden Number 18, an 8-story villa-style establishment, was bustling with vehicles almost around the clock. Around 11 in the morning, nearing noon, Yi Xiaoran drove the Passat into the parking lot. Xiaobai, I have arrived. Where are you? He called Bai Qi. I'm here. Bai Qi's voice came just as a Lamborghini pulled up beside Yi Xiaoran. Bai Qi stepped out, donning sunglasses with a certain flair. Brother, Bai Qi grinned as he approached. I've already reserved a private room. Let us head inside. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, they were greeted by a flurry of women dressed in alluring outfits. Brother, the ladies at garden number 18 are becoming increasingly beautiful. Just look at those figures. They are simply stunning, Bai Qi remarked, his eyes roaming. Let us go to the private room and discuss business first, Yi Xiaoran suggested. All right, Bai Qi nodded. Leading Yi Xiaoran to the elevator, they ascended to the 8th floor, the most luxurious level of garden number 18, known for its high consumption rates and top-tier services. This woman is indeed more captivating than ever, yet I am unable to approach her, Bai Qi mused as they reached the 8th floor. His gaze fixated on a particular woman. Yisharan followed his gaze and beheld a stunning woman clad in a blue bodycon dress, encased in black stockings and perched on high heels. Standing over 7 meters tall, her legs were perfectly proportioned and strikingly straight. It was unclear whether she typically dressed this way for work or if today was a special occasion. The silver blouse she wore clung tightly, accentuating her flawless figure, exuding an undeniable allure that captivated the attention of most men in the vicinity. Baichi remarked, "I've been wanting to approach her for nearly 6 months, but I have yet to succeed. She is no longer a woman who can be swayed by money." Yisharan was equally astonished by the woman's grace and poise, but his resistance was naturally stronger than Baichi's. Being a martial artist, she would never sell herself for monetary gain. With just a glance, Yisharan sensed her martial prowess. "I told you so." Baichi suddenly realized it appears that her presence here is not without ulterior motives. "She works here." "Does she?" Yisharan inquired. "Yes, her name is Mu Baishiwe, and she has become the most sought-after presence here in the past 6 months, commanding an hourly rate of 10,000. Mu Baishiwe? Yisharan mused on the name, which was indeed pleasant. "Brother, if there's something you need, just say it," Baichi said as they settled into a private room. "Wu Zifan and Li Yuqin. You should be familiar with them, right?" Yisharan questioned. "I know of them," Baichi replied. "Jiahu informed me yesterday that he dealt with those two. They threatened your sister-in-law, and I do not want either of them or their backing to pose any danger to her." Yisharan's tone grew serious. Due to yesterday's incident, they found Mo Yun, who has a brother with considerable martial prowess. "It could be troublesome, but since you've spoken, those two should not be a problem," Baichi assured. "Go reassure Xing too. I don't want my wife to harbor any worries," Yisharan said, opening a bottle of beer and taking a sip. "Understood." Baichi nodded. At that moment, Baichi's phone rang. "By Ge, Mo Yun took the money and said he is coming after me." Jiahu's voice echoed over the speakerphone. "Do not worry. Should the sky fall, I will be here. Hasn't Mo Yun always overshadowed you? It's time to take his place." Baichi replied. "All right," Jiahu responded before hanging up. Moments later, a beautiful waitress knocked and entered, her high heels clicking as she approached. "Mr. Bai, would you like me to arrange something for you two?" she asked, her posture slightly bent in deference. "Please summon Mu Baishiwe," Baichi instructed, tossing a card onto the marble coffee table. "Apologies, but Miss Mu is currently accompanying Mr. Mo." The waitress expressed regret. "Mo Yun?" Baichi's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, Mr. Mo Yun," the waitress confirmed with a nod. "Very well, you may leave," Baichi waved her off. "Which private room is Mo Yun in?" As the waitress turned to exit, Yisharan called out. The waitress, slightly taken aback, replied, "Room 808, Supreme." With that, she exited. "Third young master, do you wish to?" Baichi looked at Yisharan, puzzled. Jiahu is capable and can be cultivated. Isn't Mo Yun targeting him? Wouldn't it be better to clear the obstacles for Jiahu today? Yisharan smiled. "Agreed," Baichi nodded. As they entered room 808, a wave of pulsating music hit them. The lights flashed, accompanied by cheers, as several well-endowed women in provocative uniforms danced on a central stage, tantalizing the senses. A few men tossed money into the dance floor. At the center, a man in his 30s, clad in a tank top adorned with a leopard tattoo, reveled in the company of 2 women. Without question, this was Mo Yun. Mu Baishiwe indeed sat beside him but maintained a respectful distance. Initially, Yisharan and Baichi's abrupt entrance went unnoticed, mistaken for mere servers delivering drinks. However, once recognized, nearly every gaze fixated on them. One of Mo Yun's subordinates abruptly released the woman in his arms and confronted Yisharan. "Who the hell are you? Are you blind to barge into Mo's room?" Seeing the subordinate's brazen attitude, Baichi instinctively raised his hand to retaliate, only to be restrained by Yisharan. "We're here to discuss matters with Mo Yun," Yisharan calmly stated. The intoxicated subordinate, fueled by arrogance, kicked back. "Get lost." Unfazed, Yisharan swiftly executed a precise strike to the subordinate's leg, sending him crashing to the floor. The erstwhile indifference of the crowd transformed into a palpable tension as the music abruptly ceased. "How dare you cause trouble in Mo's room?" Another subordinate seethed, gripping a beer bottle and hurling it at Yisharan. With lightning reflexes, Yisharan seized the man's wrist, leaving him pale as he lost grip on the bottle, which Yisharan then smashed over the man's head. As the bottle shattered, the once lively room fell into silence. Mo Yun, releasing the woman beside him, directed his gaze at Baichi. "Baichi, what is the meaning of this?" "Everything is fine," Baichi replied, his demeanor unflinching. "And you are?" Mo Yun coldly assessed Yisharan. "Mo Ge, I know him. He is the husband of singer Jiang Ying, living off her," a woman chimed in, having recognized Yisharan. "So it's you, the pretty boy," Mo Yun sneered. "What? Out of money, and now you cling to Baichi for some cash?" "Mo Yun, show some respect towards my brother," Baichi interjected with a cold snort. "Huh. Bai Qi, you consider yourself a figure of stature, yet you dare call a live-in son-in-law your brother? You're regressing. Imo Yun laughed derisively. At that moment, Mu Bai Shiwei glanced between Bai Qi and Yi Xiaoran, her gaze eventually settling on Yi Xiaoran, captivated and unblinking. Bai Qi maintained his composure. You think you have the right to stand on equal footing with me? Brother, we should not linger, Yi Xiaoran urged with a nod. All right. Yi Xiaoran turned to Imo Yun. Now, tell me, after accepting Wu Zifan and Li Yuchen's money, aside from targeting Zhao Hu, what else do you require of you? From Imo Yun's tone and demeanor, Yi Xiaoran sensed there was more at stake than just Zhao Hu. You worthless fool, who do you think you were to question me? Imo Yun scoffed. Then let us settle this. Yi Xiaoran replied calmly, as Bai Qi sprang into action. Bai Qi, do you dare to strike? Imo Yun glared intensely at Bai Qi, who was already charging forward. What is stopping me? Bai Qi retorted coldly, advancing toward Imo Yun. Are you looking to escalate this? If so, bring it on. Attack them. There are only two of them, so beat them mercilessly. Imo Yun bellowed. As the princesses in the room screamed and fled, only Mu Bai Shiwei remained, withdrawing to the side, watching with keen interest. Having trained together since childhood under the same master, Bai Qi and Yi Xiaoran swiftly dispatched Mo Yun's dozen subordinates in less than 3 minutes, leaving them groaning on the ground. Only then did Yi Xiaoran approach Mo Yun. Mo Yun, with a pallid complexion, addressed Yi Xiaoran, saying, Yi Xiaoran, let this matter rest for today. If you lay a hand on me, I assure you, the price you pay will be devastating. The Jiang family is but an egg striking a stone compared to me. I advise you to think carefully. Before he could complete his sentence, Yi Xiaoran slapped Mo Yun across the face, retorting, Can you speak properly? Mo Yun, holding his face, was filled with rage and humiliation. He had been struck by his son-in-law, a man he deemed a coward. If this were to spread, how disgraceful it would be. But could he truly be considered a coward? His demeanor was rather intimidating. His methods, exceedingly ruthless. Was this indeed the son-in-law, as Wu Zifan and the others had described, merely feeding off others? Speak, what else did they make you do? Yi Xiaoran continued to inquire. Mo Yun refused to back down, gritting his teeth and declaring, Yi Xiaoran, if you have the ability to kill me, do it. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. We shall fight until one of us concedes. Yi Xiaoran remained unfazed and simply gestured to Bai Qi. Without hesitation, Bai Qi advanced, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Mo Yun, in agony and fury, pondered who Yi Xiaoran truly was. Bai Qi obeyed his commands and even called him brother. Li Yuchen and Wu Zifan, those scoundrels, had undoubtedly deceived him. Could such a person truly be a coward? Bai Qi, just wait, I want to let you off. Despite the beating, Mo Yun still refused to yield. Yet, Bai Qi's strikes only intensified. Are you afraid of my brother? If he wanted to kill you, it would be a simple matter. Mo Yun threatened again. Bang. This time, Bai Qi struck Mo Yun with a bottle, rendering those lying on the ground dumbfounded. Who was this person? And how could he be so brutal? Those who had intended to rise remained feigned in their pain. Bai Qi, you stop this instant and apologize to me. I might let it slide. I said, stop hitting. As Bai Qi lifted another beer bottle, Mo Yun finally conceded. Bai Qi scoffed. Is that all your bravado? Go on, continue. Aren't you afraid of my retaliation? Mo Yun glared coldly at Bai Qi. Bai Qi, with a disdainful smile, replied. Your trump cards and defenses are beneath my consideration. Now, tell me, what else did Wu Zifan and Li Yuchen want from you? Yi Xiaoran coldly commanded. The fact that a figure like Bai Qi would heed Yi Xiaoran's words raised doubts in Mo Yun's mind. Was Yi Xiaoran, this looked down upon son-in-law, truly the source of Bai Qi's confidence? Mo Yun divulged. They paid a handsome sum for me to incapacitate Zhao Hu and bring him before them to vent their frustrations. I was already aware of that. Do you need to elaborate? Yi Xiaoran interjected with a scoff. Mo Yun, feeling utterly frustrated, continued. They also instructed me to find an opportunity to capture your wife and then bring you along to witness her being toyed with. Yi Xiaoran clenched his fists. Realizing that Wu Zifan and Li Yuchen were not merely speaking idly, their intentions were wickedly genuine. Though he could protect Jiang Ying for a moment, he could not shadow her every hour of every day. There would inevitably be oversights. Mo Yun's willingness to accept such a task, regardless of the outcome, struck a nerve with Yi Xiaoran. With a swift motion, he struck Mo Yun on the head, causing him to lose consciousness. Let us go. Yi Xiaoran ordered as he departed. Mu Bai Shui, observing the decisive blow, was increasingly curious. Brother, is that how it ends? Once outside, Bai Qi inquired. Is he truly an imbecile? Yi Xiaoran responded, with one strike, I have rendered his cognitive functions impaired. After Yi Xiaoran and Bai Qi left, Mo Yun's subordinates hastily helped him to the hospital. Meanwhile, as Yi Xiaoran descended, he casually caught sight of someone in the elevator on the second floor. It was Jiang Nantian. However, he thought little of it, assuming Jiang Nantian was merely there to sing with friends. After parting ways with Bai Qi, Yusharan made his way to the high-speed train station, familiar with Jiang Ying's grandmother and her second uncle. Jiang Ying's grandmother held a traditional bias towards males, favoring her two sons over Fang Rou. Jiang Ying's second uncle, Fang Yinghu, was a landowner in the countryside, possessing some wealth. Fang Yinghu's son, Fang Wei, was a quintessential slacker who took great pride in flaunting his BMW 5 Series. As for Fang Yinghu's wife, Du Mei, she was even more cantankerous than Jiang Ying's maternal aunt, a typical rural shrew who loved wearing designer clothes and using high-end cosmetics, which resulted in a rather mismatched appearance. In her hometown, she was even nicknamed the Old Vixen. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, their high-speed train arrived, and Yusharan had been waiting at the arrival gate. Upon seeing Yusharan, the elderly lady displayed a look of disdain. "Where are Fang Rou and Zhang Netian? Why haven't they come to greet us?" "Both my parents have matters to attend to, so I came instead," Yusharan replied. "I heard Zhang Netian has struck it rich. Now he acts all high and mighty. Back then, he was so poor, and now that my sister has married him, he has a bit of success and forgets his roots," Fang Yinghu grumbled. Yusharan chose to remain silent. He was merely there to welcome them. "Shall we leave first and sit at home?" Yusharan suggested. "You've certainly embraced the role of a kept man, running errands like a professional now, haven't you?" Fang Wei said sarcastically. "Look at me. I treat women as casually as changing clothes. When I get angry, which woman would dare to utter a word?" "Indeed, indeed." Yusharan nodded, saying nothing further. "You're impressive, indeed. Let us go, let us go. Seeing him irritates me. How could Fang Rou choose such a spineless son-in-law?" the elderly lady said with annoyance, urging them to hurry. "Yusharan, where is the car?" Upon reaching the parking lot, Fang Wei looked around and asked. Yusharan pointed to a nearby Passat. "It's this one." Fang Wei instantly grew displeased. "It seems your family truly looks down on my grandmother and my uncle. You come to pick us up in this dilapidated vehicle after buying a Ferrari? Who do you think you're insulting?" Fang Wei had anticipated riding in a luxury car but was instead greeted by a Passat. "Mom, it seems Fang Rou is increasingly unreasonable. Xiao Wei is right. Who are they looking down upon?" Du Mei chimed in with a cold huff. The elderly lady, already displeased, grew even more upset at these remarks. "Let us just go. I'll deal with her once I see her." Finally, the elderly lady and her family climbed into the car, and throughout the journey, they chattered incessantly, particularly Fang Wei, whose incessant chatter rivaled that of his mother. "You coward, can't you drive a little slower? Do you see? My mom is carsick just riding with you." Upon arriving at the apartment complex, Du Mei promptly stepped to the roadside bushes and began to vomit. "Isn't my aunt already prone to carsickness?" Yusharan remarked. Over the past 3 years, he had experienced this firsthand. Du Mei indeed vomited every time she rode in a vehicle. "Oh, are you implying I'm wronging you? My mom rides in my car and doesn't get sick. I believe you're doing this on purpose. Is it because you think we look down on you? And you're seeking revenge?" Fang Wei sneered. "Yusharan, you spineless coward, this is quite enough. If the car had been driven smoothly, I wouldn't have been sick. You keep speeding up and slowing down. Is that not deliberate?" Du Mei, having finished vomiting, approached Yusharan, her breath filled with an unpleasant odor. Yusharan frowned, wondering why she couldn't at least rinse her mouth with some mineral water. "Yusharan, your abilities have indeed grown." Fang Yinghu let out a cold snort. "We've arrived. I'll head up first." Yusharan, uninterested in further conversation, entered the building directly. "Look at this attitude. When I see Fang Rou, I must speak to her about this blatant disrespect towards her elders," Du Mei remarked with irritation. The family then followed closely behind into the building. At the elevator entrance, Fang Wei stepped forward and seized Yusharan by the collar. "You useless coward. What do you mean by this?" "Apologize to my mother. I did nothing wrong." "Why should I apologize?" Yusharan replied. "You think you did nothing wrong? Your expression just now clearly showed disdain for my mother. Tell me, as a son-in-law, what right do you have to look down on her?" Fang Wei shouted. "Release your hands." Yusharan's expression turned cold. "Oh, you're getting angry with me? You pathetic wretch. I could take you down with a single hand," Fang Wei scoffed. "Enough, enough. Don't waste your breath on this coward. If someone didn't know better, they might think we were bullying him," the old lady interjected. "I'll heed grandmother's words and let you off this time, but watch yourself," Fang Wei warned coldly. As the elevator doors opened, Yusharan stepped inside. The arrival of this family was truly a headache. Fang Wei was younger than Jiang Ying and, according to custom, should address him as brother-in-law. Yet, he dared to act so arrogantly and with such disregard. If it weren't for Jiang Ying's sake, Yusharan would never tolerate such treatment. Upon arriving home, the Fang family settled on the sofa to rest. Du Mei went to the bathroom to rinse her mouth and carelessly grabbed a towel to wipe her mouth, leaving it on the counter after use. She spat directly onto the floor. Yusharan remained silent. "Useless wretch, make a pot of tea," Du Mei commanded as she sat down on the sofa. "Use the finest tea leaves. Regardless of the circumstances, as guests, Yi Xiaoran complied and boiled water to brew a pot of tea. The tea leaves were a gift from Tanggu, lacking any brand. What is this tea? So bitter? It doesn't tea even have a brand. Yi Xiaoran, you didn't tea buy this from some street vendor, did you? Du Mei took a sip and promptly spat it into the trash can. Fang Yinghu tried a sip and found it quite pleasant, better than any tea he had previously tasted, rich and aromatic with a refreshing aftertaste. However, upon hearing Du Mei's remarks, he too spat it out. What kind of tea is this? It can't be expired, can it? The old lady set her cup down, visibly displeased. Yi Xiaoran, are you trying to poison us? If you don't like tea, then just drink plain water. Yi Xiaoran said nothing, putting away the tea leaves and carrying the teapot away, opting instead for a pot of boiled water. How many years has it been living in this old community? In this dilapidated house? Useless wretch, if it weren't for your burden, we would have moved long ago. Du Mei sneered, surveying her surroundings with disdain. Yi Xiaoran, you've been married to my sister for 3 years now, yet she isn't pregnant. You aren't impotent, are you? Fang Wei chuckled. Yi Xiaoran remained silent, pouring water as needed and idly playing on his phone. Before long, the sound of a Ferrari engine echoed from upstairs. In this entire community, there was only one Ferrari. It was unmistakably Fang Rou returning home. Upon her arrival, Du Mei frowned and remarked, Fang Rou, your attitude has really inflated. Not only did you ignore me and Yinghu, but you didn't even bother to greet your mother? Fang Rou replied immediately, sister-in-law, I had urgent matters to attend to today, which is why I couldn't make it. I asked Yi Xiaoran to pick you up. Du Mei huffed twice. Yi Xiaoran, now you're quite something, even disregarding me. Your second aunt. Fang Rou's expression shifted as she shot Yi Xiaoran a cold glance before turning back to Du Mei. Sister-in-law, what is the matter? What has this coward done to offend you? Du Mei glanced at Yi Xiaoran with disdain. When we were being picked up, as elders, we offered him some guidance. Yet he harbored grievances. While driving, he deliberately made me car sick, and when I couldn't hold it any longer and vomited, he insulted me, saying I was unsophisticated because I came from the countryside. Isn't that infuriating? Fang Yinghu quickly chimed in, and he was incredibly rude, not even addressing his elders properly. Yi Xiaoran, you've truly become increasingly audacious. Don't think just because you have a bit of skill that you can act like this. When my family comes over, is this the attitude you show? Do you want me to force Ingo to divorce you? Fang Rou was fuming. Yi Xiaoran remained silent. Explanations were futile, and he felt no guilt. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? How come you're acting like a coward now, not saying a word? Fang Wei mocked. Xiao Wei, don't stoop to his level, Fang Rou urged, pulling her brother back down to sit. Brother, sister-in-law, how are the fields this year? Business seems good? Fang Rou asked after they sat down. Not bad. Sold for over 40,000. Du Mei replied proudly. That's great to hear, Fang Rou smiled. Noticing the cups were filled with plain water, Fang Rou grew annoyed again, pointing at Yi Xiaoran. My family comes over, and you serve them plain water? I brewed tea. But they didn't like it, Yi Xiaoran replied. You think a Tinyuan box of coarse tea is suitable for my mother, brother, and sister-in-law? Fang Rou retorted, moving to a nearby cabinet to retrieve a box of premium cinnamon tea they usually drank. However, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the tea leaves Yi Xiaoran had set aside. Pu'er tea. Having seen enough, Fang Rou immediately recognized it and approached for a closer inspection. Yi Xiaoran, you've really stepped up. This pu'er tea worth thousands per tael. Did you dare to buy? She accused. Inger earns a little money, and you squander it all. Don't you? Fang Rou had some knowledge of tea, and seeing the color, she surmised that with this quality, it was worth at least 10,000 per tael. Is this tea worth 10,000 a tael? Du Mei asked incredulously. I can't be mistaken. In the hospital, I've seen all sorts of tea gifts. And with this quality, it commands that price, Fang Rou asserted, looking at Yi Xiaoran. You think I wouldn't know just because you discarded the packaging? You're a coward and a spendthrift. When Inger returns, I will certainly have a word with her and ensure you receive not a single cent from now on. Du Mei, Fang Yinglong, Fang Wei, and the old lady's expressions changed drastically. The tea Yi Xiaoran had just served them was that expensive? In their lives, they had never tasted such fine tea. Truly wasteful. Du Mei quickly regained her composure, letting out a cold snort. How could my cousin marry someone so useless? Not only do you not work, but you also spend my cousin's money on extravagant things, Fang Wei added. Yi Xiaoran merely chuckled internally. The pu'er tea, sourced from deep mountains, is sweet and mellow, with a hint of honey and a subtle plum fragrance. Its flavor is rich, with a quick aftertaste and high steeping endurance. The tea from Tanggu was even more exquisite, imbued with the essence of the deep mountain mist, and could never be bought for just 10,000 per tael. It's laughable how this family, having just dismissed it, now tries to mock him to cover their embarrassment. Such fine tea is beyond their worthiness. Fang Rou took the entire package and proceeded to brew the tea again. Du Mei's family, eyes gleaming, pretended to savor it, praising it as wonderful tea. Yushara nearly burst into laughter. To witness someone sink to such depths of shamelessness is indeed a peculiar realm. Mom, I've already reserved a restaurant. Once Nantan and Jiang Ying return, we'll go out for dinner, Fong Ro informed the old lady. All right, she nodded in agreement. As they sipped tea and conversed, Jiang Ying soon returned. Grandma, second uncle, second aunt, Jiang Ying greeted with a smile. Inger is truly considerate, far more than Yusharan. The old lady chuckled. Did you upset Grandma? Jiang Ying then glanced at Yusharan. He managed a bitter smile, finding no words to say. He has become quite audacious. Looking down on your second aunt, and even threatening your cousin. And do you know, he actually spent over 10,000 on tea leaves. He certainly knows how to indulge himself. Fong Ro said, somewhat exasperated, Daughter, you must never give this spendthrift any more money. Sooner or later, he will squander your hard-earned wealth. Chapter 037, The Ferrari Collision. Mom, let him buy it. After all, it's for our own consumption. Besides, it's not even my money that Sharon is using, Jiang Ying remarked regarding Yusharan. That's enough. Where does he get his money if it's not yours? Stop defending him, Fong Ro retorted impatiently. Cousin, I'm not being rude. But you're so beautiful and a big star, why would you settle for such a useless man? I know plenty of wealthy individuals. Should I introduce you to someone new? Fong Wei suggested. Xiao Wei, don't stir up trouble. Even if your cousin's husband is somewhat inept, he is still legally married to her. How can you just suggest a divorce? The elderly lady interjected. Despite her disdain for Yusharan, she adhered to the traditional belief that one should not easily disrupt a marriage. Your cousin's husband is a fine man. You needn't worry about him. Jiang Ying added, harboring a slight dislike for Fong Wei due to his reputation. At that moment, Fong Ro's phone rang. Aren't you coming back? My mother and my second brother's family have arrived. Soon after, Fong Ro's voice, tinged with displeasure, filled the air. After a brief conversation, she hung up. Yi Shaoran wondered if Jiang Nantian had not yet left garden number 18. Mom, let us go eat. Nantian has social obligations and want to be back, Fong Ro announced. Fong Ro, Jiang Nantian is being quite disrespectful. Isn't he? We only visit once or twice a year. Does he genuinely have something to attend to? Or is he purposely avoiding us? It's only a matter of borrowing some money. Does he really need to act this way? We are merely trying to expand our business. It's not as if we can't afford it. Dumei's expression darkened. Yusharan then realized that they had come to borrow money. Has borrowing money become this brazen? Sister-in-law, Nantian isn't avoiding you. You mentioned borrowing 500,000. I spoke to him last night, and he agreed, Fong Ro clarified. Good, with your word, I feel at ease. I doubt he would avoid us over 500,000. Dumei smiled. Let us go eat. I'm quite hungry. Let us also try the dishes from the city's fine restaurants. To maintain appearances, Fong Ro had booked a table at Yuhai Hotel. Whenever her family visited, she insisted on impressing them, especially after recently purchasing a Ferrari, which had become the talk of the entire village. Did you endure quite a bit of humiliation today? Fong Ro inquired as they descended the stairs. It's fine. Just pretend I didn't hear anything. Yusharan shrugged nonchalantly. He contemplated whether to inform Jiang Ying about his encounter with Jiang Nantian at garden number 18. After much deliberation, he chose to remain silent, knowing that explaining it would only lead to a host of complications. For example, Jiang Ying would undoubtedly ask what he was doing there at midday. Truthfully, Jiang Ying might not even believe him. His good intentions could easily be misconstrued. Moreover, considering Fong Ro's temperament, if she were to learn that Jiang Nantian had been at garden number 18, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Aunt, let me drive. Fong Wei insisted as they reached the ground floor, his face alight with excitement at the prospect of driving the Ferrari. Xiao Wei, how long have you had your driver's license? Fong Ro hesitated, aware that repairing any damage to the car would be exorbitantly costly. Aunt, my driving skills are excellent. You needn't worry, Fong Wei boasted, patting his chest. The roads in the city are difficult to navigate. It's better if I drive, Fong Ro replied. Before Fong Wei could respond, Dumei interjected. Fong Ro, if you're reluctant, just say so. Aunt, but that's not my intention. The city driving conditions are challenging, and the repair costs for this car would be astronomical if it were damaged. Are you worried we can't afford it? Fong Ro, you've made it big now. But don't forget when you were pregnant, your second brother carried rice and chickens from our hometown to nourish you. Now Xiao Wei can't even take a turn behind the wheel? Dumei countered, showing she was not easily intimidated. And it was evident that Fong Ro had little retort against her. Rower, you can rest assured, Xiao Wei drives quite well. He often takes me out in our hometown, the elderly lady chimed in. Very well, Fong Ro relented, handing the keys to Fong Wei. Fong Wei was overjoyed. Immediately taking the keys and jumping into the car, snapping selfies for his social media, brimming with self-importance. Why did you follow me down? Did I invite you along? Fong Rou snapped at Yi Xiaoran when she saw him approaching with Jiang Ying. Mom, can you please stop targeting Xiaoran? Jiang Ying interjected. Look at you. What have you become? Has Xiaoran offended you in any way? Enough, enough. Let us go. Lead the way, Fong Rou said, climbing into the front seat of the Ferrari. My mother is truly something else, Jiang Ying remarked as they settled into the vehicle, turning to Yi Xiaoran. Are you genuinely indifferent to such insults? Or are you just pretending to endure? Do you want me to be truthful? Yi Xiaoran replied. Of course, speak your mind, Jiang Ying urged. Yi Xiaoran started the car, saying, after 3 years, I've grown accustomed to much. 3 years ago, you saved my life. Thus, I can endure any humiliation. Are you merely enduring this for the sake of gratitude? Jiang Ying asked, her brow furrowing. If that is the case, I wish for you to be yourself again. I don't want anyone, even my mother, to label you as worthless. The opinions of others are merely theirs. As long as you do not consider me worthless. That suffices, Yi Xiaoran replied with a smile. Today, I have begun to gradually take over the company. There are many rumors circulating. I hope you one day pay them any mind. Jiang Ying paused, then continued. Understood. Yi Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as Yi Xiaoran turned to speak with Jiang Ying, the car jolted violently with a loud crash. He quickly slammed the brakes, bringing TH before Fong Wei could say anything. Du Mei jumped in again, saying, Since you picked us up, you have worn a grim face. Is it not intentional? If you had accelerated even a bit, would this incident have occurred? What is it? Are we not welcome? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Understand this clearly. You are merely a son-in-law, a spineless coward. Second Ed. Could you please refrain from using such harsh words? After all, he is my husband, not your son-in-law. What right do you have to criticize him? Jiang Ying retorted, her patience wearing thin. He crashed the car and still blames you, Xiaoran. It's truly infuriating. Inger, how can you defend an outsider? The old lady interjected, naturally siding with Du Mei and Fong Wei. Grandma, Xiaoran is my husband. How can he be considered an outsider? Moreover, this incident was Fong Wei's fault. Yet he refuses to admit it and blames others. He truly lacks manhood. Jiang Ying shot back, her anger palpable. I don't care, regardless. Fong Wei must pay for the car repairs, Jiang Ying insisted firmly. Fong Rou, is this your wish as well? Is it really necessary to make a fuss over such a trivial matter? If you want compensation, we can afford it. But don't expect us to come back to your family again, Du Mei scoffed. If you won't return, then why did you come to borrow money from us? Jiang Ying shot back, showing no mercy. Xiaoying, let it go. Xiaowei didn't mean it. You can afford a car. So repairing it isn't that big of a deal, Fong Yinglong chimed in. Then what about Fong Wei slandering Xiaoran? Let them both apologize, Jiang Ying suggested. Apologize to this spineless coward? In my dreams. Where would my dignity go? Fong Wei huffed. It's just a broken car. Once we secure our project, I'll buy you one to see. Sure. Then bring the money to fix our car. Jiang Ying extended her hand, unwavering. Fong Wei became awkward. Where would he find the funds? He had already incurred significant expenses back home after an accident and was hiding it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be borrowing money. It was all just a ruse to cover his losses. Let us just eat, Yi Xiaoran suggested, pulling Jiang Ying along. I simply cannot stand his attitude. What kind of person is he? Jiang Ying exclaimed, shaking her hand as she returned to the car. Yi Xiaoran glanced back and followed her inside. Fong Rou. Your daughter certainly has a fiery temper, Du Mei remarked with a cold chuckle. It's Fong Wei who caused this mess. Why are you directing your anger at me? Fong Rou was genuinely upset. The car was damaged, and the repair cost would come from her family. After a while, they finally arrived at Yuhai Hotel. Throughout the journey, Jiang Ying remained furious, while Yi Xiaoran continued to offer her comfort. Once they reached the private room, the atmosphere lightened considerably as Du Mei began ordering food, and Fong Wei stepped out to the restroom. Shortly after, the waiter entered with 2 bottles of wine, Romanicani, priced at around 100,000 per bottle. Jiang Ying had attended numerous events and recognized the label immediately. Her expression soured, and she was ready to explode. But Yi Xiaoran held her back. It was unwise to speak too much at a meal hosted by someone else. Fong Rou, unaware of the situation, instructed the waiter to uncork the wine. And, thank you for your hospitality. Let me toast to you. Rest assured, when I return next time, I will treat you at the finest estate. Fong Wei poured a glass for Fong Rou. Fong Rou smiled and accepted. Jiang Ying took a bottle and poured for Yi Xiaoran and herself, thinking that such fine wine should not be wasted on Fong Wei. Why should he, a spineless coward, drink such fine wine? Fong Wei frowned as he noticed that a significant portion of the wine had been poured out. Who asked for your opinion? Jiang Ying snapped back. She then clinked her glass with Yi Xiaoran, saying, let us drink. Yi Xiaoran smiled and savored the wine, appreciating its exquisite flavor. As they ate and drank, Du Mei and Fong Yinglong discussed how lucrative it was to be a large-scale collective farm owner, eventually getting straight to the point. Fong Ro, we can only stay for 2 days. When will you give us the 500,000? Dumei asked. Tomorrow, I will have Nantian withdraw it from the bank. Fong Ro replied, her eyes already betraying a hint of anxiety. Good, rest assured, we will repay you soon. And we will also give you a rebate, Dumei smiled. Adding, when I return, I will certainly speak highly of you to elevate your status. The last time I mentioned your purchase of a Ferrari. The whole village learned of it within half a day. So many people envied you and praised your ability. Oh, thank you so much, Fong Ro beamed at the compliment. The old lady chimed in occasionally, praising Fong Ro's capabilities, making her feel appreciated among her siblings, which was rare for her. After chatting for a while, enjoying good food and drink, Fong Ro cheerfully asked the waiter for the bill. I'm sorry, but your card balance is insufficient. The waiter politely handed her 2 cards when the transaction failed. Not enough money? I have over 80,000 on my card. How can it be insufficient? Fong Ro's face fell. The waiter responded courteously, your total comes to 210,000. 210,000? Are you mistaken? This meal shouldn't cost more than 3,000. Fong Ro sprang to her feet, her expression changing dramatically. At that moment, Fong Wei deliberately turned away. The 2 bottles of wine you ordered are Roman e Conti, each priced over 100,000, the waiter explained. Surprised that they didn't realize the price of the wine they had ordered. What? Fong Ro was taken aback. Over 100,000 for a bottle of wine? What kind of wine were they drinking? She then glanced at Fong Wei, realizing he had ordered the expensive beverages. Xiao Wei, why did you order such expensive wine? Fong Ro scolded. Now, unable to pay, Fong Ro felt both embarrassed and furious. They had just spent 210,000 on this meal. Oh dear. Sister, you are living the life of a wealthy lady now. What has 20,000 for a meal? Just think. If you went back to the village and told them you spent 210,000 on a meal, you would surely be the talk of the town. Dumei laughed, even addressing her as sister. Fong Ro felt helpless. If she truly had money, being wealthy wouldn't be a problem. But the reality was that they had no funds to cover this bill. How easy it is to say 20,000, as if it fell from the sky. Jiang Ying couldn't help but interject. Young ladies should refrain from interrupting when adults speak. The old lady shot Jiang Ying a glare. Upon hearing such a hefty sum, the old lady was also stunned. While she would usually criticize others for such extravagance, she didn't say a word about her grandson. Instead, she turned to Fong Ro, saying, Rower, you've made it big. It's just a little over 200,000. I had a small sip of that wine. I've never had such fine wine in my life. With the old lady saying this, Fong Ro had nothing more to add. Sister, you wouldn't happen to be short on cash, would you? If you are, I can help, Dumei offered, making Fong Ro even more uncomfortable. Regardless, she had to pay for this bill. How could I be out of money? Fong Ro forced a smile. Daughter, come with me for a moment. Fong Ro turned to Jiang Ying. This is all you're doing. Jiang Ying shot a glare at Fong Wei before getting up to follow Fong Ro outside. Do you have any money? We've eaten, we've drunk. What about this bill? Fong Ro asked softly. This Fong Wei is infuriating. He crashed the car and then ordered such expensive wine. Does he think our family has a bank? Jiang Ying replied, exasperated. True, he is at fault. But we still need to settle the bill, Fong Ro stated. Inger, you have your card with me. Please pay the bill. Just as Jiang Ying was about to say there wasn't enough money, Yi Shaoran approached them. Despite having pursued a singing career for several years, Jiang Ying remained relatively obscure, and her bank account reflected this reality, necessitating her contribution to household expenses. You haven't given this good-for-nothing any money? Fong Ro seized the card from her hand and shot Jiang Ying a glare. Mom, all right, let's settle the bill. Jiang Ying attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Shaoran. With a resigned sigh, she held her tongue. Upon returning to the private room, Fong Ro cheerfully produced the bank card given by Yi Shaoran. The waiter stared at the card in astonishment. Citibank's prestigious card. At that moment, however, Fong Ro was taken aback. She did not know the password, so she turned to Jiang Ying, who was equally puzzled. Just then, a WeChat notification chimed. Yi Shaoran had sent a message. The password is our wedding anniversary. Jiang Ying paused, realizing she could scarcely remember that date. A wave of self-mockery washed over her. Yi Shaoran remembered, yet she had forgotten. Had she truly acknowledged their marriage? After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that they had wed on September 9, 3 years ago, a day marked by auspiciousness, perhaps one she had subconsciously chosen to forget. After entering the password, the receipt was quickly printed. Fong Ro let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had avoided disgrace. Dumei smiled as well, remarking, your sister is quite wealthy. Of course, just look at whose sister she is, Fong Ying chimed in. In truth, Fong Ro felt a pang of regret. 210,000 was now gone. That evening, in a bid to save face, Fong Ro had booked accommodations at a 5-star hotel not far from their neighborhood. Shaoran, thank you. Upon returning home, Jiang Ying returned the card to Xiaoran. What are you thanking me for? What is mine is yours, he replied with a smile. I have no intention of accepting your money. I will earn my own and repay you, Jiang Ying asserted, quickly realizing her wording was amiss. What I meant was, I am not a decorative vase. I will achieve financial independence. Xiaoran chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Why don't you let me state that the card and money are yours? Jiang Ying inquired. What good would that do? Xiaoran answered. But if you don't say it, it will always remain this way. You have helped us, yet mom still looks down on you and says hurtful things. If it were me, I couldn't tolerate it. Jiang Ying remarked. It's fine, Xiaoran replied with a smile. Do you always remember our wedding anniversary? Jiang Ying asked as she lay on the bed, her face slightly flushed as she looked at Xiaoran. For 3 years, he had never openly expressed his feelings. Yet the password to the bank card spoke volumes about his attentiveness. Perhaps this was a man's way of showing love. Indeed, I remember. How could I forget such an important day? Xiaoran nodded and then teased, have you forgotten? Jiang Ying's face turned crimson, struck at her heart. And she hastily replied, I haven't forgotten. How else would I know the password? Xiaoran chuckled, falling silent. At that moment, they heard the sound of a door opening. Jiang Nantian had returned. It was already past 10, and his arrival was somewhat late. Jiang Nantian, you actually remember how to come home? All you do is drink. Why don't you drink yourself to death? Fang Rou's voice soon followed. After spending 210,000, witnessing Jiang Nantian return inebriated only served to fuel her ire. Fang Rou, let me tell you, don't shout at me like that. Act like a woman, Jiang Nantian retorted. Oh, look at you, feeling all high and mighty. Do you think you're worth $1 million now? Are you looking down on me? Fang Rou fired back. Oh, you reek of perfume. Have you been out fooling around? You old fool, can we still live like this? Jiang Ying felt a sense of unease and immediately leapt from her bed to intervene. Xiaoran, already aware of Jiang Nanshan's likely escapades at garden number 18, shook his head and followed her out. Outside, they found Fang Rou gripping Jiang Nantian by the collar. What have you been up to? Jiang Nantian, inebriated and irritated, shoved Fang Rou away. None of your business. Jiang Ying rushed to support her mother, casting a reproachful glance at Jiang Nantian. You've had too much to drink. Go to bed. Tonight, you and Sharon will share a room. I'll sleep with mom. Jiang Ying understood that if her parents entered the house together, a fight was inevitable. Although they typically got along, each time her father drank too much and Fang Rou scolded him, conflict ensued. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Fang Rou was undeterred and lunged at Jiang Nantian, scratching his face and arms, leaving behind several bloody marks. Jiang Ying desperately tried to intervene but was powerless to stop it. Why aren't you helping? Jiang Ying shot a glance at Xiaoran, who quickly stepped in. With a sharp crack, Jiang Nantian slapped Fang Rou, exclaiming, You are nothing but a shrew. Do you even know that? Xiaoran, you worthless coward, get away from me. I'll take on this old fool myself. Fang Rou struggled fiercely, attempting to claw at Xiaoran, drawing blood in the process. Mom, calm down. There is no need to escalate things. Let us discuss this rationally, Jiang Ying urged. Jiang Nantian, you need to stop making a scene after drinking. You're embarrassing yourself. She added. Jiang Nantian showed no signs of restraint, as if the pent-up frustration had finally erupted today. Dad, what is the big deal about borrowing 500,000? Just lend it to me. I promise this will be the last time, and I assure you. Mom won't agree to anything in the future. Is that all right? Jiang Ying turned her gaze toward Jiang Nantian. I told you, there is no money left. Whatever happens, happens. Jiang Nantian extinguished his cigarette. Where did the money go? Even if you were to seek the company of women. Surely it wouldn't cost $1 million, would it? Having lived with Jiang Nantian for decades, Fang Rou sensed something amiss in his demeanor. Why should I tell you? Jiang Nantian's eyes shifted uncomfortably. Oh dear, why is my life so bitter? Jiang Nantian, you scoundrel, did you give the money to those vixens? I can't go on like this. Fang Rou suddenly burst into tears, pounding her thighs in despair. I lost. Is that enough? After a while, Jiang Nantian could no longer bear it and shouted, Daughter, listen to this old fool. He lost $1 million just like that. He deserves to be poor for the rest of his life. Fang Rou, still crying, grasped Jiang Ying's hand. Tell me, what is the point of continuing with him? I can't face your second uncle anymore, and I certainly can't return home. I might as well die. Dad, did you really lose $1 million? Jiang Ying asked Jiang Nantian. Yes, I lost $1 million. If you all want to blame me, go ahead, hit or scold me. I'll take it. At this point, Jiang Nantian resigned himself to the situation. Dad, you really are something. Men truly change when they have money, Jiang Ying reproached. Though being her father, she couldn't speak too harshly. Mom, please stop crying. The neighbors will hear and mock us. 500,000, I'll find a way. She added, trying to comfort them. Let Dad's lost $1 million be lost. It was unexpected wealth anyway. Jiang Ying felt helpless, and this was the best she could do. Oh dear, our lives are so hard. Yi Xiao Ran is a good-for-nothing, living off you. Yet your father goes out to seek women and gamble. Fong Ro lamented through tears. Yi Xiao Ran got caught in the crossfire. All right. Socializing is unavoidable. I believe you want to go looking for women. As for the money, if it's gone, it's gone. We can earn it back, Jiang Ying said. What my daughter says is true. I didn't seek any women, Jiang Nantian quickly added. Then, daughter, you must help your mother find that 500,000. If not, I'll be the laughingstock of your second aunt, and I'll never be able to return home, Fong Ro said, ceasing her tears. Okay. I'll think of a way, Jiang Ying nodded. I'll help you back to your room to rest. I'll sleep with you tonight. No need. Let this old fool sleep on the sofa. Fong Ro shot a glare at Jiang Nantian. I'll sleep on the sofa then. Jiang Nantian realized he needed to find a way out of this. Just don't argue, Jiang Ying reminded them. Once back in their room, Jiang Ying took Yi Xiao Ran's hand and glanced at the bloodstains on his arm from where her nails had scratched him, softly saying, Does it hurt? She blew on it gently. Yi Xiao Ran looked at Jiang Ying, smiling. This feeling was truly wonderful. Jiang Ying looked at Yi Xiao Ran, hesitating to speak. Yi Xiao Ran chuckled. I'll transfer 500,000 to you. Jiang Ying bit her lip. I will definitely pay you back. Silly girl, what is mine is yours. Why act so formal? Yi Xiao Ran gently caressed Jiang Ying's long hair. Jiang Ying didn't shy away, stating earnestly, I must repay you. If not, I'll write you an IOU. If you insist, I won't borrow from you anymore. I'll find another way. All right. Just do as you wish, Yi Xiao Ran replied with a smile. That means I owe you over 700,000 in total. The Tianhou Entertainment Company is like me working for you. Just pay me more, Jiang Ying added. Fine, Yi Xiao Ran nodded. Then tonight, you sleep in the bed. And I'll take the floor. No objections, Jiang Ying declared, grabbing a blanket and laying down on the same spot Yi Xiao Ran had slept on for 3 years. Yi Xiao Ran had no choice but to lie on the bed, which was indeed soft. It was a pity there was no one to hold him. This floor is really hard. How did you endure it for 3 years? Jiang Ying asked after a while. It's fine. A hard surface is good for the back. Yi Xiao Ran chuckled. All right then. Jiang Ying lay back down, realizing that Yi Xiao Ran was intentionally saying this. This guy had silently endured for 3 years without a complaint, and despite having so much money, he never boasted about it. He only stepped in to help her when needed. He was truly a reliable person. But do I really have no charm? Doesn't he ever think about that? My goodness. What am I even thinking? Jiang Ying shook her head, trying to dismiss her thoughts and fall asleep. That night, Yi Xiao Ran transferred 500,000 to Jiang Ying. Upon receiving the message, she felt a surge of gratitude. Without this money, she couldn't imagine how chaotic things would have become with her parents, and divorce was a real possibility. At this crucial moment, when she felt lost, it was Yi Xiao Ran who came to her aid. Believing Yi Xiao Ran had fallen asleep, she quietly stood up and gently kissed his cheek, thinking, Silly boy. It's been 3 years, and you haven't even kissed me. This is your reward. Then she quickly dashed back to the floor, her face flushed. Yi Xiao Ran felt the lingering warmth on his cheek and couldn't help but smile. The next day, Jiang Ying didn't go to work. Fong Ro also remained in bed. Jiang Nantian had finally sobered up from the alcohol. Seeing Jiang Ying emerge, he approached her, saying, Go check on your mother. Dad, what exactly did you do yesterday? Jiang Ying asked softly. Sigh, I went out to socialize with friends, and who knew? I was set up. It's hard to explain. Jiang Nantian sighed. I told you, you're not that kind of person. Just keep your attitude in check for a while to calm Mom down, Jiang Ying advised. I borrowed 500,000. I'll transfer it to Mom soon. Are you really going to borrow 500,000? Once you lend it, it's gone for good. Jiang Nantian's expression faltered. Mom has already printed it out. Can I not lend it? Besides, without this 500,000, she wouldn't agree. Jiang Ying knew that once the 500,000 was lent out, it would be like pouring water into the ground. If her second uncle and aunt could pay it back, it would be a miracle. Old fool, what do you mean? You lost all the money and still don't want your daughter to lend me some? Are you planning to go out and lose more? At that moment, Fong Ro suddenly burst through the door, unleashing a torrent of words at Jiang Nantian. That is not what I meant. Over the years, your second brother's family has borrowed quite a bit. Have they ever returned anything? Jiang Nantian retorted. That was when they were in trouble. But this time it's different. They're expanding their business. Fong Ro replied sharply. You can lose 1 million, but I can't borrow 50,000? And it's not even your money. Why are you worrying? Fine, borrow it. But when your second brother doesn't pay it back, don't come crying to me. Jiang Nantian waved his hand dismissively, choosing to ignore it. What a character. Fong Ro glared at Jiang Nantian before turning to Jiang Ying, saying, Daughter, I'm counting on you now. Hurry and transfer me the 500,000. Mom, this is the last time. Yesterday, I lost 20,000 because of Feng Wei's tricks, and now you want to lend another 50,000 to them. If they keep asking for money, I won't have a single penny left, Jiang Ying cautioned. I know, Xiao Wei really behaved poorly. I promise this time. Once this 500,000 is lent out, I won't make any more promises. Please help your mother, Feng Rou pleaded. Mom, it's not me helping you. This is money from Xiao Ran. I borrowed it from him, Jiang Ying clarified. That good for nothing gave it? Does he have that much money? Feng Rou clearly didn't believe it. Mom, yesterday's meal was also on Xiao Ran's card. Can you stop looking down on him? He not what you think. Jiang Ying spoke again. All right. What kind of enchantment has he cast upon you to make you speak so fondly of him? If he truly possessed such wealth, would he have endured years of ridicule and disdain without uttering a word? Feng Rou replied, just transfer the 500,000 to me. Jiang Ying, exasperated, retorted, you truly are something. I have no words left. If you continue to look down on Xiao Ran, I shall stand firmly by his side. Please refrain from uttering such harsh words in the future. If things remain unchanged, I will move out with Xiao Ran. Jiang Ying's tone was earnest. After all, Yi Xiaoran had rendered immense assistance, and she felt a pang of guilt for her mother's attitude towards him. If she did not assert herself and voice support for Xiaoran, it would undoubtedly break his heart. Fine, I will be more mindful in the future. Just hurry and transfer the money to me. Feng Rou's primary desire remained the 500,000. I will transfer it to you. Jiang Ying said as she retrieved her phone and initiated the transfer. A daughter is truly a blessing, Feng Rou smiled and then turned to Yi Xiaoran. Look at you. If you possessed even a fraction of Ying'er's talent, I would consider myself fortunate. A grown man, yet so shameless. Mom, I have already stated that the money is from Xiaoran. If you don't believe me, I can show you the transfer records. Before Yi Xiaoran could respond, Jiang Ying became incensed. This is intolerable. Anyone would be exasperated. Look, this is the 500,000 Xiaoran transferred to me last night. Do you see the sender's name? It is Yu Xiaoran. Jiang Ying displayed the text message in front of Feng Rou. Was he truly wealthy? Feng Rou's expression froze for a moment. Could it be true that Yu Xiaoran had money? Although I am the lead singer, the album has yet to sell, and I have not received any profits. The endorsements I am negotiating have not officially commenced, so I currently have little money. Xiaoran has taken out a total of 700,000. Yet you still call him a useless person. Do you think that is appropriate? Jiang Ying, overwhelmed with emotion, could not tell whether she felt guilty for Yi Xiaoran or if she simply found his situation unjust. Feng Rou, now genuinely convinced, looked at Yi Xiaoran. Well? You little rascal, clearly so wealthy, yet for 3 years, you have been living off us. You've hidden your fortune well. Speak up, how much do you have? It's time to settle the bride price. Mom, you really are, beyond saving. It's been 3 years since the wedding. What bride price are you talking about? Jiang Ying could no longer bear it. What are the 3 years? You found such a beautiful wife, yet you offered no bride price. Moreover, for these 3 years, you have consumed our resources without contributing a penny. If you are indeed wealthy, what harm is there in offering a little? Feng Rou argued. Mom. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran interjected. Yi Xiaoran, be quiet. Jiang Ying immediately cut him off. Do you have too much money? Do you truly wish to give? It's no trouble, Yi Xiaoran replied. How about this? I don't need much. Raising my daughter has not been easy. You can give me 1 million. Feng Rou pondered for a moment and responded. Mom, you are being unreasonable. Jiang Ying exclaimed. Feng Rou, how can you say such a thing? Are you selling your daughter? Besides, Xiaoran is our son-in-law. How can you demand a bride price from him? Jiang Nantian chimed in. Feng Rou coldly scoffed. What business is it of yours? You lost 1 million, and I didn't divorce you out of consideration for the child. From now on, mind your own affairs. Moreover, what of being a son-in-law? Does that mean he need not earn money or show filial respect? 1 million is hardly excessive. Zi Fan even promised me 5 million. Feng Rou scoffed again. Mom, why do you keep bringing him up? Wu Zi Fan is nothing but scum. Jiang Ying's expression darkened. Do you believe that 5 million can buy my silence? Do not speak so harshly. I have but one daughter. Is it not reasonable to ask for a bride price? Furthermore, this fellow pretends to be poor. His intentions are deeply concealed. Mom, do not dwell on it. Xiaoran will not give anything, and he does not have that much money. Does he dare refuse? If he does not comply, he shall no longer reside in this house. This property was purchased by your father and me. He has no right to live here. Feng Rou declared coldly. Then so be it. I will move out with Xiaoran. Jiang Ying was truly furious. I see him as a penniless fool. What spell has he cast on you to make you support him like this? Feng Rou said sarcastically before turning to Yi Xiaoran, clearly broke, yet pretending otherwise. Living off his wife to such an extent is truly remarkable. To Feng Rou, it seemed evident that Yi Xiaoran remained unfazed by her words. confirming her belief that he was indeed destitute and that her daughter was merely trying to save face for him. As for the text messages, Jiang Ying could have easily transferred the money back and forth. It was not complicated. Yes, he is indeed a penniless fool. Is that settled? Jiang Ying shouted. Ingo, let it go. Yu Shaoran stepped forward, addressing Jiang Ying. Yu Shaoran, do not forget, 3 years ago, we saved your life. You have lived off us for 3 years. I do not care whether you have money or not. From now on, you must work and contribute every month. Fong Ro insisted. Mom, you are truly beyond help. Jiang Ying shouted and then stormed into the house. You infuriate me, turning your back on your own. Fong Ro retorted before walking out. Shaoran, do not mind your mother. She is simply being herself. Jiang Nantian approached and patted Yu Shaoran on the shoulder. The house is mine, and it will remain yours and Jiang Ying's. It's all right. I will not take it to heart, Yu Shaoran smiled. They say every family has its own struggles, and indeed, that is the case. Dad, tell me about it. How did you lose $1 million at number 18 Garden? Yu Shaoran inquired. You, how do you know? Jiang Nantian's expression suddenly stiffened. I went there yesterday to discuss some matters with a friend. Yu Shaoran explained. You were drinking and gambling. You should not be frequenting such places. You must not betray Inga. I know you have talent. I feel you have been wronged in our family. Has Inga not yet been with you? Is that why you sought entertainment elsewhere? I must have a serious talk with her. Jiang Nantian said excitedly. No, it was merely a discussion. Yu Shaoran replied. As long as that is the case. Jiang Nantian sighed in relief and then recounted the previous day's events. He had gone out to socialize with friends from the Antique Association, where he had indulged in drinks. Eventually, he had been lured into a game, despite his initial reluctance, and lost $1 million in one fell swoop. Dad, if I understand correctly, it seems that the antique shop owner set you up. He has been harboring ill intentions since the painting incident, Yu Shaoran remarked. Jiang Nantian nodded. I suspect that too. He was overly friendly yesterday. I did not expect him to have ulterior motives. Thankfully, I left quickly. Otherwise, I could have ended up in debt to loan sharks. Leave this matter to me. I shall ensure he returns what he owes. Yu Shaoran spoke solemnly. I will head back inside now. After informing Jiang Nantian, Yu Shaoran returned to the house, where he found Jiang Ying still fuming. Her anger was evident. Yu Shaoran approached her and smiled. You still smile. I can't believe you're the one making me angry. Why is your temper so good? How can you remain so composed? Jiang Ying replied irritably. Arguing will not resolve anything, will it? Besides, she is still our mother. Can quarrels fix the problems? Yu Shaoran said. Regardless, you are not allowed to give him money. If you do, I will not let it go. Jiang Ying shot him a glare. If you give him money, it will seem as though I am being bought. All right, I want to give it, Yu Shaoran chuckled. Since I'm not working today, how about we go out for a stroll? Sounds good, and we can drop the car off for repairs, Jiang Ying replied. Then let's go, Yu Shaoran said. Wait for me to finish my makeup, Jiang Ying replied, rushing to the vanity to prepare herself. After heading downstairs and dropping off the car at the dealership, the young woman who had sold them the vehicle greeted Yu Shaoran with enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect your wife to be Jiang Ying. Could I trouble you for an autograph? Wang Rue brought over 2 glasses of water, her face alight with anticipation. An autograph? Yu Shaoran looked at Jiang Ying. Sure. Jiang Ying smiled and signed her name for Wang Rue. Thank you so much. I will definitely buy your album when it comes out. Wang Rue was overjoyed. Thank you for your support, Jiang Ying responded with a smile. After arranging for the car's repairs, Yu Shaoran and Jiang Ying wandered to a nearby mall, where they purchased several outfits. Jiang Ying transformed Yu Shaoran's appearance, making him seem like a different person altogether. This feels right. We have the means. So why dress so plainly? She remarked with satisfaction at the results. Let's go eat, Yu Shaoran suggested with a grin. All right, Jiang Ying nodded. Are you looking at Yunlong Mountain? Yu Shaoran inquired as they sat in a high-rise restaurant, observing Jiang Ying gazing out the window. Yes, she nodded. The Yunlong Mountain Villa area is the prime location in Jiacheng, home to many creators and singers. The air is refreshing, and the environment is elegant, ideal for inspiration. Indeed. It's quite remarkable, Yu Shaoran agreed, glancing at Yunlong Mountain. The trees were tall and dense, often shrouded in mist due to its elevation. The aura there should be exceptional. Definitely superior to Yinhai Park. Just then, Jiang Ying's phone rang. Hello, Sister Wang, Jiang Ying answered. President Jiang, it's bad news. Many people are threatening to resign. Yu Yali came in this morning, trying to poach our staff with high salaries. What? Jiang Ying exclaimed. I'll be right there. Yu Yali is making her move again? Yu Shaoran asked. Yes, she has come to the company to recruit. Many people followed her when she was here. And since her dismissal, it has been challenging to manage. Now, with her directly offering high salaries, it could disrupt our operations, Jiang Ying said angrily. That woman is truly malicious. I'll go with you, Yu Shaoran declared. You must. After all, this company is yours, Jiang Ying replied, with their newly purchased clothes in hand. They hailed a cab to the office. Half an hour later, at the general office, President Jiang, you're here. Sister Wang exclaimed anxiously as she waited by the elevator. That Yu Yali is truly a formidable opponent. Where is she? Jiang Ying asked. She's in the general office, Sister Wang replied. Jiang Ying's expression hardened as she walked forward. Yu Sharon following closely. Soon, they spotted Yu Yali, dressed in extravagant designer attire, more lavish than before. Is anyone ready to join me? A base salary of 10,000. Plus commissions, it's far better than here. What's good about following that fickle woman Jiang Ying? If she ever displeases the boss, you'll all be out of a job. It's wise to seek better opportunities early, Yu Yali called out loudly. Yu Yali, get out. Jiang Ying approached her, glaring fiercely. Ah, you've come. How is life treating you? You didn't even show up for work today. How do you expect to serve the boss? Look at this. Your president is a woman who relies on her body. She doesn't even come to the office. Staying here will surely lead to ruin. Yu Yali sneered, addressing the others. Get out. Jiang Ying shouted, pointing toward the door. I resign, President Jiang. People strive for higher ground, and water flows downhill. Don't blame me. A tall woman stepped forward. I resign too. The rumors about your personal life are too vile. Working under you has made us the subject of gossip among friends, another woman added. One by one, several veteran employees spoke up, some loyal to Yu Yali. Others simply motivated by financial gain. Jiang Ying's face fell. These were crucial members of the team. If they all left, what would happen to the company? Just as she contemplated offering raises to retain them, Yu Sharon intervened. Let them go if they wish, he stated in a deep, emotionless tone. Shaoran, but Jiang Ying hesitated. It's fine. A company doesn't need opportunists. Those who leave cannot be retained. The company will continue to function without them. I will find other talents to fill their roles, Yu Shaoran assured her. You coward, relying on your powerful connections. Without your backing, what are you? Yu Yali scoffed. Did Wu Zifan send you to entertain Liu Chen? Serving two men must be quite the experience, Yu Shaoran retorted coldly. Be careful, you wouldn't want to catch something. Yu Yali was provoked, pointing a finger at Yu Shaoran. You won't last long. You'll kneel before me and apologize soon enough. Just based on you? Yu Shaoran scoffed. How arrogant. Someone will put you in your place, Yu Yali replied, her face stern. Mo Yun? He is probably still in the hospital, Yu Shaoran chuckled. Go back and tell Wu Zifan and Li Yuchen to behave. Otherwise, I will make them regret it for life. You're just someone else's lapdog, speaking so grandly. Slap. Before Yu Yali could finish her sentence, Yu Shaoran delivered a sharp slap that left her momentarily stunned. Remember, neither Jiang Ying was genuinely curious about how much money Yu Shaoran possessed. The personnel changes within the company were not particularly alarming. It was merely Yu Yali's deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Jiang Ying out of personal spite. That afternoon, Jiang Ying was busy arranging work at the company, moving about energetically. Meanwhile, in the office, Yu Shaoran placed a call to Bai Qi. In 3 days, find me 20 professionals in the music industry across various positions, including several management roles. Is that a problem? Yu Shaoran instructed. That's straightforward. I have a music company at hand. We can merge directly, and they have executives available, Bai Qi replied. That's excellent. Make the arrangements promptly, Yu Shaoran responded. Seeking management talent to allow Jiang Ying to concentrate on her music without distractions, enabling her to pursue her passions. The acquisition of Tianho Entertainment Company was also motivated by Jiang Ying's interests. By the way, brother, Mo Yun's brother, Mo Lingen, is already en route to Jiangcheng. We anticipate some trouble. His brother is a master of internal energy, Bai Qi added, his tone growing somber. Yu Shaoran chuckled lightly. A master has arrived. Anyone who dares to act against us will find themselves on a perilous path. The hierarchy of martial artists ranged from external strength to internal energy, culminating in the realm of masters, whose abilities could be lethal. As a practitioner who had transcended the spiritual realm, Yu Shaoran, now at the 3rd level of qi refinement, far surpassed even the masters. Brother, are you really that strong? Are you not exaggerating? Can masters truly be killed? Bai Qi expressed skepticism. Have I ever boasted to you over the years? Yu Shaoran countered. Then I need not worry? Worry? Not at all. All right then. Yu Shaoran continued. By the way, purchase a villa at Yunlong Mountain for me. Bai Qi responded. Yunlong Mountain is indeed a fine location. Its residents are either wealthy or distinguished. Are you considering moving? Let us secure the purchase first. I haven't made a decision yet, Yu Shaoran said. Understood. After hanging up. Just as Yu Shaoran was about to join Jiang Ying, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Fong Ro. Yu Shaoran was somewhat surprised. What could Fong Ro possibly want at this hour? Mom, is there something urgent? He answered. Hurry over. It's an emergency, Fong Ro urged. Where to? Yu Shaoran inquired. Yunhai Hotel. Mom, what is going on? Yu Shaoran pressed. Don't ask. You'll find out when you arrive. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Fine. I'll inform her. Quickly. Yi Shaoran pondered Fong Ro's intentions as he approached Jiangying. Mom wants me to go to Yunhai Hotel. Why? Jiangying asked. She didn't say. Yu Shaoran shook his head. That can't be good. I'm not going. Jiangying dismissed it, returning to her paperwork. Maybe we should check it out. Otherwise, Mom might be upset. We're trying to mend our relationship. After all, Yi Shaoran suggested. All right, but remember, no money. Not a single cent for the Fong family. They're not getting a dime, Jiangying instructed. Understood, Yu Shaoran nodded. Also, I've arranged for my friends to find management talent. You won't need to worry about company matters anymore. Focus entirely on your music, Yi Shaoran stated before departing. As Jiangying turned to ask him something, he had already left. This guy is arranging everything for me, she thought, but found it quite agreeable. Compared to those arrogant second-generation wealthy individuals, he was indeed much better, humble and composed. Jiangying suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing she might be developing feelings for him. Half an hour later, Yi Shaoran arrived at Yunhai Hotel. You finally made it. Go, quickly settle the bill, Fong Ro commanded upon seeing him. Settle the bill? Mom, you rushed me over just for that? Yi Shaoran questioned. Of course. What else would it be for? Fong Ro replied dismissively. How much? Yu Shaoran inquired. Today's meal wasn't even that extravagant. Just over 30,000, Fong Ro stated. 30,000 for a single meal, and you say that's not much? Yu Shaoran was at a loss for words. Why are you hesitating? Isn't my daughter providing you with sufficient funds? Why are you being so stingy about paying? Fong Ro retorted. Mom, if they keep this up, I'd be spending 30,000 every day for 10 to 15 days. Yi Shaoran exclaimed. Do you need me to teach you how to spend? Take a look at yourself. The money you have is my daughter's. As long as she is not complaining. You have no right to say anything, Fong Ro shot back. Fine, I'll pay. But wait, let me pack a bottle of that wine from yesterday. There is nowhere to buy it later. Just then, Fong Wei rushed over. Packing? You want to pack a 10,000 a bottle wine? Do you think I'm a fool or a wealthy sucker? If you want it, buy it yourself, Yi Shaoran coldly replied. Ignoring Fong Wei, he proceeded to pay the 30,000 bill. Brother-in-law, since my sister has given you so much money, you don't need to be so petty, do you? Fong Wei remarked sarcastically. Xiao Wei, that wine is too expensive. Let us skip it, Fong Ro interjected. Besides, if your sister finds out, it'll be difficult to explain later. You're just being stingy, aunt. You're reluctant to spend, Fong Wei sneered. I've said it before, if you have money, buy it yourself. You're speaking as if you're wealthy, yet you're clearly a beggar trying to act rich. Yi Shaoran wouldn't give Fong Wei a pleasant response, recognizing him as a typical slacker. You're the beggar. Who said I can't afford it? Fong Wei retorted angrily, then approached the counter. I'll take 2 bottles of that 10,000 a bottle wine. Charge it to my card. Yi Shaoran was taken aback. And Fong Ro was equally stunned. Weren't you just short on cash? How can you afford to buy over 20,000 worth of wine? After Fong Wei paid, the counter handed him the 2 bottles of wine. He flaunted them in front of Yi Shaoran, saying, see? I can afford it. Am I still a beggar? Yi Shaoran could only respond with a simple sure. Xiao Wei, I just lent you 50,000. You spend over 20,000 on 2 bottles of wine? Fong Ro's expression darkened. Aunt, since you lent me the money, how I use it is my own business. Fong Wei dismissed her concern. What? You spent over 20,000 on 2 bottles of wine? Du Mei overheard and rushed over, looking aghast at the 2 bottles in Fong Wei's hands. You bought those? Du Mei asked. Of course. Who told this loser to look down on me? Fong Wei replied defiantly. Looking down on you doesn't mean you have to spend over 20,000. How will you repay your gambling debts? Do you want to lose both your hands? Du Mei nearly slapped him. What do you mean? You borrowed 50,000 to pay off gambling debts, not to invest or expand. Fong Ro's face dropped. No. You heard wrong. There is no gambling debt, Fong Wei quickly interjected. Yi Shaoran couldn't help but sneer inwardly, realizing the borrowed money was for gambling debts. Spending over 20,000 on wine was outrageous. Was Fong Wei's brain kicked by a donkey? Fong Ro, naturally unconvinced, sternly said, return the 50,000. I'm no longer lending you money. Although the money does not belong to her, it is still from her family. Despite Fong Ro's disdain for Yi Shaoran, she would never lend money to Fong Wei to repay his gambling debts, as that would be a true loss. Fong Ro, what do you mean? You borrowed money before, and now you want it back? Are you not ashamed to return to your hometown? Du Mei's expression turned cold. Yes, we owe some money. But it's also true that we're expanding our business with it. Do you really think we can't pay it back? That's quite disrespectful. However, look at your son. He is nothing but a spendthrift. Has he already squandered over 200,000? How many times can he spend this 500,000? Fong Ro retorted angrily. Just return it, right? Who told your son to provoke Xiaowei? Xiaowei is just trying to save face, Du Mei huffed coldly. Waitstaff, please help us return the wine, she directed towards the counter. The waiter apologetically replied, I'm sorry, but we do not accept returns once the order has been placed. No returns? If you refuse, I will call the police to see if you will refund it, Du Mei said with a cold snort. If you can't afford it, then stop pretending to be a rich person. You're really just a bumpkin, the counter staff muttered under their breath. This displeased Du Mei, and she slammed her hand on the counter. How dare you talk like that? Who are you calling a bumpkin? We are your customers, understand that? Now refund us immediately. Du Mei shouted again. No refunds, the waiter replied firmly. Don't you see where you are? Do you think you can cause a scene here? A bumpkin is still a bumpkin. Just look at your son. He acts like a fool, borrowing money to spend. If you can't afford to drink, then don't buy such expensive wine. If you want to show off, then do it properly. Who are you calling a fool? Who can't afford it? Feng Wei jumped up angrily. Mom, it's just 2 bottles of wine. Why return anything? If we don't have enough money, let Grandma ask Aunt for another 300,000. After all these years, Grandma has been living with us. Aunt should show some filial piety. Yes, Feng Ro, I have taken good care of you. Hiring a nanny over the years must have cost a lot, so 30,000 is not too much, Du Mei chimed in, demanding money from Feng Ro. Yi Xiaoran was left speechless. To be so shameless is indeed a unique talent. I have no money, Feng Ro coldly refused, no longer easily deceived. When will you return the 500,000? And by the way, don't you need to write an IOU? Feng Ro, what are you trying to do? Are you deliberately making us look bad? Have you forgotten who fed and clothed you in the past? Is this how you repay us? Du Mei brought up old grievances. One thing at a time. Don't you need to write an IOU for the money you borrowed? Feng Ro replied with a stern face. With a son like yours, how much money can he squander? You say my son is a spendthrift? So what? I have another son who is also a spendthrift. What about you? You can't even have a son and have taken a useless son-in-law. Look at you, thinking you're something special with your money. When you die, it will all end up in the hands of others. Du Mei's words were sharp and cutting. Feng Ro's face turned red with anger. She felt she had truly been blind to lend money to Du Mei. The nearby waitstaff and hotel employees could not help but laugh. This drama was quite entertaining. Just then, the elderly lady and Feng Yinghu approached. Grandma, Aunt despises me, calling me a spendthrift and demanding back 50,000. Feng Wei immediately rushed forward. I asked Aunt to buy 2 bottles of wine for you, but she wouldn't even do that. My cousin said I couldn't afford it, calling me useless. I bought them myself just to save face. Feng Ro, you have quite the nerve. Are you upset because I, your mother, have been living off you? You can afford luxury cars worth millions, yet you can't spare this little amount? The elderly lady scolded Feng Ro. If that's the case, then I won't return home when I die. Mom, Feng Ro felt extremely wronged but couldn't find the words to respond. Grandma, we're still short 30,000. Please ask Aunt to lend it to me, Feng Wei added. Those 2 bottles of wine can be considered Aunt's tribute to you. Did you hear that? Transfer another 30,000 over, the elderly lady commanded. Mom, where would I find so much money? This 500,000 was given to me by Inger. Feng Ro felt a deep sense of grievance and truly regretted borrowing the money. Why not visit your elder brother's family? They should have some savings, Feng Ro suggested. Aunt, do you think we are beggars? Feng Wei retorted. The elderly lady followed up. What my grandson said is true. Do you think I'm begging? Is it too much to ask for 2 bottles of wine? When you got married, I didn't demand any betrothal gifts. Now that you've made some money, you look down on your old grandmother? Mom, that's not what I meant. I truly have no money left. Feng Ro's face was filled with frustration, nearly driving her mad. You useless person, is my cousin's money in your hands? Hand it over immediately. Feng Wei looked at Yu Xiaoran, his arrogance evident. Yu Xiaoran sneered and said, What do you think you are? You dare call me useless? Chapter 044. I am only doing this for you. Feng Wei's family was taken aback, as was Feng Ro. This useless person was actually losing his temper? Useless? What attitude is this? You're just a live-in son-in-law, and you dare shout at me? Feng Wei approached, pointing a finger at Yu Xiaoran. Get your hand off me. Yu Xiaoran replied coldly. What if I don't? Feng Wei scoffed. Yi Xiaoran's expression darkened as he swiftly grabbed Feng Wei's wrist and applied pressure, causing Feng Wei to jump in pain. You freeloading scoundrel, you dare hit me? Grandma, look. He's trying to break my hand. Going to the hospital will cost thousands. Feng Wei collapsed to the ground, acting like a petulant child. You useless person. You dare hit my son? Du Mei rushed over and slapped Yu Xiaoran. Although Yu Xiaoran was usually mild-tempered, it didn't mean he could be bullied by anyone. He had tolerated Feng Ro's behavior because she only talked back and never resorted to violence. Moreover, Feng Ro was Jiang Ying's mother, no matter how bad things got. She couldn't be compared to Du Mei, who was nothing but a shrew. Yi Xiaoran raised his hand to block Du Mei's slap, with a slight flick. She stumbled back several steps. Excellent, truly excellent. You dare to lay a hand on me? Fong Ro, look at your son-in-law. Dumei's face was filled with fury. Yi Shaoran, what are you doing? Apologize to your second aunt. Fong Ro said coldly. Apologize? That is out of the question, Yi Shaoran replied earnestly. He then turned to Dumei and Fong Wei. You have no shame. Why should I give you face? Yi Shaoran's voice was low and steady. Lending you 500,000 was already my utmost kindness, and yet you continue to make a scene. Can you not have any dignity? What do you think you are? You're just a live-in son-in-law, doing the most shameful things in the world. What qualifications do you have to speak to us? Dumei retorted coldly. So what? I am infinitely better than your foolish son, Yi Shaoran scoffed. You, Dumei was furious. Fong Ro, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't call me your mother anymore. Is this how you insult me? The elderly lady said coldly. Yi Shaoran, you have gone too far. Hurry and apologize. Fong Ro said in a stern tone. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Yi Shaoran sneered. At such a moment, Fong Ro was still speaking up for her family? With that, Yi Shaoran turned and walked away. What a disgrace. Just a few steps away. Dumei spat on the ground. Mom, don't be angry. Since we are not welcome, let's take the 30,000 and leave. Fong Wei stood up. Yes, Fong Ro. Hurry and give me the 30,000 as a tribute to Mom. If you don't, you can forget about returning home. Dumei instructed Fong Ro. Sister, cease your pretense. I am aware of your wealth. It's merely 300,000. Fong Yinghu interjected. Fong Ro, if you do not procure 300,000 for me, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my daughter. The elderly woman snorted coldly. Very well, I shall acquire another 300,000. Fong Ro felt utterly constrained. Then we shall await your arrival here. You are aware of the account number. Upon receipt of the funds, we shall depart. Moreover, before leaving, ensure that tonight's accommodation is settled, Dumei remarked. Fong Ro departed in deep frustration and indignation. Yi Shaoran, this is all your fault for showing off. In the end, Fong Ro vented her anger upon Yi Shaoran, attributing the situation to his actions. Upon exiting the hotel, she promptly dialed Yi Shaoran's number. Yi Shaoran, this is your doing. Why did you need to show off? Hurry and send me 300,000. Fong Ro commanded. I have no money, Yi Shaoran replied tersely before hanging up. What a useless fool, hanging up on me again. This is infuriating. Fong Ro glared at her phone, then immediately called Jiang Ying. Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Ying, still busy, answered the call. What's the matter? It's all because of Yi Shaoran, who dared to insult your second aunt and even scold your grandmother. He truly becomes more audacious by the day, Fong Ro replied solemnly. Really? I will have a word with him when I return, Jiang Ying said. You need to send me 300,000 immediately, Fong Ro insisted. Mom, why do you need 300,000 again? Jiang Ying questioned. I am out of money. Is it not reasonable for him to send me 300,000? Fong Ro replied in a low tone. Is it related to your second uncle's family again? Jiang Ying inquired cautiously. No, Fong Ro concealed the truth, knowing that revealing it would prevent Jiang Ying from allowing Yi Shaoran to send the money. Mom, if you do not tell me the truth, I will not give you any money. We have already spent over 700,000. Asking for another 300,000 is excessive. We are not a bank, Jiang Ying stated. Fine. Your grandmother declared that if I do not provide 300,000, she will not recognize me as her daughter. Will you give it or not? Do you want to leave me unable to return to my family? What if my family suffers a loss and no one attends the funeral? Fong Ro shouted. Mom, you are being overly harsh. I believe this is all instigated by my second aunt and that wasteful Fong Wei. Your grandmother has always favored boys over girls and dotes on Fong Wei excessively. Jiang Ying remarked. Enough of this pointless chatter. Just tell me whether you will give me the money or not. Fong Ro replied irritably. I have no money. Jiang Ying reiterated. Oh, so now you look down on your mother? Your father is out gambling, having lost $1 million, and you still refuse to help me? What is my position in this family if I am not supported? Fong Ro cried out. Mom, please do not act this way. Jiang Ying was equally exasperated. I promise this is the last time I will deal with them, all right? Fong Ro's tone softened. If your grandmother truly disowns me, what do you suggest I do? Fine. Jiang Ying ultimately relented. However, you must not utter another word against Shaoran. Jiang Ying added. Agreed, as long as you provide me with 300,000. I shall ensure he is not troubled again, Fong Ro replied. Then I shall hang up, Jiang Ying said, ending the call. With her phone in hand, she hesitated, pondering whether to call Yi Shaoran. She felt embarrassed to ask him for assistance again. An additional 300,000 would total over $1 million. After deliberating for several minutes, her mind racing, she realized that there was no other source of funds, and reluctantly dialed Yi Shaoran's number. Shaoran. Once the call connected, Jiang Ying struggled to find the right words. Your mother called, didn't she? That family is insatiable, always asking for more. Even if I give them another 300,000, they will surely demand more. Should I still comply? Yusharan stated directly. Consider this a plea from me. Jiang Ying spoke softly. Grandmother said that if she does not receive 300,000, she will not recognize my mother. Fine, Yusharan replied. I will send it to you. Thank you. Jiang Ying was at a loss for words. Yusharan refrained from disclosing the events that transpired at the hotel to Jiang Ying. I am doing this for you, Yusharan stated. When Jiang Ying called, Yusharan found it hard to refuse, despite the humiliation he endured at the hotel. Were it not for Jiang Ying, he would not have considered parting with another 300,000. Soon, the money was transferred to Jiang Ying. Upon receiving the notification, she felt a bitter and complex mix of emotions. Moments later, she dialed Fong Ro's number. Mom, I will personally deliver the 300,000. You need not concern yourself with the remaining matters. Really? That is wonderful. Hurry and take it over, Fong Ro sighed in relief. After tidying up, Jiang Ying made her way to Yahai Hotel. Excuse me, could you tell me which room Fong Yinghu is in? Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Ying approached the front desk. Fong Yinghu? Let me check, the receptionist replied, searching the computer. A short while later, she said. He is in room 503 and 504 on the 5th floor. Thank you. Jiang Ying acknowledged as she headed for the elevator. She looks quite like Jiang Ying, the singer who has recently gained fame, one of the hotel staff remarked. Indeed, she must know that peculiar family. Otherwise, why would she be here? Another mused. It is quite amusing how they borrow money for drinks and then flaunt it before others. I have never encountered such foolishness. Jiang Ying overheard their conversation, prompting her to stop in her tracks and return. Could you explain to me what exactly is going on? Chapter 045. They are all utterly shameless. It's nothing significant, the staff member faltered, realizing that the hotel policy forbids gossiping about guests. No worries, I promise I won't hold it against you. But if you refuse to tell me, I shall have to report to your supervisor, Jiang Ying stated. All right then. The staff member, fearing repercussions from their supervisor, relented. I will show you the footage. You will understand everything. The staff member accessed the surveillance video, displaying everything from Yisharan's arrival to his departure. After watching, Jiang Ying stood frozen in shock. Fury surged within her. How shameless could Fong Wei's family be? Yusharan had not even mentioned it to her. Her mother only demanded money from her, incessantly blaming Yusharan and while neglecting to share the entire story. Fong Wei's audacity was infuriating. How dare he ask for 300,000? What was even more detestable was that Du Mei and her grandmother were coercing her mother. Despite all this, her mother still criticized Yusharan. Fuming, Jiang Ying took the elevator to the 5th floor, found the room, and knocked furiously on the door. Who is it? Who's knocking? She soon heard Du Mei's voice. Upon seeing Jiang Ying, Du Mei's expression transformed into a grin. Ah, it's my granddaughter. Have you come to deliver money? Second aunt. Can't you show a modicum of decency? Jiang Ying's expression was far from pleasant. What do you mean, Jiang Ying? Is this how you speak to your elders? Du Mei's demeanor shifted instantly. What do I mean? Yesterday's meal cost over 20,000, and lending you 50,000 was already generous. Yet today Fong Wei, that wasteful son, borrows money and spends over 20,000 on 2 bottles of wine. Now you dare to extort another 300,000 from my mother? Jiang Ying stood her ground. I came to inform you that there is no money. Do as you please. If you do not allow my mother to return home, then she shall not go. What is so great about that? Look at how audacious you are, lacking basic manners. How did your parents raise you? Du Mei scoffed. You are not in a position to speak to me. Call your mother here. With that, Du Mei forcefully closed the door. You shall not receive another cent. Jiang Ying shouted angrily as she stormed away. After descending, Jiang Ying transferred the 300,000 back to Yisharan. Upon receiving the notification, Yisharan was somewhat surprised. What is happening? He called her immediately. What is going on? Jiang Ying, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I am fully aware of the situation. What you did yesterday was absolutely right. We cannot indulge them. They have become utterly shameless, as if our family fortunes are simply blown in by the wind. You say we shall do as you suggest, and if they refuse, so be it. But what about Mom? Yisharan interjected. Mom, too, is truly perplexing. Normally, she is quite astute, yet she has been rendered speechless by my second aunt. Regardless, since there's no money to be had, let them do as they please. If it comes to it, we can simply move out, Jiang Ying asserted. All right, Yisharan replied. After much turmoil, it was now past 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Ying and Yisharan returned to the office, working diligently until after 8 in the evening, primarily to manage the cumbersome handover tasks left by those who had departed. On their way home, Bai Qi called, informing them that arrangements had been made and they could start work the following day. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by the grim visage of Fong Ro. Jiang Ying, what on earth happened? Were you not supposed to deliver money? Why did your second aunt call again? And her words were nothing short of harsh. Do you realize that? Fong Ro immediately seized Jiang Ying, interrogating her. Jiang Ying, still simmering with anger, knew she could no longer appease her mother. Mom, I checked the surveillance footage at the hotel. That family is comprised of the most unsavory characters, regardless of their demands. I will not part with 300,000. They can do as they wish. Mom, I truly do not understand your line of thinking. My second aunt treats us like fools, Jiang Ying retorted. Yi Xiaoran, was it you who mentioned this? Are you still reporting on me? Fang Rou shot a cold glance at Yi Xiaoran. Mom, it wasn't me, Yi Xiaoran replied. Mom, it has nothing to do with Xiaoran. I discovered this on my own when I went there, Jiang Ying hastened to clarify. Mom, think about it. Over 700,000 has vanished. Our money did not come from thin air. It is indeed money. If you can give that good-for-nothing so much, what is wrong with my request for 300,000? Fang Rou scoffed, and then turned her gaze on Yi Xiaoran. Is this your doing? I warn you, if you speak ill of me behind my back again. You can pack your bags and leave. Mom, what are you saying? Jiang Ying quickly interjected. And you? Have you forsaken me as your mother, siding with this good-for-nothing? Fang Rou replied icily, shooting another glare at Yi Xiaoran. What are you staring at? You, a good-for-nothing? How dare you confront my family? Get out. Just seeing you irritates me. If you had not instigated this situation, there would be no need for this 300,000. Yi Xiaoran looked at Fang Rou, calmly stating, Every matter must adhere to a principle, Mom. Regardless of how you treated me in the past, I never complained. Yet now, you want to expel me because of that bizarre family of Fang Wei. It is not my fault, yet you insist on blaming me. Within a week, I shall move out with Inger. Fang Rou stared blankly at Yi Xiaoran. Oh, look at you, feeling quite capable. Do you have the means to survive on the streets? Jiang Ying interjected, Mom, I will not allow you to deny him another penny. Look at him. He dares to talk back. Fang Rou turned to Jiang Ying. If you dare give him money, do not consider me your mother. Mom, Xiaoran is right. It is not his fault. If you continue to be unreasonable, I will move out with Xiaoran, Jiang Ying declared. Fine. So you both conspire to make me suffer? This life is unbearable. Fang Rou fumed. You, a good-for-nothing, have quite the ability to deceive my daughter and spend her money? I truly underestimated you, she said coldly. Directing her ire at Yi Xiaoran. I will not spend a single cent of Inger's. That is merely your assumption, Yi Xiaoran replied before turning to leave. Mom, you are being utterly unreasonable. Jiang Ying protested, attempting to follow him. You dare leave? Let us see you go. He has disrespected me. Who does he think he is? Fang Rou held Jiang Ying back, refusing to let her pursue him. Mom, can you not be reasonable? Jiang Ying pleaded, struggling to break free. If you drive him away, I will make your life miserable, Fang Rou threatened. Mom, Jiang Ying, just freed, hesitated to chase after Yi Xiaoran. He descended the stairs, not regretting his words. After enduring so much, he finally snapped, as everyone has their limits. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the nearby convenience store and sat on a bench in the community, pondering how to navigate his future relationship with Fang Rou. As she is Jiang Ying's mother, and a confrontation was unavoidable. Halfway through a cigarette, his phone rang. It was Bai Qi. Brother. As soon as he answered, Bai Qi's voice revealed tension. What's wrong? Yi Xiaoran inquired. Yi Xiaoran, right? This is Mo Lengan. Are you coming to see me? Or shall I come to find you? A deep voice resonated from the other end. The moment had arrived. Mo Lengan, the elder brother of Mo Yun. Bai Qi was clearly outmatched. I will come. But I warn you, if you harm my brother in any way, I will ensure you suffer beyond measure. Yi Xiaoran coldly asserted. Quite the bravado. I await your arrival. Mo Lengan responded icily. Garden number 18. Make your way here. Upon ending the call, Yi Xiaoran entered his Mazda. Just as he left the community, Jiang Ying's call came through again. Xiaoran, where are you? My mother is pushing me to the brink. Please do not be angry. Just come back, Jiang Ying pleaded. It's nothing. I have some matters to attend to. I will return soon, Yi Xiaoran replied. What matters? Jiang Ying instinctively asked. A friend of mine is in a bit of trouble. I need to head over, he explained. All right, finish your business, and come back early. Jiang Ying said, adding, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Fool, it's nothing. With you by my side, nothing else matters, Yi Xiaoran smiled. All right. I need to drive now. I will return once I am done. Chapter 046. Mo Lengan that night, garden number 18 was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Shortly, Yi Xiaoran arrived at the top-floor private room. Next to Bai Qi stood a middle-aged man, his eyes slightly closed, exuding a formidable presence. This man must be Mo Lengan. At that moment, Mo Lengan opened his eyes, piercing Yi Xiaoran with a sharp gaze that emanated an invisible pressure. This young man was no ordinary individual. Your aura is not weak. I did not expect you to be a practitioner of martial arts, Mo Lengan remarked. Yi Xiaoran, with a detached demeanor, replied. I offer you a chance. Leave now, and I will not lay a finger on you. My younger brother may be lacking, but you have rendered him a mere vegetable for life. I will undoubtedly seek vengeance for this. Mo Lengen declared. He brought this upon himself. Even dragons have their scales. Provoke them and face their wrath, Yisharan retorted. Then let us cease this idle chatter and engage in battle, he challenged. In the realm of martial arts, there is no right or wrong. It merely depends on whose fist is mightier. Very well. In the next instant, Mo Lengen struck, his body moving like lightning, his energy surging forth, enveloping Yisharan entirely. As an internal energy practitioner, his aura was both fierce and enduring. The force of his punch sliced through the air with a deafening roar, aimed directly at Yisharan's heart. The power was both brutal and relentless, sending a chill to the core. Bai Qi's eyes widened. This was indeed an internal energy practitioner. Despite Yisharan claiming he could match even a master, Bai Qi still harbored doubts. In the next moment, Yisharan unleashed a punch of his own. He refrained from channeling his spiritual energy, primarily to gauge the true strength of an internal energy practitioner. Thud, thud, thud. With each step he took, the ground echoed with a heavy sound, even cracking the marble floor beneath him. Without any formal technique, he charged toward Mo Lengen like a cannonball. At this moment, the cold gaze of Mo Lengen grew increasingly serious as he instinctively sensed an invisible pressure, even feeling a bone-chilling coldness. As the moment drew near, a gleam flashed in Yisharan's eyes, and he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. In that instant, Yisharan's body trembled with a rhythmic intensity, and with each moment, the force of this punch compounded upon itself. The next instant, his fist struck accurately and viciously against Mo Lengen's hand. Despite the immense power, Yisharan remained rooted in place, while Mo Lengen was forced to take 3 steps back. You are formidable, Mo Lengen murmured, but still, I must avenge my brother. From here on, I will unleash lethal techniques until I end your life. It is a matter of respect. Then come, Yisharan replied coolly. With a swift motion, Mo Lengen charged forward, his speed escalating. He understood that only agile and varied killing techniques could defeat the young man before him. As he closed in, he aimed a claw at Yisharan's throat. Yisharan's eyes sparkled like lightning as he met the attack with a knife-hand strike, blocking the claw. In the next moment, Mo Lengen's kick was mere inches from Yisharan's heart. Yet, at that instant, a cold smile crept onto Yisharan's lips. He seized Mo Lengen's wrist with the hand he had just thrust forward, exerting force that sent Mo Lengen off balance. In that fleeting moment, Yisharan evaded the deadly kick aimed at him. Yisharan quickly stepped forward, his shoulder tensing as he prepared to strike Mo Lengen's chest. Surprise flickered in Mo Lengen's eyes. Despite his rich combat experience, he found himself easily countered by Yisharan and was momentarily at a disadvantage. True to his reputation as a bloodthirsty assassin, Mo Lengen swiftly retreated to evade Yisharan's blow. If this is all your strength, I must say I am disappointed, Yisharan remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips, radiating arrogance. I shall not let you down, Mo Lengen retorted with a scoff. His clothes fluttering as he summoned his full might, his meridian surging with energy, reminiscent of a martial arts master in a film. Head on, then? Just as I prefer, Yisharan mused, launching a direct punch without any extraneous movements. Boom. Their fists collided, the force resonating like a tempest, sending Yisharan back 2 steps and drawing blood from his lips. This body still has much to improve upon. Although I have opened 3 meridians and 7 wheels, it remains unrefined. You haven't even used your full strength, have you? Mo Lengen growled, his face darkening as he realized Yisharan's power exceeded his expectations. Yisharan chuckled softly. What else would you think? Mo Lengen's anger flared. You insult me. Haha. Yisharan laughed heartily. If I were to unleash my full power, you would meet a grim fate. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Mo Lengen had never felt such fury before. He let out a cry and charged again. Yisharan met him head-on, throwing a fierce punch, as if a wild horse galloping, the roar echoing. Time seemed to freeze as their fist rapidly approached. Boom. A resounding crash followed, the shockwave radiating outward like a storm. The stones beneath them cracked and splintered. Mo Lengen was once again pushed back, while Yisharan remained composed. You may not have harmed my friend, but you are still a worthy opponent. I shall spare your life today. Depart. As Mo Lengen prepared to charge again, Yisharan's presence surged, and he casually picked up a scattered piece of paper, which, in the next moment, pierced the stone beneath like a flying blade. Your energy is externalized. You are a master of the transformation realm. Mo Lengen was struck with disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. Bai Qi shared the same astonishment, before erupting with excitement, realizing that the 3rd young master had become a master. What had transpired over these 3 years? Mo Lengen felt despondent. Before a master, he was utterly defenseless. This young man could easily end his life. I never expected. You are indeed a master of the transformation realm. In another room, Mu Baishui observed the surveillance, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Bai Qi hailed from the Yi family of Jiangnan, but who was this young man? A smile crept onto Mu Baishui's face. Let us go, Yisharan said, helping Bai Qi to his feet as they made their way outside. Brother, you are incredible. Bai Qi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Mo Langan was unable to prevent Yu Xiaoran's departure. He understood that this grudge could never be settled. Upon reaching the first floor, as they exited the elevator, they encountered a figure sprawled on the ground. Initially indifferent, Yu Xiaoran's attention was drawn when he realized it was Feng Wei, who had come here to flaunt himself. Feng Wei lay beaten, his face bruised and swollen, weeping like a child. Just then, Du Mei and Feng Yinghu rushed in. Panic etched on their faces. Son, are you all right? Du Mei knelt beside Feng Wei, inspecting his injuries, then turned to the group of thugs. You ruffians. Why did you beat my son? A tattooed thug stepped forward, shirtless. What are you shouting about? Keep it up, and I'll hit you too. Your foolish son dared to touch my woman, so he deserved a beating. Even in rural areas, one would know of a place called Garden Number 18. A den of iniquity. Feng Wei had sneaked over there one night. Originally, he had ordered 2 women for the private room, but they kept him waiting. In a fit of impatience, he went to the restroom and encountered a stunning woman in revealing black stockings. After drinking, he mistakenly thought she was a woman of the night and made a move, only to discover she was the girlfriend of a powerful man, resulting in a brutal beating. You coward, how dare you touch my woman? Blinded by your stupidity, the thug's girlfriend, a tall beauty, disdainfully surveyed the bruised Feng Wei. Look at you, dressed so provocatively. What else could it be but to entice men? Du Mei pointed at the tall woman. You sell yourself, and yet act all high and mighty. Name your price. I'll pay it. Yu Xiaoran shook his head. Du Mei was truly reckless. He finally understood why Feng Wei was such a fool. It was clearly hereditary. Chapter 47. The shameless trio. Upon hearing Du Mei's words, the tattooed thug's fury ignited. What a disgraceful mother. No wonder your son is such an idiot. Just because my woman wears revealing clothes, does that mean your son has the right to touch her? Naturally, they were not good people. And the thug's words were laced with contempt. Smack. Before Du Mei could finish, the thug slapped her hard. You insolent woman, dare to act tough in front of me? If I don't break your son's hands today, how will I survive? Feng Yinghu watched in horror as his woman was struck, wanting to intervene, but feeling intimidated by the thug's presence. Feng Ro, why aren't you here yet? Feng Yinghu could only call for help loudly. Oh, calling for reinforcements. Are we? Let us see who you can summon, the thug scoffed. Brother, do you know him? Bai Qi asked from a distance. Yu Xiaoran nodded yes. He is my wife's cousin. Should I step in? Bai Qi inquired. Not yet, Yu Xiaoran replied. You coward. How dare you cry? You pathetic fool. You think you can touch my woman? I despise weaklings like you. Moments later, the tattooed thug kicked Feng Wei again. Feng Wei cried out in pain. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Stop it. You are not allowed to hit my son. Feng Yinghu rushed forward. Oh. You have some guts. So, you were the father of this fool? How did you end up with such a dimwit? Come, clean my shoes. Or I'll beat you too. The tattooed man kicked Feng Yinghu, who was visibly frightened. Please don't hit me. I knew it. The father must be a coward too. Now tell me, should I chop off your son's hands, or do you want to compensate me for emotional damages? The tattooed man said with a smirk. After hitting someone, you still want money? Is there no law left? Du Mei jumped up at the mention of money. What a joke. Your son touched my woman, and you think you have a right to complain? The tattooed man snorted coldly. Keep shouting, and I'll hit you too. How much do you want? Feng Yinghu whispered. How much? Your son seems generous. A tip of 10,000 is nothing to you. So just hand over 200,000, the tattooed man replied. I'm a reasonable man. Give me the money, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, I'll chop off your son's hands and deal with you too. Why don't you go rob someone? 20,000 just for a touch? Is this woman really worth that much? Du Mei shouted indignantly. A tall woman stepped forward and slapped her. Old hag, are you envious? Can you be as shameless as me? Hurry up and pay. If you don't, not only will I ruin your son, but I'll also ruin your face. We'll pay. Please, just don't hit him. Feng Yinghu pleaded hurriedly. Good, then bring the money. The sooner you do, the less suffering you'll endure. The tattooed man said. Xiao Wei, hurry and give him the money. Feng Yinghu turned to Feng Wei, who was groaning on the ground, his face pale as a corpse. I only have 70 or 80,000 left. What? Didn't you have over 200,000? Feng Yinghu's expression changed immediately. I spent it. Feng Wei replied softly. You wasteful child. Feng Yinghu slapped him, and then turned to Du Mei. It's all your fault. You insisted on putting the money in his account. Feng, do you dare to shout again? Du Mei, already furious from being slapped twice, jumped up. Brother, what is going on? Why are you all here at this hour? At that moment, Feng Ro's voice chimed in, followed by Jiang Nantian and Jiang Ying. Sister, you came just in time. Quickly, hand over 200,000. Or Xiao Wei's hands will be chopped off. Feng Yinghu saw Feng Ro as a lifeline. What is happening? Feng Ro asked as she stepped in. It's... Feng Yinghu stuttered, unable to explain. So, you are the one they are looking for. I thought it was someone else. Turns out you were here to pay for them. It's simple. The fool on the ground touched my woman, and we need 200,000 for emotional damages. The tattooed man looked at Fong Ro. What? Fong Ro was immediately stunned, then turned to Fong Wei. You really are a source of worry. Fong Ro, what good is that now? Hurry up and get 200,000, or they will not only chop Xiao Wei's hands off but ruin my face as well, Du Mei urged. And why are we short 30,000? Jiang Ying chimed in, displeased. We are not short 30,000. Have some dignity, Jiang Nantian added, trying to suppress his anger. Why don't you have money? Don't you have a Ferrari? Sell it. The man on the ground shouted. Yes, you have a car. Sell it. You can't just stand by and watch. Du Mei exclaimed, growing agitated. That's our car. Why should we sell it to save him? Jiang Ying retorted. What does a car matter? Are you going to watch your cousin lose his hands? As long as Fong Wei is fine. He will earn plenty in the future and buy you another car, Du Mei argued. Jiang Ying scoffed, even with 10 cars. It wouldn't be enough for him to waste. I want to sell mine. You can give up on that idea. Fong Ro, stop pretending. Are you going to help or not? If not, you might as well forget about returning home if your mother finds out, Du Mei threatened. I want to go back if it means selling the car to save your wasteful son. Fong Ro finally spoke up, but Jiang Ying interjected. Oh. Isn't that the famous Jiang Ying? What a coincidence. The tattooed man leered at her. We're all relatives. How can you be so heartless and refuse to help? I have no money and it has nothing to do with me, Jiang Ying replied. I have plenty of money, the tattooed man grinned as he approached Jiang Ying. But I've never had the chance to meet a star like you. What do you want? Jiang Ying's expression darkened, fear creeping in. It's simple. Spend a night with me, and I'll let them go. Sounds like a good deal, right? I hear you've entertained quite a few bosses. Your service must be top-notch, the tattooed man said with a grin. Get lost. Jiang Ying snapped back. She never expected that because of Fong Wei's reckless actions, trouble would come crashing down on her. Cousin, what this big brother said makes sense. After all, you sleep with anyone. A single night could save 20,000. What a bargain. Fong Wei chimed in unexpectedly. Fong Wei, are you even human? Jiang Ying shouted in outrage. You are truly beyond redemption. Fong Ying who? Du Mei. Look at what kind of son you have raised. Don't say we don't have money. Even if we did, we wouldn't spend it to save him. Jiang Nantian was equally furious. Daughter, let us go, he said, attempting to pull Jiang Ying away. Want to leave? Do you think you can? The tattooed man sneered. As several thugs surrounded Jiang Nantian and his family. If you had handed over the money sooner, this wouldn't have happened, Du Mei murmured. It's all your fault. Jiang Nantian fumed. Brother, am I free to go now? Fong Wei asked, seeking an escape. At this moment, Fong Wei stood up, wearing an ingratiating smile as he looked at the tattooed man. The tattooed man swiftly kicked Fong Wei back to the ground, exclaiming, Did I tell you to get up? I said I don't want the money from the beauties. Is this how you think your matters can be settled? Fong Wei curled up on the floor, too afraid to utter a word. Du Mei remained silent as well. Speaking up would only invite slaps. Big Star, let's have a proper chat. The tattooed man turned his gaze to Jiang Ying. Just then, one of his underlings whispered something in his ear. Keep an eye on them. I have something to attend to and will be back shortly. If this idiot tries to leave, make sure to beat him to a pulp. The tattooed man glanced at the prostrate Fong Wei before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Yusharan and Bai Qi had vanished from the hall. What should we do now? Fong Ro asked anxiously. Daughter, perhaps you should find someone to help. How did we end up in such a predicament? Who can I find? The people I know are all business people. Who would involve themselves in this mess? Jiang Ying replied helplessly. Then what can we do? We can't just wait for him to come back. You can't seriously consider accompanying him. Fong Ro was also panicking. Isn't it your fault? I told you not to come, yet you insisted on dragging us along, Jiang Nantian said irritably. I just wanted to muster some courage. Fong Ro retorted. Jiang Ying shot a look of disdain at Fong Wei on the ground, thinking that if it weren't for this scoundrel, they wouldn't be in such trouble. Cousin, why are you looking at me like that? Fong Wei asked, his expression evasive. What do you mean by looking at you? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. You'd die and no one would mourn you, Jiang Ying scoffed. Can you blame me? I came here to have some fun. Who knew she was the big boss's woman? Fong Wei protested. Enough. What good is it to discuss this now? We should think of a solution, Jiang Nantian urged. Jiang Ying sighed, then said, Now, perhaps only Xiaoran can help. Jiang Ying truly did not want to ask Xiaoran for assistance, but after much contemplation, he was her only option. She was unsure of how much money Xiaoran had, but she believed he could offer a sum that would satisfy the tattooed man. Otherwise, she knew she would not escape this situation. She even contemplated offering herself to Xiaoran as a form of repayment afterward. Xiaoran? Fong Ro exclaimed, then added. You must be joking. That useless fellow? How could he possibly help? He'd probably be so scared he'd wet himself. Indeed, cousin. What good would it do to bring that good-for-nothing husband of yours here? He'd be more likely to fetch shoes for the big boss, Feng Wei chimed in. Feng Wei. Shut your mouth. This is all your fault. You may look down on Xiaoran, but I hope you won't beg him for help later. Jiang Ying said coldly. Niece, you're not serious, are you? That good-for-nothing you Xiaoran can help? Du Mei added. Whether he can help or not has nothing to do with you. Jiang Ying snapped. I'm merely asking Xiaoran to rescue me. You lot have put me in this predicament, and Feng Wei expects me to accompany someone to bed? Your fates are none of my concern. Child, how can you speak like that? Feng Ying huffed. Look at how capable you are. Let's see how that good-for-nothing helps. Du Mei scoffed. In the end, you'll still have to sleep with someone else. Fine, just wait. I guarantee I won't bother with any of you. Jiang Ying snapped angrily. Then pulled out her phone and dialed Yu Xiaoran. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoran, who had already arrived at a private room on the first floor, saw Jiang Ying's call and answered. Xiaoran, where are you? Jiang Ying asked, trying to keep her emotions in check. I'm outside, Yu Xiaoran replied, mindful not to disclose he was at garden number 18. I have a bit of a situation here. Can you come? Jiang Ying found it difficult to voice her request. What kind of situation? Yu Xiaoran feigned ignorance. I encountered some thugs at garden number 18. You need to come over. Jiang Ying hesitated to elaborate further. All right, send me your location. Yu Xiaoran instructed. Okay, Jiang Ying replied before hanging up. Daughter, you really called that useless fellow? What good can he do? Feng Ro questioned. I believe in him. Jiang Ying asserted. Don't forget, Xiaoran knows Professor Tang, who has extensive connections. He might actually be able to help, Jiang Nantian suggested. Did you need to remind me? Did I ask you to speak? Feng Ro retorted. Jiang Nantian remained silent, still grappling with the million-dollar issue at hand. That son-in-law really knows someone? Du Mei asked, raising an eyebrow. Whether he knows someone or not is none of your concern. Jiang Ying was genuinely irritated. You used to look down on Yu Xiaoran. And now you're trying to cozy up to him? Child, can you speak respectfully? After all, I am your second aunt, Du Mei replied curtly. Yes, yes. You are my second aunt, the one who specializes in putting our family in trouble, Jiang Ying shot back. Little sister, if there is truly a way. You must save Feng Wei. Feng Ying who turned his gaze to Feng Ro. At that moment, the tattooed man entered a room, approaching Bai Qi respectfully. Brother Bai. Did you call for me? Bai Qi downed a bottle of beer before fixing his gaze on the tattooed man, suddenly smashing the beer bottle over his head. The tattooed man, bewildered and unable to express his anger, asked, Brother, did I do something wrong? What did you do wrong? You dared to flirt with my sister-in-law? Is she someone you can touch? Bai Qi stood up and slapped him again. Brother's sister-in-law? Who is that? The tattooed man still could not comprehend. Who were you just speaking to? Don't you know? Bai Qi snorted. This is my brother. Kneel and apologize, or you might lose your life. Brother, who is he? Why do you call him brother? The tattooed man asked, confused. I am Jiang Ying's husband, understand? Yu Xiaoran stated. So you're Jiang Ying's useless husband? The tattooed man's voice diminished as he realized he had misspoken. Even Bai Qi had to address him as brother. How could he be considered useless? What is your relationship with him? Yu Xiaoran inquired, looking at Bai Qi. Bai Qi, understanding the implication, replied, he's Zhao Hu's man. It doesn't matter if he's crippled or even killed. I can handle it. Brother. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Can't we just let it go? The tattooed man panicked, immediately kneeling before Yu Xiaoran. I can spare your life because you're Zhao Hu's subordinate. But you know how to make amends for your disrespect towards my wife, right? Yu Xiaoran said coldly. I understand. I understand. The tattooed man picked up the broken beer bottle and stabbed it into his own arm, blood gushing forth. Brother, I was wrong. He pleaded with Yu Xiaoran. Get out and apologize to my wife, Yu Xiaoran commanded. He then turned to Bai Qi, arranged for someone to go out with him. I don't want my wife to know I'm here. Also, don't worry about that Feng Wei. Understood. I'll take care of this small matter, Bai Qi nodded. He then looked at the tattooed man. My brother is merciful. Once you go out, you know what to do? The tattooed man hurriedly nodded. I understand. I understand. Bai Qi made another call. Who's he? I'm at garden number 18. Send someone clever to room 105 on the first floor. Enough. Both of you go out and make it right. You understand the consequences, right? Bai Qi commanded. We understand, the two quickly replied. Is there a back door here? At that moment, Yu Xiaoran inquired. Chapter 049. I fear I cannot be of assistance in the hall on the first floor. Feng Wei was in a state of anxious distress. Now sober from the alcohol, he was genuinely terrified. Would he really lose both hands? Mom, think of a way. Feng Wei cried out. Seeing Feng Wei so cowardly, even less brave than a woman, Jiang Ying couldn't help but laugh. So cowardly. Yet he dared to touch the brother's woman. Jiang Nantian, aren't you a member of the Jiangqing Antique Association? You should know quite a few people. Hurry and make a call. Du Mei turned her gaze to Jiang Nantian. I'm sorry, I have no connections, Jiang Netian coldly huffed. Utterly exasperated with Du Mei's family. It seems you don't want to search for help. Du Mei remarked with disdain. How could I have such a relative like you? Jiang Netian, incensed, retorted. Indeed, how could I have such a shameless relative? I simply do not wish to seek help. What of it? You. Du Mei's face flushed with anger. At that moment, the tattooed man and Su entered the hall. Both Jiang Ying's and Du Mei's families were now intensely anxious. The tattooed man approached Jiang Ying and said, Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. You may leave now. I can leave? Jiang Ying was taken aback. What was going on? They were letting her go so easily? Miss, I am a friend of Mr. Yi. He called me. And I know a few people here. I sincerely apologize for the previous offenses. Please do not take it to heart. Su spoke softly. You are Shaoran's friend. Jiang Ying understood instantly, her worries dissipating. She thought to herself that Yi Shaoran would surely be able to help. However, she pondered that seeking assistance must have cost a considerable sum. They might not be friends, but it was clear that Yi Shaoran had employed someone and spent money to resolve this matter. Jiang Netian was not surprised at all. Yi Shaoran was indeed not an ordinary person. It was just that Feng Rou had always looked down on Yi Shaoran from the bottom of her heart. Feng Rou, skeptical, thought, could Yi Shaoran truly possess such capability? Yet, resolving this issue was a good thing. No matter how much she disdained Yi Shaoran, she did not want her daughter to be humiliated. Dad, Mom, let us go. Jiang Ying did not linger, eager to leave this place. She did not want to be caught in any gossip if someone were to snap a photo and post it online. Xiao Wei, get up quickly. We're leaving. Du Mei hastily pulled Feng Wei up to follow. The tattooed man immediately stepped forward and kicked Feng Wei down, saying, Did I say you could leave? Feng Wei wore a look of despair. Brother, isn't Yi Shaoran your friend? I'm his second aunt. Can't you speak to him and let us go? Du Mei quickly turned to Su. Su smiled and replied, I'm sorry, but Yi Shaoran only mentioned his wife to me. As for you, I truly do not know you. Moreover, your son touched my friend S-woman. That's a matter of face. I am powerless to assist. Jiang Ying. What do you mean? You called Yi Shaoran. Why didn't you mention saving Xiao Wei too? Are you being sincere? Du Mei, both frightened and furious, confronted Jiang Ying. Su, stop wasting time with them. The tattooed man barked coldly at Feng Wei, still the same ultimatum. Unless you produce 200,000, I will sever your hands. Jiang Ying, what do you mean? You called Yi Shaoran. Why didn't you say to rescue Xiao Wei too? Are you truly sincere? Du Mei exclaimed, her anger flaring. Second aunt, didn't you claim that you didn't believe Shaoran had this capability? So why should I say anything? Jiang Ying scoffed. You. Du Mei's face turned crimson with rage. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and get the money, the tattooed man said, producing a dagger and aiming it at Feng Wei. Feng Wei's face turned pale with fear. He quickly crawled to Jiang Ying's feet, pleading, Cousin, please call cousin-in-law again and save me. Cousin-in-law is formidable. You must let him rescue me. Jiang Ying was utterly speechless. Was this still a man? She considered calling Yi Shaoran again, but the thought of how much money it would cost made her feel guilty. Moreover, recalling how Feng Wei had previously asked her to accompany the tattooed man ignited her fury. They've already said it. You touched the brother-S woman. Even if Shaoran were here, he would be powerless. Your pleas are futile. Go plead with the brother instead, Jiang Ying stated. This child, how can you be like this? No matter what, we are family. Hurry and make another call. Feng Yinghu turned to Jiang Ying. Feng Rou, have your daughter call Yi Shaoran. If he saves Xiao Wei this time, I will forego the 300,000 and even speak well of you in front of Mom. Du Mei directed her gaze at Feng Rou, attempting a softer approach after the hard one failed. Feng Rou hesitated for a moment before looking at Jiang Ying. Inger, please make another call to that useless fellow. Jiang Ying was displeased, stating, Mom, you still call Shaoran useless, yet he saved me. Moreover, Feng Wei brought this upon himself. Why must I save him? Mom and Dad, Inger, why haven't you left yet? At that moment, Yi Shaoran appeared from the back door. Seeing Yi Shaoran, Jiang Ying smiled and said, Shaoran, you're here. Yes, why haven't you left? My friend told me it was all settled, Yi Shaoran remarked. Feng Wei, why are you lying on the ground? Who hit you? Yi Shaoran feigned surprise upon noticing Feng Wei. Feng Wei felt utterly humiliated to be seen in such a state by this useless individual. Yet, to avoid losing his hands, he could only muster the courage to say to Yi Shaoran, Cousin-in-law, it's a long story. Please speak to your friend and rescue me. What happened? Yi Shaoran questioned. Turning to Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying angrily replied, he touched someone else's woman, and they are demanding 200,000. If he doesn't pay, they will cut off his hands. Jiang Ying, what nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, that woman seduced my son. He has done nothing wrong. Du Mei immediately interjected. Then turned to Yi Shaoran. I didn't expect you to have some capabilities. You're not entirely useless. Hurry. Seize this opportunity to speak to your friend and let us leave. At this point, Yusharan was genuinely at a loss for nieces and second aunts. I implore you, could you ask your husband for a favor? Upon uttering these words, Dumei turned her gaze toward Jiang Ying, who she believed still held the reins of the household. If it proved too difficult, then it would be best not to pursue it. Jiang Ying looked at Yi Shaoran and replied, well, since the second aunt has spoken, I shall see what can be done. Yi Shaoran turned back, speaking softly, and then approached Su Lai. Su Lai, why don't you have a word with this gentleman? He happens to be my wife's cousin. If not, perhaps we should just let it go? Su Lai feigned a look of distress. Shaoran, let me see what I can do. At this moment, Feng Wei's family looked on with eager anticipation. Su Lai, there's no need for you to say anything. I'll give you face, but you must also give me face. You've touched my woman, and you think that will just be forgotten? Where shall I put my dignity? At that instant, the tattooed man bellowed, causing Feng Wei's family to feel a chill of despair. In chapter 50, such a blockhead, the second aunt lamented, look, I cannot assist with this. At that moment, Yusharan expressed his own helplessness. Dumei's expression had soured beyond description. Then we shall take our leave, Yusharan stated, pulling Jiang Ying along with him. Inger, you truly intend to abandon your cousin? Feng Rou said, unable to bear it. Mother, we cannot intervene. I was nearly harmed by him myself. He has brought this upon himself. Let him deal with it, Jiang Ying replied. If you do not leave, I cannot guarantee that further trouble won't arise. I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Feng Rou became frightened. That tattooed man had threatened to mar Dumei's face, and remaining here could spell disaster. Do you have any money? The tattooed man asked Feng Wei. Brother, how did you get hurt? Feng Wei chuckled, attempting to change the subject. What does my injury have to do with you? The tattooed man grew furious at this and kicked Feng Wei. After kicking, he shouted, Brother, I truly have no money. I only have 70 to 80,000. Do you want it? I will give it all to you. Just let me go. 70 to 80,000? Are you trying to dismiss me? The tattooed man scoffed. No money? Then treat it as though you have none. Take him away and cripple his hands. Brother, no. Feng Wei's face turned pale with fear, and he trembled, nearly losing control of his bladder. Get away. Don't touch my son. Yi Shaoran and the others had already exited, even hearing the cries from within. It wasn't that Yi Shaoran was heartless. Rather, this family needed to experience some hardship. They would not be truly harmed, just frightened enough to ensure that Feng Wei's family would retreat and never dare return to Jiang City. Will they be all right? Feng Rou asked as they reached the outside. Who knows? Jiang Nantian replied softly. So many hundreds of thousands, just like that, gone. Jiang Nantian, do you even know the meaning of remorse? You lost 1 million, and you're not upset? Feng Rou shot back. I was just saying. Jiang Nantian was genuinely wary of incurring Feng Rou's wrath now. Mother, I will retrieve the money Dad lost, Yusharan declared. Retrieve it? Look at you. You think knowing some lowlifes makes you impressive? I warn you. If you dare use my daughter's money for gambling, I will demand an immediate divorce. Feng Rou retorted sharply. What you say is ridiculous. If it weren't for Sharon's friends, who knows what might have happened today? Jiang Nantian muttered. They helped us, yet you still call Sharon's friends lowlifes. Mother. Dad is right. Why are you being so unreasonable? You're starting to resemble the second aunt. Feng Rou exclaimed. How could I be like your second aunt? I am far superior. The conversation continued as they neared home. Upon arrival, Feng Rou received a call from Dumei. Feng Rou, we are returning to our hometown tonight. Remember to send the money. Also, have your brother bring Mom over tomorrow. All right. Feng Rou was momentarily taken aback. Had the situation been resolved? Or were they merely fleeing? Yet, as long as it was settled, that was good enough. Once home, Yusharan entered to hear Feng Rou say, I thought you had quite the temper. I never expected you to return. Before Yusharan could respond, Jiang Ying interjected, Mother, could you please refrain from speaking like that? Are you pleased when Sharan doesn't come home? Yes, we are a family, so let us keep the chatter to a minimum, Jiang Nantian added. Truth be told, Yusharan felt a twinge of anger, but his wife and father-in-law had defended him, prompting him to hold his tongue. He then turned to Jiang Ying. Shall we go inside? Okay, Jiang Ying nodded, accompanying him into the house. What are you staring at? You're sleeping on the couch tonight. Feng Rou shot a displeased glance at Jiang Nantian before retreating to her room. Jiang Nantian wore a crestfallen expression. Shaoran, thank you for today. How much did you spend? Once inside, Jiang Ying asked softly, recalling the fear she felt. Spend? Not a penny. You called me, and I merely spoke to my friends, Yusharan replied. Stop trying to deceive me. Those individuals would not have acted without compensation, and they even apologized, which indicates you must have settled them well. Regardless, thank you. Jiang Ying interrupted Yusharan's protest. Oh, he acquiesced. I'll go take a shower. Jiang Ying had already bathed, but after venturing out, she was once again drenched in sweat. Can we shower together? Yi Shaoran casually suggested. Dream on. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Wait until I finish before you go. With that, she took her nightgown into the bathroom. A pink lace nightgown? When did you buy that? Yi Shaoran noticed the alluring garment in her hands and became curious. Could it be she bought it to wear for me? He mused. It was a given that a woman's shower would take at least half an hour, and after lying on the floor for over 40 minutes, Yi Shaoran finally heard the bathroom door open. He couldn't help but glance over as Jiang Ying emerged with her long, damp hair cascading over the pink nightgown. Her collarbone fair and distinct, exuding a feminine allure. Jiang Ying was already captivating, and the addition of the pink nightgown only heightened her charm, elegant, seductive, and almost ethereal in her grace. To any man, she was a siren of irresistible attraction. To be candid, Yi Shaoran was indeed a man. And possessing such a stunning wife yet being unable to act upon his desires was quite the torment. However, if Jiang Ying was unwilling, he would never force the issue. I'm off to shower. Yi Shaoran could no longer bear to look. It was torture. Jiang Ying watched him leave, then gazed at herself in the mirror. Feeling confident about her figure and beauty, that guy was just looking at me with such desire. He won't try anything when he comes out, will he? Oh, how embarrassing. Had I known, I wouldn't have worn this nightgown. But then again, it was meant to be worn. That guy is such a blockhead. Utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. Fine, when he comes out, I'll give him another chance. As Jiang Ying lost herself in thought, several minutes slipped by. Yi Shaoran emerged from the shower, and Jiang Ying lay on the bed, deliberately leaning towards the inside, leaving ample space for him. With her back to him, she wore a bashful expression, wondering if he would come closer. Yi Shaoran, as was his habit, lay on the floor and turned off the light, preparing for sleep. Jiang Ying heard the sounds, but felt no presence beside her. What a blockhead. She mumbled to herself, can't he see the space? Previously, she had broached the topic but found it too awkward, so now, asking him to join her in bed was beyond her. Did I truly lack any charm in his eyes? Did he not desire me at all? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Ying gradually succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Shaoran spent the entire night in a state of restless yearning, contemplating whether it was time to seek an opportunity now that their relationship had improved. The following morning, after getting ready, Yi Shaoran drove Jiang Ying to work. Along the way, Jiang Ying turned to him and inquired, "Where is your family from? I have yet to meet your parents. Should we find a time to do so?" Perhaps in the future, Yi Shaoran replied evasively. "Why are you deliberately avoiding this topic?" Jiang Ying asked, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "Or is it that you have no intention of introducing me to them?" "Well, the distance is quite far, and it might not be convenient. I promise to arrange something later," Yi Shaoran assured her. "Do you think your parents would be upset to learn that you have become a son-in-law? I imagine your family is quite well off. What made you agree to such a role?" Jiang Ying continued, her curiosity insatiable. Yi Shaoran chuckled, "Because you saved my life. So is it just gratitude? Have you never harbored any feelings for me?" Jiang Ying pouted. "Of course I like you. Who says I don't?" Yi Shaoran quickly responded, grinning. "Wife, have you already fallen for me? Does this mean I can stop sleeping on the floor?" The term wife flushed Jiang Ying's cheeks, and she shot him a glare. "Dream on, just drive." Disappointment washed over Yi Shaoran. After dropping Jiang Ying off at her company, Yi Shaoran received a call from the 4S dealership, informing him that his car was ready. He headed straight there. Upon retrieving his vehicle, he recalled the troubles his father-in-law had faced, and decided to visit the antique market on Bihue Street. For Yi Shaoran, 1 million was a trivial amount, but for his father-in-law, it was a source of significant distress and guilt. After half an hour, he arrived at the shop of the rotund Wang Anping. "Boss, are you in?" Yi Shaoran entered. Smiling, Wang Anping looked over and, upon recognizing Yi Shaoran, his mood soured. "What do you want?" Yi Shaoran replied, "What do you mean? I came to buy something since you have a shop. Not selling. Get lost." Wang Anping snapped, irritated. Yi Shaoran's expression turned cold. "Is this how you conduct business? Not selling? You're joking. Not selling, so hurry up and leave. If you don't, I'll have someone throw you out," Wang Anping retorted. "I want to know if you deceived my father-in-law out of 1 million. Yi Shaoran cut straight to the point. "What are you talking about? I won that money fair and square. You know the rules of gambling," Wang Anping scoffed. Yi Shaoran's demeanor hardened. "I'm not leaving until you return the money. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take action." Wang Anping laughed mockingly. "You think you can intimidate me? Get this fool out of my shop." At his command, several men surrounded Yi Shaoran. "Why are you just standing there? Beat him and throw him out," Wang Anping ordered. Yi Shaoran smirked. These thugs were hardly a challenge. In mere moments, he dispatched them, sending one crashing into a display of antiques, shattering vases and other items. "My antiques," Wang Anping wailed. "Anyone else?" Yi Shaoran coldly surveyed the room. "You better be prepared. If I don't take you down today, I won't bear the Wang name." Wang Anping, taken aback by Yi Shaoran's prowess, quickly dialed a number. Brother, I need your help. Bring some guys over. I'll pay 50,000. Hope you can still be so arrogant later, he added, glaring at Yi Xiaoran. I'm waiting, Yi Xiaoran replied with a sneer. After a brief wait, the door swung open, and Xiao Hu entered with a dozen men. Who dares cause trouble in Boss Wang's shop? A cold voice echoed. It's me, Yi Xiaoran said, taking a sip of tea. Upon realizing it was Yi Xiaoran, Xiao Hu's expression shifted. Brother, it's him. This brat is too arrogant. Trying to extort me and vandalizing my store. Wang Anping interjected, pointing at Yi Xiaoran. Xiao Hu swiftly struck Wang Anping, leaving him dazed. What are you doing? I brought you here to deal with him, not to get hit. Your eyes must be blind. Do you know who this is? Xiao Hu roared. Who? Wang Anping stammered. This is my brother. Xiao Hu replied coldly. Your brother? Wang Anping was bewildered. Yes, my brother. Is there a problem? Xiao Hu asked, turning to Yi Xiaoran. It's nothing serious. He swindled my father-in-law out of $1 million. I just wanted him to return it, but he wanted to fight me. You're just in time. I said I'd not only beat him, but also shut down his shop. Any objections? None at all. It's a trivial matter, Xiao Hu nodded. Wang Anping was left in shock. The situation had turned far worse than he anticipated. Brother, I was wrong. I'll give you the $1 million back. Please, just don't shut me down. Wang Anping pleaded. Fine. Since you're begging, I won't make it too difficult for you. The money is indeed yours. But you set the trap, so return it without any tricks. Otherwise, I won't hold back. I understand. Wang Anping nodded vigorously. All right, I'm leaving, Yi Xiaoran said, getting up. Next time, get better tea. This is terrible. Absolutely, I'll ensure it's of the highest quality next time, and I'll invite you again. Wang Anping smiled nervously. As Yi Xiaoran exited, Xiao Hu followed him. Brother, it's almost noon. Shall I treat you to a meal? No need, Yi Xiaoran replied, glancing at Xiao Hu. And you? Think bigger. Don't get involved over such trivial matters. Have you secured that deal with Mo Feng? Xiao Hu lowered his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seems Bai Qi has misjudged you. However, today I offer you a reassuring promise. Boldly pursue your ambitions and seize control of the entire Jiangxing. That should be your ultimate goal, Yi Xiaoran declared. To conquer Jiangxing is no easy feat, Xiao Hu murmured. Understanding his concerns, Yi Xiaoran chose not to elaborate further and departed. Xiao Hu's vision remained too narrow, lacking the audacity and ambition necessary for greater endeavors. Perhaps he was destined for minor skirmishes. If Xiao Hu was inadequate, then surely someone else would rise to take his place. As Yi Xiaoran drove away from Bishwaji, he received a phone call from Feng Ro. Mom, is something wrong? He inquired upon answering. Yi Xiaoran, I've been fired. This is all your fault. After over a decade of service at the hospital, I'm dismissed because of you, she exclaimed, her emotions running high. Yi Xiaoran was taken aback. Was the hospital's ire truly directed at Feng Ro because of his own actions? After all, he had saved the son of Li Huai. Surely, they wouldn't retaliate so harshly. At a loss for words, he chose silence. I have lost my job, and with it my income. You must compensate me for the money I used to support you, or I will not let this go lightly, Feng Ro stated coldly. All right, Yi Xiaoran replied, considering that providing some financial assistance was not unreasonable. Even now, Feng Ro still believed she was using Jiang Ying's money. Yet, he knew that claiming wealth would not convince her. After enduring a lengthy tirade from Feng Ro, the call finally ended, and with nothing pressing, Yi Xiaoran drove towards Yunlong Mountain. The spiritual energy there was undoubtedly far superior to that of Yuhai Park, prompting Yi Xiaoran to seek meditation. Upon arriving at Yunlong Mountain, he parked his vehicle and expanded his perception, aiming for the summit. However, upon reaching the villa area, he found it inaccessible, as each villa was a standalone structure guarded by trained personnel. With no other option, he adeptly scaled the cliffside. The peak was steep and shrouded in clouds, where the spiritual energy was undeniably potent. Yi Xiaoran restrained himself and began his cultivation anew, increasingly appreciating the formidable power of the heavenly Dao Sword Classic. As evening fell, Yi Xiaoran arrived at the company building to pick up Jiang Ying after her workday. As the employees of Tiano Entertainment streamed out, he noticed many new faces, likely recruited by Bai Qi. Soon, he spotted Jiang Ying, accompanied by a professional woman whose poise and beauty rivaled her own. Dressed in a business suit and a white blouse that accentuated her perfect figure, she engaged in conversation with Jiang Ying. Yi Xiaoran was taken aback. This striking beauty was none other than Mu Baixua, whom he had encountered at Garden Number 18. What was she doing here? Xiaoran, allow me to introduce you to our new executive director, Mu Baixua, Jiang Ying smiled, approaching him. Hello, Mr. Yi, Mu Baixua greeted, offering him a sweet smile and extending her delicate hand. Yi Xiaoran momentarily hesitated, still processing her unexpected presence at the company. The headliner from Garden No. 18 had come to work here? There must be some underlying reason for this. Xiaoran, what are you doing? Director Mu is waiting for you to shake hands. Jiang whispered as she stood beside him. Hello, he finally managed, grasping Mu Baishue's hand, which was soft and warm. She gazed at him with an enchanting allure in her beautiful eyes. Director Mu, we must take our leave. Yusharan said as he opened the car door for Jiang. I don't care what your intentions are, but if you harm my wife, I will not let you off easily, he coldly warned Mu Baishue in a low voice. You are overly sensitive. I wouldn't dare. I merely switched jobs. And it's pure coincidence, Mu Baishue responded with a smile. Please take care of me in the future, she added playfully. Yi Xiaoran opted for silence and entered the car. Moments later, the roar of the engine echoed as their Ferrari vanished from Mu Baishue's view. Yi Xiao, you truly have the patience to become a live-in son-in-law. I doubt anyone realizes how strong you have become, Mu Baishue mused quietly to herself. Xiaoran, your friend has brought in some impressive talent. In just a day, they have completely transitioned into their roles. Director Mu, in particular, has shown remarkable capability in operations. Jiang Ying remarked during the drive. Indeed, Yi Xiaoran nodded, contemplating whether to caution Jiang Ying. However, voicing his thoughts would only lead to a barrage of questions, such as how he knew Mu Baishue or revealing that she was the headliner from Garden Number 18. Why do you seem off? Jiang Ying questioned. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Not at all. I'm simply focused on driving, Yi Xiaoran replied with a smile. Are you hiding something from me? She pressed further. Not at all, he quickly countered. Really? Truly? All right, let's drive on. As they neared home, Yi Xiaoran received another call from Fong Rou, urging him to return quickly. What does Mom want? Jiang Ying inquired. I'm not sure. She mentioned being fired from the hospital, so it could be related, Yi Xiaoran explained. Is she blaming you for this? Jiang Ying asked. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. She merely requested that I return the money you've given me. Jiang Ying blushed. I still owe you over 700,000. Upon reaching their apartment, Fong Rou approached Yi Xiaoran with urgency. Come, we're going to the hospital. Mom, why are we going to the hospital? He asked. Li Gongzi is gravely ill again, and the director wants you to come, she replied. But you were just fired. Why are you still involved? Yi Xiaoran questioned. Yi Xiaoran, why do you have so many questions? Just come with me, and I can get my job back, she snapped. Yi Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh. They dismissed you so easily, and now they seek your help? Let them fret. Losing a job isn't the end of the world. Fong Rou paused, contemplating his words. Indeed, she had not yet quelled her anger over being fired. Looking at Yi Xiaoran, she admitted, I didn't realize you could be so cunning. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Let them suffer. Before long, Fong Rou's phone rang again. Fong Rou, what is going on? Why haven't you arrived? Do you still want your job? It was Wang Jianan, his tone demanding. His arrogance was clear. He was accustomed to being in a position of authority and looked down on those beneath him. I can't find him. I have no way of knowing where he is, Fong Rou responded. What are you doing? You can't find your son-in-law? Hurry and bring him here, so I can reinstate you. Wang Jianan barked before abruptly ending the call. How rude. Jiang Ying scoffed. Some people are like that. They remain in high positions for so long that they lose sight of their true status, Yi Xiaoran remarked. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm one of those people? Fong Rou's expression turned icy. Yi Xiaoran was at a loss for words. How did he become the target of her ire? Mom, Xiaoran wasn't he referring to you? Why are you so sensitive? Jiang Ying quickly intervened. Honestly, there's no need to go back. It's just a job. What is the big deal? The hospital leadership is too arrogant. They can dismiss you at will. And even if you return, what is the point? Then if I don't work, who will support me? Fong Rou shot back. Indeed, I am quite willing. Who desires to go to work? Fong Rou remarked. If you are to support me, then stay at home and manage the household well, Jiang Ying suggested. Even if you were to support me, I would not behave like certain individuals, becoming a parasite within the home, Fong Rou retorted, casting a glance at Yi Xiaoran. Mother, I truly am not as you perceive. Yi Xiaoran attempted to interject. Enough. Is it not as I see it? Over these 3 years. Have you held a job? Where does your income come from, if not from living off our family for 3 years? Fong Rou responded coldly. Yes. What could Yi Xiaoran say? Mother, let us return to our room. Jiang Ying tried to speak, but was pulled back into the room by Yi Xiaoran, knowing that Fong Rou would not believe them regardless. Inside the room, within less than 30 minutes, they could hear Fong Rou receiving several calls from the hospital, urging her. Yi Xiaoran, come out and accompany me. Soon after, Fong Rou knocked on the door. Why not accompany Mother to the hospital? Jiang Ying suggested. All right, Yi Xiaoran nodded. Upon leaving the room, Yi Xiaoran heard Fong Rou say, hurry up. Once we arrive, the hospital will not only allow me to resume my position but also promote me to department head. Mother, I can go, but once there, you must heed my words. Is that agreeable? Yi Xiaoran replied. Do you think that just because I have shown you some kindness, you can become presumptuous and bargain with me? You will go, whether you like it or not. Fong Ro declared coldly. If you insist on that, then I shall not go, Yi Xiaoran countered. Fong Ro, enraged, exclaimed, You are quite audacious. Thinking that with me as your mother, you can disregard my authority. Yi Xiaoran replied, Mother, that is not my intention. I have my own goals. If you are unwilling, I cannot help that. This truly infuriates me. Fine, as long as you handle matters well, I will not interfere. Is that acceptable? Fong Ro conceded. Eager to get to the hospital. After reaching an agreement, Yi Xiaoran drove Fong Ro to the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing. Fong Ro, what have you been doing? Arriving at this hour. Upon reaching the hospital, they encountered Qin Yuhua, who spoke arrogantly. Fong Ro felt a sense of humiliation from the reprimand. Yet years of working in the hospital had accustomed her to such treatment. Mother, let us return. It appears we are not welcome here, Yi Xiaoran decided. Turning to leave. You spineless fool, what do you mean? Qin Yuhua's expression shifted dramatically. Yes, I am a fool. That is why I am of no use. I shall take my leave, Yi Xiaoran replied. Chapter 053. Apologized to Mr. Yi. Qin Yuhua was fuming but dared not speak in anger again. If Yi Xiaoran truly left, his career would be over. The hospital would not let him off, nor would the Li family. Fine, I was wrong. I apologize. Now hurry to the ward with me, Qin Yuhua said. Is this the attitude you present? Yi Xiaoran shot back. What more do you want from me? Qin Yuhua retorted. Your mouth deserves a slap. Give yourself 2 slaps and apologize to my mother, Yi Xiaoran commanded. Although Fong Ro held a prejudice against him, he was, after all, her husband's mother. How could she allow an outsider to insult her? Fong Ro, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Have you thought it through? Qin Yuhua threatened, gazing at Fong Ro. Yi Xiaoran, you should cease this nonsense and hurry to the ward to save someone. Fong Ro urged, casting a glance at Yi Xiaoran. She wished to uphold her dignity, but she understood that if she acted rashly, she might suffer the consequences. Just as before when Yi Xiaoran stood up for her, leading to her dismissal from the hospital. To put it plainly, Fong Ro was still fearful. She was not so domineering towards outsiders. Yet with Yi Xiaoran, she had developed a habit of viewing him as inferior, believing he must comply with her every request. I said, upon arriving, you must listen to me. We are here to save someone, not to endure grievances, Yi Xiaoran insisted, unwavering. If you are unwilling, then you shall give yourself 2 slaps and apologize to me. Yi Xiaoran's firm stance left Fong Ro momentarily stunned. Had her son-in-law recently changed so drastically? Emboldened by Jiang Ying's support? Yi Xiaoran, have you grown wings or something? Just because I have been kinder to you lately, you think you can become arrogant? Fong Ro scolded. Qin Yuhua quickly chimed in. Did you hear that? Your mother-in-law has spoken. Enough is enough. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, he truly turned to depart. Fong Ro, is this your son-in-law? I see you hold no authority whatsoever. He does not regard you at all, Qin Yuhua said coldly. This fellow has been acting strangely. Nothing I say seems to have any effect. It infuriates me. Fong Ro confessed. He is truly leaving. Watching Yi Xiaoran head towards the door, Qin Yuhua's expression shifted, and he hurried outside to block Yi Xiaoran's path. What do you intend to do? Qin Yuhua glared at Yi Xiaoran in fury. Did I not make myself clear? Yi Xiaoran replied. Must it come to this? Qin Yuhua suppressed his fury. Yes, it must. Who told you to provoke me so? Yi Xiaoran scoffed, refusing to indulge someone like Qin Yuhua. You. Qin Yuhua's face contorted with rage. He knew he had gone too far with his words. After suffering a loss previously, he found himself in this predicament again. If he were truly a coward, could he possess such medical skill? Clenching his teeth, Qin Yuhua delivered 2 resounding slaps to his own face. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Yi Xiaoran smiled. Now that is more like it. Remember this, the next time we meet, do not act in such a manner. Then please accompany me to the ward, Qin Yuhua said, suppressing his anger and adopting a courteous tone. Let us go, Yi Xiaoran replied, and proceeded onward. Yi Xiaoran, you are leading me to disaster, Fong Ro remarked, exasperated. Yi Xiaoran remained silent and continued walking ahead. Fong Ro was genuinely angered by Yi Xiaoran's demeanor, yet she found herself powerless. If she pushed him away, she would have to exert effort to bring him back, as she currently needed his assistance. Upon reaching the VIP ward, they found Wang Jianan, Li Huasong, and even Li Yuqin present. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoran, Li Yuqin's expression instantly hardened. What is this coward doing here? Yi Xiaoran replied coolly, what business is it of yours? You should ask your father. Li Huasong's expression soured. Today, his youngest son's condition had worsened, and even Hua Shirong had been summoned, yet it was of no avail. Hua Shirong stated that silver needles were required to save his life, and that he needed a few more days of care. Thus, He had no choice but to invite Yi Xiaoran once more. If Yi Xiaoran left, his youngest son would truly be in peril. Yu Chun, how do you speak? This is Mr. Yi, the divine doctor, here to save your brother. Li Huasong reprimanded Yu Chun. Him? A mere coward? Li Yuchun scoffed. Do not be rude. Li Huasong snapped back. Indeed, it is Mr. Yi who saved your brother's life. We are requesting his assistance once more. Mr. Yi. I apologize for the trouble. We kindly request your help again, Li Huasong said, turning to Yi Xiaoran with courtesy. Yi Xiaoran smiled. There is no rush. Li Yuchun is also your son, correct? Yi Xiaoran inquired. Yes, Li Huasong nodded. He sought to harm me and my wife. What do you suggest I do? Yi Xiaoran's expression turned icy. As far as I know, you also aided him. Pressuring Xing2 Company to dissolve the contract with my wife? Li Huasong's countenance was grim as he was already aware of the situation, albeit not the specifics. His eldest son was targeting Yi Xiaoran's wife? I am not privy to the details. Had I known, I would not have allowed him to act in such a manner, Li Huasong quickly clarified. Now that you are unaware, do you comprehend the situation? Yi Xiaoran replied coolly. What do you intend to do? Li Huasong inquired. What do you think I intend to do? Your son is not only scheming against my wife and his career, but has also hired someone to incapacitate me and harm my wife. What do you expect me to think? Yi Xiaoran's demeanor turned icy. At this moment, the woman who had intended to reprimand Yi Xiaoran remained silent, realizing that her daughter was in danger, and she had been utterly unaware of it. Yuqing, is there any truth to this? Li Huasong turned his cold gaze towards Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing was astonished. He never imagined that Yi Xiaoran, the one who saved his brother's life, would be the same individual whom they were confronting. What a remarkable coincidence. Dad, I only aim to deal with his wife. Wishing to terminate the contract between Xing2 and her, Li Yuqing stated. Oh, then who is Mo Yun? Is everything he said a fabrication? Yi Xiaoran interjected coldly. I. Li Yuqing's expression stiffened, realizing he could not deflect the truth any longer. He then declared with determination, Yi Xiaoran, do not be arrogant. Mo Yun will not let you off easily. If you are wise, hurry and save my brother, and I might spare you. Ha ha. Yi Xiaoran could not contain his laughter. Are you not aware that Mo Yun has become a fool? Impossible, Li Yuqing retorted. How could you possibly contend with Mo Yun? Well, I have heard that Mo Yun is indeed in a vegetative state. Li Huasong remarked at that moment. Li Yuqing's expression darkened instantly. Yuqing, apologized to Mr. Yi at once. Li Huasong then shot a cold glance at Li Yuqing. Dad, I will never apologize to this worthless son-in-law. Li Yuqing's tone was resolute as he turned to Yi Xiaoran. I do not care what methods you employed against Mo Yun. One thing is certain, you are doomed. Mo Yun's brother is a formidable martial artist and will not let you go. Yi Xiaoran chuckled again, contemplating whether to reveal that Mo Lengan had already been vanquished by him, but it seemed unnecessary. He glanced at Li Huasong's younger son on the hospital bed and smiled. By the looks of him, he may not last much longer. Upon hearing this, Li Huasong's expression darkened. He understood that Yi Xiaoran was issuing a threat, yet he had no means to counter it. It was likely that only Yi Xiaoran could save his younger son in all of Jiang City. Mr. Yi, what must we do for you to save my son? Li Huasong implored. It's simple. Incapacitate your eldest son, and I shall save your younger son. Yi Xiaoran replied with a smile. Chapter 054. Is 50 million considerable? At this proclamation, Li Huasong's expression shifted dramatically, as did Li Yuqing's. Mr. Yi, this request seems excessively unreasonable. Li Huasong's expression grew grim. I hardly deem it a fair trade to sacrifice your eldest son for your younger son's life. Furthermore, if you were in my position, would you save your enemy? Yi Xiaoran stated matter-of-factly. You. Li Huasong's face flushed with anger. To save a life, one must sacrifice another. In dire straits, such choices may indeed arise. But at this moment, how could he make such a decision? Yi Xiaoran was pressing him relentlessly. Yi Xiaoran, if you save my son, I will give you 50 million. And I assure you that neither I nor my son will trouble you again. Along with a sincere apology, Li Huasong suppressed his fury as he spoke to Yi Xiaoran. 50 million? Is that substantial? Yet, I am not particularly interested, Yi Xiaoran replied indifferently. Beside them, Feng Rou listened, her heart racing with excitement. But upon hearing Yi Xiaoran's words, her anger flared. Yi Xiaoran, are you foolish? That is 50 million. You could never earn such an amount in your lifetime. Hurry and save him. Mom, do not concern yourself with my affairs, Yi Xiaoran responded to Feng Rou. You worthless failure. You finally possess some skills. With just your effort, you could secure 50 million. Are you out of your mind? After 3 years of living off others, do you still wish to continue this way? Feng Rou retorted immediately. Yi Xiaoran's expression darkened. I have said, my matters do not require your interference. A surge of aura emanated from him, startling Feng Rou momentarily. She felt an unfamiliar fear towards Yi Shaoran. Yi Shaoran, I concede, I underestimated you. Speak, what is it that you truly desire? Li Yuqing said icily. You see, Jiang Ying is someone I cherish. She is my wife. Anyone who seeks to harm her will pay a dire price. Today, I shall not make it difficult for you. Kneel and apologize, then sever your own arms, and I will intervene to save your brother, Yi Shaoran stated coldly. Having said that, he turned to Li Huaisong. My time is limited. I shall not waste it on idle chatter with you. Li Huaisong's expression soured as he then directed his gaze at Li Yuqing. Do as he says. At this juncture, there seemed to be no other recourse. Dad, I will never kneel to him, nor will I sever my arms. Li Yuqing's face flushed with indignation, unable to accept the demand. Li Huaisong struck him across the face and shouted, Are you willing to watch your brother die? Did you not cause this trouble? If you do not take responsibility, who will? Dad. Li Yuqing's expression twisted with frustration. Li Huaisong commanded, Do not say another word, obey his demand, or leave the Li family. Fine. Li Yuqing gritted his teeth, fists clenched. He then glared at Yi Shaoran. You are ruthless. Remember this. Yi Shaoran chuckled. You seem not to grasp the gravity of the situation, still threatening me at this point? Are you a fool? However, I am not intimidated by your threats. Kneel and apologize. Yi Shaoran sneered. Feng Rou stared at Yi Shaoran, questioning whether this was truly the same worthless son-in-law she had perceived. Such an aura, such assertiveness. Li Yuqing's face flushed crimson as he approached Yi Shaoran, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Ultimately, he knelt down. I was wrong. Li Yuqing managed to utter those 3 words, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yi Shaoran coldly replied, Truth be told, in my eyes, you are no more than an ant. Were it not for my wife being unharmed, I would have ended your life without hesitation. Yi Shaoran spoke the truth. Given his current strength, it would be exceedingly easy to eliminate Li Yuqing, and no one would ever know it was he who did so. Sever your own arms, Yi Shaoran commanded again. Li Yuqing glared at Yi Shaoran like a furious dragon, his eyes wide with rage. Today, I shall willingly sever my arms, but in the future, I will ensure your limbs are severed. What a fool. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to contend with me? Yi Shaoran replied coldly. However, since you have threatened me, if you do not offer something in return, you might think I look down upon you or fear you. Yi Shaoran continued, then broke into laughter. The next moment, he struck Li Yuqing, shattering several of his tendons with a single blow. His arms fell limply by his sides, and soon his legs followed suit. In an instant, Yi Shaoran smiled and said, You mustn't threaten me again, otherwise I cannot predict my actions. If you must blame someone, blame your son for his arrogance. In this world, he has offended many who should not be trifled with. I have already granted him a chance at life, which is a courtesy to you. Courtesy? You crippled my son and claim it as a courtesy? Li Huaisong nearly spat blood in frustration, but dared not utter further harsh words. He was a person of stature. Both Yi Shaoran's medical prowess and Hua Shirong's assessment of him affirmed that Yi Shaoran was not to be offended. He realized that his son had indeed crossed the wrong individuals. However, the thought of his son's condition filled him with resentment that he could hardly bear. Yet, he did not dare to threaten. Beside him, both Wang Jianan and Qin Yuhua wore expressions of shock, particularly Qin Yuhua, who felt relief for not having overly offended Yi Shaoran. Just considering his methods sent a chill down his spine. Now, I must fulfill the promise I made, Yi Shaoran said, moving to the bedside. Channeling his energy, he once again employed the 18 needles of destiny to extend the patient's life and stabilize his injuries. Yi Shaoran acted decisively. Despite knowing that Li Huaisong would seek vengeance for his son's fate, he still chose to save him. After all, he feared no retribution. For when Li Huaisong arrived, the consequences would be far worse for him than they had been for Li Yuqian. Li Huaisong's expression darkened. He would never feel gratitude for Yi Shaoran saving his younger son. Director Wang, is it? Yi Shaoran then turned to Wang Jianan. Yes, I am Wang Jianan. Wang Jianan nodded hastily, fear gripping his heart as he thought. I merely spoke a few words to him. Surely, there will be no repercussions. Listen closely. If my mother is expelled or mistreated again, and I find out, do you know what will happen? Yi Shaoran spoke coldly. It won't happen, Wang Jianan quickly assured. That is for the best, Yi Shaoran replied, then turned to Feng Rou. Mother, I must take my leave. Feng Rou remained silent, still in shock from Yi Shaoran's display. It wasn't until he left that she slapped her forehead, reflecting, no matter how impressive he is still my son-in-law. He must do as I say. He cannot act arrogantly before me. Wang Jianan immediately summoned Dr. Hua, the best available, and ensure my son can stand. Li Huaisong bellowed. Understood. Wang Jianan responded, rushing out. Feng Rou, Sensing Li Huaisong's intense gaze, felt a wave of fear and followed him outside. After leaving the hospital, Yi Xiaoran drove home, longing for a good night's sleep. Along the way, he couldn't help but think of Jiang Ying's newly purchased pink pajamas and wondered if she would wear them that night. Upon arriving home, he immediately encountered Jiang Nantian. The moment Jiang Nantian saw Yi Xiaoran, he hurried over, pulling him aside. Xiaoran, that fat man actually returned the money to me and even added an extra 100,000, apologizing profusely. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. That's wonderful. Perhaps he has had a change of heart. Stop pretending, that fat man said. It is all thanks to Brother Yi. I know you handled it. Dad thanks you, Jiang Nantian grinned. Dad, you should avoid garden number 18 from now on. Yi Xiaoran cautioned. You're one to talk. I see you have been visiting there as well. Was it because Jiang Ying 1T let you touch her that you sought solace elsewhere? I'll be sure to have a word with her, Jiang Nantian replied earnestly. Dad, let us not discuss that. We will handle our own matters, Yi Xiaoran said awkwardly. All right, I want to interfere. But even if you go out, do keep your wits about you. Don't let emotions entangle you, Jiang Nantian advised. As Yi Xiaoran entered the house, he found Jiang Ying standing at the door. You weren't listening, were you? Indeed, Jiang Ying's expression was icy. You claim you haven't deceived me? You actually went to garden no. 18 to find women. No, you're mistaken. Yi Xiaoran hurriedly explained, feeling extremely frustrated. Do not bother explaining. At your age, how could you possibly resist? Over these 3 years, have you often visited? I don't blame you. It's because I haven't allowed you to touch me. From now on, you're not allowed to touch me at all. Jiang Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her genuine anger. I truly did not. Yi Xiaoran attempted to clarify once more. You only remain by my side out of a sense of obligation, right? I no longer require your gratitude. Leave, Jiang Ying insisted. No, I genuinely care for you, Yi Xiaoran replied. You have completely misunderstood me. Yes, I went to garden number 18, but I did not seek out women. I merely went to discuss matters with friends. If you truly care for me, why have you never made a move? Jiang Ying retaliated, her frustrations spilling forth. She had often pondered the possibility of Yi Xiaoran seeking companionship elsewhere. She reassured herself that it would not matter, given her own reluctance to engage with him. However, she realized that she had gradually accepted him into her life, developing a dependency. Hearing he had visited garden number 18 had pierced her heart. In her mind, Yi Xiaoran remained only for obligation. Being wealthy, why would he endure hardship here unless it was out of duty? If he truly liked her, he could have pursued her despite her refusals, especially since she had given him opportunities. Didn't you tell me to sleep on the floor? And there was a fruit knife on the bed. I was afraid, Yi Xiaoran muttered. Yes, there used to be a knife, but I took it away. Did you not notice the new fruit knife in the room? Jiang Ying retorted, though Yi Xiaoran felt wronged. He couldn't help but feel delighted to learn that Jiang Ying had relaxed her restrictions. There was indeed a place for him in her bed. If only there were a way to reverse regrets, he would certainly take 10 pounds. Yet, the most pressing matter was how to clarify the misunderstanding. Thus, Yi Xiaoran grinned and said, Wife, you have truly misjudged me. Every night, I endure torment, longing for your bed but fearing your anger. Remember Wu Zifan's threats? My visit to garden number 18 was solely to resolve issues. Otherwise, why has there been such peace lately? You truly went to garden no. 18 because of Wu Zifan's threats? Jiang Ying's demeanor softened slightly. Yes, I sought help. Those individuals prefer that location for leisure. However, I did nothing while there. Yi Xiaoran continued. Besides, didn't Dad go there for socializing? I had no choice. Why does Dad get to go, but you cannot? Jiang Ying rolled her eyes. Even if there were a reason to visit such a place surrounded by alluring women, don't you think about it? Yi Xiaoran awkwardly chuckled. Honestly, any man would think about it, but not me. You saved my life. Even if you were unwilling, I couldn't betray you by seeking other women. Besides, I find those women unappealing. Who knows how many men have already touched them? Jiang Ying listened, initially feeling comfortable, but her mood soured as the conversation progressed. Are you implying that if it weren't for those women, you'd be free to pursue others? No. I was merely using it as an analogy, Yi Xiaoran quickly clarified. Explaining oneself to a woman was indeed a more formidable challenge than Yi Xiaoran's own training. Observing Yi Xiaoran's flustered demeanor, Jiang Ying couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Women possess a remarkable intuition, and from Yi Xiaoran's explanation, it was evident he had not acted inappropriately. Women are curious beings. For instance, she desired Yi Xiaoran to join her in bed but couldn't voice it. Yet when he suggested going to bed, she found herself reluctant. Darling, are you no longer angry? Yi Xiaoran asked, smiling at Jiang Ying, who smiled back. However, her expression turned icy as she retorted. Who gave you permission to call me darling? You went there and still dared to hide it from me. Even if nothing happened, you were still in the wrong, understand? Yes, Yes, I was in the wrong. Can you forgive me? Yusharan pleaded. Women can be capricious at times, displaying a bit of temper, yet they also offer warmth. If a man cannot embrace these nuances, how can he claim to love? Forgive you? Just wait. Jiangying said with a hint of annoyance before retreating to her room and lying on the bed. She wore a pink nightgown that perfectly accentuated her fair skin, igniting a longing within Yi Shaoran. He approached, leaning against the bed's edge, and upon noticing Jiang Ying's lack of response, he shifted closer, soon feeling the soft fabric of her nightgown, an undeniable delight. With her back to him, Jiang Ying leaned inward, her face flushed. Yi Shaoran, realizing the moment, moved closer. I need to wash off this sweat first, he said. Soon, Jiang Ying heard the sound of running water and turned around, her face a picture of shyness. In truth, she had been preparing for this moment over the past few days. After their earlier misunderstanding, she recognized that she could no longer treat Yi Shaoran that way. Since she had decided against divorce and was slowly accepting him, it was time to embrace her responsibilities as a wife. Otherwise, would she really force Yi Shaoran to seek solace with another woman? That was a scenario she could not bear to witness, and should it occur, she would never forgive him. Thus, she steeled herself. In merely 3 minutes, Yi Shaoran finished his shower, brimming with cheer as he entered the room, turned off the lights, and lay beside Jiang Ying. She could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. Yi Shaoran was no saint, nor was he celibate, especially after recent training. His vigor was heightened, and he too felt the stirrings of desire. Darling, Yi Shaoran called out. Jiang Ying responded softly. Is everything all right? He inquired. Jiang Ying's face burned with embarrassment, wishing she could kick him away. At such a moment, he still asked if everything was all right. If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes, Yi Shaoran quipped, leaning closer and feeling the warmth and softness of her nightgown. Jiang Ying's face was crimson. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, jolting her back to reality. Today was not a favorable day for intimacy. Wait, she quickly interjected, stopping Yi Shaoran's hand. What's wrong? He asked. My period just started. It's not convenient. Jiang Ying replied, her face aflame. You're not ready, right? That's fine. There is always a first time, Yi Shaoran said, undeterred, eager to continue. I said it's not convenient. Hurry and go sleep on the floor, Jiang Ying exclaimed, scrambling up and giving him an annoyed look. Yi Shaoran was left bewildered. Surely this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Chapter 056. Exorcising the cold poison. Frustrated, Yi Shaoran glanced at Jiang Ying. A closer observation confirmed his suspicion. Jiang Ying had indeed started her period. What a missed opportunity. Disheartened, he obediently returned to the floor to sleep. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The next morning, after tidying up and having breakfast, Yi Shaoran accompanied Jiang Ying to her workplace. Jiang Ying felt a bit awkward, avoiding any mention of the previous night's events. You should stay at the company today. I have a good friend coming over while I'm training at the music academy, and she wants to meet you, Jiang Ying said as they neared their destination. All right. Yi Shaoran nodded. Once at the office, Jiang Ying began reviewing her schedule, preparing for the upcoming event. The last press conference for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds had gone splendidly. But the next series of activities required coordination with Xingtu and further commercial planning, necessitating thorough preparations. Yi Shaoran, wanting to avoid disturbing Jiang Ying, settled into an empty vice president's office to occupy himself with the computer. His curiosity piqued about the martial arts system in this world. He began searching online. The information detailed the various realms of martial artists: external strength, internal strength, transformation master, and beyond. If the current pinnacle was the transformation master, what lay beyond that? Although Yi Shaoran was not currently passionate about training, he understood that he would not abandon the path of cultivation and would venture further along it. Having already encountered someone like Mo Lengen, an internal strength practitioner, he knew he would eventually meet transformation masters. In any realm, power is paramount. Mr. Yi, are you busy? As Yi Shaoran browsed the internet, he noticed Mu Baishui entering and closing the door behind her. Is there something I can assist you with? He inquired. Mu Baishui smiled. Is it so wrong for me to check on you, Mr. Yi? I heard from Jiang that you are the actual owner of this company, so I thought I'd come report on my work. As she spoke, she approached Yi Shaoran with a graceful sway, exuding an alluring charm in her professional attire. The sheer black stockings accentuated her long, shapely legs, and the low-cut shirt revealed her impressive curves. Her enchanting face, adorned with subtle makeup and sparkling eyes, captivated Yi Shaoran. Yet, he remained composed. While Mu Baishui was undeniably beautiful, her origins and intentions at Tianhou Entertainment were unclear. It is often said that the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she may be, and Yi Shaoran believed this to be true. However, regardless of what tricks Mu Baishui might employ, he remained unafraid. All he desired was a peaceful life with Jiang Ying, but should anyone attempt to disrupt that or provoke his boundaries, he would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Mu Baixue settled herself on Yi Xiaoran's desk, a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. You should leave. It wouldn't look good if my wife saw you here, he said, deliberately averting his gaze. Mr. Yi, do you not find me beautiful? Mu Baixue tossed him a flirtatious glance. You are beautiful, but I'm not interested in your charms. I don't play those games, Yi Xiaoran replied. Is that so? Yet. I can see from your eyes that you're somewhat affected. Mr. Yi, could it be that Jiang hasn't touched you in these 3 years? Mu Baixue teased. Yi Xiaoran felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and embarrassment. As a martial artist with some medical knowledge, Mu Baixue could indeed read his reactions. Did I hit the nail on the head, Mr. Yi? She laughed, leaning closer, her words dripping with allure. Would you like me to keep you company? Yi Xiaoran chuckled softly, no longer avoiding her gaze. When had he ever been intimidated by a woman's flirtation? All right then, come on, he replied. Yi Xiaoran spoke as he extended his hand towards Mu Baixue's long legs. Mu Baixue instinctively dodged, but did so with a natural grace, smiling as she remarked. Do you still wish to linger here? That's rather mischievous, isn't it? Yi Xiaoran then inquired about the martial arts rankings. Mu Baixue, noticing the screen, asked, Oh really? Are you looking into it? Yes, just trying to familiarize myself, Yi Xiaoran replied softly. He understood that Mu Baixue was a martial artist, and she surely recognized his prowess as well, though she was unaware that he was a cultivator. Neither of them brought their true intentions to light. Some things were better left unspoken. Although he was uncertain of Mu Baixue's ultimate aim, he sensed no hostility from her. This intuition was undeniable, at least for now. Staring at a computer screen is rather dull. Would you like me to share some insights? Mu Baixue looked at Yi Xiaoran with bright eyes. Sure, he nodded. She resumed her seat beside him and continued. External force, internal force, and the master of transformation. These are well-known concepts. A master of transformation is considered a top-tier existence among the 4 great families of Jiangnan. Yet in the grand scope of Huaxiao, they merely occupy a mid-tier status. Above the master is the realm of the epic, the legendary, and the mythical emperor-level powerhouses. The power dynamics in Huaxiao can be broadly divided into 2 major factions, the Heavenly Gate and the Rebirth Sect. Yi Xiaoran listened intently, intrigued enough to ask. Could you elaborate on the Heavenly Gate and the Rebirth Sect? Mu Baixue chuckled. After sharing so much, shouldn't there be some reward for me? Yi Xiaoran smiled in return. If your explanations satisfy me, I could help expel the cold poison from your body. Mu Baixue's expression shifted in surprise. She was taken aback that Yi Xiaoran could discern her affliction so easily. However, she quickly regained her composure. Then I shall thank you in advance, Mr. Yi. She explained that the Heavenly Gate was an ancient and mysterious organization of martial practitioners rarely seen in urban life. While the Rebirth Sect was known as the foremost assassin organization, with a clear hierarchy, the most formidable being those on the Blood Diamond list. Yi Xiaoran nodded, acknowledging his lack of familiarity with this information. Please, lay back on the sofa. I will assist you in dispelling the cold poison, he suggested gently. Observing Yi Xiaoran, Mu Baixue noted that while he had initially regarded her with desire, his demeanor had shifted to one of earnest professionalism. She was confident in her beauty and physique, enhanced by her martial arts training, which naturally exuded charm, yet Yi Xiaoran remained unaffected. It was no wonder that 3 years prior, the Yi family had sought to banish him to Jiangqing, even enlisting the Rebirth Sect to poison him. Mu Baixue had no doubt about Yi Xiaoran's ability to eliminate her cold poison, a consequence of her training that had accumulated over time, rendering her existence a living torment when it flared up. Thus, she did not refuse his offer and reclined on the sofa. As she lay there, her toned abdomen was accentuated, and her fitted skirt and black stockings created an alluring sight. Yi Xiaoran found himself momentarily flustered. He approached her, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm and placing it upon her navel. Typically, a woman's cold poison, whether inherent or from training, accumulates around that area. Upon contact, he felt a chilling sensation, his energy resonating within him before transferring directly to Mu Baixue, nourishing her meridians and stirring the cold poison within. Fortunately, the poison had not penetrated her marrow. Otherwise, expelling it would have proven exceedingly difficult and required specialized techniques. Mu Baixue immediately sensed a warm current enveloping her, a sensation of unparalleled comfort that flushed her cheeks with color. This was her first experience with such intimate contact from a man. Is this Qigong? She asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yes, it is Qigong, Yi Xiaoran replied, though he knew it was merely pure spiritual energy. He recognized Mu Baixue as a straightforward martial artist, yet she possessed internal force, a remarkable feat for a girl her age, indicative of the hardship she had endured. You may experience some unexpected reactions shortly. Do not be alarmed, he said, his own cheeks reddening slightly. Oh, Mu Baishua nodded. Before long, Yisharon's hand began to rotate and press down firmly. The sudden jolt startled her, and she realized what he meant by unexpected reactions. This is rather embarrassing, she thought. Thank you. I must take my leave, she exclaimed, springing to her feet, her face flushed as she hurriedly exited, visibly flustered. How peculiar, just a moment ago. She seemed to tease me, and now she blushes like that, Yisharon mused to himself. Chapter 057, Jiang Ying's close friend by noon, in the office where they gathered. Another stunning beauty arrived, dressed fashionably, rivaling Jiang Ying's beauty yet possessing a wild allure. Her name was Chu Ninglua, who, although having studied at the same music academy as Jiang Ying, had since pursued an acting career, albeit with limited success over the years. You, with your good fortune, managed to marry our Jiang Ying, Chu Ninglua remarked, casting an eye at Yisharon. Just lucky, I suppose, he smiled. I must tell you, now that I'm here. Jiang Ying will be mine. I intend to share a bed with her, Chu Ninglua teased, planting a kiss on Jiang Ying's cheek. Oh, what nonsense are you spouting? Still as playful as ever, Jiang Ying retorted, her face turning crimson. Chu Ninglua, upon meeting Yisharon, offered no disparaging remarks. Perhaps she believed that a man who became a son-in-law must either be in dire straits or truly in love, or perhaps the woman was exceptionally beautiful and charming, captivating him completely. To Chu Ninglua, Yisharon embodied the latter possibility. Have you resigned to pursue a solo career? Jiang Ying inquired. Yes. What other reason would I have for seeking you out? Chu Ninglua replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. I've always loved singing. And your song 3 Lives and 3 Worlds moved me deeply. I've decided to venture into music as well. Great. Our company could use someone like you. Having a star like you would be perfect, Jiang Ying smiled. Please, don't make me laugh. I'm hardly a star, merely a third-rate actress, Chu Ninglua said humbly. For a budding singer, the first album is crucial. Indeed, I plan to contact Lin Siyu tomorrow to help me write a song. That might be challenging. But perhaps Sharon could assist you. Your husband? He knows Lin Siyu? Chu Ninglua asked, taken aback. Yes. Jiang Ying nodded. Suddenly feeling uneasy at the thought of Yisharon meeting Lin Siyu again and potentially sparking something unexpected. No need for that trouble. Miss Lin helped me compose a song last time, so I'll just pass it along to you, Jiang Ying suggested, trying to ease her concern. Chu Ninglua, upon hearing this, became ecstatic. My dear wife, thank you so much. Oh, stop it. You're being ridiculous. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, exasperated. The two women continued to chat about the events of recent years while Yisharon brewed a pot of pu'er tea, playing the role of a courteous server, pouring tea for the two beauties. As they sipped their tea and conversed, the topic inevitably turned to mealtime. Ingo, what do you think about that mysterious person at your press conference the other day? Can you introduce me to him? Yisharon's thoughts had drifted far away. But Chu Ninglua's question brought him back to reality. What is it? Jiang Ying also felt a twinge of curiosity. Although the internet claims that the mysterious person is your wealthy benefactor, I know you well enough to be certain that you would never engage in such dealings. Therefore, I suspect that this enigmatic individual is merely a dear friend of yours, perhaps a renowned musician you have come to know in recent years? Chu Ninglua gazed at Jiang Ying with admiration, exclaiming, that mysterious person plays the piano so handsomely and possesses such charisma, from the sound of his music. I can tell he must be a remarkable talent. He is the man I, Chu Ninglua, wish to pursue. Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback, while Yisharon nearly spat out his tea in surprise. That person is a special guest arranged by the event planner. I don't know him, Jiang Ying said, regaining her composure. Inger, I can see right through your lie. Are you unwilling to share with me? You're married now. Is there something more you desire? Chu Ninglua fixed her gaze on Jiang Ying. I am not lying. I truly do not know him. But he even gave you a necklace and interacted with you. That was merely part of the event's arrangement, intended to enhance the press conference's effect. Really? Indeed. Chu Ninglua sighed deeply. Oh, you really don't know him. It seems I must find another way. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Stop dreaming. Such an accomplished musician surely has a girlfriend, and he might even be married. Jiang Ying replied. Moreover, I have heard he is already 45. Surely you cannot be interested in a man of that age? Yisharon felt a sense of rebellion at the notion of being labeled as 40 or 50, insisting to himself that he was still in his prime. Clearly, Jiang Ying sensed the pressure emanating from Chu Ninglua. He is quite mature, but older men can be more charming, Chu Ninglua remarked, initially despondent before breaking into a smile. She looked at Jiang Ying with an odd expression. All right, it's time to eat. Let's head out. With that, Jiang Ying stood up. Great, I'm quite hungry. Chu Ninglua replied. Sharon, let us go together, Jiang Ying suggested. Sure, Yisharon nodded. I'll go start the car in the basement. Please wait for me by the entrance. As Yisharon exited, Chu Ninglua turned to Jiang Ying, grinning. Your husband is quite obedient. That S is only redeeming quality. He really is very compliant, Jiang Ying replied. You've truly settled for a rather ordinary man, Chuning Luo observed. Isn't being ordinary also quite good? Jiang Ying smiled. As they walked and chatted, they soon reached the lobby and stepped outside to the street. Let us get in. Yusharan had already parked his car and opened the window upon seeing the two ladies approach. Isn't this Ferrari worth 3 million? Ingo. You've become quite famous and are earning well, Chuning Luo remarked with a chuckle. It's not bad, Jiang Ying replied with a smile. Get in. Today I'll treat you to the local delicacies of Jiangqing. All right, Chuning Luo nodded and entered the car. Jiang Ying took the passenger seat, turning to Yi Shaoran. Let us head to the food street. Of course, Yi Shaoran confirmed, starting the car and driving toward the food street. During the drive, the two women resumed their conversation. Inger, you must think of a way to help me get in touch with that mysterious person. I admire him so much. His music resonates with my soul. Even if I can't be his girlfriend, I would love for him to accompany me while I sing. It would be such a beautiful experience, Ning Luo. It seems you are becoming quite infatuated, Jiang Ying teased. You don't understand. When a woman loves not for wealth or appearance but for the spiritual connection, that kind of love can be utterly consuming. All right, enough of that. How embarrassing. Upon arriving at the food street, they found it bustling with people. Not at a fancy restaurant, but rather at street stalls serving local snacks, renowned for their delicious offerings. Despite the many upscale restaurants lining the street, their food often lacked the flavor of the stalls, merely adorned with embellishments and served in smaller portions. The crowd was immense, with many elegantly dressed women. A fact not surprising since food enthusiasts do not tend to be picky. Look, isn't that Jiang Ying and her pathetic husband? Before long, on the second floor, at a window-side table, a woman sighed. It was Yu Yali, accompanied by others who had left Tianho company with her. Even as business owners, they're still so shabby. Eating street food, how miserly. Look at her eating. She looks just like a country bumpkin. And that Yu Shaoran, obedient as a dog. The distance was short, and the group of women leaned out of the window, pointing and laughing at Jiang Ying and Yu Shaoran, seemingly releasing their pinned-up frustrations. A bunch of shameless women. Mind your language, Chuning Luo overheard and felt her temper flare, her wild beauty matched by her fierce spirit. Before Yu Shaoran or Jiang Ying could respond, she erupted. Ning Luo's. Ignore them. They're just barking like dogs. Jiang Ying tried to restrain her friend. Yu Yali, furious, picked up a cup of water from the table and threw it down at them. Unprepared, Chuning Luo and Jiang Ying were drenched, tea leaves clinging to their clothes. I'm going to beat her up. Chuning Luo fumed, her face turning dark as she stormed toward the nearby restaurant. Jiang Ying. Equally, Chuning Luo coldly glared at Yu Yali. Yinger, is this the shameless woman you mentioned? She said. Such women should not be indulged. A good beating would silence her foul mouth. As she spoke, she dealt 2 sharp slaps across Yu Yali's face. Yu Yali seethed with humiliation and anger. Let's go, she said. With Yu Yali subdued, Chuning Luo released her grip and turned to descend the stairs. Yu Yali cast a venomous glance at Chuning Luo and Jiang Ying as they departed, unable to contain her rage. How was that, Yinger? Did I look impressive just now? Chuning Luo smiled at Jiang Ying once they reached the ground floor. Impressive? A girl so violent, one might mistake you for a streetwise tough. Jiang Ying replied. But your beating her was indeed satisfying. Would you remain indifferent if someone doused your wife with water? Chuning Luo glanced at Yu Shaoran, who was quietly waiting, and replied with irritation, Luckily, I've practiced taekwondo for several years. He's as wooden as they come, just a simpleton, she huffed. Jiang Ying echoed, Indeed, just ignore him. Yi Shaoran thought to himself that he too would have liked to take action, but they never provided him the chance. Furthermore, what did they mean by as wooden as they come? While the sisters chatted and ate, he was merely fetching items and disposing of trash, unable to join in their conversation. As Jiang Ying and the others departed, Yu Yali left as well, instructing several accompanying girls to head to the company first. She dialed Wu Zifan. Find some people for me. No matter what you do tonight, just get it done. Yu Yali's eyes blazed with fury. What's the matter? Wu Zifan asked. If it's about Jiang Ying, you should abandon that thought. Shengu has already been incapacitated by Yi Shaoran. We underestimated him. He's not one to be trifled with. Upon learning that Li Yuqin had been defeated, Wu Zifan, no fool, dared not pursue any schemes against Yu Shaoran or Jiang Ying. It was not Jiang Ying she was targeting. Yu Yali paid no heed to Wu Zifan's warning. It was indeed not Jiang Ying she sought to punish, but Chuning Luo. Very well, you go find Mingzi, and I will transfer the money to him. Wu Zifan finally relaxed, smiling as he added, Just don't forget your promise to me. Fine. Whatever it takes, as long as I can vent this anger. After hanging up, Yu Yali followed in her car as Yu Shaoran drove Jiang Ying and Chuning Luo away, her thirst for vengeance making her a formidable foe. Upon arriving at Tianho Entertainment, she waited outside. In the interim, she contacted Mengzi's men, and before long, A commercial vehicle arrived with 7 or 8 burly men. They conferred briefly before taking positions outside. Inside the company, Chuning Luo went to the restroom. Shaoran, I must insist you do not reveal that the mysterious man is you, Jiang Ying remarked. You truly bury your husband, don't you? After all, it's not every day someone admires me. Yi Shaoran chuckled. Narcissist, it's the mysterious man who captivates Chuning Luo. But I am the mysterious man. As you have said. No, you're Yi Shaoran, not the mysterious man. All right, you seem rather reluctant. Is there something you feel for Chuning Luo? No. I'm not reluctant at all. I just believe deception is unkind. Very well, consider it a benevolent lie. Understood. What are you two whispering about? Chuning Luo returned shortly. Nothing much, just a casual chat, Jiang Ying replied. Could you step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with Yinger alone. Your presence makes it difficult. Chuning Luo glanced at Yi Shaoran. Sure, he said, eager to leave since he had little to contribute and was merely serving them tea. Yi Shaoran wandered about the company, where most of the employees were women, including several contracted singers from Tianho Entertainment, broadcasting live in their independent streaming rooms, a current trend for enhancing visibility. As he passed the operations director's office, he unexpectedly encountered Mu Baishui, who emerged just then. Seeing Yi Shaoran, she appeared considerably more composed than before and smiled. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence. You're not here deliberately seeking me, are you? No, just passing by. Yi Shaoran replied. Mu Baishui looked disappointed. Couldn't you at least pretend you were here for me? If you could consider my assistance. Please refrain from teasing me in the future. I hold no interest in you, nor do you in me. What do you think? Yi Shaoran stated plainly. Mu Baishui was not surprised by his candor. After all, he was no ordinary man. Even she, confident as she was, felt the weight of his reputation. What if I did find you interesting? She asked with a smile. Then it wouldn't matter, as I am already married, and my wife is every bit your equal. Yi Shaoran replied. Mu Baishui sighed in disappointment. You truly lack charm. Am I a wooden person? My wife thinks so too. Yi Shaoran chuckled before walking away to an empty office where he could watch some television. A woman as alluring as Mu Baishui should not be engaged with too often. The more one interacted, the more one might become addicted. An intriguing man, yet inscrutable. If you were not married, it could have been delightful, Mu Baishui mused as she watched Yi Shaoran depart. She understood that he was aware of her martial prowess and that they had crossed paths at garden number 18, yet he never inquired about her intentions or identity. It was a tacit understanding. She realized that any indiscretion on her part would surely provoke his wrath. The afternoon swiftly passed, and upon finishing work, Jiang Ying invited Chuning Luo to dinner, but was met with a refusal. Why not have your husband drive me home? Chuning Luo suggested. All right, Jiang Ying nodded. Rest assured. I have no interest in your husband, Chuning Luo remarked, noticing Jiang Ying's slight discomfort. If you're uneasy, I can simply take a cab back. Jiang Ying was not concerned that Chuning Luo might fancy Yi Shaoran. Rather, she feared he might inadvertently reveal that he was the mysterious man, which would indeed be a cause for concern. Who is uneasy? Shaoran, you drive Ning Luo home, she commanded, turning to Yi Shaoran. Very well, I'll go fetch the car. How could Yi Shaoran refuse, given that it was already decided? When his wife spoke, he dared not disobey. Before long, Yi Shaoran arrived at the car, and Jiang Ying helped Chuning Luo into the vehicle, following closely behind in her Ferrari. As the car pulled away, Yu Yali turned to a nearby burly man. Miss you. That woman in the car is quite a catch. Mengzi grinned, his expression lecherous. I want her beaten. You can do as you please with her afterward, but make sure to take some photos. That shameless woman dared to strike me. Yu Yali seethed. That sounds excellent. Such a rare beauty is indeed hard to come by. Mengzi replied. Yi Shaoran, may I pose a question? Chuning Luo, seated in the passenger seat, turned to him. Sure, what is on your mind? He asked. You and Yinger have been married for 3 years. Why is there no sign of a baby yet? Chuning Luo inquired. I was hoping to become an aunt soon. If you have any issues, you ought to resolve them swiftly. Yi Shaoran felt a wave of embarrassment. Such matters were typically not broached so openly. Yet Chuning Luo dared to say it. Well, I haven't given it much thought. My focus is on my career, he replied. Are you aware of the mysterious man? The one who accompanied Yinger at the press conference. Chuning Luo pressed on. Yi Shaoran could only resort to falsehoods. I don't know. Forget it. I suppose you wouldn't know either, Chuning Luo remarked. I watched the video. At the press conference, that mysterious person and Yinger were quite affectionate. Aren't you jealous? That's not real. It was part of the event's arrangement, Yi Shaoran replied dismissively. You really are quite unfazed. It seems Jiang Ying looks down on you, doesn't it? Aren't you afraid she might be taken by another man? Chuning Luo pressed further. Well, just as Yi Shaoran was about to respond, a business vehicle abruptly blocked their path, causing him to slam on the brakes and lurch forward. How do you drive? Chuning Luo gasped, initially furious at Yi Shaoran. But then she spotted the car in front. Soon after, Yu Yali and several burly men emerged from the vehicle. That wretched woman again. Chu Ningluo's expression hardened. Looks like they're here for revenge, Yu Sharon commented. I say, you aren't scared, are you? You're a grown man. Must you be so timid? Hearing Yu Sharon's tone, Chu Ningluo thought he was terrified. Enough talk, stay in the car. I'll handle them, she declared, stepping out before Yu Shaoran could interject. Yu Shaoran felt exasperated. Couldn't he even get a moment to speak? Nevertheless, he followed her out. Although Chu Ningluo had some training, those burly men appeared to be far beyond her capabilities. Perhaps she could handle 1 or 2, but facing 7 or 8 was simply impossible. When the leader, Mingzi, saw Chu Ningluo, his eyes lit up, and a lewd smile spread across his face. Look at you, surprisingly beautiful up close. You didn't expect this, did you? Are you scared? Yu Yali stepped forward, glaring at Chu Ningluo. I didn't let you off easily, and you dare meddle in my affairs? Who do you think you are? Today, I'll have you humiliated. Go ahead, I'll hit you back. What is it to you? I'm still going to hit you, Chu Ningluo retorted, unfazed. You think a few lackeys can intimidate me? She scoffed at Mingzi and his crew. I advise you to leave quickly. You're quite the wild one. But I like that, Mingzi chuckled, grinning lewdly. Shameless. Chu Ningluo's beautiful eyes turned icy, and she suddenly sprang into action, launching a stunning leap and throwing a punch at Mingzi. Though her speed was commendable, her strength was lacking. Mingzi merely blocked her strike, but was unexpectedly pushed back a couple of steps. Oh, not bad, he remarked, slightly surprised. Run if you're scared. Hurry up and leave, Chu Ningluo coldly declared. What a shrew. A woman learning to fight like a man, Yu Yali scoffed from the side. Better than you, flaunting your charms like a harlot, Chu Ningluo shot back. Mengzi, take her down. I want to smash her mouth, Yu Yali commanded. Beautiful, just surrender. Perhaps I'll be gentler, Mengzi laughed again. In your dreams. Chu Ningluo coldly huffed, preparing to charge at Mengzi once more. Let me handle this. You aren't his match, Yu Shaoran interjected at that moment. You? Do you look down on me? If you step in, you'll just end up bruised. If your wife finds out, I want to have a good explanation, Chu Ningluo replied. Without waiting for Yu Shaoran to respond, she charged forward. So reckless, Mingzi shouted, rushing at her in return. As a seasoned thug, he wasn't without skill. When they clashed, their arms flexed with explosive force, and Chu Ningluo was immediately sent reeling. Yu Shaoran stepped forward, steadying her with a hand on her back. Your skin is quite delicate. It's best for a girl not to engage in such fights, Mengzi chuckled at Chu Ningluo. What's the matter, big man? Come at me again. Chu Ningluo challenged defiantly. This time, let me take over, Yu Shaoran said, stepping protectively in front of Chu Ningluo. It dawned on her that it was Yu Shaoran who had steadied her. His touch felt like a cushion, absorbing all her strength, and his presence offered an unspoken sense of security. Yu Shaoran. Mengzi's gaze sharpened. Yes, Yu Shaoran nodded. I don't like bullying the weak. You should leave. Ha ha. Did I hear right? Not bullying the weak? Mengzi burst into laughter. This is the first time someone has said that in front of me. Only I bully others. Who dares to bully me? Oh, Yu Shaoran merely replied calmly. Mengzi, Fan warned not to provoke Yu Shaoran, Yu Yali interjected. Despite her previous disdain for him, she now cautioned them, recalling Wu Zifan's insistence. You're scared of him. I'm not afraid. I didn't provoke him. He came after me. If he wants to step up, how can I ignore him? Mengzi retorted to Yu Yali. If you don't want to end up crippled, take your people and leave. This is a matter between women, Yu Shaoran stated. His words took Mengzi and his crew by surprise, followed by a burst of laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke in the world. They looked at Yu Shaoran as if he were a fool. Hey, I didn't expect you to put on such a show. Hurry up and run. Do you want to get crippled? I can't be bothered with you, Chu Ningluo said from behind. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Yu Shaoran turned to Chu Ningluo. Fighting is a man's affair. Women should stay out of it. Hey, do you have to be so chauvinistic? And the way you say it makes it sound like I'm your woman. Are you taking advantage of me? Chu Ningluo retorted irritably. Am I? I'm just speaking the truth, Yu Shaoran replied softly. At that moment, Mengzi laughed again. Kid, this is your last chance. Get lost, or I'll mess you up. Yu Shaoran chuckled. I'll give you one last chance too. Leave now, or you'll end up crippled. Kid. You really don't know when to back down. Mengzi's tone turned icy. Enough with the chatter, Yu Shaoran said, growing impatient. He wanted to resolve this quickly so he could take Chu Ningluo home and return to his own place. Without waiting for Mengzi to respond, Yu Shaoran moved. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mengzi, throwing a punch. You're looking for trouble, Mengzi shouted. But before he could finish, he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. The pain hit him like a wave, leaving him in disbelief, his expression vacant. The remaining thugs stood frozen, awestruck by the sheer power. Chu Ningluo's eyes widened in astonishment. This guy is so strong? Recalling her earlier words, her face burned with embarrassment. How could she have thought Yu Xiaoran was a coward? With speed and strength like this. Even her taekwondo instructor couldn't team-match him. He was clearly a hidden talent. She finally understood why Jiang Ying would marry someone who appeared so meek. That punch was simply too impressive. I'll protect you fighting is a man's affair suddenly, as she recalled Yu Xiaoran's words, an unusual sensation stirred within Chu Ninglua. Previously looked down upon, now she finds him quite manly. At this moment, Yu Yali wore an expression of disbelief. It was her first time witnessing Yu Xiaoran in action, and his strength was astonishing. Now, she seemed to understand why Wu Zifan repeatedly emphasized the need to avoid provoking Yu Xiaoran. This guy was merely pretending to be weak while hiding his true strength. Mengzi attempted to rise but discovered that his legs were utterly powerless, accompanied by a sharp pain. He realized that the punch he received had incapacitated his legs. How terrifying this individual was. Had his mastery of power reached such an alarming level? Although Mengzi was filled with rage, he felt utterly helpless. Such a person was beyond his means to confront. He had once seen assassins from the underworld with similar prowess, which was utterly terrifying and beyond reproach. Yu Yali turned to Yu Xiaoran, asking, "What do you want?" She was genuinely frightened. "I don't want anything. You performed admirably today, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just maintain your composure and refrain from troubling my wife again, understood?" Yu Xiaoran's tone was calm. To Yu Yali, this sounded like a threat, but could she dare to voice any objections now? Even if Yu Xiaoran hadn't threatened her, she wouldn't have the audacity to respond. She was merely Wu Zifan's plaything, and even the fiercely resentful Wu Zifan feared Yu Xiaoran. How could she still harbor any anger? At that moment, Chu Ninglua approached and, before Yu Yali could speak, delivered a resounding slap. "What are you being so arrogant about? Aren't you just Yu Xiaoran's little woman? With you, I could have someone play with you to your demise." Yu Yali felt indignant, but remained silent. Yu Xiaoran was at a loss for words. How had Chu Ninglua become his little woman? Unexpectedly, Chu Ninglua quipped, "Yes, I am his little woman." "Are you envious? You wish to be his little woman. But you're not even qualified, you shameless woman." With that, she delivered another slap. Yu Xiaoran made no effort to intervene. She was truly a lively spirit. Yu Yali, filled with fury, could only cry. Yu Xiaoran hadn't anticipated this reaction. Perhaps this was simply how women were. "Let us go," Yu Xiaoran said, pulling Chu Ninglua along. "I'll let you off today, but remember not to provoke me again." Chu Ninglua shot a resentful glance at Yu Yali before allowing herself to be led away. "Hey, don't let go of me. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Upon reaching the car, Chu Ninglua remarked, "Be careful, or I'll tell your wife." Just as she finished speaking, she shifted her tone. "But since you bravely stood up for me and defeated the villain, I'll let you off lightly today. Just don't overstep your bounds." Yu Xiaoran felt a headache coming on. This Chu Ninglua was not only a lively spirit but also a mischievous one. He promptly released her and took the passenger seat. "You're really lacking in gentlemanly manners. You didn't even open the car door for me," Chu Ninglua said, rolling her eyes at him. "You're so strong and powerful, and yet you want me to open the door?" Yu Xiaoran replied, "Are you saying I'm not gentle? I'm just trying to protect you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to act so tough. When I'm gentle, I can be very feminine," Chu Ninglua retorted. Yes, very gentle and feminine. But can we please buckle our seatbelts?" Yu Xiaoran glanced at her. "You really are a blockhead. You could bore the heavens with your chatter." Chu Ninglua mumbled, fastening her seatbelt. Yu Xiaoran started the car, eager to send Chu Ninglua home before she drove him mad. "You're so impressive. I want to become your disciple. You're not allowed to refuse. If you do, I'll tell your wife that you're harassing me," Chu Ninglua said seriously after a brief silence. "I'm not skilled enough to teach you," Yu Xiaoran flatly refused, thinking that having such a disciple would only lead to daily annoyance. Once I decide something, I won't change my mind. I'm determined to have you as my teacher," Chu Ninglua declared. "Suit yourself. I want to teach you," Yu Xiaoran replied softly. "Are you sure?" Chu Ninglua leaned closer, her gaze intense. "Sure, I want to teach you," Yu Xiaoran said without even looking at her. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Chu Ninglua suddenly grabbed Yu Xiaoran's right hand and placed it somewhere in front of her. Quickly snapping a photo, Yu Xiaoran's face turned green. What kind of trick was this? This girl was truly a sorceress, resorting to any means to achieve her goals. "Are you still unwilling?" Chu Ninglua shot a cunning glance at Yu Xiaoran. "Could I say I'm unwilling?" Yu Xiaoran's expression was one of bitter resignation. "Isn't this the right approach? If you had obediently complied earlier, none of this would have happened. Don't worry, as long as you listen. Your wife won't find out," Chu Ninglua smiled. Yu Xiaoran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "What was that technique you used earlier?" Chu Ninglua inquired. "It's not a technique. It's physical strength," Yu Xiaoran explained. "When your strength increases, it becomes a technique. Having technique without strength is merely flashy." "Are you implying I'm all show and no substance?" Chu Ninglua was displeased. "Pretty much. Yusharan offered no leniency. Fine. I admit I lack strength, Chuninglua sighed. What strength can a woman possess? My body is too delicate, and I don't wish to become a muscle-bound woman. That would just make me a tomboy. Practicing strength and flexibility is one method, but isn't there also the internal cultivation of qi? Yusharan suggested. Are you referring to qigong, the legendary inner strength? Chuninglua's interest piqued. If you want to understand it that way, then yes. The stronger the qi you cultivate, the greater the strength you can exert. Yusharan elaborated. Haha, I didn't expect my sister Ying's husband to be so skilled, hiding it so well. Xiao, you must teach me well. Chuninglua broke into laughter, as if she had discovered a new world. Xiao. Yusharan was at a loss for words. Chuninglua was unaware that what Yusharan intended to teach her wasn't inner qi, but rather pure cultivation techniques, focusing on spiritual energy. Not long after, they arrived at Chuninglua's residence. To Yusharan's surprise, the navigation led them to the Yunlong Mountain Villa area. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, the car could not proceed further. Thank you for bringing me back, my dear master. Would you like to come in for a bit? Chuninglua asked cheerfully. No, I need to hurry home. If Ying hasn't returned, I still need to pick her up, Yusharan replied. You're quite the gentleman. I'm a bit envious of Ying. Chuninglua smiled and continued. I'm all alone at home. Oh, then be careful tonight. I'm off, Yusharan said. Feeling exasperated, this Chuninglua truly had no filter. She was rather endearing, though. As she watched the Ferrari drive away, Chuninglua smiled. Chapter 061. A bowl of instant noodles. Ying, have you returned? On his way back, Yusharan called Jiang Ying. I'm already on my way home, Jiang Ying replied. You can come straight back. All right. After hanging up, Yusharan drove directly home. Over half an hour later, he arrived and, upon entering, saw Fong Ro and her husband engaged in conversation. Jiang Nantian, your elder brother's family is looking down on us too much. Isn't it? They bought a house in G1 and flaunted it right in front of me. Fong Ro said, visibly upset. The G1 community is nearly the best in Jiancheng. Each square meter costs over 50,000. A standard two-bedroom apartment runs over 5 million, Jiang Nantian replied. They didn't say anything? You're just too sensitive. Jiang Nantian continued. Fong Ro retorted, they didn't say anything? Constantly bragging about how much they spent and asking when we plan to upgrade our house. Isn't that looking down on us? Especially your sister-in-law, always saying sour words to irritate me, Fong Ro replied. That's much better than Jiang Ying's aunt. Jiang Nantian retorted. Upon hearing this, Fong Ro exploded again. What do you mean? You lost $1 million, and you still dare to argue with me? Jiang Nantian abruptly stood up and threw his bank card on the table. Let me tell you, stop bringing up the million. I've regained it. There's $1 million in my account. Jiang Nantian had suffered greatly over the past few days because of the million, regardless of right or wrongs. He had refrained from raising his voice, as losing made him feel shame. Now that the money had returned, he felt empowered once more. You got the $1 million back? Fong Ro was taken aback, staring at the bank card on the table. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Deceive you? Why would I need to? Check the message, Jiang Nantian said, pulling out his phone to show the text. Fong Ro looked and indeed saw that $1 million had been deposited. He wasn't lying. Did you gamble again? Fong Ro inquired. No, Jiang Nantian replied. Then how did you get the $1 million? Fong Ro's voice turned serious. You say you didn't gamble. But let us consider this a one-time win. If you dare to gamble again, I promise I will divorce you. You always threaten divorce so easily. If I truly divorced you, you would be the one crying and begging, Jiang Nantian retorted. Yi Xiao ran, overhearing this, knew it was true. They had been married for many years, their circumstances were decent, and divorce wasn't so simple. Fine, then. Tomorrow, there's a family gathering at your home. And I want to go. You can go by yourself, Fong Ro said sharply. Are you sure you want to go? The old man is back from his trip. And for this family gathering, I heard he is planning to distribute some money, Jiang Nantian said. Of course I'll go. Fong Ro immediately changed her tone. Jiang Ying's grandfather, the old man Jiang Nantian mentioned, had 2 sons and 2 daughters, with Jiang Nantian being the third. The old man had been in the antique business since his youth, which had influenced Jiang Nantian. Over the decades, the old man had indeed accumulated a considerable fortune, reportedly several million. Now in his 70s, he was preparing to divide his wealth at this family gathering. Fong Ro felt excited at the thought of money. Dad, grandfather is back. At that moment, Jiang Ying walked out of her room, looking as though she had just finished showering. Yes, he just returned today in the evening. I went with your mother to see him, Jiang Nantian said. Xiaoran, you're back. Have you eaten? Jiang Ying asked Xiaoran. Not yet, he replied. I'll go make you a bowl of noodles, Jiang Ying said as she headed to the kitchen. Fong Ro immediately interjected. No, you can't. You're a big star now, and your face and figure are the most important. The smoke from the kitchen is bad for your skin. He can manage on his own. He has done nothing all day. Ever since witnessing Yi Xiaoran's tenacity in the hospital, Feng Rou had begun to choose her words more carefully, at least refraining from calling him useless. However, she still looked down on Yi Xiaoran because of his poverty and inability to earn money, especially when Li Huaisong mentioned offering 50 million. And that idiot refused it. Feng Rou thought him a fool. Mom, it's not as serious as you say. It's just cooking some noodles, Jiang Ying said. As she stepped into the kitchen, Xiaoran, come sit down and have some tea. Jiang Nantian smiled and poured a cup for Yi Xiaoran. This pu'er is quite good. This pu'er tea was indeed the same one Yi Xiaoran had brought from Tanggu last time. Such fine tea for him to drink seems wasteful. Feng Rou remarked. Mom, I got this tea from a friend, Yi Xiaoran replied, lying without a hint of embarrassment. Which friend would give you such good tea? You think you're some sort of leader? You're just spending my daughter's money recklessly, Feng Rou retorted. Enough, enough. I've told you countless times to refrain from speaking so harshly. Don't forget, that reward of 1 million was thanks to Xiaoran's efforts, Jiang Nantian interjected. Oh, so now you two are siding with him, as if I'm an outsider, Feng Rou grumbled, sipping her tea in silence. Xiaoran, tomorrow evening. Be sure to arrive early with Jiang Ying, Jiang Nantian instructed after a few cups of tea. Okay, Yi Xiaoran nodded. Is he going to? Feng Rou asked. Of course he is going. Didn't he, the old man, specifically mention it today? Jiang Nantian replied. By the way, tomorrow is also your grandfather's 72nd birthday. So remember to bring some gifts, Jiang Nantian reminded. All right, Yi Xiaoran nodded again. Don't buy anything too expensive. Don't waste my daughter's money. Feng Rou said sharply. Mom, I have my own money, Yi Xiaoran asserted. Enough, enough. Your money is just the profits you've made living in our house for the past 3 years. You have money but don't earn it. Acting so high and mighty, in the end, you still rely on my daughter's money. It's truly laughable, Feng Rou said dismissively. The noodles are ready. Just then, Jiang Ying walked over with a bowl of instant noodles topped with 2 eggs and a sausage. It looked quite appetizing. Jiang Ying couldn't cook, except for instant noodles. Thank you. Yi Xiaoran smiled and accepted the bowl, savoring it. It was his first meal prepared by Jiang Ying. Mom, I've told you many times that Xiaoran didn't use my money. Can you stop criticizing him? No matter how you look at it. He is still your son-in-law, half a son, Jiang Ying said gently to Feng Rou. Daughter, while that is true, he doesn't know how to earn money. How can I respect him? You don't understand. In the hospital, when others offered 50 million, he didn't even care. If he had earned that 50 million, we could buy a villa in Yunlong Mountain, and I could take care of him in luxury every day, Feng Rou lamented. Jiang Ying was taken aback. He was moved by 50 million. If it weren't for saving a life, who would be willing to part with such a large sum? It seemed Xiaoran's medical skills were indeed remarkable, Jiang Ying thought, smiling at Yi Xiaoran, who was enjoying his noodles. For Yi Xiaoran, this was the most delicious meal he had since his rebirth. After finishing dinner and returning to the room, Jiang Ying asked Yi Xiaoran, Did you take Ning Luo home? Did she ask you anything? I didn't hear anything, Yi Xiaoran replied. She is determined to uncover the identity of the mysterious person. I suspect she is already suspicious of you, so you must keep silent, Jiang Ying cautioned. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. What? Are you afraid I'll be taken away by her? Don't worry, that won't happen. Jiang Ying rolled her eyes, as if anyone would care about you. Then why don't you want her to know? Yi Xiaoran inquired. I just don't want to. There is no reason, Jiang Ying replied irritably. Hurry up and wash up, then go to bed. Yi Xiaoran laughed. Can I sleep on the bed tonight? Dream on. You can sleep on the floor, Jiang Ying replied. Yi Xiaoran, feeling dejected, could only head for the shower, then sleep on the floor once again. Tomorrow, prepare a gift. My grandfather loves antiques. Jiang Ying reminded as soon as Yi Xiaoran lay down. All right, Yi Xiaoran responded, and then it was time to sleep. Chapter 62, The White Fox Master, you look really handsome today. In the morning, when he dropped Jiang Ying off at the company, he saw Chuning Luo. She had just closed the door of her Maserati, and since yesterday, when he learned that Chuning Luo lived in the Yunlong Mountain Villa area, Yi Xiaoran understood that she was wealthy. But this master? Master? Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes filled with doubt as she looked at Yi Xiaoran. You fought with some big guys yesterday, and Ning Luo insisted on learning martial arts from me, Yi Xiaoran explained. You got into a fight yesterday? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang Ying appeared somewhat displeased, concerned that it might trouble you, but there was nothing of significance, merely a little rascal. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Have you agreed to become Ning Luo's master? Jiang Ying inquired. Yes, Yi Xiaoran nodded. I disagree, Jiang Ying raised her brows. Yi Xiaoran thought to himself. This could lead to anger, could it not? Inger, are you feeling jealous? Chuning Luo laughed, looking at Jiang Ying. I'm not jealous. Jiang Ying's face flushed at the remark. Then why do you disagree? Chuning Luo continued. Because. Jiang Ying mumbled for a long while, but could not articulate a reason. All right, let's hurry inside. It would be quite awkward if your employees found out you were jealous over such a trivial matter, Chuning Luo said, pulling Jiang Ying towards the building. As they walked, Jiang Ying conversed with Chuning Luo, though she was unaware of the topic. Mr. Yi, you've taken on a disciple. Would you consider accepting me as a student as well? At that moment, Mu Baishui approached, standing closely beside Yu Xiaoran, her presence adorned with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Miss Mu, you flatter me. I hardly have the qualifications to be your master, Yu Xiaoran replied. Then surely we can be friends. In the future. Should I find myself afflicted with cold poison, I may call upon Brother Yi for assistance, Mu Baishui winked. You even call me Brother Yi. Are we not already friends? Yu Xiaoran smiled, turning to enter his car. He truly wished to avoid lengthy conversations with a captivating beauty like Mu Baishui. Why? Are you afraid of losing control one day? Intentionally keeping your distance? Third young Master Yi. I find you increasingly intriguing, Mu Baishui mused, watching the departing Ferrari with a smile. At that moment, her phone chimed. She stepped aside, opened her phone, and accessed a special website through her browser, Blood Diamond Network, a platform for employers to post tasks. A striking title announced a bounty of 100 million for an assassination mission. Upon entering, Mu Baishui's expression turned grave. For the target of the bounty was none other than Yu Xiaoran. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted the task, and soon after, the title vanished. The recipient was White Fox, with the specifics concealed from others. Not long ago, she had visited Garden Number 18 with the intent to kill Mo Yun. Yu Xiaoran's elimination of Mo Yun had inadvertently assisted her. That day, her interest in Yu Xiaoran was sparked. Thus, she had come to Heavenly Queen Entertainment. I can only grant you 7 days. After that, your fate rests in your hands, she murmured to herself. The Blood Diamond missions had never failed. If one failed, another would take its place. If the Black Iron failed, then the Golden, and if the Golden failed, then the Diamond. Mu Baishui pondered, uncertain of her motivations. Who had placed the bounty of 100 million? Was it those from 3 years ago, or someone else? Yu Xiaoran drove to the antique street. BUS Street, familiar with the terrain. After wandering for 2 to 3 hours without discovering anything of value, he heard someone call out, Mr. Yi, it truly is you. Turning in curiosity, he saw a young man approach. Who are you? Yu Xiaoran inquired, not recognizing him. I am Tang Qingxi. I've seen you at my home when you treated my grandfather, the young man replied. Oh, it's you? Yu Xiaoran finally recalled. Mr. Yi, let me introduce my friend. Gui Xiao, Gui Yongdong, Tang Qingxi said. Hello, Yu Xiaoran nodded at Gui Yongdong. Hello, Gui Yongdong acknowledged, seemingly indifferent. Anyone who could befriend Tang Qingxi was certainly not an ordinary person, likely wealthy or noble. Gui Yongdong exuded an air of superiority, clad in designer brands. However, Yu Xiaoran remained unconcerned, having no desire to engage further with him. Just as he intended to depart, Tang Qingxi called out, Mr. Yi, it's noon. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's find a place to eat together. Yu Xiaoran shook his head. No, I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Yi, why be so polite? I admire you greatly. My father said you are a master appraiser. Today, at Shangbo Building on BUS Street, there is an appraisal event. After we eat, we can go take a look, and you can broaden my horizons, Tang Qingxi said, visibly excited. An appraisal event at Shangbo Building? Yu Xiaoran asked. Indeed, there's also buying and selling. If luck is on our side, we could acquire remarkable items for very little money. Many will be attending today, Tang Qingxi explained. He and Gui Yongdong had come specifically for this event due to their family's interest in such activities. All right, let's go take a look together, Yu Xiaoran consented. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, lifting plastic bags and other debris into the air. Yongdong, why is your forehead bleeding? Tang Qingxi observed Gui Yongdong. Gui Yongdong touched his forehead and inspected it closely, confirming the presence of blood. You really are unlucky. Something must have struck you just now, Tang Qingxi remarked. In broad daylight, blood appears, your brow darkens, a harbinger of misfortune, Yu Xiaoran observed. Glancing at Gui Yongdong with a calm demeanor, he wouldn't have mentioned it were it not for Tang Qingxi's friendship. What do you mean? Are you cursing me? Gui Yongdong responded, displeased. Then consider my words unspoken, Yu Xiaoran replied coolly. Yongdong, you must heed Mr. Ye's words. Tang Qingxi leaned closer to Gui Yongdong and whispered a few sentences. Is that true? Gui Yongdong's expression grew serious after hearing. Absolutely, Tang Qingxi confirmed. Master Yi, please, I beg you to save me, Gui Yongdong exclaimed, looking at Yu Xiaoran. I apologize for any previous offense. Please forgive me. Yu Xiaoran smiled. In the coming days, avoid playing with fire. Understood, Gui Yongdong nodded earnestly. Also, find a feng shui master to examine your home. I suspect your household's feng shui is unfavorable, Yu Xiaoran added. Yes, 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 Gui Yongdong nodded repeatedly. In the realm of antiques, delving into its origins is crucial. As many artifacts come from the earth, and even those unearthed can carry negative energy. Master Yi, allow me to treat you to lunch today. It would be an honor. Gui Yongdong invited. Very well, Yi Shaoran accepted graciously. BUS Street, known as the Antique Street of Jiang City, attracts both common folk and prominent figures. Thus numerous upscale restaurants abound. Shangbao Building, being an upscale establishment, only permits entry to its members. Upon reaching the entrance, the staff respectfully greeted Gui Yongdong. Please arrange a private room for me in the Tianziho section, Gui Yongdong instructed. This Shangbao building belongs to Guo Xiao's family, Tang Chengji remarked. Yusharan was not surprised. He had already discerned Gui Yongdong's affluent background. The Tianziho room was the finest, typically inaccessible to the average person. But since Shangbao building was owned by Gui Yongdong's family, it posed no issue. Once inside the private room, Gui Yongdong ordered 2 bottles of 30-year-old Mount Ai and an array of exotic delicacies. Mr. Yi, I toast to you. Gui Yongdong filled his cup, which held about 2 ounces of liquor, and downed it in one gulp. Yusharan chuckled, also raising his glass. Mr. Yi, if I cannot find a suitable feng shui master, I may trouble you once more. If I have time, I might assist, Yusharan replied softly. Mr. Yi, I also toast to you. Thank you for saving my grandfather. He can now take walks. Tang Qingji raised his cup and drank. Yusharan naturally reciprocated the gesture. As the toast continued, the first bottle was quickly consumed, and they opened a second. I need to use the restroom. The second bottle was consumed moderately, and Yusharan felt a pressing need to visit the restroom. Mr. Yi, could it be that you were unable to hold it in? You might as well go to the restroom to vomit, Gui Yongdong, slightly inebriated, remarked with a lack of caution in his speech. Yet it was this very candor that rendered him more relaxed and genuine. After relieving himself comfortably in the restroom, he emerged, faintly hearing the sound of a girl's desperate pleas. Though distant, Yusharan's keen hearing picked up the distressing words. Let go of me. Please, let go. Chapter 63. Wu Kai let go of you? Such a beautiful woman, would any man be able to part with her? In a private room, Wu Kai gazed at Lin Siyu with a smirk, the youngest and most beautiful aloof music creator in Jiangcheng. Indeed splendid. Wu Kai, you beast. If you dare to lay a finger on me, be prepared to rot in jail. Lin Siyu struggled violently, but escape was futile. Jail? Do you really think someone of my stature would ever see the inside of a prison? Wu Kai laughed heartily. Lin Siyu, since you require my assistance, what is wrong with spending some time together? If you wish, you could even become my woman. A few of Wu Kai's lackeys chimed in with jeers. Exactly. Who do you think you are, demanding 10 million as if it grows on trees? Just a couple of drinks, and you expect to walk away with that amount? Becoming Wu Xiao's woman is a privilege. You can't do this. It's illegal. I'm not borrowing any money. Just let me go. Lin Siyu's face turned pale with fear. She was genuinely terrified. Being humiliated by Wu Kai felt worse than death. The reason she sought Wu Kai today was to borrow 10 million. Crucial for saving her mother's life, as a treasure at Shangbaila required that exact amount. Wu Kai chuckled. Regardless of your borrowing, today you belong to me. My little beauty. Wu Kai, I beg you, please let me go. Lin Siyu began to plead. All right, you can leave, Wu Kai said with a smirk, signaling for her to be released. Lin Siyu felt a rush of hope. Perhaps Wu Kai would indeed allow her to escape. Yet, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the floor, suddenly feeling utterly powerless. What did you do to my drink? She gasped, her heart plummeting into despair. Did I? No. Perhaps you simply wish to stay, Wu Kai replied with a wicked grin, moving closer to Lin Siyu. Dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, she appeared both pure and enchanting, evoking a tempest of desire within him. If you dare to touch me, I will bite my tongue and die. Lin Siyu's voice trembled with desperation. Die by biting your tongue? Thank you for the reminder, Wu Kai chuckled, grabbing a towel from the table and stuffing it into her mouth. Now, everything's settled. ISNT it. Be good and enjoy. I will be very gentle. At that moment, Yi Shaoran burst through the door of the private room, which had been locked but succumbed to his forceful entry. Seeing Yi Shaoran arrive, Lin Siyu desperately tried to call for help, but her voice was barely audible. Like a drowning woman clutching at a straw, she struggled, her strength waning until even moving became a challenge. A group of scoundrels bullying a girl? That is my friend. Let her go, Yi Shaoran declared. Though he had only met Lin Siyu a few times, they were friends, and he could not stand idly by. Who are you? Who let you in? Get lost and mind your own business, or I'll make you regret it. One of Wu Kai's thugs snarled, his face twisted with malice. Wu Kai's expression darkened. He was so close to achieving his desires, only to be interrupted by this unexpected intruder. Leave? And what if I refuse? Yi Shaoran retorted with a cold smile. Wu Kai's face hardened, and he spat. Refuse? Then I'll break your legs. So you intend to fight? Yusharan scoffed. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Ruthless? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Wukai laughed dismissively. What are you waiting for? Take him down. Make sure to beat him to a pulp. Wukai commanded, and his remaining lackeys charged at Yusharan, fists and bottles raised amidst a cacophony of insults. Yusharan remained unfazed as he observed the approaching throng, a cold smile gracing his lips. As they drew near, he suddenly unleashed a flurry of punches. Each strike sending a thug crashing to the ground, unable to withstand even a single blow from him, as if they were made of paper. Before long, the room was filled with Moa. Yusharan approached Lin Siyu and removed the cloth that had been stuffed into her mouth. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she trembled in fear, haunted by an unbearable torment that made her wish for death yet felt powerless to achieve it. Thank you. I was so scared. Overwhelmed by helplessness, she threw herself into Yusharan's embrace, feeling the warmth and softness of his presence. It's all right. He reassured her gently. At that moment, several security guards in suits approached the entrance, led by the team leader. Are you blind? Didn't you see that I was attacked? Kill that scoundrel. Wu Kai bellowed, pointing at Yusharan, regaining his confidence. Who are you to dare lay a hand on Wu Xiao? The team leader shouted as he brandished an electric baton, advancing towards Yusharan with hostility. Why should I explain myself? Yusharan replied casually, observing the team leader. What are you asking for? Hitting Wu Xiao is wrong. You dare cause trouble here, and I see you're itching for a fight. The team leader scoffed. Is that so? You really think you can take me on? Yusharan retorted coldly. How arrogant. Do you even know where you are? This isn't a place for you to act recklessly. The team leader sneered, preparing to strike Yusharan. Enraged by such a fool, Yusharan swiftly kicked the leader to the ground. Still want to resist? Fine. Let us see how many of you can take me on, he declared. The team leader, now on his feet, summoned his fellow guards. Although they were trained, they posed no challenge to Yusharan, whom he regarded as mere weaklings. Just then, Gui Yongdong and Tang Xingji arrived. Having come to check on Yusharan after he had not returned for a while. Gui Xiao, this guy hit Wu Xiao, the team leader said, bending over like a dog upon seeing Gui Yongdong. Yongdong, you're just in time. This brat dared to strike me. Bring more people. I'm going to make him unrecognizable to his own parents, Wu Kai urged, glancing at Gui Yongdong. You know each other? Yusharan asked Gui Yongdong. I suppose we do. As general acquaintances, nothing too deep, Gui Yongdong replied, understanding the implication in Yusharan's words. What happened? He inquired further. Miss Lin is my friend. He drugged her intending to humiliate her in the private room, Yusharan explained. With a sharp slap, Gui Yongdong struck the team leader. Get lost. Go to finance and collect your wages. You're fired. The team leader's face fell as he realized he had lost his job, which had previously earned him considerable tips. Come work for me, Gui Yongdong offered dismissively. Thank you, Wu Xiao, the team leader said with a forced smile. Yongdong, you know him? You're really lowering your standards by associating with such lowly figures, Wu Kai scoffed. Mr. Yi is my esteemed guest. Who I choose to associate with is none of your business, Gui Yongdong countered firmly. In your establishment, I was assaulted by him, and you owe me an explanation. Wu Kai demanded darkly. Wu Kai, is it? I genuinely regret not having knocked you out earlier, Yusharan replied with a smirk. How arrogant. Do you even know my identity? Wu Kai retorted coldly. Tang Qingji interjected. Wu Kai, Mr. Yi is my friend and a distinguished guest of the Tang family. Wu Kai was taken aback, realizing that Tang Qingji had stepped in to support Yusharan. Offending both Gui Yongdong and Tang Qingji simultaneously was a foolish move. If they united against him, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. You're quite the hidden gem. We'll see how this unfolds. Wu Kai said with a cold chuckle before turning to leave. Wait, Yusharan stepped forward to block his path. What do you want? Wu Kai asked icily. Nothing much. Just thought I'd teach you a lesson for being so arrogant. Yusharan replied nonchalantly before delivering a sharp slap, followed by another. Wu Kai staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth and teeth falling out. Witnessing the shocking display, both Tang Qingji and Gui Yongdong were left speechless. It was incredibly audacious. However, they understood that Yusharan was not relying on them. Rather, they needed to curry favor with him. You've got guts. Wu Kai seethed, storming off. Mr. Yi. Wu Kai will undoubtedly seek revenge, Gui Yongdong warned as he approached. It's nothing to worry about, Yusharan assured him. At that moment, he noticed Lin Siyu fidgeting beside him. Understanding her plight, he turned as she expressed during the press conference. She was profoundly captivated by Yusharan, unable to extricate herself from his allure. Yet, she had concealed her feelings for a long time, primarily because he was married. However, following recent events, her concerns seemed to fade. Yusharan felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing that everyone was now aware that his wife did not allow him to touch her, which was rather embarrassing. Miss Lin, you have a bright future ahead. Do not act impulsively. Your feelings for me stem solely from my music. That is admiration, not affection. After a brief pause, Yisharan added, "Please rest here. I must head upstairs to attend the appraisal conference." "Is it because I am not beautiful enough?" Lin Siyu inquired. "You are quite beautiful," Yisharan replied. "Is it that I lack gentleness?" "No, you are gentle as well." "Then why won't you?" Lin Siyu pressed. "Rest assured, I shall not speak of this. It will remain our secret. There is no need for such things. As I said, I am already married." Lin Siyu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, yet Yisharan's words instilled a sense of calm within her. Still, upon hearing him mention the appraisal conference, she hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. "What's wrong?" Yisharan asked. "I would like to borrow 10 million. Lin Siyu finally voiced her request, as that item was of utmost importance to her. "If you borrow 10 million from me, you may come to me whenever you wish. I would not mind." Lin Siyu added, fully aware that 10 million was a substantial sum. They were not well acquainted, and Yisharan's act of saving her today was already a significant favor. Borrowing such an amount seemed implausible. Yet, her regard for Yisharan compelled her to voice such a request. "I can lend you 10 million. But let us not speak of anything else, as we are merely friends. Besides, I owe you a favor from our last encounter," Yisharan acknowledged. "You must need to purchase something here. Tell me what it is, and I shall procure it for you." "Do you truly possess such wealth?" Lin Siyu asked, initially hoping for Yisharan to present the angel blue to Jiang, assuming he must be affluent. However, rumors circulating online made her doubt the source of his wealth. "Of course," Yisharan confirmed. "Thank you. You are a good man," Lin Siyu expressed, touched by his generosity. "Not particularly," Yisharan replied with a smile. Lin Siyu, however, felt an urge to ask him why he had restrained himself despite her earlier demeanor. Yisharan poured a glass of water for Lin Siyu, and after a brief conversation, they exited together. "Mr. Yi, shall we proceed?" Guo Yongdong and Tang Qingji awaited them, moving toward Yisharan and Lin Siyu as they emerged. "Very well," Yisharan nodded. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Guo Yongdong and Tang Qingji's gazes were rather peculiar. Upon reaching the upper floor, they discovered a throng of people surrounding various displays of treasures. Numerous appraisal experts were present, as sellers typically offered a commission to those who successfully identified genuine items. "Where's the item you seek?" Yisharan inquired, intent on resolving Lin Siyu's matter before attending to his own affairs. Lin Siyu had previously gifted him a song, not worth much, but he had promised her a favor. This would serve as a means of repaying that debt. "Follow me." Lin Siyu nodded and led Yisharan to a larger display area. Before long, they arrived at a sizable counter, which had been temporarily erected like a fair exhibit. Several distinguished-looking middle-aged individuals stood nearby, dressed in understated attire. Among the crowd, Yisharan spotted Wu Kai, who glared at him with disdain. "What brings a pauper like you here?" Wu Kai sneered. "Where I go is none of your concern. Are you still seeking an opportunity to slap me again? To knock out a few more teeth?" Yisharan retorted coldly. Such arrogance from a youth. Does he intend to confront Wu Kai? "Wu Shao, is your face bruised because of him?" Several bystanders remarked, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Wu Kai's expression soured as he warned, "Do not provoke me. You will regret it." Yisharan responded with indifference. "Has Lin Siyu found satisfaction with you? In this brief time, I doubt you have fulfilled her desires. You truly are inept. Scum." Lin Siyu exclaimed, her anger boiling over at Wu Kai's remarks, which left her feeling humiliated in front of so many. "Do not lower yourself to the level of a dog. When a dog goes mad, a few strikes will suffice," Yisharan advised, inciting Wu Kai's face to flush with rage. The onlookers were increasingly curious about Yisharan's identity. Who was this individual daring to speak to Wu Kai in such a manner? Especially with Guo Yongdong and Tang Qingji trailing behind him, their presence only intensified the intrigue. Lin Siyu cast a cold glance at Wu Kai before her gaze settled on a translucent jade guanyin statue atop the counter, exuding a remarkable aura. Priced at 10 million. It was not exorbitant. If Yisharan purchased it and absorbed its spiritual energy, he could reap considerable benefits. However, this was Lin Siyu's desire, and Yisharan would not exploit it. He was merely puzzled as to why she would risk seeking Wu Kai's assistance for such a purchase. Without further ado, Yisharan addressed the vendor. "Please set this jade guanyin aside for me. I will buy it." "Certainly," the vendor responded, slightly taken aback. Many had admired the statue that day, yet none had committed to a purchase. Originally acquired for 2 million. The vendor had intended to list it for 8 million, but was pleasantly surprised by the immediate interest. "Do not mistake me for a pauper. That is 10 million. Not a penny less," Wu Kai interjected with a scoff. "Indeed, it is 10 million. As you can see," the vendor confirmed. "I did not misread. There is no need for reminders. Let us proceed with the transfer." "Is this the account on the business card?" Yisharan inquired. "Correct," the vendor affirmed. Yisharan then retrieved his phone, initiating the transfer. Due to the substantial amount, the process required additional verification, resulting in a slight delay. "Such pretense." Wu Kai sneered. clearly skeptical of Yi Xiaoran's ability to produce 10 million. Sir, the funds have been successfully transferred. I will prepare your purchase and issue an invoice. The vendor announced, a smile spreading across his face. Wu Kai was momentarily speechless, astonished that Yi Xiaoran indeed possessed the 10 million. You are the very definition of a lowly creature, Yi Xiaoran remarked, casting a glance at Wu Kai. You. Wu Kai's face flushed crimson, pointing at Yi Xiaoran. 10 million means nothing to me. To you, I remain a pauper. Perhaps, Yi Xiaoran replied nonchalantly, then handed the wrapped jade guanyin to Lin Siyu. Take care of it. Thank you. Thank you so much. My mother is saved. Lin Siyu expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. What is the matter? Yi Xiaoran inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This jade guanyin is our family heirloom, which I had to pawn to settle my debts. The women in my family only bear daughters and only accept suitors from within the family. We do not marry outside. This is a rule passed down through generations. And if a woman in my family is separated from the jade guanyin past the age of 40, she is doomed to fall gravely ill. Listening to Lin Siyu, Yi Xiaoran began to understand. It was not surprising. There must have been a deep-rooted connection between Lin Siyu's ancestors and the jade guanyin. May I return home now? Lin Siyu asked softly. Of course, Yi Xiaoran nodded. He then turned to Gui Yongdong, Gui Xiao. Could you arrange for someone to escort Miss Lin home? Certainly, Gui Yongdong replied, making a quick call. Xiao Jun, please come over. Not long after, Gui Yongdong made arrangements. And a few individuals came to escort Lin Siyu away. Brother Yi, I will repay you, Lin Siyu said, gazing lovingly at Yi Xiaoran before her departure. Yi Xiaoran felt a bit awkward under her gaze. Subsequently, Yi Xiaoran took a stroll but found nothing of value. He had yet to settle on a gift for his grandfather. Mr. Yi, didn't find anything to your liking? Tang Xingji inquired. There are indeed many fine items. But they are not suitable, and there is no necessity to purchase what holds no use, Yi Xiaoran replied. There will soon be an auction upstairs. Shall we go take a look? Tang Xingji suggested. Sure, Yi Xiaoran nodded. Xingji, at the auction upstairs, all items have not been appraised. It relies entirely on one's eye. One could become immensely wealthy, yet also lose everything and question their very existence, Gui Yongdong cautioned. No worries. Let's go take a look, Yi Xiaoran responded. Yongdong, do you know who discovered the astonishing Qi Baisher's genuine painting group of shrimp that shocked Jia Cheng last time? Tang Xingji asked. Isn't it someone surnamed Jiang? Gui Yongdong softly replied. Correct. That was Mr. Ye's father-in-law, but the actual discoverer was Mr. Yi himself, Tang Xingji noted. My father was present at that moment. Thus, Mr. Ye's discerning eye is extraordinary. Tang Xingji added. I see. Let us hasten upstairs, Gui Yongdong said, eager to broaden his horizons as well. Upon arriving upstairs, the crowd was not overly large. Yet it was evident that most attendees held a certain status, with many being older. Wu Kai had also arrived on this floor. Shortly after, as per tradition, a beautiful host took to the stage to announce the commencement of the auction. Yi Xiaoran paid close attention to each item being auctioned. There were numerous items, some worth tens of thousands, others in the millions. Soon, a bronze ancient sword was brought forth for auction. It was intriguing, with no introduction nor appraisal. Yet the starting bid was set at 1 million. There was a palpable aura of menace surrounding the sword. It had undoubtedly seen battle and soaked in blood, an ancient relic. Without a doubt, and its worth was not insignificant. 1 million was, by the market standards, exceedingly low. Such unearthed artifacts could be challenging to appraise, even by authoritative experts. Thus the nature of this auction leaned heavily towards such items. Otherwise, who would be foolish enough to auction them at a low price? You may bid on this ancient sword. It could be acquired for less than 10 million, Yi Xiaoran remarked to Gui Yongdong and Tang Xingji. Haha, splendid, Tang Xingji exclaimed. Yongdong, let us bid together. We shall share the costs and equally divide the profits, Tang Xingji proposed. Agreed, Tang Xingji nodded. At this moment, bidding had already begun. Since Shangbao Tower belonged to the Gui family, Gui Yongdong was not in a position to bid, so Tang Xingji raised the paddle. He wisely refrained from raising the bid too much at once, merely following others and waiting for intervals between bids to avoid appearing overly eager. Eventually, the sword was secured for just under 2 million. The procedure was straightforward. Tang Xingji swiped his card and obtained the ancient sword. Mr. Yi, take a look quickly, Tang Xingji said, handing the sword to Yi Xiaoran. The sword felt heavy and unadorned, with a somewhat dull edge. There were no engravings. Likely the reason it could not be appraised. Upon grasping the sword, Yi Xiaoran sensed an entirely different energy, as he circulated his spiritual energy into it. The sword emitted a resonant hum, captivating both Tang Xingji and Gui Yongdong. The blade seemed to shed a layer of rust, and the gleam within it shifted, transforming it from what it was previously. The commotion immediately attracted the curiosity of those nearby. This sword is named Qiuhua. It dates back to the Warring States period. Yi Xiaoran remarked with a smile. You have struck gold. Tang Qingji and his companion noticed ancient inscriptions appearing on the sword's surface, revealing hidden mysteries. No one dared to damage the exterior, thus remaining unaware of the inscriptions within. This is indeed the Qiuhua sword recorded in historical texts from the Warring States period. It is a treasure. At that moment, an elderly man donned in reading glasses approached. Visibly excited. Professor Wang is an authority. If he says it's genuine, then it surely is. What incredible fortune, young Master Tang, congratulations. This sword could easily fetch 10 times its worth. Others immediately began to murmur in admiration, though jealousy coursed through some, including Wu Kai. Tang Qingji and Guo Yongdong were beaming. Although both were top-tier wealthy heirs from Jiangcheng, they still relied on their fathers, and their funds wouldn't surpass 50 million. They had made a significant profit, all thanks to Yu Xiaoran's insight. Guo Yongdong, in particular, increasingly admired Yu Xiaoran, recognizing him as a true master, far surpassing the so-called experts present. The auction continued with many items, yet few piqued genuine interest until a blood jade stone came up for bidding. Yu Xiaoran's interest was piqued as he sensed the ominous aura from afar. It was a malevolent object. However, for Yu Xiaoran, such malevolence could be harnessed for cultivation. All things are born from a spiritual essence. Malevolence can transform into spiritual energy, and refining malevolence is akin to refining spiritual energy. The starting price was 50,000. Yet it took a while before it reached 80,000. The enthusiasm was lukewarm. Yu Xiaoran raised the bid to 100,000, intending to secure it outright. As soon as he placed his bid, others quickly followed suit, escalating the excitement. Clearly, the prior Qiuhua sword had left a significant impact. Among those bidding was Wu Kai, who had escalated his bid to 200,000. Yu Xiaoran chuckled softly, knowing he was merely purchasing it for cultivation. Mr. Yi, are you short on funds? I have some available. Feel free to bid. Guo Yongdong observed as Yu Xiaoran hesitated to raise his bid. No need. It's not necessary. Yu Xiaoran replied. Wu Kai had already reached 500,000. It seems he intends to follow our lead in bidding, Tang Qingji remarked. Yu Xiaoran smiled. Continue to raise the bid, but make it appear that you are determined to secure it. I will tell you when to stop. Understood, Tang Qingji nodded. Then raised the paddle to 600,000. Predictably, others followed suit, including Wu Kai. Tang Qingji increased the bids incrementally by 100,000, soon reaching 1 million. At this point, only Wu Kai remained in contention, while others expressed interest but were unsure of the situation. Wu Kai, if you lack funds, perhaps you should call your father for more? Yu Xiaoran taunted. Nonsense, how could I be out of money? You want this, don't you? I simply won't let you have it, Wu Kai retorted. Wu Kai, it's merely an ordinary stone. Is it truly worth this? Tang Qingji questioned. An ordinary stone? Do you think me a fool? If it were ordinary, would it fetch 1 million? Wu Kai countered, then raised his paddle to 1,100,000. All right, that should suffice. Let him have it. Tang Qingji was about to raise his paddle again when Yu Xiaoran stopped him. Come on, why don't you raise your bid? I see you're about to call your father, trying to outbid me? Wu Kai sneered. Yes, you are impressive. Are you satisfied now? Tang Qingji replied, somewhat exasperated. Wu Kai wore a smug grin, casting a disdainful glance at them before proceeding to pay and claim his item, confident it was a treasure. Mr. Yi, isn't that just blood jade? What's so special about it? Guo Yongdong subsequently inquired. Blood jade, also known as chicken bloodstone, appears ordinary but is far from mundane. It holds value for certain individuals within martial circles, yet for Wu Kai, it will prove utterly useless. Moreover, appraisers may claim it has longevity properties. In reality, if an ordinary person wears it, they will be beset by ailments, Yu Xiaoran explained softly. Haha. Wu Kai will likely seek an appraisal and may very well wear it himself, spending over 1 million, only to be afflicted by illness when he realizes this. Will he not be furious? Guo Yongdong laughed. Such a person, even in death, deserves his fate, Yu Xiaoran remarked coldly. The auction continues, nearing its conclusion. In the end, Yu Xiaoran's attention is captured by a string of wooden spherical prayer beads. The host introduces them as prayer beads once worn by a certain Buddhist master, said to ward off evil spirits, with a starting bid of 100,000 yuan. Yu Xiaoran is intrigued. The beads are crafted from Qingjialing wood, an exceptionally rare and spiritually significant material. A gift for his grandfather would be most fitting, as it promises longevity more effectively than many medicinal herbs. And it offers long-term benefits. 110,000, Yu Xiaoran raises his paddle. The beads, seemingly unremarkable, attract few bidders. And those who do bid appear to do so for mere amusement, given the low price. Predictably, Wu Kai raises his bid, incrementing it by 100,000 again. Yu Xiaoran remains unfazed. He is determined to possess these beads, regardless of the cost. In the end, only Yu Xiaoran and Wu Kai are left in the bidding war. With Wu Kai reaching 2 million yuan, Yu Xiaoran, unhurried, increases his bid gradually. Incensed by Yu Xiaoran's aggressive bidding, Wu Kai is determined to reclaim his pride. Come on. I have plenty of money, he mocks, raising his paddle to 3 million. Oh, is that so? Let us see just how much you can afford, Yu Xiaoran replies coolly, immediately raising his bid to 4 million. If it's a game you wish to play, then I shall gladly join you, Wu Kai retorts, swiftly raising it to 5 million. Yu Xiaoran chuckles, 6 million. Wu Kai does not back down, calling out 7 million. Yu Xiaoran escalates to 10 million, causing Wu Kai's expression to darken. Having just auctioned off over 10 million, Wu Kai realizes he has less than 20 million left, and the funds are running thin. Yet, he presses on, believing Yu Xiaoran must also be nearing his limit. What is this? Wu to Xiao out of funds. Yu Xiaoran glances over, a smirk on his face. Out of money? Do you think I lack funds? Wu Kai retorts, raising his paddle to 11 million. Yu Xiaoran smiles, as expected of Wu to Xiao. But bidding in increments of 1 million is rather dull. With that, he raises his bid to 20 million. Wu Kai's face suddenly stiffens. His finances can no longer support further increases. The bidding time for auction items is limited to 30 seconds, primarily to heighten the tension and excitement of the auction. Thus, bidders arrive with sufficient funds. As time ticks away, Wu Kai refrains from raising his paddle again. Ultimately, the QNGLing prayer beads are claimed by Yu Xiaoran. Wu to Xiao, it appears you are not as formidable as you claimed. Weren't you boasting about having ample funds? Be mindful of your own limitations when you boast next time, Yu Xiaoran taunts as he holds the QNGLing beads. Humph, you're merely relying on Guo Yongdong and Tang Qingji to strut around. Wu Kai scoffs before turning to leave. Observing Wu Kai's embarrassment, Yu Xiaoran feels little regret. It was merely a slight rebuke. He generally prefers to remain low-key, yet Wu Kai insisted on provoking him, inviting this rebuke upon himself. Guo Yongdong and Tang Qingji exchange glances, surprised by Yu Xiaoran's apparent wealth. Tang Qingji recalls that his father had given Yu Xiaoran 1 million as a reward, leaving the additional 2 million to be Yu Xiaoran's own. This indicates that Yu Xiaoran is not lacking in resources. Reflecting on his earlier intention to lend Yu Xiaoran money, he feels a twinge of embarrassment. Mr. Yi, what is so remarkable about these prayer beads? Guo Yongxing inquires once they exit the auction house and enter a private room. They are made from QNGL wood, known for its longevity-enhancing properties, Yu Xiaoran explains. But surely they are not worth 20 million? Tang Qingji remarks. Life is priceless. For the wealthy, if it can extend life by even a year, they would likely pay 200 million without hesitation, Yu Xiaoran replies with a smile. Moreover, the benefits of these QNGLing beads extend far beyond that. Guo Yongxing and Tang Qingji nod in agreement. Indeed, life is invaluable, and even a single day is worth fighting for among the affluent. Guo Yongxing retrieves a lighter, intending to light a cigarette, but as he ignites it, the lighter explodes, sending plastic fragments flying into his hand. What terrible luck! Guo Yongxing laments, utterly speechless. I warned you not to play with fire, Yu Xiaoran chides. Guo Yongxing hastily nods. Mr. Yi, I truly concede. There can be no such coincidence in this world. This is genuinely a calamity. Hand me the jade pendant around your neck. Yu Xiaoran instructs. All right. Guo Yongxing complies, removing it and handing it over. Yu Xiaoran takes it, pricks his finger to let a drop of blood fall into it, then channels his spiritual energy to craft a jade talisman. The quality of the pendant is decent enough to withstand the formation of the talisman. It may provide some benefit in averting a significant disaster, though it is not foolproof. You must remain cautious, Yu Xiaoran advises. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Guo Yongxing expresses his gratitude. Yongsheng, consider yourself fortunate. My father once paid 1 million for a single jade talisman, Tang Qingji interjects. However, he quickly realizes the implications and adds, of course, Mr. Ye's talisman is priceless. One could hardly buy it even with wealth. Mr. Ye, I don't have much money on me. How about I offer you 1 million? Guo Yongxing proposes. Yu Xiaoran smiles. No need. Our acquaintance is a form of fate. I was once in need of money, but now I am not. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Guo Yongxing insists. Very well, Yu Xiaoran nods. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Brother Yi, could you leave your number? Guo Yongxing asked with a grin. Yu Xiaoran chuckles and obliges, providing them with his contact information. Upon exiting Shangbao Tower, he heads to his car and drives to the company. Chu Ninglua has officially become a signed artist with Tianho Entertainment, engaged in professional vocal training during her work hours. Since the previous press conference, the reputation of Tianho Entertainment has risen significantly. Meanwhile, operations at Xingtu remain steady. Jiang Ying's album 3 Lives, 3 Worlds is about to be released, and numerous companies have approached for endorsements. Despite the negative rumors circulating about Jiang Ying online, she still enjoys substantial support from her fans, primarily due to the outstanding quality of 3 lives, 3 worlds. Of course, the key element remains Yi Xiaoran's accompaniment. Upon arriving at the company, Yi Xiaoran does not seek out anyone and instead settles into the vacant vice president's office to watch movies. After 2 films, he finally rises to find Jiang Ying. "Master, will you teach me martial arts tonight?" he asks. However, upon reaching Jiang Ying's office, he first encounters Chu Ninglua. "I have something on tonight. Let's reschedule," Yi Xiaoran replies. "All right, we can do it another time." Chu Ninglua responds unexpectedly without further inquiry. Entering Jiang Ying's office to bid her good night. "Finished with work? Ready to leave?" Yi Xiaoran inquires as he enters the office. "There's nothing more to do. Let's go." Jiang Ying replies, nodding as she grabs her bag and approaches Yi Xiaoran. "Is the gift ready?" she asks once they are in the car. "Yes, it's quite nice." Yi Xiaoran affirms, then inquires, "Which hotel?" "Still at Yuhai Hotel," Jiang Ying responds. "Sounds good." Yi Xiaoran agrees, acknowledging that Yuhai Hotel is indeed a fine establishment. After more than half an hour, they arrive at the private room reserved by the elder. Upon entering, almost all of Jiang Nanshan's relatives are present, alongside a couple of unfamiliar faces, likely friends of the elder. Having spent a lifetime collecting antiques, the elder's friends resemble knowledgeable professors. "Jiang Ying, you finally made it. Today is your grandfather's birthday. Why did you arrive so late?" they exclaim, now a superstar and the company's owner. The late arrival prompts speculation that she must have been busy procuring a gift for the elder. "Jiang Ying, come quickly and sit over here." The relatives from the Jiang family greeted Jiang Ying, while Yi Xiaoran was completely ignored. The relatives on Jiang Nanshan's side seldom gathered, each engaged in their small businesses, leaving them with a limited understanding of Yi Xiaoran, still viewing him as merely a son-in-law, a good-for-nothing who lived off others. Yi Xiaoran paid no mind to this. He focused on himself and cared little for others' opinions. Moreover, there was no need for him to deliberately showcase himself. The silence suited him well. But there was always someone ready to take jabs at him, specifically Jiang Ying's cousin, Jiang Hai, who would belittle Yi Xiaoran at every encounter, as if disparaging him somehow highlighted his own success. "Yi Xiaoran, that gift in your hands, it wouldn't be a birthday present for Grandpa, would it?" Jiang Hai smirked disdainfully at the gift box Yi Xiaoran held. "Indeed," Yi Xiaoran nodded. Jiang Hai laughed mockingly, the sun must be rising in the west. "You actually thought to buy a gift? But what else with such a small item? What did you get?" "A string of prayer beads," Yi Xiaoran replied. "Prayer beads? Were they a few dozen or a few hundred?" "Come on, Yi Xiaoran, look at our gifts. Golden longevity peaches, antique calligraphy, and paintings, each one worth thousands. And you bring a string of beads? Is this some kind of joke?" "Oh," Yi Xiaoran responded quietly, saying nothing further. Fang Rou's expression soured. "Yi Xiaoran, you are a joke. Given the chance to buy a gift, you chose prayer beads? Xiaoran, are you serious? A string of prayer beads for a gift? That's quite absurd." Jiang Ying chimed in, voicing her disapproval. "It wasn't a matter of monetary value. It was simply inappropriate. Look at what I brought, 60-year-old wild ginseng. Worth a full 600,000. Jiang Hai proudly unveiled his gift, revealing a genuine wild ginseng root. The old gentleman smiled at his age. He appreciated such a rare find, which only deepened his dissatisfaction at Yi Xiaoran's choice of gift. "Yi Xiaoran, as a grown man, how did you end up like this? Aren't you embarrassed? Your gift doesn't even match the value of my packaging," Jiang Hai jeered. "If you only came to mooch off us, you could have just said so. No one would deny you food." Jiang Hai's words, though devoid of profanity, struck Yi Xiaoran deeply. Not only Jiang Ying, but also Fang Rou and Jiang Nantian felt a sense of humiliation wash over them. Jiang Nantian couldn't fathom why Yi Xiaoran had chosen a string of prayer beads. It was simply too ludicrous. "Jiang Hai, what you choose to gift is your business. There's no need to flaunt it or look down on anyone," Jiang Ying retorted tersely. Yi Xiaoran glanced at Jiang Ying, ready to speak, but she interrupted him. "Don't bother. I simply cannot stand such arrogant behavior from someone who has a bit of money." "Jiang Ying, how can you say that? Do I need to show off in front of a son-in-law? I'm merely pointing out that Grandpa's birthday deserves better than a string of prayer beads." "It would have been better to bring nothing at all," Jiang Hai replied. "And you, now that you're doing well as a big star, why don't you help your husband out?" "Mind your own business," Jiang Ying coldly responded. All right, we are all family here. Why cause a scene? Today is your grandfather's birthday. Let's keep things pleasant," a middle-aged man interjected. It was Jiang Hai's father, Jiang Beiqing. "Dad, I'm not causing a stir. I'm just stating the truth. This son-in-law can't possibly compare to a real grandson," Jiang Hai said. "Enough, don't say such things. It's clear he's a son-in-law, which means he lacks ability. If he had any talent, he wouldn't be a son-in-law. Please, let us not upset your grandfather," Jiang Beiqing admonished. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran gazed at the wild ginseng, sensing a foreboding presence. He stepped closer to examine it. What are you doing? Such a valuable item is not for you to touch. Jiang Hai quickly intervened as Yi Xiaoran reached for the ginseng. Yi Xiaoran had already confirmed the nature of the ginseng and stated, wild ginseng, the older it is, the more valuable it becomes. Yours is indeed wild ginseng. Of course it is. Why would you even question that? Jiang Hai snapped back. True. But it is not safe for consumption. Otherwise, it could pose significant health risks. Yi Xiaoran continued. Jiang Hai's anger flared. You're talking nonsense. This wild ginseng is beneficial, not harmful. Just because you can't afford it doesn't mean you should spread lies. The relatives of the Jiang family echoed Jiang Hai's sentiments, believing Yi Xiaoran merely sought to save face by talking nonsense. After all, who didn't he know that ginseng was good for health? How could he claim it was harmful? Yi Xiaoran, you're just a freeloader. Don't speak if you know nothing, came the derisive remarks from the relatives. Indeed, you've likely never encountered such fine ginseng. Another added, enough silence, and no one will think you're mute. They continued. Xiaoran, just sit down. It doesn't matter what gift you brought. The intention is what counts. Just refrain from thoughtless comments. It will only invite disdain. The old gentleman spoke up. Grandpa, this ginseng is indeed unsuitable for use. It's a corpse ginseng, Yi Xiaoran asserted to the old gentleman, despite the mockery from the relatives. After all, this was Jiang Ying's grandfather, and his health was at stake. Corpse ginseng thrives in dark, decaying soil, often found in damp graves, and can grow by drawing nutrients from decomposing flesh. Corpse ginseng? The old gentleman's expression shifted to one of concern. Bring it to me for inspection. Having been in the antiques business for decades, he had heard of such strange artifacts. Corpse ginseng, which grows from decaying matter, contains toxins and is indeed unsafe for consumption. Yi Xiaoran, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you been watching too much television? There is no such thing as corpse ginseng, Jiang Hai retorted angrily. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Yi Xiaoran replied. As the ginseng was placed before the old gentleman, it was notably larger and sturdier than average, with long roots, making it appear impressive. Anyone would likely say it was a fine specimen. The old gentleman scrutinized it multiple times, his friends beside him doing the same, their expressions growing increasingly grave. One even suggested using a silver needle to test it, as corpse ginseng is toxic and would reveal itself upon examination. At that moment, Jiang Hai appeared tense, recalling that he had been told it was ginseng found in a mountain grave. Could it truly be corpse ginseng? Jiang Hai, where did you buy this ginseng? What did the seller say about its origin? The old gentleman inquired. And no one mentioned that, Jiang Hai stammered, feeling a surge of anxiety. Why are you so nervous? Of course, they wouldn't reveal such information. It's a lucrative secret, the old gentleman remarked, though he had already begun to suspect the truth. Old friend, perhaps we should test it after all? Suggested one of the elder men nearby. No need. This wild ginseng is quite good and not corpse ginseng. Corpse ginseng is merely a myth, often said to consume humans. It's just a tale. This clearly doesn't resemble that. The old gentleman waved dismissively, sealing the ginseng back in its container. His friends understood the signal and ceased their inquiries, while Jiang Hai finally let out a sigh of relief. Grandpa, this wild ginseng. He began, but Yi Xiaoran was cut off. Yi Xiaoran, you needn't say another word, the old gentleman interrupted. Yi Xiaoran had already perceived that the old gentleman and his two friends had sensed something amiss, but with the old gentleman's dismissal, he felt powerless to continue. Yi Xiaoran, it seems you're merely seeking attention. Your approach is rather foolish, Jiang Hai coldly remarked. But honestly, your method is exceedingly naive. Fang Rou, your son-in-law is rather amusing. Isn't he? Did he get his head caught in a door? Jiang Ying, your husband truly is a useless fellow. It may be best to sever ties sooner rather than later. Yi Xiaoran wore a bitter expression. Despite his good intentions, he had not anticipated such a reaction. If it weren't for Jiang Ying's grandfather, he would have remained silent, but now he could only endure the humiliation. You, this spineless individual, have brought shame upon us all. Fang Rou shot a cold glare at Yi Xiaoran. Enough. Xiaoran only meant to offer a reminder, which is not wrong, Jiang and Tian interjected, leaning towards Yi Xiaoran's side. However, given the presence of the old man, he felt it inappropriate to confront their relatives. You truly ought to be more discreet. Why must you always seek to show off and invite ridicule? Jiang Ying whispered beside Yi Xiaoran. That indeed is a corpse ginseng, and as for grandfather, enough. Do you still wish to be the subject of mockery? Jiang Ying retorted sharply. Nevertheless, she refrained from uttering harsh words towards Yi Xiaoran, not wanting him to be ridiculed, nor did she wish her family to be subjected to such embarrassment. Very well, I shall present the gift to grandfather, Yi Xiaoran declared. Before Jiang Ying could respond, he produced a gift box and said, Grandfather, this is a gift I have brought for you. Jiang Hai burst into laughter. Yi Xiaoran, you may as well keep this worthless gift for yourself. Grandfather doesn't need it. It will only take up space and would be a hassle to dispose of. A mere bracelet, and you dare to present it? Quickly put it away. Don't spoil everyone's appetite, came the chorus of sarcastic remarks from the relatives. Xiaoran, I appreciate your good intentions, but at your age, presenting a bracelet will only invite ridicule, the old man commented. Grandfather, this is not just any bracelet, Yi Xiaoran insisted. Not just any bracelet? How extraordinary can it be? It is still just a bracelet. Jiang Hai scoffed. Enough, just put it away. Do you have no sense of shame? Fang Rou glared at Yi Xiaoran. Please, just put it away, Jiang Ying added softly. I chose this specifically for grandfather. It can prolong life. Yi Xiaoran asserted once more. Yi Xiaoran, if you don't stop boasting, no one will regard you as mute. Fang Rou snapped again. If you continue like this, you should just leave. Indeed, you should leave. Even if you are a joke, we cannot find it amusing, Jiang Hai chimed in. Oh, let me have a look. The old man, however, showed interest. Very well, Yi Xiaoran nodded and handed it over. This Yi Xiaoran truly is undeterred by adversity. Indeed, such bravado is utterly mindless. At that moment, the old man casually tossed the bracelet aside, revealing his indifference, even a hint of disdain. Observing this, the relatives erupted into laughter, hurling further jibes at Yi Xiaoran. Chapter 069, Corpse Ginseng. Since grandfather does not appreciate it, I shall take it back. Yi Xiaoran said, rising to retrieve the bracelet. Ha, Yi Xiaoran, you are quite frugal, unwilling to part with something worth just a few dozen yuan. Jiang Hai laughed. It is indeed somewhat difficult to let go, Yi Xiaoran replied nonchalantly as he returned to his seat. The relatives burst into laughter. What a disgrace. Fang Rou huffed. You truly are something, Jiang Ying whispered. In this world, many are drawn to the superficial allure of shiny objects. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that some unremarkable things can surpass countless jewels and jades, Yi Xiaoran remarked to Jiang Ying. Ha, such a boastful claim. This trinket of yours, worth only a few dozen yuan, can surpass priceless treasures? Jiang Hai retorted coldly. Your ignorance limits your imagination, Yi Xiaoran replied calmly. You speak well, but it seems you have wasted these years, and to what end? Jiang Hai sneered. Jiang Hai, why waste your breath on him? Aren't you concerned about losing your dignity? Indeed, another relative chimed in. All right, let us begin the feast. The old man waved his hand. Before long, dishes and wine were served. The relatives engaged in toasts, treating Yi Xiaoran as if he were invisible. After more than half an hour of dining, the old man stood and said, You all continue eating. I must step into another room with my friends to discuss some matters. After you finish, please join me in my room. Understood. Safe travels, father. Take care, grandfather, the relatives acknowledged. Knowing that soon they would gather in the old man's room to discuss the division of assets. Nantian. We are hosting a banquet at the Jinwan community the day after tomorrow. Make sure your family attends, Jiang Beicheng said shortly after entering the private room. The two brothers shared a good rapport, thus Jiang Beicheng's words were a genuine invitation. Hosting a banquet entails contributing money. A long-standing tradition whether in rural or urban settings, especially among brothers, who are expected to bring substantial gifts. Very well, Jiang Nantian nodded. I extend my early congratulations. Xiao Hai is earning quite well now, I presume? Not too bad. Around 30 to 40,000 a month, Jiang Beicheng replied. Uncle, when will you be moving? Why not buy a unit in Jinwan community? Jiang Beicheng's wife, Zhang Yiyun, inquired. Jiang Nantian chuckled, understanding that Zhang Yiyun was showing off, sister-in-law. I will pass. While I have some funds, Jinwan community is beyond my reach. Jiang Nantian's response was tactful and unembarrassed, avoiding any sense of shame. Indeed. Come visit us the day after tomorrow, Zhang Yiyun suggested. Jinwan community is truly the finest in Jiang City. The environment, the layout, the decor, it's incomparable to your old community. Certainly, Jiang Nantian smiled. Though inwardly displeased, he refrained from further comment. How proud. Ring wishes to purchase a villa in Yunlong Mountain, Fang Rou interjected with irritation, disapproving of Zhang Yiyun's display. Is that so? A villa in Yunlong Mountain? The cheapest there costs at least 20 million. It seems Inger is doing quite well, Zhang Yiyun remarked, her tone oddly condescending. Fang Rou immediately responded. What else with the sarcasm? What are you trying to imply? Nothing much, Zhang Yiyun replied. I merely thought it would be nice to see you buy one. You wait and see, Fang Rou huffed. Mother. Jiang Ying glanced at Fang Rou, her expression grim. How could she afford a villa in Yunlong Mountain? Even if her album sold well or she secured endorsements, she was still far from being famous enough to earn substantial income. What? Can't afford it. Zhang Yiyun taunted. I knew your mother was just boasting. Why bother? We are all relatives. Who doesn't he know whom? There is no need to put on airs. Inger, you've been singing for several years now. How is it you can't even afford a house? Zhang Yiyun continued with a mocking tone. Indeed. We have been considering purchasing a house, Yi Xiaoran interjected before Jiang Ying could respond. As an elder. He found it unacceptable for Jiang Hai to speak so disdainfully to his own niece. Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Where would you buy it? G1 Community? Yu Xiaoran replied coolly. When the time comes, you will see for yourself. Jiang Hai sneered again. Very well. I shall wait and see what sort of house you manage to acquire. I hope it's not still in the old community. Indeed. Purchasing a house is a significant matter. You should refrain from boasting to your mother about buying a villa on Yulong Mountain. It is rather foolish to brag without preparation. Zhang Yiyan chimed in. Enough, enough. You seem to thrive on creating chaos. It matters not where you buy. If you have the means, acquire a better one. If not, settle for something more affordable. Not long ago, Nantian awarded $1 million. What issues could arise from buying a house? Jiang Beiqing cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Yiyun. Uncle, the house we intend to purchase should suffice. It cannot be worse than the Jinwan Shaoan community, Yi Xiaoran remarked. Xiaoran, it's no wonder others look down on you. Lacking in ability yet prone to exaggeration. Communities akin to Jinwan are priced at a minimum of 5 million, far beyond your reach. Why persist in this charade? You're not just tarnishing your own reputation, but that of your entire family, Jiang Beiqing retorted, speaking from a place of practicality. Father, they have expressed their intent to buy. What more is there to discuss? We can simply visit it later. Yi Xiaoran, you must provide a timeline, days, months, or years. Jiang Hai added. Let us aim for the end of this month, on the 30th, Yi Xiaoran replied. Good. I shall remember the 30th of this month. Jiang Hai chuckled. Meanwhile, in another hotel room, Brother Jiang, based on the records, it is highly likely that it is indeed a corpse ginseng. An old friend of the elder remarked. How could I be unaware? However, that was a gift from my eldest grandson. He surely does not know. It was a kind gesture, and if I were to test it on-site and find it toxic, wouldn't it embarrass my grandson? The elder replied. So that's how it is. I wondered how you could not discern it, an old friend of the elder said. If I were in your position, I would do the same. A son-in-law cannot compare to one's own grandson. Do you recall our youthful expedition when we witnessed the corpse ginseng? Another elder interjected. Indeed. I remember that experience, but that was a fully developed corpse ginseng, its roots delving deep into the earth, feeding on decaying flesh and even attacking humans. Just the thought is terrifying. The elder recalled vividly. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, My dear friends, let us discuss this further another day. I have matters to attend to. Indeed. Let us visit Shangbao Tower together sometime. Having nearly finished their meal, let us head to the elder. He has matters to address. It was Jiang Ying's elder aunt, Jiang Yan, who spoke. Precisely, let us proceed, Zhang Yiyun added. We shall also go, Feng Rou said to Jiang Ying, then glanced at Yi Xiaoran and added, You should come too. Everyone is aware that the elder is about to allocate the family inheritance. Those who do not actively participate are at a disadvantage. Even Feng Rou, who looks down on Yi Xiaoran, wishes for him to partake in a portion. Feng Rou, let us leave Yi Xiaoran out of this. He is merely a son-in-law. It is at this moment that Zhang Yiyun interjected. Zhang Yiyun, Yi Xiaoran is legally married to my daughter. He is part of the Jiang family. By your logic, your daughter-in-law need not attend either, Feng Rou retorted, unwilling to back down. I see you are merely eager for a larger share of the inheritance, Zhang Yiyun scoffed. Do not forget, the elder has little regard for men lacking in backbone, and considering your son-in-law as ineptitude, even if there is a division of assets, it would be meager. Better not to embarrass ourselves. Chapter 070. Yi Xiaoran, am not short of this little money. So what if it is your money? Feng Rou replied curtly. If you do not wish to share, why bring your entire family? Enough. Let us not argue. Let us move swiftly. Jiang Lantian grasped Feng Rou's arm. Simultaneously, Jiang Beiqing pulled Zhang Yiyun aside. Everyone was already aware of the situation, voicing it was unnecessary and rather unseemly, especially for the younger generation to witness such a spectacle. Mother, I shall not go, Yi Xiaoran stated as he looked at Feng Rou. He truly did not wish to become the subject of ridicule among relatives for the sake of money. Not going. Are you foolish? Feng Rou retorted sharply. Enough of this nonsense. Come with us. Xiaoran, let us go. We are one family. What others say, ignore it. You cannot be absent from a family gathering. Jiang Ying insisted. Very well, Yi Xiaoran nodded. I genuinely thought you would not attend. You are quite the actor, Jiang Hai remarked coldly. Jiang Hai, that's enough. Have you not yet realized? Jiang Ying was also irked, having endured for quite some time. Do not presume you are so remarkable. My Xiaoran surpasses you in every way, both in capability and wealth, Jiang Ying replied vehemently. Jiang Hai chuckled in response. Yes, he is superior and wealthier. However, at least I married a wife, not a son-in-law. Enough. Let us move quickly and cease this prattle. Jiang Beiqing shot Jiang Hai a glare. With that, the family refrained from arguing and exited together. Here, Wear this. It will alleviate fatigue, and if worn long-term, it will also enhance beauty. On the way, Yi Xiaoran presented a bracelet made of Qinglong wood to Jiang Ying. Is it truly that miraculous? Jiang Ying inquired. Yi Xiaoran smiled. Certainly, it is crafted from Qinglong wood, acquired yesterday at Shangbao Tower. If you are unfamiliar with Qinglong wood, you can look it up on your phone. Thank you, Jiang Ying said with a smile as she accepted it and donned it on her wrist, immediately feeling a refreshing coolness. It is indeed fascinating. I checked. Qinglong wood is simply rosewood, and the finest bracelets made from it are valued at no more than 10,000, Jiang Ying said as she glanced at her phone. While it is true that rosewood is also referred to as Qinglong wood, this particular Qinglong wood is exceptional. Simply wear it and enjoy, Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Very well. It feels pleasant to wear, and it certainly invigorates me, Jiang Ying replied. Little did she know, the bracelet had fetched 20 million at auction. One could only wonder how she would feel upon discovering its true worth. Soon enough, the entire family arrived at the elder's chamber. The elder sat on the sofa and smiled. Please, take a seat. First, Jiang Beiqing and Jiang Nantian settled in, followed by Jiang Ying's two aunts, and finally, Zhang Yiyun and Fang Rou took their places. As for Jiang Ying's two uncles, they were absent, likely prearranged due to the fact they were married outside the family. Jiang Hai and his wife followed closely, and then came Jiang Ying. There is no room left. You need not sit, Jiang Hai said to Yi Xiaoran. Did you not see that my cousins have not yet taken their seats? The cousins Jiang Hai referred to were the children of Jiang Ying's two aunts, all in their early 20s. By rights, they should be seated after Yi Xiaoran, and even Jiang Hai's wife ought to be beneath Yi Xiaoran in the hierarchy. Jiang Hai, when did it become your place to speak? Xiaoran is my husband. He is male, and if your wife stands, Xiaoran should certainly be seated, Jiang Ying asserted. Male? Yes. He is male, but he is also a son-in-law, equivalent to you marrying a wife, Jiang Hai retorted. Allowing him entry is already a concession. Does he expect to sit as well? You. Jiang Ying's face flushed with anger. Little Hai, while it is true that Xiaoran is a son-in-law, he is like my son. Do you have no respect for such a relationship? Jiang Nantian interjected, displeased. Brother, is this how you instruct your son? Jiang Nantian glanced at Jiang Beiqing with a frown. You are quite the talkative one. It would do you well to speak less. Jiang Beiqing shot a look at Jiang Hai. Enough, enough. While little Hai may have spoken a bit harshly, he does have a point. After all, outsiders are indeed outsiders. The elder remarked. Xiaoran, do not take offense. There was no intention to direct this at you. These matters are quite significant in our Jiang family, the elder added, casting another glance at Yi Xiaoran. It's all right. I can stand, Yi Xiaoran replied. I will offer you my seat. You standing there as a grown man is rather unbecoming. Jiang Ying rose to pull Yi Xiaoran closer. It's fine. You can sit. I will stand. It's nothing to me. Yi Xiaoran smiled at Jiang Ying, signaling her not to take it too seriously. Very well. Jiang Ying expressed her displeasure inwardly, pondering why there was such bias against her husband. The old man set down his teacup and turned his gaze toward the gathering, smiling as he announced. Today marks my 72nd birthday, and I am quite delighted. Besides the meal, there is another matter, which I believe you are all aware of. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiyun and Fang Rou's eyes brightened, while the Jiang brothers, Jiang Nantian and Jiang Beiqing, remained relatively composed. The old man's two daughters maintained their usual demeanor, albeit with a hint of disappointment, perhaps realizing that their father would bestow the majority of his fortune upon his sons. I have saved a modest sum over my lifetime, totaling a little over 8 million. I shall keep a few 100,000 for my retirement, and the remainder will be distributed among you, the old man declared. He then turned to Jiang Beiqing, saying, as the eldest son, you shall go first. Jiang Beiqing remained silent, patiently awaiting his turn, while Zhang Yun dared not interrupt the old man's words, wearing an expectant expression. I will grant you and your wife 500,000 each, and for Xiao Hai's wife, another 500,000. Xiao Hai will receive 1 million, and my great-grandson will be given 2 million, the old man stated. Thank you, father. Zhang Yun exclaimed before Jiang Beiqing could respond. That totals 450,000, how could one not be pleased? She added, Father, isn't that rather excessive? There are 3 other families to consider. Fang Rou interjected, visibly displeased. The old man's daughters also shared their dissatisfaction, feeling the distribution was grossly inequitable. Fang Rou, your words are misplaced. The money belongs to our father, and he has his own plans for allocation, Zhang Yun swiftly retorted. Do not speak, Jiang Nantian cautioned, casting a glance at Fang Rou, who had already irritated the old man. It is indeed quite generous. I have stated that Xiao Hai is the eldest grandson and has blessed me with a great-grandson. Is it inappropriate for him to receive a larger share? The old man replied bluntly. This bias towards male heirs was regrettably common among men of his generation. Yes, we shall abide by father's wishes, Fang Rou, Recognizing the futility of further protest, conceded. Fang Rou, what are you arguing about? It is your fault for not bearing a son, Zhang Yi jested. You. Fang Rou bristled with indignation. Enough. Do not create a scene in my presence, the old man admonished. Zhang Yiyun and Fang Rou fell silent, exchanging annoyed glances. Nantian, you and Fang Rou shall each receive 500,000. Inger will receive 800,000, and as for my son-in-law, I shall allocate 200,000. This distribution revealed the lower standing of Yi Xiaoran, who, despite receiving a mere 200,000, remained unfazed, knowing he had no need for such funds. Upon learning of the allocation, Jiang Hai cast a scornful glance at Yi Xiaoran. 20,000 for an outsider, how fortunate you must feel. Surely, you've never seen so much money before. Is that so? Yi Xiaoran replied calmly. Jiang Hai felt uncomfortable under Yi Xiaoran's unyielding gaze. Xiaoran, you are indeed an outsider, and your reputation is less than stellar. The 200,000 is merely a token for being my granddaughter's husband, the old man remarked. Yi Xiaoran, maintaining his composure, replied. Grandfather, I do not require this 200,000. If Jiang Hai needs it, feel free to give it to him. Oh? The old man's eyes narrowed. Do you find it insufficient? Fang Rou chimed in. You fool. You do not want 20,000? You should be grateful. Mother, is it truly worth enduring disdain for just 20,000? Yi Xiaoran responded. You are such a fool. Fang Rou nearly exploded with frustration. Grandfather, I am not dissatisfied. Rather, I simply do not need it. I, Yi Xiaoran, am not lacking in financial resources, he stated firmly, directing his gaze at the old man. Very well. You possess commendable resolve, the old man replied, his expression darkening. Seeing your fortitude, I shall offer you 1 million. Will you accept? It was evident that the old man was attempting to provoke Yi Xiaoran. Throughout the years, few dared to challenge him, yet today, Yi Xiaoran stood his ground. Inciting the old man's ire, 1 million was a trivial sum for the old man, who had claimed to possess 8 million, though it was widely understood that the actual amount exceeded that. Fool accepted. Fang Rou urged excitedly. 1 million was no paltry sum. Despite knowing the old man was provoking Yi Xiaoran, she desired the money nonetheless, as it would ultimately bring her prestige. With the old man's word, one could be assured he would follow through. At that moment, Jiang Hai interjected, Grandfather, he is merely a son-in-law. How can you bestow such a large sum upon him? I wish to see how resolute he truly is, the old man replied. Grandfather, he is merely playing you, hoping to provoke you into giving him more, Jiang Hai insisted. Enough. I am well aware of what I am doing, the old man retorted coldly, then turned back to Yi Xiaoran. I ask you again, will you accept 1 million? Yi Xiaoran's expression remained unfazed as he replied, whether it is 20,000 or 1 million, even if it were 10 million, I stand by my word, I, Yi Xiaoran, do not require it. Very well. The old man was evidently more incensed now. Then you may leave. Yi Xiaoran, your audacity knows no bounds. You have angered grandfather. You are less than useless, Jiang Hai scoffed. Refusing money is your logic for inciting grandfather's wrath? Do you not wish to receive the funds? How absurd. Yi Xiaoran retorted coolly. You, Jiang Hai, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. I find you the real absurdity, pretending to be noble while clearly dissatisfied with the amount. Now, be gone, you worthless son-in-law, Zhang Yiyun coldly stated. The gathered relatives began to murmur amongst themselves. Fang Rou, how can you still accept money from grandfather with such a son-in-law? Nantian, your son-in-law is quite impressive. Yi Xiaoran, you truly infuriate me. Fang Rou scowled, her anger palpable. Xiaoran, let us leave, Jiang Ying said, standing up and taking Yi Xiaoran's hand. She understood that he was indifferent to the money. From the outset, he had been targeted, and his restraint was commendable. Who could endure such insults? Very well. Yi Xiaoran nodded, content that Jiang Ying stood by him despite the disdain from others. Jiang Ying, you dare support this spineless fool? Are you willing to forfeit your 800,000? Jiang Hai questioned. If I must, then so be it. I have no need for it, Jiang Ying replied coolly. Jiang Hai, you have gone too far. What is so impressive about you? Jiang Hai sneered. Then you may leave as well. You are part of our Jiang family yet choose to side with an outsider. You have no place here. Jiang Ying's two aunts said nothing, secretly pleased. With Yi Xiaoran's 20,000 and Jiang Ying's 800,000, that amounted to 1 million, which would now be shared among them, increasing their share significantly. Enough. Jiang Nantian could no longer contain his anger and shouted, You are the one being outrageous. I see you are the one being outrageous. Do you think you have a say here? The old man shot back, pointing at Jiang Nantian. Look at your daughter and your son-in-law. Who dares speak to me in such a manner after all these years? Father, since dinner began, Xiaohai has insulted Xiaoran. What have you said? You make it difficult for someone who refuses the money. Is this truly right? You have spoiled Xiaohai for too long. Jiang Ningtian could no longer contain his frustration and it erupted forth. Yet, what of it? After all, Xiaohai is my grandson, while Yu Shaoran is merely a son-in-law. Do you understand? I have already granted him 200,000 as a gesture of goodwill towards you. Does he still dare to throw a tantrum? What is he, really? The old man snorted coldly. Are you implying that it is because I failed to bear a son that my entire family is deemed inferior? Jiang Ningtian retorted. Yes, you were correct. Had you produced a son, the funds I provided would have been equitable. Alas, you did not. And the legacy of the Jiang family now relies upon Xiaohai and my great-grandson for its continuation, the old man replied icily. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. I no longer require the 50,000. Jiang Ningtian's expression darkened as he turned to Yu Shaoran. Let us go. Yu Shaoran was taken aback. Although he had a decent rapport with Jiang Ningtian, the latter had irreparably severed ties with the old man. Get out, all of you. The old man bellowed. Feng Rou, why are you still here? Are you still hoping for that 50,000? Forget it. It's gone. Zhang Yiyan chuckled mockingly at Feng Rou. What does it have to do with you? I have not offended the old man, Feng Rou retorted coldly. Resolute in her desire to stay, for she genuinely needed that 50,000. She felt impoverished and was incensed by Yi Shaoran, Jiang Ying, and Jiang Ningtian, whom she deemed foolish for letting money slip through their fingers. Especially Yi Shaoran, who was the spark igniting this situation. You should leave too. The old man coldly commanded, your family will not receive a single penny. Feng Rou's face flushed with indignation, and she prepared to leave in disgrace. Don't forget. On the 30th of this month, take us to see your house. Jiang Hai jeered at Yi Shaoran, who had just reached the door. Perhaps an old neighborhood. What is so appealing about that? Isn't it inferior to Jinhai community? Does he even know what Jinhai community is? He is a mere joke. How can such a fool exist? You see, Jiang Ningtian is also to blame. For the sake of a useless son-in-law, he dares to argue with the old man. Feng Rou scoffed, still hoping to secure some money. Lacking the ability to bear a son, yet desiring equal treatment, is indeed laughable. In the room, discussions continued unabated. Jiang Ningtian wore a grim expression. Jiang Ying was furious, and Feng Rou was seething with anger, directing most of her ire towards Yi Shaoran. This month on the 30th, we will definitely acquire the house, and it shall be no less than Jinhai community, Yi Shaoran stated earnestly, aimed at Jiang Ying. Enough, enough, do not boast so. You are infuriating me, Feng Rou snapped. Hurry and leave. I feel embarrassed lingering here for even a second. Ha, still boasting. We will be waiting, Jiang Hai replied coldly. Having heard Yu Shaoran's words, Zhang Yiyun smiled. Perhaps your cousin has gained quite a bit of fame online lately, if she speaks to one boss or another. She might actually procure a decent house, though it would mean putting that useless son-in-law in a compromising position. You are talking nonsense. Feng Rou was the first to cry out. Your daughter-in-law is the one who went astray. Say that again. At that moment, Yi Shaoran suddenly turned back and walked into the room. You may look down on him, but he is indifferent, not even regarding your opinions. Much like a mouse flaunting its bravado before a tiger. Even if he disdains Jiang Ying, he would not lose his temper. However, he would not tolerate any insult directed at Jiang Ying. That was unacceptable, not from anyone. Shaoran, enough. Let us go. Jiang Ying sensed that Yu Shaoran was about to explode. Although he rarely resorted to violence, when angered, he was truly formidable. This cannot be overlooked. Yu Shaoran shook his head. Oh, what do you intend to do? That is merely what is said online. Why should it concern anyone? I initially did not wish to mention it. It would only tarnish the family name. Zhang Yiyun advanced, exuding arrogance. Useless, do you dare threaten my mother? You must be itching for a fight. Jiang Hai stepped forward, pointing at Yi Shaoran. Remove your hand, Yi Shaoran stated coldly. And what if I do not? This useless son-in-law dares to give me orders? Jiang Hai grew bolder, directly pointing at Yi Shaoran's nose. Then do not blame me for bullying you. Yi Shaoran spoke coldly, then swiftly seized Jiang Hai's finger, applying pressure until the sound of dislocated bones echoed. Oh, you little wretch. You've broken my finger. Jiang Hai cried out immediately. What are you? Time and again, you insult me? If not for my wife, I would have knocked your teeth out long ago. Yi Shaoran scoffed. I shall insult you, you mongrel. Jiang Hai, gritting his teeth against the pain, hurled another curse. Slap. In response, Yi Shaoran delivered a resounding slap, sending Jiang Hai crashing to the ground. Oh, you want money but cannot attain it, and now you lash out in humiliation. Not only are you a useless coward, but also a ruffian. Zhang Yiyun shouted. Oh, I am a ruffian now, am I? Yi Shaoran replied nonchalantly. Then approached Zhang Yiyun. As Jiang Ying's aunt, how dare you speak so of your own niece? You are no better, and deserve a beating. With that, Yi Shaoran struck without mercy. The entire room fell silent, including Jiang Ying and Jiang Ningtian, who were astonished that Yi Shaoran would dare to strike Zhang Yiyun. At that moment, Feng Rou felt a surge of satisfaction. She had long wished to slap Zhang Yiyun but had never dared. Others were equally taken aback. First he struck Jiang Hai, then Zhang Yiyun. Was this truly the useless son-in-law they spoke of? This was utterly audacious. Very well, you possess great audacity. I have underestimated you. The old man roared in fury. It is not that you underestimated me, it is that you do not understand me at all. I am not without temper, I simply choose not to engage with you. Yet, insulting my wife is intolerable, as her husband and a man, that is my final line. Yi Xiaoran's voice rang out with conviction. All of you look down upon me, look down upon my family, yet that matters not. On the 30th of this month, I shall show you what it means to be unattainable. We are leaving, Yi Xiaoran declared, turning to take Jiang Ying's hand as they walked out. Jiang Ying stared at Yi Xiaoran, struck by a sudden realization. He seemed so handsome, and she felt an overwhelming sense of security for the first time. Is this truly the real him? If it is, then all is well. You think you can just leave after striking someone? Jiang Beiqing stepped forward, naturally wanting to defend his son and wife after the altercation. Your son and wife deserved it. Have you not heard their vile words? Before Yi Xiaoran could respond, Jiang Ningtian interjected. That does not justify violence. Who does he think he is to act with such impunity? Jiang Beiqing retorted coldly. I call you uncle out of respect, as you have been one throughout, and have spoken on our behalf. I struck your son, but the 2 slaps I delivered pale in comparison to the harm your wife and son inflicted upon my wife, Yi Xiaoran replied. Of course. If you wish to strike me, you are welcome to try, but consider whether you can actually reach me. You little brat, dare you lay a hand on me? I shall fight you. At that moment, Zhang Yiyun surged forward like a ferocious tigress, charging at Yi Xiaoran. Yi Xiaoran sidestepped, causing Zhang Yiyun to miss and stumble, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Without even glancing back, Yi Xiaoran took Jiang Ying's hand and continued to walk outside. Halt! Jiang Beiqing lunged forward, reaching for Yi Xiaoran's shoulder. With a slight exertion, Yi Xiaoran sent Jiang Beiqing staggering back 2 steps. They had already exited the door. I am furious, Zhang Yiyun shouted, her face a mask of rage. The elderly man glared at Zhang Yiyun. How can you speak of Jiang Ying in such a manner? She is my granddaughter. Grandfather, is this how it ends? That useless person is utterly arrogant. Jiang Hai interjected. I have told you countless times. A man must learn to be reserved. Look at you, acting like a reckless youth. Avoid offending anyone whenever possible, for even a cornered dog may bite. The elderly man admonished. Just now, you sided entirely with Jiang Hai because Yi Xiaoran was present. Yes, Jiang Hai nodded in agreement. And that ginseng you purchased? It is not wild mountain ginseng, but rather corpse ginseng. Had I failed to recognize it, it could have cost me my life. The elderly man huffed again. I refrained from mentioning it earlier out of respect, not wishing to embarrass you in front of Yi Xiaoran. Grandfather, I truly had no idea. Jiang Hai quickly knelt. Rise. You are my grandson. I trust you would not harm me. The elderly man replied. Jiang Hai stood once more. Nan Tian is still my biological son, and Jiang Ying is my true granddaughter. What you and your mother did today was excessive. The elderly man added. Zhang Yiyun and Jiang Hai could only listen. Grandfather, what kind of house do you think they can purchase? Jiang Hai asked. The elderly man chuckled. What do you think they can afford? Jiang Ying has only recently gained some notoriety. How much could she possibly have? Even if they were to buy, it would surely pale in comparison to Jinwan community. Then this month, we shall enjoy their misfortune. That spineless fool truly has a big mouth. When the time comes, I will make sure to slap his face. Jiang Hai declared. Not just you. I shall go as well. The elderly man scoffed. Upon returning home, Feng Rou erupted in anger. Yi Xiaoran, what are you capable of? What is this pretense? 200,000 just vanished at your hands, and you were scolded for it. Feng Rou pointed at Yi Xiaoran. Enough. Speak less. Today's events are not to be blamed on Xiaoran. Jiang Nantian interjected. Exactly. What does it have to do with Xiaoran? It's merely 200,000. What's the big deal? Jiang Ying chimed in. Mom, please don't be upset. Money is merely an external matter. Losing one's dignity is the true poverty, Yi Xiaoran remarked. And who are you to lecture me? If I had no dignity, would I be arguing with that wretched Zhang Yiyun? Feng Rou retorted coldly. How can you say that? For the sake of money, you've sacrificed your dignity. If I hadn't forced you out, would you have left? Jiang Nantian said irritably. You've made me lose face. Yes, I've embarrassed myself. I want money. You, Jiang Nantian, are so lofty. If you're so capable, why not give me 200,000? Feng Rou snapped. I do not wish to argue with you. Jiang Nantian replied with a cold snort. Yi Xiaoran, I ask you, who gave you the audacity to speak of buying a house? Can you even afford it? Such grandiose claims? Feng Rou glared at Yi Xiaoran. Mom, you were just saying you'd buy a house on Yunlong Mountain. Jiang Nantian remarked. Feng Rou's face darkened immediately. Yes, I did say that, but it was out of anger. It should not be taken seriously. What do you mean? Accusing me of speaking nonsense? Mom, I did not mean that. Yusharan replied. Didn't he mean it? I see you are quite capable indeed. Relying on my daughter for support. I'll tell you this, in this household, you are merely a freeloader. People are correct. You are living off my daughter. From now on, speak to me respectfully, or I shall throw you out to the streets. Mom, not this again, Jiangning exclaimed. Are you trying to force me and Sharan to move out? Of course, I'm your mother. Feng Rou's voice was icy. Is this how a mother behaves? Forcing her son-in-law out? Such harsh words. Jiang Nantian retorted. When you grow old, let us see who will take care of you. Ah, so now everyone is targeting me. Is that it? Feng Rou's expression darkened. Fine, I'll see what he is truly capable of. ISNT saying he can buy a house by the 30th of this month? I'll see how he manages it. When the time comes. We shall all be embarrassed. Zhang Yiyun and her son will likely laugh until their teeth fall out. I want to be there. I don't want to share in his disgrace. Money is not the issue, Yisharan asserted. Oh, how eloquent. Yet you rely on my daughter. There's only 7 days left. No matter how capable my daughter is, where will she find such large sums? Do you expect to rely on this useless fellow? Feng Rou replied with disdain. You, a pathetic coward, what can you possibly do? Just looking at you annoys me. By the 30th of this month, I will definitely be able to buy the house without using a single cent from Inger, and I shall not give them the satisfaction of laughing at us. Yusharan stated firmly. Moreover, on the 30th, I plan to move out with Inger. I will no longer be a burden to you. How impressive. I'll be waiting. What if you end up using Inger's money? Feng Rou challenged. If I use a single cent from Inger, may heaven strike me down with lightning. Yusharan replied coldly before returning to his room. Chapter 73. The wife is jealous Inger. Would you be willing to move out with me on the 30th of this month? Yisharan gently asked upon returning to his room. I would. Living with my parents is inconvenient, and I don't want to witness their quarrels, Jiangning replied. But where are you planning to look for a house? It won't be too expensive, will it? You will find out on the 30th. Yisharan smiled. Xiaobai, have you secured the villa on Yunlong Mountain? The next day, after dropping Jiangning off at her company, Yisharan called Bai Qi. If we can't secure the house by the 30th, it would truly be embarrassing. Secured it. The process is underway, Bai Qi responded, then chuckled. Third young master, this villa cost a staggering 1 billion. It is the closest to the peak of Yulong Mountain. In the morning, when you open the window, the sunlight piercing through the clouds is simply ethereal. Excellent. I must have the house before the 30th, Yisharan affirmed. Absolutely. Within 3 days, all procedures will be completed, Bai Qi assured him over the phone. Master, are you there? At that moment, they heard Chu Ninglua's voice from outside. I'll hang up now, Yisharan said, ending the call before walking over to open the door for Chu Ninglua. Do you not need to practice? What brings you here? I've practiced for 2 hours. I'm taking a break. While I have this time, would you teach me some martial arts? Chu Ninglua looked at Yisharan with wide, expectant eyes. Very well. Today I shall teach you the tranquil heart technique, Yisharan replied. Come in. Great. Chu Ninglua beamed as she entered the room. Sit on the floor. And listen as I impart the heart method incantation, Yisharan instructed. Okay. Chu Ninglua promptly sat down cross-legged on the floor. Listen closely, Yisharan said. And under Chu Ninglua's earnest attention, he began to teach. Cold as ice since ancient times, all things remain still. The heart desires tranquility. Gaze upon my solitary spirit. Mind and spirit unite. The energy should follow. If there is an interval, remain unperturbed amidst change. Free from ignorance and anger, devoid of desires and demands. No attachment, no abandonment, no action, no self. This is the heart method incantation. Practice diligently to comprehend, cultivate tranquility, and you will be able to sense the energy. Otherwise, it is all mere talk. Yisharan concluded. Oh, Chu Ninglua replied, but her face was filled with confusion. Master, I completely do not understand. It sounds like a celestial manuscript. Nevertheless, she felt it was quite impressive. It's the heart method incantation for tranquility. If you don't understand, you can search it online, Yisharan suggested. Chu Ninglua immediately took out her phone and began searching. Yisharan smiled and stepped forward, placing his palm gently on Chu Ninglua's head, guiding her into a state of ethereal tranquility for the first time. The more she attempted to calm her thoughts, the more chaotic her mind became, filled with wild imaginings. Fortunately, with Yisharan's assistance, she gradually found her peace, entering a state of formlessness and stillness. Time passed. And before long, an hour had slipped away. Remember this sensation. When you rest at night, practice the quieting heart technique to fall asleep. Consistency is key. Yisharan instructed as Chu Ninglua opened her eyes. Master, why does this feel like a monk's meditation? Aren't you going to teach me any formidable techniques? What about energy cultivation? Chu Ninglua raised her tiny fist, declaring, I'm telling you, if you're trying to fool me, I'll make sure to tell your wife that you were touching me. Yusharan was left speechless. Very well, your physical condition is still lacking. You need to run 10 kilometers every night, then meditate. After a month, I will teach you how to sense energy. As for techniques, we will address that later. Without a solid foundation, all techniques are mere flashy moves. 10 kilometers every night? Can't it be a little less? What about just 1 kilometer? Chuning Luo was taken aback, feeling it was rather cruel. Yusharan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You dare to threaten me? Off you go, then. It was clear that without improving her physical fitness, all efforts would be futile. If you're not interested in learning, then so be it. I'll enjoy the peace. Fine. I'll run. You can't just leave me behind. Chuning Luo rolled her eyes. What are you two up to? At that moment, Jiangying appeared at the doorway, pushing it open. Teaching my silly disciple, Yi Shaoran replied with a smile. You're the silly one, Chuning Luo retorted. All right. It's noon. Let us go out for lunch, Jiangying said, turning to leave. Yi Shaoran sensed something amiss. Could it be jealousy? Surely not. Dear, are you feeling jealous? He followed Jiangying, standing beside her. Be mindful of your public image. The door is closed. Who knows what you two are doing inside? It would look good if rumors spread, Jiangying replied, her tone sharp. All right, I promise to be more careful next time. Otherwise, you can speak to Chuning Luo and tell her not to let me be her master anymore. Yusharan chuckled, feeling overwhelmed by Chuning Luo's persistence. She is determined to learn from you. I can't control that. Just be cautious, especially about her not discovering your true identity, Jiangying advised. Understood. I will be careful from now on, Yusharan nodded. By the way, is there something suitable for me, like yoga? Something that can enhance beauty, but isn't too difficult? Jiangying inquired as they reached the elevator. Yusharan smiled, absolutely, and it's quite simple. I can do it every night in bed. You, shameless, Jiangying's face flushed red. With that, she stepped directly into the elevator. Hey, you two. Wait for me. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Chuning Luo rushed in. You really lack awareness, interrupting our little world, Yusharan commented. Who's in your little world? Dream on, Jiangying shot him a look. You're being quite inconsiderate. You didn't wait for me to eat. Chuning Luo chimed in as she joined them in the elevator. She then turned to Jiangying, smiling. Xiaoying, are you feeling jealous? Stop making wild claims. Jiangying pretended to glare, playfully pinching Chuning Luo's arm. Xiaoying, are you planning to murder your husband? Chuning Luo dodged. Yusharan watched, amused by the lively exchange. I'll have you stop your nonsense. Jiangying then began to tickle Chuning Luo, who burst into laughter and ran about. Suddenly, she collided into Yusharan's embrace. Master, are you going to intervene with your wife? If you don't, I might just retaliate, Chuning Luo teased. Deliberately hiding behind Yusharan. All right, you call him master, then you should call me mistress. Jiangying grinned at Chuning Luo. Not a chance. Master is master. And you are you, Chuning Luo shot back. Fine, then I'll just have my husband refuse to take you as a disciple, Jiangying countered. How childish. Acting like a little woman. How embarrassing. Chuning Luo rolled her eyes again. Could you let go of me? Your lipstick is on my clothes, Yusharan said. Feeling somewhat awkward. Then tell your wife to stop tickling me, Chuning Luo replied. All right, I want to tickle you. Just come here. Isn't it embarrassing to be held like that? Be careful, my husband might take advantage, Jiangying warned. Let him, I don't mind. I'm just afraid someone will get jealous, Chuning Luo laughed. You're becoming more shameless, Jiangying exclaimed. Exactly, I'm shameless. Come and hit me if you dare. Chuning Luo made a funny face. Yusharan could only smile wryly, finding it amusing how such a beauty could be so playful. It seemed Jiangying had a bit of a cute side too. Shaoran, touch her and see if she gets scared. Jiangying pointed at Chuning Luo. Yusharan was left bewildered. Could it be done this way? But I can't. Why don't you two quiet down? The elevator can be quite dangerous. Yusharan suggested. Master, your wife is asking you to touch me. It's a wonderful opportunity. Come on. I don't mind, Chuning Luo said, smiling at Yusharan. Yusharan felt a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Beautiful lady, you might not mind. But I do. My wife is right here. With that, the elevator doors opened. And Chuning Luo naturally released Yusharan, turning to Jiangying. Xiaoying, what are you treating me to for lunch? Treat you to a big head ghost. Jiangying rolled her eyes and walked out. How boring. Chuning Luo muttered. Master, you were acting quite suspicious earlier. Why are you so sensitive? Did Xiaoying put you under house arrest? Chuning Luo whispered to Yusharan. Yusharan remained silent, utterly speechless at her audacity. However, given that Chuning Luo had been hugging him, it was inevitable there would be some physical contact. He said nothing and simply followed Jiangying. At noon, they had lunch at a restaurant near the office. In the afternoon, upon returning to work, everyone was busy. Chuning Luo was in a training session while Jiangying was strategizing for the next key event. Mr. Yi, may I have a word? Just as Yusharan was about to enter his office for a rest and practice, Mu Baishui approached him. Come in. He nodded and entered the office, with Mu Baishue following suit. Director Mu, what's on your mind? Yusharan asked as he settled onto the sofa. If I told you someone was trying to kill you, would you believe me? Mu Baishue got straight to the point. I would, Yusharan replied with a nod. And if I said I took on that task, would you believe that too? Mu Baishue continued. Of course, Yusharan smiled. You're not even a bit surprised? Mu Baishue inquired. Yusharan chuckled. What is there to be surprised about? Meeting you at garden number 18, your target is Mo right? Now that you're here, you must have some purpose. Heh, Yusan Xiao is indeed astute, Mu Baishue smiled. I'm a bit surprised you know my identity. But it's not a secret, she added. Yusharan replied with a smile. There's a bounty of 100. Yusharan paused momentarily. Then his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he spoke. I merely wish to smile. A mere 100 million is all they desire for my head. Mu Baishue was momentarily taken aback, sensing the confidence and imposing aura emanating from Yusharan. I have one more request, but regardless of whether it is feasible, I will leave this place. Mu Baishue turned to Yusharan. Please, go on. Yusharan chuckled softly. Before I depart, I would like you to help me expel the cold poison once more. Mu Baishue said, You've been practicing with extremely cold substances these past few days, haven't you? It would be best not to continue with your technique. Otherwise, the cold poison will penetrate your marrow, and your life will be forfeit. Yusharan warned. I understand, but I aim to break into the blood diamond ranking. This is my only chance, Mu Baishue replied. By saying this, she conveyed to Yusharan that she was a killer, a fact he had already surmised. Yusharan paused again, then looked at Mu Baishue and asked, Are you interested in following me? Follow you? Mu Baishue furrowed her brow, questioning. Yes, as long as you accompany me, I will enhance your technique, and you will no longer need to worry about the cold poison. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to become a master of transformation. Yusharan declared. This statement resonated within Mu Baishue's heart like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. How can I trust you? Do you possess such capability? Mu Baishue questioned. Yusharan smiled. It's simple. In the next moment, he unleashed his aura. Mu Baishue's hair danced as if caught in a breeze, and she found herself involuntarily stepping back. Master of transformation. Mu Baishue murmured, though she knew Yusharan was strong. She had never anticipated him to be this formidable. Do you believe me now? Yusharan smiled. I believe. Mu Baishue nodded, then asked. But I do not understand. What do you wish to achieve? Yusharan chuckled. Since you have already addressed me as Yisan Xiao, is it necessary to inquire further? Mu Baishue's beautiful eyes regained their sharp luster, and she responded, Perhaps this is fate. I, the White Fox, am willing to follow you. After all, I am merely a killer and have not formally entered the path of rebirth. Mu Baishue understood this was her opportunity. Although she still could not comprehend why Yusharan, who had been missing for 3 years, possessed such strength, his power was undeniable. She knew what it meant to be a master of transformation. It was said that none among the top 10 on the blood diamond ranking were anything less than masters of transformation. Very well, Yusharan nodded. You will continue to stay at the company. While I am away, you will discreetly protect my wife. At the appropriate time, I will introduce you to Bai Qi. As for your aspirations to enter the blood diamond ranking, it will not be far off. I will elevate your strength. By the way, my brother Bai Qi seems quite interested in you. Perhaps you two should have a good conversation? Yusharan added with a smile. Mu Baishue's expression turned awkward. San Xiao, please do not meddle in my personal matters. All right, I shall refrain, and the rest will depend on his own abilities, Yusharan chuckled. Also, while at the company, maintain some distance from me. If my wife finds out, she will certainly be jealous. Yusharan laughed again. Mu Baishue could not help but chuckle. And this is a master of transformation? Which master of transformation behaves like this? Laughing, she remarked, San Xiao, are you still afraid of your wife? Yusharan felt a bit embarrassed. It's not fear, it's respect. You understand, right? Mu Baishue replied. You, a master of transformation, are so infatuated. How rare. As she spoke, she smiled again. But why doesn't your wife allow you to touch her? Yusharan awkwardly chuckled. Well, it is not yet the right time. Mu Baishue smiled again. As someone who cultivates, your yang energy is very strong. It must be quite torturous to endure. Would you like me to assist you? After saying this, she threw him a flirtatious glance, intentionally loosening her clothing. Can we not discuss this topic? For instance, we could talk about improving your technique. Yusharan genuinely wished to change the subject. It was becoming too awkward. San Xiao still shy? I have already decided to follow you. Sacrificing a little is not a problem. Mu Baishue continued, Rest assured, I will not affect your marriage. I can be your lover. How does that sound? On that note, I think we should pass, Yusharan replied. Am I not beautiful enough? Is my figure not satisfactory? Is my charm lacking? Mu Baishue stepped closer, almost pressing against Yusharan. He could feel her breath. Yusharan became serious. Listen closely, I mean it. No more teasing, or I will retaliate. Mu Baishui, however, took no heed of his warning and stood her ground. Come on, hit me. Yi Xiaoran. This is truly a torment. San Xiao, to be honest, I think I have developed feelings for you. Why not let me be your woman? My dream is to be the partner of a powerful man. Mu Baishui approached, her delicate fingers tracing over Yi Xiaoran's clothing. This is unacceptable, Yi Xiaoran said. If you do not leave, then I shall. With that, he turned to exit. San Xiao, what kind of man are you? Mu Baishui pondered as she watched Yi Xiaoran depart. He was not unmoved by her beauty. Rather, he was exercising self-control. Mu Baishui understood in her heart that such men were exceedingly rare, particularly one who was a master of transformation. The realm of a master was one that commanded respect. For a woman like her, they often viewed her merely as a plaything. Yet Yi Xiaoran remained steadfastly devoted to a wife who would not allow him to touch her, alongside all he had done for Jiangying. Mu Baishui felt a twinge of envy for Jiangying. After Yi Xiaoran stepped outside, he took a deep breath, contemplating why he had chosen to subdue Mu Baishui. This enchanting woman was truly captivating. However, since a bounty of 100 million had already been placed on his head, there was a possibility that it could also involve Jiangying. Thus, his decision to win Mu Baishui over was greatly influenced by this consideration. Chapter 075. Accompanying Lin Xiyu in music in the following 2 days. Yi Xiaoran worked alongside Jiangying. After work, Chu Ninghua was seldom seen, as she had taken up running, committing to 10 kilometers a day. It seemed she was quite resolute. Concurrently, Yi Xiaoran improved Mu Baishui's technique. One afternoon, Yi Xiaoran received a call from Bai Qi, informing him that the villa had been purchased, and all the documentation was under Yi Xiaoran's identity. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang again. It was Lin Xiyu. Yi Xiaoran answered the call. Hello, Miss Lin. Mr. Yi, do you have time for lunch? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for your assistance, Lin Xiyu said. There's no need for a meal, Yi Xiaoran replied. Are you looking down on me? Lin Xiyu's tone turned slightly irate. All right then, where shall we meet? I will come over. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiaoran decided to go. I will send you the location. It's a music-themed restaurant. Lin Xiyu responded with a smile. Great. Yi Xiaoran acknowledged her and, after hanging up, left the company. He opened the location Lin Xiyu had sent. It was not far, just over a kilometer, so he decided to walk. Upon arriving at the designated pedestrian street, he located the music-themed restaurant. As soon as he entered, he was enveloped by delightful music. The decor was stylish, elegant yet understated. Yi Xiaoran, over here? Before long, he spotted Lin Xiyu approaching. As she drew near, Lin Xiyu linked her arm with Yi Xiaoran's, showing no hesitation as she led him inside. Yi Xiaoran attempted to withdraw his arm, but Lin Xiyu was unyielding, and forcibly pulling away would likely lead to unwanted contact. So he allowed her to guide him deeper into the restaurant. They soon halted in front of a cozy booth on a small second floor, where the table and chairs were beautifully arranged, reminiscent of a garden setting. Thank you for coming. Lin Xiyu smiled gently and said, please take a seat. Thank you. Yi Xiaoran nodded and sat down. The place had a distinct charm. Take a look at the menu and see what you would like to eat. Lin Xiyu offered as she handed the menu to him. I'll have a honey-glazed steak and a fruit salad, Yi Xiaoran replied. All right. Let us also order a bottle of red wine. Lin Xiyu nodded, before selecting a couple of dishes for herself and adding another bottle of wine. Actually, you don't need to treat me. Consider that 10 million as a way to repay the favor I owe you, Yi Xiaoran remarked, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Lin Xiyu's warm demeanor. Could we not be so formal? Are you so eager to distance yourself from me? Lin Xiyu said, a hint of sadness in her voice. When I was at my lowest, even contemplating death, it was you who saved me. Shouldn't I thank you properly? That is not what I meant. I just think you don't need to be so courteous, Yi Xiaoran replied. Still, we are friends, right? Is it not acceptable to treat you to a meal? You seem so anxious, worried that your wife might find out. Are you truly so afraid of her? Lin Xiyu, who had initially furrowed her brow, suddenly smiled. Who says I'm afraid of my wife? Yi Xiaoran felt frustrated at being labeled as such. If you're not afraid, then why the tension? Lin Xiyu teased. Even if you are married, it's perfectly normal to have friends of the opposite sex. The music here is lovely, Yi Xiaoran remarked, deliberately changing the subject. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but laugh. The hero who bravely confronted Wu Daxiao turns out to be so shy. All right. I won't tease you any longer, she said, her expression returning to normal. Brother Yi, besides inviting you for a meal today, I would also like to hear you play the piano again. Would you help me with an accompaniment? I've written a new song. Lin Xiyu looked at Yi Xiaoran with eager anticipation. That might not be appropriate, Yi Xiaoran hesitated. What is inappropriate about it? Your piano skills are exceptional. And as you know, I'm financially drained. I want to create a buzz for this new piece to sell it for a good price, Lin Xiyu pleaded. The contrast between her current demeanor and the aloofness she exhibited when they first met was striking. Yusharan felt conflicted. Refusing felt wrong, yet accepting was also a dilemma. The sight of the pitiful Lin Siyu stirred his protective instincts. All right, just this once, he yielded, unable to resist her charm. Great. Lin Siyu beamed. At that moment, a waiter approached with a plate, politely asking, Sir, Madam, would you like me to open the wine? Yes, please, Lin Siyu nodded. The waiter complied, pouring half a glass for each of them. Brother Yi, I don't have much money right now, so please bear with this wine, she said, raising her glass. I toast to you, and thank you once more. You're welcome, Yisharan replied with a calm smile, realizing there was no need to avoid the situation. Being true to himself was sufficient, as Lin Siyu was not a threat. Lin Siyu took a delicate sip, her expression beautiful as she let down her guard. After finishing their meal, Lin Siyu stood, taking Yusharan's arm. Let us go. But I don't know the piece, Yusharan recalled. I've printed it out and placed it on the guqin, Lin Siyu replied with a smile, indicating she had prepared for this moment. Yusharan nodded. Knowing he had agreed to help, and if his accompaniment could aid Lin Siyu, he was more than willing. After all, with a gambling father like hers, Lin Siyu's savings were likely depleted. The restaurant featured a designated stage equipped with various instruments and resident musicians, where patrons could perform if they wished. Upon reaching the stage, Lin Siyu exchanged a few words with the performers before they yielded the space to her and Yusharan. Let me familiarize myself with the score, he said, settling before the 7-string guqin. After memorizing the music, he noted its beauty, a love song expressing a girl's yearning for love, with minor flaws in composition but still of high quality. Are we ready to begin? Yusharan asked softly. Yes, Lin Siyu smiled. All right. As the first note resonated, a gentle melody flowed like water. The original performers and musicians turned their attention to the enchanting sound, surprised by Yisharan's near-perfect execution. Lin Siyu listened, fully enjoying the moment. She recognized his improvements. It surpassed her original composition. With the microphone in hand, Lin Siyu began to sing, her voice melodious and captivating, perfectly harmonizing with Yisharan's music. The atmosphere in the restaurant transformed into one akin to a professional concert. As the performance concluded, Lin Siyu felt a deep sense of enjoyment, astonished by the magical synergy created with Yisharan's accompaniment, elevating her song to a new level. Thank you. I truly enjoyed that, Lin Siyu said, smiling at Yisharan. You're welcome, he nodded. At that moment, her phone rang. Mom, what's wrong? She answered. What? Dad lost again. I'll be right back. Her expression darkened instantly. Yisharan understood the situation, feeling sympathy for Lin Siyu. Brother Yi, I didn't drive. Could you take me home? She looked at him with pleading eyes. Unable to refuse, he nodded, agreeing to help. After leaving the restaurant, Yisharan drove to the company parking lot to pick up Lin Siyu, who waited by the roadside. Meanwhile, videos of her performance were already surfacing online, gaining traction on social media platforms. Lin Siyu resided in Panlong district, a considerable distance away, around 40 to 50 kilometers. During the drive, her anxiety grew. If my dad hits my mom again, I swear I'll disown him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Does your father still hit your mother? Yisharan inquired. Yes. My father used to be a non-gambler, but I don't know what's come over him lately. I suspect he wants to sell my mother's jade guanine for money. Lin Siyu replied. That's not a solution at all. Even if this time passes, there will be a next time, Yisharan remarked. I've been preparing to move us out, but I'm afraid he might sell the house from under me. I'm truly distressed, Lin Siyu said, her expression rife with agitation and helplessness. Indeed, for a young girl to endure such circumstances at home is already quite remarkable. I'll accompany you to have a look, Yusharan offered, quickening his pace. 40 minutes later, they arrived at a rather decent neighborhood in Panlong district. As the Ferrari came to a halt, Yusharan followed Lin Siyu into the elevator. Lin Shuang, hurry and bring out the jade guanine, or I won't hold back. A man's voice boomed from within the apartment as they entered. Lin Siyu's mother had married into the family, hence Lin Siyu took her mother's surname. Wei Gang, are you trying to kill me? Without the jade guanine, my illness cannot be cured, a weak female voice echoed. I don't care, you're just sick, not dead. If I can't repay the debt, they'll tear me apart. Do you want to watch me die? Wei Gang replied coldly. Enough talk, hand it over now. Wei Gang, give up that idea. My daughter nearly got into trouble trying to retrieve the jade guanine, and she owes someone $1 million. You sold 100,000 last time. Just do me a favor and stop this madness, Lin Shuang pleaded. Nonsense. Do you think I can just run away? Running away won't solve anything, Wei Gang scoffed, advancing toward Lin Shuang and grabbing her by the collar. I'll ask you one more time. Will you give it to me? Not a chance, Lin Shuang replied defiantly. Even if you beat me to death, I won't give it to you. Fine, you think I have no temper? Wei Gang seethed, raising his hand to strike Lin Shuang. You scoundrel! How dare you exist in this world? At that moment, Yi Xiaoran's voice rang out as he seized Wei Gang's wrist, pulling him away forcefully. And who are you? What business do you have with my family? Wei Gang glared at Yi Xiaoran, then noticed Lin Xiu beside him and grinned. So, you're my daughter's boyfriend? Got any cash? Give me 3 million, and I'll marry her off to you. He is not my boyfriend, merely a friend. Don't even think about it. He won't give you money, Lin Xiu quickly interjected. No money? Then get lost. This is my home, Wei Gang shot back coldly. I think it's you who should leave, Yi Xiaoran retorted icily. As a husband and a father, you are nothing but a scoundrel. You little punk. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Wei Gang sneered. This is a family matter. What business is it of yours? Speak up. Do you like my daughter? If so, give me 2 million, and I'll be on my way. Want money? Not a dime will I give you, Yi Xiaoran replied with a cold smirk. Then get out. Wei Gang roared. I said you should leave, Yi Xiaoran declared, lifting Wei Gang with one hand and tossing him out the door without resistance. You little brat. Who do you think you are to meddle? Are you bored out of your mind? Wei Gang glared at Yi Xiaoran. I'll meddle as I please. What of it? Yi Xiaoran replied coldly. If you dare come back, I'll break your legs and toss you in a dumpster. You dare? Wei Gang's voice wavered slightly. How much do you owe? Yi Xiaoran questioned. Upon hearing this, Wei Gang burst into laughter. What? Are you offering to pay me back? I'm asking how much you owe, Yi Xiaoran reiterated. Not much, 3 million including interest, Wei Gang grinned, showing his teeth. Fine, Yi Xiaoran nodded. But that money won't go directly to you. Not to me. Wei Gang's expression faltered. At that moment, Yi Xiaoran pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Who's he? I'm at the Shanshui community in Panlong district. Come over. To aid Lin Xiu, the root of the problem must be addressed. Meeting was a matter of fate. Amidst a sea of countless souls, if one can help, they should. Moreover, 3 million was a trivial amount for Yi Xiaoran. He needed Wei Gang to fear gambling, to instill a deep-rooted fear in him. Who are you calling? Wei Gang demanded. You'll find out in a moment, Yi Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. All right. As long as you help me repay the debt, I'll wait. Wei Gang nodded, knowing that repaying the 3 million was paramount to him to avoid further complications. Half an hour later, Zhao Hu arrived at the community and located the apartment. Third young master, Zhao Hu greeted Yi Xiaoran with a nod. Who's he? Wei Gang's expression shifted as he recognized Zhao Hu. He never expected the person coming was Zhao Hu, a figure he had seen in unsavory circles. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. I see you know each other. That's even better. I won't need to elaborate. I'll wire 3 million to you. Take him along, and if he dares to gamble again, break his legs and toss him in a nursing home. Understood, brother. I'll have someone keep an eye on him. If he acts up, I'll make sure to break his legs, Zhao Hu affirmed. I swear I'll never gamble again if you help me repay the debt, Wei Gang muttered. Let us hope you keep that promise. And one more thing. If you dare bully Lin Xiu and her mother again, I won't let you off easily. Yi Xiaoran warned with a cold snort. Did you hear that? Zhao Hu echoed with a menacing tone. Wei Gang trembled in fear. I won't dare. I won't dare. Zhao Hu, take him away, Yi Xiaoran instructed. All right, Zhao Hu nodded, turning to Wei Gang. Let us go. Show me where your gambling den is. Sure. Wei Gang nodded repeatedly. Chapter 077. A life entangled with fire. Lin Xiu stood by, astonished. She had not anticipated that Yi Xiaoran possessed such power, nor that her father would submit so readily. Indeed, it required a ruthless hand to manage such matters. She realized that Yi Xiaoran had done her a tremendous favor. Her father would undoubtedly refrain from gambling again. Furthermore, Yi Xiaoran had just helped her with 3 million. Now the total debt was 13 million. Even as a music composer, earning 2 million in royalties each year was already impressive, but how long would it take to repay? Even if she managed to repay the money, she could never repay Yi Xiaoran's kindness. Thank you. Yi Go. Lin Xiu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. You're welcome, Yi Xiaoran smiled. I owe you 3 million now. I wonder if I can ever repay it in this lifetime. Lin Xiu mused. Your piece in the restaurant was quite remarkable. Why not sell it to me? Yi Xiaoran suggested with a smile. If you like it, I'll gift it to you. Yi Go. Lin Xiu replied. Gifting is out of the question. Let's settle on 3 million, Yi Xiaoran insisted. Yi Go. It's hardly worth 3 million. Lin Xiu said hastily, understanding that Yi Xiaoran's words were meant to offset the 3 million. This simply wouldn't do. Brother Yi, your words only deepen my guilt, she replied. Then, let us drop the matter for now. We can discuss it again when you have the means, Yi Xiaoran suggested. How about I come to work at your company? I could dedicate extra hours to composing, striving to create more songs to repay you. Lin Xiu contemplated after much thought. That sounds great. Having you at our company would be wonderful. A monthly salary of 100,000 plus royalties from the songs. What do you think? Yi Xiaoran proposed. Lin Xiyu, a renowned music creator in Jiangcheng, would indeed be an exceptional addition to Tianho Entertainment. Currently, the company was in dire need of talents like her. Even though there were a few others, none matched Lin Xiyu's prowess. The piece she had just composed in the restaurant could undoubtedly serve as the lead track for an album. All right, Lin Xiyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yu Xiaoran's phone rang. He answered, "Who is this?" "Brother Yi, it's Gui Yongdong. Do you have a moment? Thank you for saving my life." Gui Yongdong's voice was filled with excitement over the phone. "What happened?" Yu Xiaoran inquired. "Just now, as I entered the kitchen at home, the gas tank exploded. I was thrown out of the door, and miraculously, I wasn't harmed. The debris grazed my body," Gui Yongdong recounted, his voice trembling with fear. "It seems even if you don't play with fire, fire will seek you out," Yu Xiaoran remarked. "You are afflicted by fire calamity, which must relate to the feng shui of your home. I've consulted 2 feng shui masters, and they performed rituals. Is it all for naught?" Gui Yongdong replied. "Most likely, you encountered quacks. Genuine feng shui experts are hard to find," Yu Xiaoran replied thoughtfully. "Send me your address. I'll come over." "Thank you so much, Brother Yi," Gui Yongdong exclaimed, genuinely terrified. He knew he would have been in grave danger had it not been for the talisman Yu Xiaoran had provided. "I'll step out for a bit. Please keep Aunt company. As for work, it can wait until things stabilize at home and your Aunt's health improves," Yu Xiaoran said after hanging up. Lin Xiyu nodded. "Brother Yi, please go ahead. I'm fine here." "All right, I'll take my leave then," Yu Xiaoran said as he exited. The address Gui Yongdong sent was in Yunlong Mountain Villa District, which did not surprise Yu Xiaoran. It was well known that Gui Yongdong's family was affluent, owning a villa there. Soon, Yu Xiaoran arrived at the entrance of the villa district. The security guard stopped his car but was courteous, as they often encountered luxury vehicles. "Good day, sir. Are you here to see someone?" the guard inquired. "Yes. I'm looking for Gui Yongdong at D District, number 23, Yu Xiaoran replied. "Please hold on. I'll make a call to confirm," the guard responded, nodding before retrieving an internal communication device. Shortly after, he returned. "Sir, you may enter." Driving into the villa district, Yu Xiaoran quickly reached Gui Yongdong's villa. "Brother Yi, please come in," Gui Yongdong said as he rushed to the door upon hearing the car. "No need for formality," Yu Xiaoran acknowledged. The villa's entrance was well designed, not directly aligned with the road or a narrow corridor, preventing any negative energy from affecting the household. Additionally, a golden lion statue was placed at the entrance to ward off ill fortune, indicating that the developers had likely consulted a feng shui master during the villa's layout. Once inside the courtyard, the feng shui appeared favorable. Trees were planted on the east side, with stone benches and tables on the west, and a rockery to mitigate the sharpness of the metal element. The central area was flat and bathed in sunlight. Yu Xiaoran noted that the basic feng shui was sound. "How about inside? Are there any issues?" Gui Yongdong asked nervously. Yu Xiaoran shook his head. "The layout from the entrance to the courtyard is fine. It is not the source of negative energy. I'll check inside now." "Please, after you," Gui Yongdong said, bowing slightly to let Yu Xiaoran enter. As they reached the interior, they encountered a middle-aged man in the living room, brewing tea. "Brother Yi, this is my father," Gui Yongdong introduced. At that moment, Gui Yongdong's father, Guo Shouhao, looked over and said, "Yongdong, which fraud did you bring this time? You've had 3 scammers today. Have you lost your mind?" Clearly, Guo Shouhao was quite displeased with Yi Xiaoran's arrival. "Dad, I initially consulted 2 unreliable ones, but Brother Yi is not a scammer. I had a hard time bringing him here," Gui Yongdong quickly explained, fearing his father would drive Yi Xiaoran away. Yi Xiaoran remained unfazed, surveying the surroundings. The living room was meticulously arranged. Traditionally, it is believed that trees facing the house bring fortune, while those behind it bring misfortune. In the living room, vibrant, large-leafed evergreen plants were placed in auspicious spots to promote vitality, while cacti were positioned in less favorable areas to dispel negativity. The arrangements were commendable. But where did the fire calamity originate? Gui Yongdong, your destiny lacks fire, and you've been afflicted by fire calamity, which can only occur if one stays in a particular place for an extended period. Thus, it must be in this villa, and the negative energy cannot be upstairs. If the living room is fine, then the only possibility left is below ground. Is there a basement here? Yi Xiaoran turned to Gui Yongdong and asked. "Yes. It's where we store some odds and ends," Gui Yongdong replied. "Take me down to see," Yi Xiaoran instructed. "All right," Gui Yongdong nodded, leading Yi Xiaoran to the stairs leading to the basement. "Enough. You can go. I detest you charlatans," Guo Shouhao scoffed at that moment. "Uncle, have you been experiencing insomnia, frequent dreams, irritability, and night sweats?" Yi Xiaoran addressed Guo Shouhao. Upon hearing this, Guo Shouhao's expression changed. "How do you know?" "By observing your complexion. One can deduce such matters," Yi Xiaoran explained. "I am not exaggerating. If this continues, uncle, you will fall gravely ill. Is there a remedy? Guo Shouhao instinctively asked. He had visited numerous hospitals without conclusive results. Doctors attributed his condition to excessive coldness and poor sleep, prescribing many medications without effect. Dad, do you remember who cured Grandpa Tang's illness? It was Brother Yi. Guo Yongdong interjected. At this, Guo Shouhao's demeanor shifted. He had heard of Yi Shaoran's abilities from Tanggu. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me, Guo Shouhao said hastily. It's no trouble, Yi Shaoran replied. Then, Mr. Yi, do you have a treatment plan? I will pay any amount, Guo Shouhao eagerly inquired. Yi Shaoran paused before responding. Uncle's ailment cannot be healed by conventional medicine or medication. It is influenced by malevolent energy. Chapter 078. There are bodies beneath the villa. Fire, calamity, and malevolent energy coexist. If I am not mistaken, beneath this villa lies a body. A body? Both Guo Shouhao and Guo Yongdong's expressions changed. Indeed, and it was wrongfully lost in a fire. Only those who die unjustly emit such powerful negative energy, Yi Shaoran asserted. Yongdong and uncle, both of you must have been born in the harsh winter, correct? Yi Shaoran continued. You are correct. Both my son and I were born in winter, Guo Shouhao remarked. Astonished that Yi Shaoran could deduce such details. Those born in winter are adept at preserving wealth, as water is abundant, signifying financial fortune. Yet they lack fire in their destiny, allowing negative energy to affect you both. Yi Shaoran remarked, is it truly so mysterious? Are there really divine spirits and supernatural beings in this world? Guo Shouhao expressed his skepticism. However, Guo Yongdong interjected, Dad, you shouldn't dismiss it so easily. Remember the archaeological team that ignored the feng shui master's warnings? In the end, dozens of them perished underground. Brother Yi, please continue, Guo Yongdong urged, turning his gaze toward Yi Shaoran. Yi Shaoran continued, indeed, much of it is superstition and trickery. Yet, with 5,000 years of history in Huaxia, concepts such as the 5 elements and the Bagua have existed for a reason. Take, for instance, uncle, your fortune thrives because of the abundance of water in your destiny. A person who lingers in darkness, devoid of sunlight, will inevitably suffer from ailments. This is fundamentally linked to the energy around them. When a person dies unjustly, their resentment lingers, gradually influencing the living. Guo Shouhao felt increasingly intrigued, beginning to believe. Recently, Yongdong's fate has been troubled by fire. Approaching flames brings disaster, and even attempts to avoid it seem futile. This indicates a disturbance in his fortune, Yi Shaoran elaborated. Then, we must quickly check the basement, Guo Shouhao exclaimed, a hint of fear in his voice. Very well, Yi Shaoran nodded. Soon, the three arrived at the basement, a vast storage room. Guo Yongdong switched on the light. Upon entering, Yi Shaoran immediately sensed a heavy malevolence, a chilling aura. Reaching the center, he instructed Guo Yongdong, prick your finger, I need your blood. Without hesitation, Guo Yongdong complied, piercing his middle finger and stepping forward. Yi Shaoran grasped Guo Yongdong's finger, and with a gentle shake, 5 drops of blood floated into the air. Guo Shouhao was taken aback, realizing Yi Shaoran possessed genuine skill, far surpassing the previous charlatans who merely chanted incantations. Yi Shaoran guided the 5 drops of blood into position according to the 5 elements, channeling spiritual energy to transform it into a crimson light, which formed a blood array. Truly remarkable, Guo Yongdong observed, his curiosity piqued. The 5 elements generate life. Blood serves as a conduit, Yi Shaoran intoned, and the blood array manifested enigmatic crimson symbols. Gradually, black mist began to rise from the floor of the storage room. 1 wisp of black mist, then 2, eventually revealing 20 in total. Yi Shaoran was astonished. How could there be such a heavy malevolence? It appears that 20 souls perished here unjustly. Guo Shouhao's expression changed, for the dark mist exuded an eerie presence, occasionally emitting ghostly wails. These are the vengeful spirits, haunting Yongdong. His blood can summon them, Yi Shaoran explained. Are they the root of the problem? Guo Yongdong inquired. If we eliminate them, will everything be fine? The best course of action is to excavate the remains below and reinter them in a sunlit location, allowing for gradual purification. It would be wise to avoid living in this villa, Yi Shaoran advised. We certainly cannot stay here. That cursed developer, Guo Yongdong scoffed. 20 souls have perished not long ago. Only 7 or 8 years passed, Yi Shaoran noted. Could it be the 5 households that vanished 8 years ago on Yunlong Mountain? Guo Shouhao conjectured. It seems likely, Yi Shaoran affirmed. So, the tragic fire from 8 years ago claimed those 5 families. Guo Shouhao's expression darkened. When we developed the Yunlong Mountain Villa, those families refused to move. It seems they were directly engulfed in the flames. Let us find someone to give them a proper burial, Yi Shaoran suggested. Agreed, Guo Yongdong nodded. Brother Yi, I cannot thank you enough. No need for gratitude. Yu Shaoran replied. Let us leave this unsettling place, Gu Yongdong proposed. Wait a moment, Yu Shaoran interjected, then waved his hand as the blood array imprinted itself on the floor, causing the black mist to vanish. When they come to excavate, ensure they do not disturb this array, otherwise, the malevolence may rise and disrupt the peace. I shall remember, Gu Yongdong promptly affirmed. Mr. Yi, please allow me to serve you some tea, Gu Shouhao offered once they reached the living room. After savoring a sip, Yi Shaoran remarked, this tea is delightful. Uncle, do not overthink, maintain a calm mindset. It would be best to wear a red agate pendant near your heart to ward off misfortune. Thank you, truly, Gu Shouhao smiled. Then added, Mr. Yi, please provide your bank details. I wish to transfer some funds. No need for payment. I am merely a friend visiting Yongdong. Yi Shaoran replied with a smile. Dad, you initially claimed Brother Yi was a fraud. Now you see the truth? Brother Yi drives a Ferrari and spent 30 million at Shanbao Tower. He certainly lacks for money, Gu Yongdong remarked. Gu Shouhao chuckled awkwardly. I misjudged him. Please do not hold it against me. Inwardly, he thought, that rascal is intent on embarrassing me. Yi Shaoran smiled, indicating it was of no consequence. Brother Yi, have you heard? Wu Kai has contracted a strange illness and is desperate for a cure. Even Washerong is at a loss, Gu Yongdong informed. This is the consequence of evil deeds, Yi Shaoran replied, already suspecting that Wu Kai had worn the bloodstone from their last encounter, which no doctor could remedy. Mr. Yi, you must stay for dinner, Gu Yongdong insisted. There's no need. I must pick up my wife shortly, Yi Shaoran declined with a smile. Then let your wife join us, Gu Yongdong suggested. No, I have other matters to attend to, Yi Shaoran gently refused. I shall take my leave now, he announced, rising to depart. Wait, Mr. Yi, Gu Shouhao called, ascending the stairs and soon returning with a painting. Mr. Yi, you have helped us immensely. Offering money feels too mundane. This is a piece by Zheng Banqiao. I insist you accept it. Thank you very much, Yi Shaoran replied, accepting the gift without further protest. The painting, renowned for its artistry, was indeed a valuable piece, worth over 10 million. After Yi Shaoran left, Gu Shouhao and his son immediately began preparations to excavate. Eager to act without delay, Yi Shaoran exited the villa but did not rush away. Instead, he ventured up Yunlong Mountain to familiarize himself with his own villa, ensuring he would not lose his way when he returned on the 30th. District A, Building 6. Its layout was quite logical, allowing direct access via the mountain road without traversing through the DCB districts. Sir, please do not wander. Follow us downstairs. 2 security guards in suits soon obstructed his path. I merely wish to inspect my own property, Yi Shaoran clarified. Apologies, but you were listed as a visitor, the guard replied, evidently having noted Yi Shaoran upon his entry. The security measures here were impressive, befitting Jiangqing's most luxurious villa district. Here's my ID. Please check the system, Yi Shaoran said, presenting his identification. Understood. The guard took the ID and retrieved a device from his belt. A beep resonated as Yi Shaoran's information appeared. He was indeed registered. My apologies, the guard quickly apologized. Taken aback to discover Yi Shaoran was a resident of District A. No problem, Yi Shaoran replied. It would be helpful if you could register my license plate sometime so I can drive up directly. Otherwise, walking will take some time. Very well, the guard agreed. And Yi Shaoran proceeded up the mountain trail. Chapter 079. Let go. I will take over. As Yi Shaoran ascended, he felt the spiritual energy intensifying with each step. Living here has made cultivation considerably more convenient. As I approached the entrance of Area A, I noticed a cliffside pavilion nearby, offering breathtaking views and a glimpse of the villa cluster within Area A. Ziffin, how much does it cost to reside in Area A? In the pavilion, Yali clung to Wu Ziffin's arm, gazing longingly at the elegant villas above. The cheapest is 50 million, and even that is hard to come by. One must purchase from other residents, Wu Ziffin replied. Living in Area A is not merely about wealth, it also signifies status. Even if my father offered 80 million, it would be futile. Look, isn't that Yi Shaoran? What is he doing here? Yali suddenly spotted Yi Shaoran, her mood souring instantly. Wu Ziffin's expression shifted uneasily as he too recognized him. Yi Shaoran noticed the two and was not surprised. Wu Ziffin's family could afford a villa here. The question was merely which area they resided in. Yi Shaoran, it seems I run into you everywhere. What brings you here? Just admiring the villas? Yali couldn't help but call out to him, her tone laced with veiled sarcasm. It doesn't concern you, does it? Yi Shaoran retorted, casting a glance at Wu Ziffin. You're here too. It's been rather quiet these days. Wu Ziffin's expression flickered. Yi Shaoran's words felt like a slap in the face, implying he was too afraid to retaliate. Yi Shaoran, I acknowledge your prowess, but this is Yunlong Mountain Villa District. It would be wise for you to behave. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Do you think I came here intentionally to provoke you? Don't be anxious. As long as you keep to yourself, I won't bother you. But should you stir trouble, don't blame me. What is your purpose here then? Wu Zifan pressed, convinced that Yi Xiaoran was seeking revenge. I'm heading to my residence, Yi Xiaoran replied. Observing Wu Zifan's anxious demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. This coward would not dare to pull any stunts. Your residence? Here? Wu Zifan inquired. Indeed, just ahead. Yi Xiaoran confirmed. Yi Xiaoran, you are boasting beyond reason. Ahead lies Area A. You claim your home is inside? Yali laughed incredulously. Why not? Is there any need for boasting? Yi Xiaoran responded. Then walk in and show me. Yali challenged. You truly have the audacity. I know most residents of Area A, and I've never heard of a Yi family. Yi Xiaoran smiled. You still can't shake off your narrow-mindedness. Today, let me show you how I enter. With that, he strode forward. At the entrance, he swiped his ID, and the gate swung open, with attendants outside greeting him respectfully. Wu Zifan and Yali were left dumbfounded. He had actually entered. Did he truly purchase a villa in Area A? Remember my words. Do not provoke me again, or you will face the consequences, Yi Xiaoran said before disappearing inside. Wu Zifan, I must warn you, no matter who it is, Yi Xiaoran or anyone beside him, you must not provoke them. His residence in Area A signifies immense wealth and powerful connections. Wu Zifan urgently advised Yali. How could a son-in-law suddenly possess such capabilities? Yali questioned incredulously. What if he was merely pretending all along? Many people will go to great lengths for a woman, Wu Zifan speculated. Regardless of the reason, heed my warning. Behave yourself. Wu Zifan reiterated firmly. Yi Xiaoran found his villa, boasting an excellent feng shui location, a 3-story traditional Chinese residence that had previously been occupied and purchased by Bai Qi. The courtyard was exquisitely arranged, with vibrant flowers blooming abundantly. The landscape retained its natural contours, with the villa built into the mountainside. A small creek flowed along the edge of the property, where fish could be seen swimming. Such design evidently required considerable thought. The flowing natural spring would surely bring great fortune. The entrance was equipped with an automatic identity recognition system. Upon entering the first floor, he found that furniture had been removed, but Bai Qi had assured him that new items would arrive shortly. The decor was undeniably luxurious. On the upper floor, the view revealed a sweeping panorama of Yunlong Mountain, shrouded in mist, with towering rocks and trees. To his delight, the backyard featured a natural hot spring, perfect for relaxing, especially with Jiangying. After a leisurely exploration, it was nearly 4 o'clock when Yi Xiaoran exited the villa. The door locked automatically behind him. He retrieved his car from the mountain base, intending to pick up Jiangying after work. In the office, after finishing her tasks, Chu Ninglua scrolled through videos on her phone, landing on a clip of Lin Xiu performing a song at a music restaurant. What captivated her was not just the vocals, but the enchanting piano accompaniment. The mysterious figure must be someone extraordinary, my heart's desire, Chu Ninglua thought excitedly. Frantically searching online for a full version to see the pianist. She found it, but due to poor lighting and the recording quality, only a blurred silhouette was visible. Disappointment washed over her, until she suddenly recognized the pianist's resemblance to someone. Who was it? Then, a trending news headline caught her eye. Jiang Ying's husband spotted in secret meeting with Lin Xiu. Accompanying the headline were several photographs. Chu Ninglua's heart sank. It's him. Yi Xiaoran. It's you. Initially excited, she soon felt a wave of despair. How could it be you? She realized that her dreams had shattered. She recalled how Jiang Ying had reacted oddly upon hearing about the mysterious person. It turned out he was Yi Xiaoran. No, I must confront her. Determined, Chu Ninglua stood up and headed to Jiang Ying's office. Jiang Ying, I must ask you, do you love Yi Xiaoran? Upon entering, she posed the question with unexpected seriousness. Why do you ask? Jiang Ying appeared puzzled. Just answer me, love or not. Chu Ninglua pressed. All right, you're being playful again. It's time to wrap up and get ready to leave, Jiang Ying chuckled. Your avoidance of a direct answer suggests you don't love him, Chu Ninglua asserted. If you truly don't love him, I hereby declare war. I will pursue Yi Xiaoran, my Prince Charming. And if you don't love him, I believe it's best to consider a divorce soon. Chu Ninglua's expression was grave. Jiang Ying was taken aback, then laughed again. Enough of this. If others hear us, it will be a laughingstock. I'm not joking. I know Yi Xiaoran is the mysterious pianist who accompanied you. If you don't love him, let him go, Chu Ninglua declared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying's demeanor shifted uncomfortably. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Did he tell you? Chu Ninglua shook her head. No, but look at this. She pulled out her phone and showed Jiang Ying the news article. He actually did such a thing. Jiang Ying's face darkened. He claimed to have nothing with Lin Xiu, yet he secretly meets her and accompanies her. Jealousy surged within Jiang Ying. What of it? You cannot deny his musical talent. Accompanying someone is not the same as infidelity. These are just rumors. Chu Ningluo remarked. Moreover, have you considered the multitude of rumors surrounding you? Should Yi Shaoran take each one to heart? To put it plainly, you have been unjust to Yi Shaoran. Or perhaps it is accurate to say that you have never truly loved him. Therefore, let him go. I shall take over.